Hyun-wook is currently stuck in military service. Just like hundreds of others, he has to perform mindless drills under the commander's orders. But while the others struggle just to endure, our hero secretly takes bullets from their pockets and eats them. When lunchtime comes, Hyun-wook doesn't go to the canteen with everyone else. Instead, he steals all the spoons and eats them too. You're probably wondering, what's wrong with this guy? The thing is, the more metal he eats, the stronger he becomes, and the more metal he can control with his mind, just like Magneto. Before his regression, he was known to everyone as the Emperor of Steel, and no army of monsters could stop him. But because of the betrayal of high-ranking Awakeners who sided with evil, our hero was killed. Now he's going to eat every bit of metal he can find to become an absolutely invincible Emperor of Steel. 3 days have passed, and Hyun-wook has eaten enough metal to control 1.3 kilograms of it. He happens to be on night duty. The same night a monster portal is set to open. So he tells his friend Jeonmo to stay on post while he grabs his rifle and heads to the portal's location. At that exact moment, the gate opens, and dozens of bloodthirsty goblins pour out. Meanwhile, everyone else is still sleeping soundly in their dorms. One of the goblins stares toward the dorm, while another lets out a screech, signaling the hunt to begin. But before they can move, one is suddenly thrown back by the force of Hyun-wook's weapon, because he's already standing in front of them. The other goblins freeze, staring at their fallen comrade. Hyun-wook, however, is thrilled beyond words. He's been waiting for this moment for 3 days. But his inner thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a goblin trying to get back on its feet. Manipulating his weapon, Hyun-wook muses that he's always been good with ambushes. Maybe this time it'll be enough to make him level 1. Though he's not thrilled about having to repeat everything all over again, he accepts that this is the life he's been given. As a goblin charges at him, Hyun-wook is more than ready. With a swift flick of his finger, he controls his dagger, slicing clean through the goblin's neck. The hunt has begun. Other goblins prepare to attack him, but Hyun-wook's attention is fixed on the mana core lying on the ground. Knowing the future, he wastes no time. He pulls the core toward himself and swallows it. The goblins freeze, completely baffled by what they've just witnessed. Hyun-wook looks at them with annoyance, mocking them for how badly their mana stinks. In truth, he can consume steel, and since mana cores are made from mana steel, he needs them to grow stronger. At that moment, his system congratulates him for consuming mana steel. Once the absorption process is complete, his mana will increase. He grins at the screen because it means he really can become stronger, and fast. Consuming all these goblins might just make his life a lot easier. He then pulls his bayonet out from the tree, ready to feast on the goblins. A little while ago, when Hyun-wook is with Jeonmo, they suddenly hear shouting in the distance. Before Jeonmo can react, Hyun-wook quickly hushes him, lying that he senses metal movement nearby. Jeonmo stares at him in disbelief. As far as he knows, Hyun-wook can only detect metal that are nearby. But he trusts his superior's words anyway, assuming maybe Hyun-wook is sensing a type of metal he can't see. He suggests they report it to the base, but Hyun-wook immediately shoots that down, saying no one at the branch base would believe him if he claimed he could sense an unknown F-rank player moving around at night just by detecting their metal weapon. Jeonmo is left thoroughly confused about what they're supposed to do next. Hyun-wook, with a calm and convincing tone, tells him that he'll check it out himself. Meanwhile, he makes Jeonmo promise not to leave his post under any circumstances, and not to report anything either. After fooling his loyal subordinate, Hyun-wook makes his way toward the gate, where he spots a swarm of goblins. He lied to Jeonmo because if the military finds out, even if he hunts the goblins himself, their mana cores will still belong to the army. Without wasting another second, he prepares to attack more goblins, and he succeeds in taking several down. His focus is on targeting their feet, aiming to make them stumble. Meanwhile, the boss monster watches from the branch of a tree, gritting his teeth as he sees his subordinates fall one after another. This is all part of Hyun-wook's plan, and he's quite pleased to hear the goblins screaming in pain. One of them tries to attack him from behind, but Hyun-wook quickly grabs a fallen goblin's blade and starts slashing through his enemies with the efficiency of a chef chopping up chicken. Hyun-wook once died in his past life because of a sneak attack from behind. Since then, he's hated cowardly moves like that. So, without hesitation, he finishes the goblin off. He glares at the rest of them and threatens darkly that if anyone tries to attack him from behind again, he'll eat them alive. They visibly shiver at the threat. Seeing their fear, Hyun-wook knows it's time to begin the final stage of the game, which is finding the boss monster. He stays alert, glancing in every direction to spot the goblin shaman. But when he doesn't see any sign of him, he decides to bait him out. To do this, he loudly announces that he's found a valuable item and intentionally leaves himself open while pretending to collect it. He knows the goblin shaman isn't as dumb as his minions and keeps doing his act while leaving himself open. He's certain the shaman will take this as an opportunity to strike. Impatient, Hyun-wook waits for the shaman to reveal himself. At the same moment, the goblin shaman, having the exact same intention, begins casting his magic. The moment Hyun-wook picks up the stone from the ground, the earth beneath him suddenly erupts. Meanwhile, inside the surveillance room, one of the soldiers quickly rouses the platoon leader, reporting that he heard the ground rumbling. The leader, clearly irritated at being disturbed, threatens to kill him if it turns out to be nothing. Back with Hyunwook and the goblins, the eruption causes several goblins to be injured, while the rest scatter in fear. The goblin shaman, on the other hand, looks cocky, pleased with the results of his magic. But his handiwork ends up doing the opposite because it reveals his location to Hyunwook. The shaman is stunned when Hyunwook suddenly shouts out his position. Without wasting a second, Hyunwook hurls a dagger toward the monster. The goblin shaman swiftly dodges it and then leaps into the air, kicking the weapon back toward Hyunwook. That earns a dramatic protest from Hyunwook, who sarcastically complains that it was a perfect shot. The shaman grins at the remark, clearly enjoying himself. But Hyunwook isn't done yet. He sends his greatsword flying toward the goblin shaman, declaring that the last attack was just a trap. However, he's taken aback when the goblin shaman catches the greatsword in midair, just before it can pierce his neck. In that moment, Hyunwook silently admits to himself that he truly was a failure in his past life, because this same shaman had managed to catch his weapon just as easily. The goblin's hand is injured from catching the sword, which prompts a mock comment from Hyunwook. He scoffs that someone who sends a bunch of goblins shouldn't complain about getting a little scratch. Then he boldly declares that he's going to finish them all off in one go. But in truth, Hyunwook is bluffing as he doesn't have a solid plan yet, and the goblins seem even more enthusiastic now that their boss is holding his own in the fight. To make matters worse, he gets a notification. He's already used 40% of his mana. The system warns him to manage it carefully. Left with no choice, he disengages the safety on his gun, fully prepared to confront the goblin shaman. No matter how much damage he takes, he's determined to kill the shaman and consume its mana stone before returning to the guardhouse. Meanwhile, the goblin shaman grins like a menace. Just then, Hyunwook hears Junmo calling out to him, pulling his attention for a split second. One clever goblin, instead of rushing at Hyunwook, darts toward Junmo, who has no idea what's happening. Seeing this, Hyunwook grits his teeth. The goblin is just about to attack Junmo when Hyunwook shouts at him to get down. As Junmo ducks, Hyunwook flings his greatsword at the goblin. It dodges the blade, but the next second, Hyunwook steps forward, swiftly aims his gun into the goblin's mouth, and pulls the trigger. Another goblin leaps through the air, aiming straight for him. Hyunwook fires again but misses. That's when he realizes that these goblins aren't just savage, they're also smart. At the same moment, a voice crackles through Hyunwook's walkie-talkie, asking about the sound of gunfire and requesting a report from anyone who knows what's happening. Hearing this, Hyunwook quickly responds, reporting their location and confirming that a gate has opened in their area. He identifies the creatures as goblins, likely the remnants of the first wave who had previously left the area. When it comes to reporting casualties, he glances at Junmo, who is visibly shaken but unharmed, and calmly states that there are no casualties. After receiving his report, his superior from Command Center orders all soldiers at the guardhouse to remain on standby and defend their positions. At that moment, Hyunwook immediately realizes something. Lieutenant Seo Yunha will be arriving soon. Seo Yunha, the leader of the AMT Paladins, is already preparing to deal with the gate now that she's aware of it. But Hyunwook has a very different concern. He knows that if she arrives, she'll be able to clear the gate on her own, and every item obtained, including a legendary Grade 1, will legally belong to the military. That item is adamantium, which is the same metal that once made him the Steel Emperor in his past life. If he misses this chance to get his hands on it, he won't have another opportunity to find adamantium for 4 more years. Remembering the final moments of his previous life, he grits his teeth. No matter what happens, he's going to get to it first. For this purpose, Hyunwook understands that the monsters must be dealt with before the AMT Paladins or standby forces arrive. Typically, luring goblins requires a human presence to draw them in. Though Junmo raises a question, Hyunwook doesn't respond. His mind is occupied, analyzing the likely paths goblins might take next in search of prey. The city center crosses his thoughts as a potential destination, but he quickly dismisses it. A place that densely populated wouldn't suit a goblin pack as it's too risky, too exposed for them. Then, a report from the 6th post provides an answer. Goblins have begun appearing there. Hyunwook doesn't hesitate to acknowledge the call, intending to assist, only to be met with resistance. Orders demand every squad remain at their designated post. And from the tone of the reply, it's clear that F-rank soldiers like them aren't expected to accomplish much. The implication carries a mix of disbelief and mockery. Junmo, clearly unsettled, voices concern. The fear of punishment looms. The possibility of confinement to the guardhouse is real. But Hyunwook remains unmoved, knowing the 6th post relies heavily on long-range players, which are mages and archers, who would struggle against close-range enemies like goblins. A protest from Junmo follows, questioning what real impact they could have. Hyunwook, calm as ever, adds that he will also help him with a quiet glance, serving as both an answer and a decision. The sudden realization leaves Junmo stunned, caught off guard. Meanwhile, the 6th post requests backup as their corporal is down. They are told to hold their position. The rapid response unit has already been deployed, but until then, they must defend their post with their lives. Echoing their superior's grim orders, the soldiers resign themselves to the idea that they're going to die anyway. Goblins have already surrounded the entire guardhouse, leaving no escape. Inside, Soldier turns to his corporal, who is barely managing to stay upright. The corporal admits that he doesn't believe the barrier will be enough to stop the goblins. Desperation creeps in as the soldier pleads, asking when help will arrive or if it's only going to come once they're already dead. He doesn't get to finish the sentence. Suddenly, an eerie silence falls outside. That's when the goblins step back, allowing their boss to take charge. With a twisted command, he manipulates the surrounding rocks and hurls them at the guardhouse. The impact is immediate. The roof begins to crumble, dust fills the air, and panic spreads among the soldiers. They know exactly what's coming next. The goblin boss has arrived, and he intends to destroy the guardhouse completely. After that, the survivors will be dragged to the altar, where the goblin minions will gleefully rip out their hearts while they're still alive. Understanding the full horror of their situation, the corporal reaches a breaking point. With his hand trembling over his own weapon, he prepares to end his life himself while believing it to be less painful than what awaits them. His subordinate breaks down in tears at the sight. Outside, the goblin shaman watches silently, ready to end the game. Suddenly, a voice echoes inside the crumbling guardhouse. Hyunwook is here, ready to assist. Calmly, he instructs them to aim at the light. One of them, Park, an archer, is told to prepare and wait for Hyunwook's signal. Hyunwook repeatedly emphasizes that the fire skill must be activated only when he gives the cue. Left with no real choice, Park readies his bowgun, treating Hyunwook's instructions as a desperate last resort. He knows it usually takes a whole unit of archers to handle a goblin wave like this. He has no idea what's about to happen, and in the thick darkness, he can barely see well enough to make an accurate shot. At that moment, Hyunwook calmly responds that aiming is all Park needs to worry about, as he himself will handle the trigger. True to his words, Hyunwook takes control of the shot, baffling Park completely. The fire arrow releases from the bow and strikes a goblin that Hyunwook has already pinned down. The very next moment, the arrow explodes within the goblin's body. With this calculated stunt, Hyunwook uses only 1% of his mana, and the efficiency of it brings a flicker of satisfaction as he's found a way to utilize an archer's destructive potential without draining his own energy. Inside the guardhouse, Park is stunned to see his aim hit the target dead on. Watching this unfold, the goblin shaman retaliates with a wave of rocks, launching them toward Hyunwook. But Hyunwook narrowly dodges the attack at the last moment. Unfazed, he calmly instructs Park once again to reload and aim for the light. One after another, goblins fall, roasted by precise firepower. Each kill witnessed by the goblin shaman, who now watches grimly as his forces are turned into cinders. Meanwhile, Park Junmo is assigned the task of locating the boss monster, and he finds himself wondering how he's supposed to do it. Even if he does manage to find the goblin, it would be a suicidal mission before he can even send a signal. Doubts creep in because Hyunwook's intentions seem off. It almost feels like he's planning to clear the gate entirely on his own, rather than merely distracting the enemy as he had claimed earlier. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when a goblin lunges at him. But before it can strike, a dagger flies in by Hyunwook's, which pierces the creature, disabling it. However, that wasn't even the main target. A fire arrow, triggered by Hyunwook, strikes the goblin's back the next moment, and it bursts into flames. Hyunwook then signals Junmo to position the rifle, and Junmo complies without hesitation. In that brief moment, he can't help but question whether this is truly the same Lee Hyunwook they've always known. Meanwhile, Hyunwook patiently waits. By now, the goblin shaman should have seen enough as his minions reduced to ashes. That should be enough provocation for him to reveal himself. At that moment, the system sends a warning about the heavy mana consumption. He's down to just 12%. Seeing that number, his frustration flares. His mana reserves are nearly depleted, and his subordinates are still in danger. He grits his teeth, especially enraged at the goblin shaman who continues to hide. Right then, a cry for help echoes through the chaos. It's Junmo's voice. His head is caught in the grip of the goblin shaman. Hyunwook prepares to attack the boss monster, but the creature cleverly uses Junmo as a shield. Frustration tightens in his chest as he grits his teeth, appearing to surrender by throwing down his weapon. But behind the act, his mind is working fast. Surrounding him, the goblins begin to close in. Still, Hyunwook looks at Junmo with a wide grin and loudly proclaims that Junmo is the reason he'll win this fight. At that very moment, he pulls the trigger, firing Junmo's rifle, which had already been positioned toward the goblin shaman under Hyunwook's prior instructions. The unexpected shot stuns the goblin boss, forcing it to release Junmo. Hyunwook immediately shouts Junmo's name, needing to confirm he's unharmed. Once Junmo assures him that he's safe, Hyunwook knows the real fight begins now. He launches his dagger at the goblin shaman, but when the weapon fails to pierce its back, realization hits that it's wearing leather armor there. His mana reserve drops to just 9%. Ignoring the system's warning, he begins to analyze the strange choice of armor. Why only the back? The answer clicks that this goblin isn't here to fight anymore. It's preparing to escape through the gate. For a brief moment, Hyunwook freezes, unsure of what to do. But then he notices the steel necklace hanging around the goblin shaman's neck. Mana is nearly depleted, only 3% remaining. Still, he focuses it all to pull the goblin toward him using the steel necklace. With only 1% of mana left, he hurls his dagger at the goblin shaman as one last, desperate strike. Finally, his mana runs out completely. Hyunwook stands there, breathless and huffing, his body clearly out of shape after being reborn into a form that desperately needs training. Just then, he spots a holy light in the distance, which is a clear signal that Seo Yunha is arriving soon. With growing urgency, he begins searching the goblin boss's corpse, determined to retrieve its mana core before reinforcements arrive. As he pulls the core from the body, voices ring out as soldiers announcing they've found the gate. In the very next moment, he finds himself at gunpoint, surrounded by senior soldiers demanding his identification. Left with no choice, he quickly swallows the core and turns to face them, introducing himself as calmly as he can. Upon seeing him, the soldiers immediately call for a stretcher, assuming he must be injured. Seo Una arrives just in time to witness the scene. She sees the open gate and knows that if it's still active, some goblins must still be lurking. What truly stuns her, however, is the fallen boss monster defeated by ordinary 4 soldiers. She pauses, taking note of the injuries on the goblin bodies. Each wound follows a consistent pattern, too precise and uniform to be from multiple sources. The conclusion is simple. This was the work of one person. Meanwhile, Hyunwook receives a notification that he has successfully consumed the adamantium core. However, his system cautions that absorption will take time since his body is already processing other metal. Still, the news is satisfying. This metal grants him a new magic skill akin to enchantment, and over time, he'll be able to manipulate even heavier materials. As Yuna scans the scene, she notices Hyunwook laughing to himself, which is an odd reaction given the chaos. His amusement only grows when his screen notifies him of yet another ability, the capacity to detect all metal within his sensory range. At the same time, Yunha is informed that 2 goblins are still roaming near the 6th post. But Hyunwook pays little attention to the commotion. For him, this is a moment of quiet triumph. Surrounded by metal signatures he can now feel with absolute clarity, he knows one thing for certain, that the Great Steel Emperor has truly returned. A few days pass since the Goblin Gate incident, and rumors begin to swirl across the base. Whispers of an F-rank player defeating goblins single-handedly echo through the halls like wildfire. At the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, 2 female soldiers chat about the event with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. One, clearly swept up in the drama, excitedly recounts her version of the story that how ordinary soldiers, cornered and awaiting death, are miraculously saved by an F-rank player who slices through goblins with ease. Her companion, however, remains doubtful. The whole tale sounds like a campfire fantasy. Meanwhile, word of the incident reaches soldiers like Oh Sanguk, who scoffs at the rumor, clearly unimpressed. He has no patience for what he considers fairy tales. Nearby, his subordinate Park, the archer who witnessed it all, insists the story is true. He even offers to vouch for it personally. Just then, Wansuk enters the scene, putting on an air of casual friendliness. But before Park can say much, Wansuk cuts in, subtly flexing authority by reminding Park that he once dared to lower his hand before Sanguk had accepted his salute. Park, shivering slightly under the pressure, denies the accusation and quickly salutes Sanguk again, trying not to make things worse. Now Sanguk turns his attention to Wansuk, believed to be the next ace of their term, a soldier known for his raw strength, someone capable of tearing down goblins with his bare hands. With a mocking edge, Sanguk asks whether Wansuk could have taken down a raid gate alongside 3 ordinary soldiers. Wansuk answers with a firm and simple no. Oh Sanguk stubbornly assumes that someone else must have struck the final blow after a goblin got separated from the herd. To him, the idea of an F-rank going rogue like that is dangerous because it threatens the very foundation of military discipline. Wansuk's expression darkens into something cruel as he grabs Park's head, unable to tolerate even the possibility that this rumor might disrupt military order. Meanwhile, inside the battalion commander's office, Hyunwook is summoned. He stands before Seo Yunha and her companion, salutes the commander, and waits, still unclear about why he's been called. After all, he knows the military has the power to quietly bury such matters. The battalion commander then directly addresses Hyunwook, demanding an explanation. According to the report, Hyunwook disobeyed a direct order to remain on standby and forcefully repelled the first wave of monsters without authorization. Hyunwook immediately realizes he's in trouble. One wrong word could land him in a full-blown military trial. He carefully considers his response, understanding the weight of every syllable. Eventually, he admits that it's true as he responded immediately to the gate's outbreak. The commander already knows the report, mutters aloud that it's hard to believe. By all logic, an F-rank like him should have ended up as dinner for the goblins, not their executioner. Hyunwook can feel the pressure radiating from the battalion commander, but he also knows this is no time to falter as there is no room to screw this up. So, with practiced subtlety, Hyunwook shifts the blame delicately, implying that he felt wronged by the battalion commander himself. This unexpected move draws an immediate protest from Minhee, but the commander raises a hand to silence him and signals Hyunwook to continue. Seizing the moment, Hyunwook straightens and, with respectful enthusiasm in his tone, reminds the commander of a lesson once taught during training. His words echo the battalion commander's own memorable speech, one that emphasized how even the lowest-ranking soldier could succeed if they followed the AMT tactical textbook on facing high-level monsters like trolls. The battalion commander pauses, caught off guard by the memory of his own words. Hyunwook reiterates the line, emphasizing that if they are trained to face trolls, then defeating a goblin should be far from impossible for someone like him. He acknowledges that yes, he acted against the command center's orders, but he did so to save the lives of the soldiers stationed at the 6th post. Internally, he feels a flicker of satisfaction. He's given a logical, well-structured answer, but he knows logic alone won't carry him through. Now is the time to press the emotional button that will truly move the commander. He recalls how the battalion commander once preached that a true soldier isn't defined by rank, but by the will to prepare for the worst and give everything in the fight. Continuing with measured conviction, Hyunwook says he merely did what a true soldier should under the commander's guidance. He speaks with genuine reverence, stressing that everything he did while putting his life on the line, defying orders, applying tactics, came from the training he received under that very leadership. Then he adds the final twist of the knife, calmly, respectfully, but sharply. He says he endured the bullying, the ridicule of being an F rank, because he held on to the mindset drilled into them. But now, seeing the battalion commander, the very man who instilled that belief, deny his actions and question his place, it feels as if his entire existence in the military is being denied. From his past life, Hyunwook knows this man's history. When the gates first opened and chaos began, the commander, then second lieutenant, nearly died fighting orcs. But instead of retiring, he returned stronger, eventually helping to build the AMT from the ground up. Hyunwook knows he's struck a nerve by invoking the commander's own words and legacy. He bets everything on it, and the gamble pays off. The battalion commander's stern expression falters. He steps forward, clasps Hyunwook's shoulder firmly, and in front of everyone, declares that from this moment on, Hyunwook is officially promoted to a non-commissioned officer. To top it all off, just as the moment hits its peak, Hyunwook's system notifies him. The absorption process is complete, and a new skill has awakened Steel Physique. With this ability, he can now reinforce any part of his body, turning flesh into a metal. Even more promising, the system reveals that he can further enhance this skill by consuming high-hardness magical metals, potentially boosting it to D rank and beyond. While the others around him remain stunned at the battalion commander's announcement, Hyunwook himself stands frozen, unsure whether he's heard correctly. Sometime later, Hyunwook is back in the training room of the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station. His expression is far from proud. In fact, he looks downright frustrated. Being appointed a non-commissioned officer wasn't part of the plan because he had no intention of sticking around in the military longer than necessary. All he wanted was to avoid the guardhouse, not climb the chain of command. From the shadows of the room, Oh Sang-guk and Won-suk watch him with quiet malice, their eyes sharp with resentment. Hyunwook recalls how Min-hee had immediately protested his promotion. Military history had never seen an F rank reach the status of non-commissioned officer. It was unprecedented, and some weren't ready to accept it. Seizing the moment, he had politely requested time to think about it, pretending to be modest and uncertain. In truth, his mind was already made up. From now on, Hyunwook resolves to keep a low profile. No more attracting attention. No more heroics in the spotlight. His thoughts are interrupted by Won-suk, who casually asks if his bench is empty. Hyunwook replies with a firm no. Sensing the provocation, he questions Won-suk's purpose for being there. But instead of answering directly, Won-suk easily lifts the weights and comments with a mocking grin, how it's surprising that someone as famous as Hyunwook is lifting such a pitiful amount, something that would clearly embarrass their entire unit. With that, all eyes shift to them. Hyunwook glances at Oh Sang-guk and knows instantly that if he lets this slide, Oh Sang-guk will only escalate things, just like in his past life. Besides, he's already decided to keep a low profile but not at the cost of becoming an easy target. Left with no choice, he turns to Won-suk, fire burning in his eyes, and challenges him to a spar. Not long after, word spreads like wildfire that Won-suk, the next term ace, is about to face off against Hyunwook. Soldiers gather around the ring, excitement buzzing in the air. Both step up, boxing gloves on, ready for a showdown. Won-suk's grin says it all that he's more than eager to teach Hyunwook the lesson of a lifetime. The match kicks off instantly as Won-suk lunges toward Hyunwook with raw aggression. At the same moment, outside the fighting arena, Warrant Officer Cheon is visibly annoyed after hearing that Sergeant Choi Young-jun has gone on vacation. He came all this way just to meet him, especially after hearing rumors that Choi holds the potential to become a sword saint. Seeing his superior's frustration, Cheon's subordinate tries to salvage the situation, reminding him that the visit need not be a waste. After all, the next term ace with the barbarian trait Won-suk is present and fighting today. The suggestion catches Cheon's attention, making him pause to consider it. His subordinate doubles down, emphasizing that evaluating Won-suk could be worthwhile. Better to leave with something than go home empty-handed. Meanwhile, back in the ring, Hyunwook swiftly avoids Won-suk's furious punches. He remains defensive, weaving and ducking with sharp reflexes. But then, one heavy blow lands squarely, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. Won-suk seizes the opportunity, rushing in to deliver another strike, but Hyunwook rolls across the floor in a clean dodge, rising swiftly to his feet. He plants himself firmly and gestures for Won-suk to come at him again, eyes fierce and unwavering. Provoked and gritting his teeth, Won-suk charges in, unable to resist the bait. Meanwhile, Warrant Officer Cheon strolls into the training hall with his subordinate, who is saying that it looks like destiny itself has set the perfect stage for an impromptu audition. He nudges Cheon, asking for his opinion on the fight. Cheon casually admits that Won-suk packs a precise punch, but points out that all the power in the world doesn't matter if you can't even land a single hit. His subordinate insists it's just inexperience. Won-suk just needs to hit once, and it'll be game over. Cheon listens, silently weighing the claim. Back near the ring, Oh Sang-guk watches in growing confusion. Won-suk hasn't landed a single blow, and he assumes the guy's just going easy on Hyunwook. He shouts at him to stop playing around and go all out. Others join in too, mainly because, let's be real, most of them placed bets on Won-suk. What none of them realize is that Won-suk isn't going easy. In fact, he's trying hard, but something feels off. His body's heavier than usual, his legs sluggish. What he doesn't know is that Hyunwook is subtly controlling the metal inside his boots. With every step, it's like Won-suk is sinking into invisible quicksand. Still, he pushes through, throwing another punch only for Hyunwook to effortlessly slip past it again. Now Won-suk's face clearly shows it that he's confused, frustrated, and low-key panicking. On the other side, Hyunwook smirks. He can tell Won-suk feels like he's fighting in a swamp, and he's absolutely loving it. Suddenly, Won-suk pauses and blurts out that something's wrong with his legs. But Hyunwook just smirks wider and throws back a mocking taunt. Maybe Won-suk's just making excuses now that things aren't going his way? With a growl, Won-suk activates his berserker mode, layering it with his body-strengthening skill. His aura flares. Hyunwook is ready for this. Meanwhile, Cheon is taken aback as Won-suk activates his body-strengthening skill, something that clearly doesn't belong in a casual spar. But what really stuns him is Hyunwook's expression, which is completely unfazed. His experienced eyes narrow, analyzing the scene. This isn't just a rookie sparring match. It's starting to look like a showdown between a raging buffalo and a waiting leopard, one hiding its claws. Cheon comments that this is fun. His subordinate, practically glowing, takes Cheon's amusement as validation. He points out how Won-suk is proving his worth after all, body strengthening at D rank. That's impressive enough to justify the hype. Back in the ring, Won-suk's patience hits its limit. Enough humiliation. He charges in and lands a heavy punch, sending Hyunwook crashing into the net of the ring. Oh Sang-guk jumps up, cheering like he's watching the underdog win the national championship. But Won-suk isn't celebrating. His fist throbs painfully, and he realizes something's very wrong. It feels like he just punched a steel wall with his bare hands. Because he basically did. Hyunwook had activated his strengthening body transformation at the last moment as his arms now hardened like steel. And Won-suk, true to form, charges like a bull. But Hyunwook dances out of range again, effortlessly dodging. Then, with his feet steeled, he lands a brutal kick to Won-suk's shin. Truth be told, Hyunwook hates wasting his valuable skills on someone like this. But if beating down this trash soldier helps shut down the bullying, then maybe it's worth it. Everyone is stunned into silence as Hyunwook effortlessly beats Won-suk to the ground. The air is thick with disbelief, but not for Cheon. He smiles like he's been waiting for this exact moment. Finally, Hyunwook sheds the disguise of restraint and bares his fangs. To Cheon, it looks like a leopard sinking its teeth into its prey's neck. And now he watches with fascination, wondering if the predator will go all the way and cut off Won-suk's breath for good. But the fight isn't over. Won-suk, wild with rage and shame, suddenly regains momentum. He grabs Hyunwook and yanks him into the air, convinced that some trickery is at play. He prepares to slam Hyunwook into the ground with every ounce of strength he's got, determined to end this in a single, crushing blow. And in that instant, Hyunwook's calm cracks. For the first time, his expression shifts. Hyunwook fights back, and the intense scuffle continues. Then, without warning, Hyunwook pulls off a flying armbar at the last moment to save himself from the hit. At that, Cheon, watching this, thinks to himself that if that punch had landed, Won-suk might have broken his own wrist. He realizes that Won-suk instincts are sharper than expected. As the match drags on, Cheon starts wondering if a regular player like Hyunwook could really defeat a barbarian like Won-suk. He questions if he's overestimated the guy. Meanwhile, Won-suk taunts Hyunwook, asking if he really thinks he can crush his arm like that. Won-suk tries to trap Hyunwook with just his fingers, but Hyunwook uses his strength to twist out of it. Won-suk roars in frustration when Hyunwook locks him in a rear naked choke. Cheon's face brightens as he nods in approval, thinking that Hyunwook's body conditioning is impressive. Even without using any special skill, he's compressing Won-suk's carotid artery. Meanwhile, Hyunwook clings to Won-suk from behind, holding the choke. Won-suk yells, claiming he just needs to use brute force to throw him off. He activates a D-rank skill which is strengthening body transformation, but it's no use. He still can't break free. A warning flashes before him that he's using the transformation skill in a range beyond his current chokehold. Hyunwook doesn't ease up. He keeps applying pressure. Another warning appears that too much force could damage Won-suk's own body. One of the recruits nearby, worried, yells to the sergeant that they should intervene because someone like Won-suk, with his pride, would never tap out. Hyunwook, straining with all his power, thinks this much should be enough to warn Oh Sang-guk. On the other hand, Won-suk panics inside. He can't believe he might actually lose to someone like Hyunwook. The thought of being humiliated in front of everyone as he is the supposed future ace rattles him. Suddenly, an energy surge flows through him. Hyunwook senses it, surprised, as Won-suk's muscles swell and his shirt rips apart. With a scream, Won-suk bursts forth with full strength, but Hyunwook doesn't let go, and Cheon watching is shocked. Won-suk is using the same D-rank transformation twice in one match. Still, if he doesn't escape this choke, it won't matter. The question hangs in the air that who's the real predator here. Hyunwook tightens his grip even more and Won-suk's eyes bulge, and then he collapses, unconscious. The soldiers stare, stunned. Cheon concludes that Hyunwook is the real deal, a true beast. Behind him, an image forms like a lion roaring in victory. Later, everyone rushes over to Won-suk, lying still on the ground. One of them feels a pulse and lets out a sigh of relief. He's breathing, he's only fainted. They wonder aloud how to even turn his heavy body over. At the same time, Junmo runs to Hyunwook, telling him they knew he would win. Hyunwook grabs the person's wrist to stop him. Junmo keeps asking if he's hurt and says he was worried, but Hyunwook stays silent. He then makes an eye contact with Oh Sang-guk, who looks quite ashamed. Finally, Cheon asks for Hyunwook's name. He himself introduces himself as First Lieutenant Cheon Myong-ho, and Hyunwook immediately recognizes him. He stands at attention and salutes, introducing himself as Corporal Won-suk Hyunwook from the 1st Company. His mind races that why is he present here? Lieutenant Cheon smiles and says he's a raid tactics instructor from the Black Tiger unit. He tells Hyunwook his duel was impressive and hands him a card. Some bystanders whisper in shock as it's an invitation to the Black Tiger unit, the top troop in the AMT. They can't believe what they're seeing. Hyunwook hesitates and replies politely that he's just a regular player. The lieutenant brushes that off, saying ranks are made for ordinary people, and they need warriors like him. Hyunwook sighs inside. All these people are trying to drag him into things. He knows how closed off and political the military world is. The lieutenant still holds out the card, waiting. Hyunwook thinks about the trouble this might bring later, especially with villain groups. But he eventually accepts the card and thanks him for the offer, saying he'll consider it. He salutes respectfully. On the side, Oh Sang-guk clenches his fists and grits his teeth, clearly upset. That night, in the battalion commander's office, a conversation unfolds. One officer asks how the Black Tigers are doing. Lieutenant Cheon replies they're always short-staffed. The commander grumbles that these days, even C-rank soldiers get recruited by guilds. They spend so much time training talent, only for them to be snatched away. He chuckles and guesses Cheon is here for Sergeant Choi Young-jun, but Cheon says he's actually on leave. However, he did find an interesting soldier while he was here. He sips his tea and mentions Hyunwook. The battalion commander, curious, asks again if he's an interesting soldier. Cheon answers that Corporal Lee Hyunwook. Just then, the commander looks out the window and sees Hyunwook running outside, panting, with someone chasing behind. The commander makes a call and casually asks someone to find out what Hyunwook used to do before he joined the army. Meanwhile, Junmo chasing after Hyunwook is panting too, clinging to him and asking if he can become strong like him. Hyunwook shoves him away, annoyed, telling him to stop clinging. He can barely stay upright himself, but Junmo doesn't give up, saying he wants to be just like him. Hyunwook thinks this kid can't even tell he's dying from exhaustion right now. Meanwhile, the commander hangs up with a grin and says it's not his fault. It's Hyunwook's the one making everyone around him so greedy. On a busy street, a mother is seen dealing with a street vendor while her young son suddenly gets distracted and runs off, chasing a small creature that looks like a monkey. It darts behind a nearby wall, and the boy, full of curiosity, follows without thinking twice. But as soon as he catches a proper look at it, his expression changes. It's not a monkey after all, as it's something else entirely. With a frightened face, he realizes it's a kobold, its sharp features and fierce eyes enough to make him freeze. Moments later, more creatures like it appear behind him, and the ambush begins. Meanwhile, back with our hero, Hyunwook stands silently in front of the battalion armory, dressed neatly in uniform. Seo Yuna beside him informs him that the battalion commander has acknowledged his performance and, as a reward, has granted him a few days off along with the right to choose a weapon. However, she also adds that the platoon leader doesn't trust him and never did. Hyunwook, thinking back to his previous life, remembers how uptight that man always was and figures nothing much has changed. He decides it doesn't matter anymore whether the man believes in him or not. What's important now is the present. Then Seo Yunha turns back and gives him a teasing look, pointing out that he seems quite full of himself. She says that the marking patterns found on the goblins near the gate were all identical, which clearly indicates that Hyunwook managed to stop the first wave of the goblin assault all by himself. She questions if that's even possible and looks at him with disbelief. Hyunwook, gripping a sword, simply states that this is the weapon he's going with. She then warns him not to pick something at random just because she's offering help and advises him to think carefully, saying she's backing him into a corner for his own good. But Hyunwook already knows what he's doing and insists that he likes this one. The weapon he chooses is known as the Cloud Blade. At first glance, it seems like a weak and almost useless item. It absorbs water and releases wet fog, but Hyunwook knows better. He remembers how, in his past life, Sergeant Choi Young-jun became famous using this very sword, and he's confident that its true power will reveal itself in time. In fact, the blade's real name is Dark Hand of the Cloudmaster. He recalls the ancient mythology, where alongside Huang Wung, 3 weather gods descended: Wind Lord, Rain Master, and Cloud Master. Among them, the Cloud Master was the one who controlled the clouds and carried a pitch-black hand, known as the Hand of Darkness. Upon closer interpretation, this hand symbolizes blades hidden in the mist, and those blades are none other than the weapons of the Thunder God himself. Once fully awakened, the sword becomes capable of summoning lightning strong enough to destroy even mid-sized monster engines on its own. With a powerful mix of steel and thunder, it becomes a weapon feared by many. Hyunwook tells himself that this time, he's going to be the one who takes it. Seo Eunha looks at him with slight disbelief, and says that a rusty sword like that seems too small a reward, especially for what he has accomplished. But Hyunwook doesn't mind. He replies that he doesn't have the time to search for a different weapon, and that this one is more than enough. She watches him with surprise, and right then, an emergency alarm blares throughout the base as it's a gate break at Itaewon. As chaos begins, everyone scrambles to respond, but Hyunwook stands completely still. Seo Eunha observes his calm expression and wonders if he had somehow expected this all along. His composed face tells her that he isn't surprised at all. Soon after, the Blue Flower Guild arrives on the scene, their members fully geared up and looking intimidating. A few soldiers stare in awe, clearly seeing them for the first time. One whispers that the guild has sent backup for this gate, and another remarks on their gear, pointing out that every piece looks like it's been custom-made. The admiration continues as one of them jokes that selling just a single piece of their equipment would be enough to buy a luxury building in Gangnam. Someone else daydreams about finishing service and getting into Blue Flower, imagining a future of showing off wealth and strength. While the others admire from a distance, Hyunwook is already giving orders. He informs the squad that this time, they're facing a kobold gate, and although kobolds might look small, they're notorious for using poison needles and gas, which often lead to heavier casualties than fighting large monsters. He warns the team that this is no time to relax or joke around, and when one soldier brushes off the seriousness, Hyunwook doesn't hesitate to remind him of the danger. He talks about the possibility of kobolds gouging out someone's eyes while they're still alive, and suddenly, the mood shifts. He tells the squad to inspect their gas masks properly, emphasizing how essential they are against poisonous gas. A soldier watching all of this mocks the group and says it almost looks like the trash units are holding strategy meetings now, and from a distance, someone could mistake them for an elite support squad. Another soldier just rolls his eyes. Hyunwook continues giving instructions and calls out to Jincheol, telling him not to be careless even if they're positioned at the rear. He reminds him that many kobolds escape through tight spaces like sewers and narrow pathways, and tells him to have his gas mask ready at all times. But Jincheol responds with a cocky attitude, saying he doesn't need advice from someone like Hyunwook. Hyunwook warns him seriously, but Jincheol laughs and calls him Mr. Commander of City Square. Clenching his teeth, Hyunwook snaps back, telling the squad to stop joking around and return to their senses. He reminds them that this isn't the first time they've faced a real-life threat, and that death is a real possibility. He explains that kobolds are small and agile, which is why they must install motion sensors near underground passages and narrow routes. He gives them 20 minutes to finish the task and then calls out Junmo, assigning him a specific role. As Junmo replies, the others begin whispering among themselves, noticing that Hyunwook seems unusually tense and serious today. Before anyone can react further, something suddenly strikes Hyunwook in the neck. A strange object sticks into his skin, and his body collapses to the ground. At the same time, an explosion erupts, releasing poison gas throughout the streets. The soldiers around him panic and scramble for their masks as the area is engulfed in toxic mist. Kobolds have launched a surprise attack. Hyunwook lies on the ground in pain, eyes stinging and voice weak, calling for help. A kobold stands over him, holding a weapon and staring coldly at his bleeding face. Just when things seem hopeless, Park Junmo arrives and knocks the kobold back, quickly asking if Hyunwook is okay. But Hyunwook, still gasping, sees the danger and yells for Junmo to run. Junmo, confused, hesitates for a moment. Hyunwook shouts at him again to put on his gas mask immediately. In the blink of an eye, the kobold charges forward and slashes Junmo, blood splashing through the air as Hyunwook screams his name in horror. In that moment, a painful memory hits him as he remembers how Junmo had died in his past life, trying to protect him from kobolds just like this. Later, once the poison fades slightly, soldiers report that the sensors have been installed in this area and ask if they should bring more. Hyunwook, still recovering, tells them that today's main battle will take place here, in the rear zone. He calls out to Junmo, and when he responds with a respectful, "Yes, sir," Hyunwook gives him new instructions. He tells Junmo that he'll signal him when the time is right, and when that happens, he should lead the square members away from the operation zone. Junmo looks surprised by the sudden plan, and right then, something unexpected happens. Desertion is announced. Someone is withdrawing from the battlefield without orders, a felony under military law with a 5-year prison sentence in Korea. Everyone freezes in disbelief, but Hyunwook, calm and determined, says this isn't desertion, it's strategy. Announcements echo across the base, grim and heavy. Reports come in from Delta. Zones 1 and 3 report no survivors. Zones 4, 5, and 6 follow with the same fate. Gamma Team checks in, also confirming 0 survivors. Then comes the report from Beta that a kobold nest has been found in Zone B9, with an estimated count of over 200 enemies. Troops begin moving in under wide-range magic formation, and infiltration into the marked point is completed. Once the formation stabilizes, the attack squad prepares to activate the magic circle and stand by. Kobolds, dozens of them, begin surrounding the area, watching with piercing eyes. Hyunwook holds his position and orders everyone to stay ready. Suddenly, one of the kobolds leaps onto the magic circle, slashing at it with its weapon. Instantly, the soldiers open fire as commanded, and the flames erupt from the circle, hurling the kobolds backward with violent force. Without wasting time, another order goes out, to stick motion sensors all the way to the back of the drains. The team scatters and follows the command quickly. In Zone 2, the sensors are in place. In Zone 5, Hyunwook finishes attaching the last one. As he marks the spot with aluminum tape, someone walks up behind him and questions what he's doing. Hyunwook salutes and replies that he's following the manual, placing sensors and marking elemental points. But the man scoffs, calling the entire effort a waste of time. He mocks Hyunwook for taking a kobold gate so seriously, especially when the elite Blue Flower Guild is already on site. This man is Lieutenant Lee Minwi, a mid-class wizard, and his tone is drenched in arrogance. He orders that the first platoon will begin operations in 20 minutes and tells the support squad to get into detox formation, acting as if their role is insignificant. But Hyunwook calmly responds that their assigned mission, as per the vice platoon commander, is to block any monsters that might escape toward civilian areas from the rear. Some soldiers nearby glance over, whispering that the platoon leader is acting up again, but they're more surprised that Private Lee is actually standing his ground. Lieutenant Minwi, clearly irritated, clenches his teeth and retorts bitterly that Hyunwook seems to have forgotten his place, just because the battalion commander has shown him a little favor. He mocks him for being the only one in the barracks with real battle experience, then jabs a finger toward him, claiming he only has one battle under his belt anyway. Hyunwook's face tightens with anger, and it's obvious that Minwi's words have hit a nerve. Just then, Sergeant Choi Seonha, a middle-class caster, steps in. She notices the tension and casually asks if something is wrong. Minwi stammers for a moment, clearly caught off guard. Hyunwook smirks inwardly, knowing this was exactly why he provoked Minwi in the first place. Sergeant Seonha is his weakness, and her presence disrupts Minwi's authority. Minwi tries to play it off, pretending he was only trying to guide the support squad through the site and teach them about real combat situations. He laughs it off and then turns to ask Seonha why she's here. She replies that the battalion commander has requested Hyunwook's presence. That gets Hyunwook's attention. He wonders if it's really him who sent the call. Meanwhile, from a nearby building, members of the support squad are quietly observing the entire exchange through a telescope. Their eyes are focused on Hyunwook and the platoon leader, watching things unfold. Seonha, noticing Hyunwook's frustration, softly tells him not to let Minwi's behavior get to him. He nods, saying he still has more work to do. She offers to finish setting up the rest of the sensors so they can move quickly. Hyunwook grows more anxious by the second. Time is slipping away, and he starts wondering what the battalion commander is really up to. Back on the rooftop, one of the soldiers watching asks if it's even allowed for their attack squad to be deployed in a kobold raid when they're technically under the battalion commander's direct orders. Seo Yunha casually, replying that a commander's orders aren't to be questioned. Soldiers are meant to follow them without debate. At the temporary command post, Hyunwook finally arrives and announces his presence, stating that he was called for. The battalion commander looks at him with a serious expression, and Hyunwook is surprised to find First Lieutenant Cheon Myongho standing beside him. The commander gets straight to the point. He informs Hyunwook that he's assigning him to take the place of Choi Young-jun, currently on leave, and act as the temporary squad leader of the 1st platoon for the 2nd strike wave on the Kobold Gate. Hyunwook can barely hide his shock. In his previous life, this commander had never even acknowledged him. Why now? He tries to reason with him. He explains that since arriving at the base, he's only worked in the support squad and has never taken part in a real mission like this. He says it doesn't make sense to risk the lives of the 1st platoon in an actual battle without proper leadership or preparation. But the battalion commander simply replies that it's an order. Just as the weight of that decision sinks in, a new report comes in from Delta. The boss monster has exited the kobold nest. All personnel on red ground zones 2 and 3 are ordered to stay alert. Hyunwook's thoughts race. He knows kobolds will soon break past the front and rush the rear. If he doesn't make it in time, the entire support squad could be wiped out. He grits his teeth and tells himself he has to get out of there, no matter what. He turns back to the battalion commander and says he has something important to say. The commander allows it, nodding for him to speak. For a moment, Hyunwook stays silent. Elsewhere, on the rooftop, Seo Eunha is still watching. She then notices movement and quickly removes the lens cover, realizing that Hyunwook has taken off running. His pace is fast, almost desperate. Hyunwook yells down to alert the others about the gas. Alarms suddenly blare, emergency lights flash, and gas begins to spread rapidly through the air. Poison seeps into the streets, covering the area in thick fog. Hyunwook sees it happening and curses under his breath. It's happening faster than he remembers. At the temporary command post, Hyunwook approaches the battalion commander with something on his mind. He recalls rumors that during the commander's first mission, every soldier in his platoon had died. That memory alone has always stayed with him. So now, it just doesn't sit right with him that someone like the commander, once respected, is ordering him, a lone corporal from the overlooked city support squad, to risk his life in a combat test. He wonders if the battalion commander, whom he once admired, really sees regular soldiers as disposable pieces on a battlefield. The commander begins to explain that things aren't as they seem, that there's a reason why the attack squad is directly under his command. But before he can finish, Hyunwook cuts in with determination burning inside. He makes it clear that if following orders means sacrificing his comrades, then he won't comply. He's even willing to lay down his life for the mission, but not at the cost of innocent soldiers. The silence between them grows thick, and one of the soldiers yells out that disobeying orders during wartime could cost him his life. Hyunwook knows that well, and still, he can't shake the feeling that if he doesn't go now, the entire rear guard will be wiped out. After a moment, the battalion commander sighs and grants him permission to proceed with the original support mission. Internally, Hyunwook is caught off guard. He didn't expect the commander to bend, but the commander reminds him that he still disobeyed orders, and there will be consequences. Later, as they move into the danger zone, toxic gas begins to spread everywhere. He immediately covers his face and secures his gas mask. Cursing the situation under his breath, he rummages through his military-issued inventory pouch, pulls out his weapon, and activates it with water and oil. It's the Cloud Blade, a sword that absorbs water and emits a misty fog. The blade begins to shimmer, pulling moisture from the air. Visibility drops to nearly zero, and panic sets in. He thinks he might be too late. Somewhere nearby, he hears screams. Private An Min-tae is under attack, crying out for help. Junmo, holding his weapon, spots the kobold lunging at An Min-tae and fires just in time, causing the monster to fall back. With blood pouring from his own side, Junmo yells for the support squad to get An Min-tae inside a supply box with emergency barriers. Another soldier drags An Min-tae's bleeding body, announcing that he's been secured. Meanwhile, the vice platoon leader is frozen, overwhelmed and barely responsive. Junmo tries to snap her out of it, realizing that she's still young, barely in her 20s, and this is her first real mission. He feels powerless, unable to protect the others. Then, the grim reality hits him. They're almost out of ammunition, and the kobolds are closing in. Fear settles in, but suddenly something sparks in his mind. He wonders what Corporal Lee Hyunwook would do in a situation like this. That thought gives him clarity. As one soldier tries to resuscitate An Min-tae and calls for help, Junmo pulls out a hammer-like weapon from his pack. Another soldier warns they're completely out of bullets, but Junmo doesn't care. He notices the kobolds seem attracted to shiny objects. That gives him an idea. He decides to act as bait and orders everyone to retreat with the wounded and the vice leader. No one understands him at first, but he insists that it's his order as the acting vice leader. He raises the hammer and recalls Hyunwook's words, that the Blue Flower Guild is stationed just beyond the red ground. He instructs them to run the moment he signals. With all the kobolds now staring at him, he dashes off, yelling inside that even though his electric powers are weak, he'll use them to save lives. He runs with all his strength, the kobolds chasing right behind him. In a dramatic moment, a surge of blue energy surrounds the horde. In an instant, every kobold is cut down, their bodies collapsing in a splash of blood. Junmo, still running, stumbles right into Hyunwook and falls. Hyunwook tells him he heard everything. Then, with his cloud blade raised high, the spreading mist begins to neutralize the toxic gas. Junmo, catching his breath, is stunned. He admits he was only trying to mimic Hyunwook's bravery and got carried away. But Hyunwook smiles and tells him he did incredibly well. Junmo's eyes begin to fill with tears. As more kobolds approach in the distance, Hyunwook turns to him and expresses genuine pride. He says that Junmo's courage has set the stage beautifully, and now, since such a feast has been prepared, it's only right that he goes all in and devours the enemy with everything he's got. As he lifts his blade toward the sky, an intense energy courses from his fingertips. A sharp wave slices through the air, cutting across the kobolds' throats in a flash. A glowing blue circle forms around him, spinning like a protective barrier while bringing down nearby enemies. Their fallen bodies shimmer with crystal fragments scattered across the ground. He stares at the crystals and, with a slight grin, thinks they almost look good enough to eat. Junmo, nearby, wonders if he's seriously talking about the kobolds. But before he can reflect more, a fierce roar echoes and more of them are charging. Hyunwook braces himself, thinking how unfortunate it is that he can't eat thanks to the mess they're in. Then, looking at the advancing group, he casually asks where their boss is. The kobolds grow even more furious. Their foreheads glow red and their eyes narrow in rage. He throws them a challenging look, and suddenly they glance behind them. That's when he realizes something. No way, he thinks. Without wasting another second, he grabs his weapon and starts sprinting. He yells internally that Park Junmo must run, and fast. The squad is in serious danger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuna is struggling to see through the thick gas. It's impossible to track anything clearly, and at this rate, support won't be able to arrive in time. She orders the attack team to stay in position and shoot anything that tries to break through the gas barrier. The Blue Flower Guild must hold the line to protect civilians. A soldier acknowledges the command and adjusts his aim, asking if she's heading somewhere. She doesn't answer, but in her mind, she knows Lee Hyunwook seemed far too prepared, like he'd expected this chaos. There's something she needs to confirm. She puts on her gas mask and leaps from the rooftop. Elsewhere, chaos erupts near the military box. Seona is crying, begging for help, while the others try desperately to stabilize Private An Min-tae. His pulse is weak and he's barely breathing. A soldier pleads for the vice platoon leader to get a grip. One tries to bind a wound while another performs CPR, but there's a growing concern and something is tearing through the box's barrier. A terrifying energy surrounds it, and the soldiers realize it's not just any kobold, it's their master, casting a powerful spell with all his might. Panic rises as the soldiers feel the box losing its shield. They spot a swarm of kobolds rushing toward them, and dread spreads through the group. One soldier whispers they might really be finished. Just then, a figure breaks through the smoke with a furious shout. It's Hyunwook, charging forward, weapon in hand. He shouts internally that this is his squad. He hurls his weapon at the kobold master, who narrowly dodges it. But the blade curves and strikes the weapon slung across the kobold's back, cracking it. The master turns, eyes burning with anger, his mouth curled in a snarl. The mark on his head glows brighter, and the other kobolds react instantly, rushing forward in rage. Hyunwook gasps. There are too many, and they're too fast. He grabs Junmo, tells him to drop low, and prepares for a counter. He activates mental control, a skill that amplifies speed, but it drains too much energy. To compensate, he borrows power from Junmo's banked energy, barely managing to dodge the incoming strikes. A system warning flashes that he's lost control of the M7 Greatsword. Behind them, the kobold mage turns. Hyunwook realizes this creature isn't just another monster, as it's the one manipulating all the others. That makes it even more dangerous. It's not safe to have Junmo by his side in this fight. He orders him to retreat and focus on protecting the supply box. Junmo hesitates but agrees. When he asks for a signal, Hyunwook tells him there is none. Just run. Junmo bolts as instructed. The kobolds, furious, begin launching weapons from their backs again. Hyunwook quickly uses mental control to redirect them midair. He dives behind the barrier of the box, watching the final weapon spin toward him. The mage grins from the shadows, but Hyunwook manages to avoid a direct hit. Breathing heavily, he glances at the injured soldiers and sees Junmo rushing over. Junmo reports that An Min-tae is still unconscious. Hyunwook's heart sinks. He looks around for their medic, Seonha. She's curled in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. He realizes she's in the middle of a full-blown panic attack. Without their healer, everyone might die. He calls her name, and she lifts her head, her face streaked with tears. He meets her eyes and pleads with her through his expression alone. They're still in the middle of a battle, and lives are depending on her now. Hyunwook turns to her with urgency in his voice, asking if she really plans to live the rest of her life drowning in regret. He knows all too well how terrifying that kind of life can be. While she sobs and looks at him, something stirs in the air. A pulse of energy bursts out, catching the attention of the kobolds from afar. A soft yellow light begins to glow as she finally channels her power. Hyunwook watches her closely and asks how the injured soldier is doing. She admits he's lost too much blood, partly because she froze earlier, but now she refuses to give up. He nods with quiet relief and thanks her. Turning to Junmo and the others, he informs them that he'll be borrowing their greatswords. Junmo, uneasy, catches on to what he's about to do, and his expression darkens. But Hyunwook just grits his teeth and says it's time to return the kobold's gift back to them, with interest. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, a luxury car rolls down the street. Inside, a young woman lounges with her legs crossed, chatting on her phone. She ends the call excitedly, saying something incredible has just happened. Without noticing, a spider crawls across her shoulder. She calmly brushes it off and remarks to herself that she'll need to make an appearance, perhaps offer her condolences. She's heading straight toward Itaewon. Back on the battlefield, Hyunwook stands tall, sword in hand, surrounded by blue-tinged blades floating in midair. The kobolds watch the display with alarm. At the edge of the area, their hidden guest steps into view, stepping directly onto a sensor marker. The dark mage kobold spots her from a distance, baring his teeth in a wicked grin and raising his weapon toward Hyunwook. But Hyunwook doesn't flinch. He keeps his gaze low, slowly lifting his sword with purpose. He thinks to himself that the prey has walked right into the trap. Everything is set up just as planned. The boxes, the sensors, the field pattern. The only unpredictable part was a small section of Zone A, mishandled by the vice platoon leader. But that doesn't matter now. He declares to himself that once the leader behind all of this is taken down, the game will be over. Activating mental detection, he scans the area for any unfamiliar metals. Anything that doesn't belong within the grid must be kobold related. He focuses his mind, tapping into mental control, a skill that consumes mana and allows him to manipulate metal, even increasing its weight if needed. He channels energy through his raised sword, sending shockwaves through the field. The blue light swirls around the kobolds before slicing through them like a storm. One of the blades races toward the kobold mage, but the monster quickly casts a spell, creating a magical shield in front of him. Hyunwook studies the barrier closely, his expression sharpening. With another sharp movement, he launches a second wave. Multiple great swords circle in on the mage, but the creature grits his teeth and summons all his power. The air rips apart as he holds back the weapons with everything he has. Undeterred, Hyunwook thrusts his arm forward again, fury blazing in his eyes. He demands his swords back, shouting in his mind as he forcefully uses mental control once more. A system alert suddenly flashes. His M7 greatsword is now bound by a weight beyond its controllable limit. Realizing brute force won't work, he prepares himself for another wave of attacks. The kobolds' marks begin glowing again, and they start launching metallic projectiles from their backs. Dozens of weapons hurtle toward him. He throws his arm in front of his face to block, but some pierce his limbs and armor. The mage signals his underlings, and the entire pack charges forward in unison. Hyunwook, now covered in cuts and embedded blades, grins through the pain. He nearly believes it's all over, just like in his past life. But no, not this time. He activates body strengthening, and the arrows embedded in his body drop to the ground like dead weight. If not for that skill, he knows he would have been finished. Now, with renewed strength, the great swords encircle the mage in a deadly spiral. He swings his arms in a crossed motion, unleashing a whirlwind of sharpened metal. A massive storm of blades spins into a blue tornado, sweeping through the remaining kobolds and tearing them apart. When the dust settles, Hyunwook stands still with arms folded, breathing steadily. Only one enemy remains, the kobold dark mage. Hyunwook locks eyes with the last standing foe, calling him out silently in his head. Now it's time to end this. The mage kobold clenches his sharp teeth and releases a thick cloud of toxic gas that quickly spreads through the area. Hyunwook stands right in front of him, shielding himself with his arm. His mind flashes with thoughts of how useless struggling seems now. He remembers how much effort he put into making sure this kobold would be the last one standing. The other square members had already turned their backs on him. They would probably curse him even more now. He starts using mental detection, staying alert, while the kobold remains still. Our guy wonders why there's no movement yet. He lowers his arm slightly, staying alert. Just then, the mage kobold's spell finally activates. A strange energy forms at his feet, gripping them tightly and pulling him to the ground. The kobold grins again, pleased to have caught his opponent. Hyunwook falls and lies there, pinned by the magical grip. Then his body is yanked upwards into the sky, flung by the kobold like a rag doll. A splash of toxic gas explodes midair, scattering over the nearby buildings. The kobold stands below watching, but then our guy's voice echoes. The kobold's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees our guy standing tall again, unfazed. His foot is planted into the ground, and his legs shine with reinforced strength. Blood runs down from the corner of his mouth, his teeth clenched in fury. Memories of betrayal and pain flash in his mind. He's been having too many of those lately. The kobold, weapon in hand, suddenly vanishes. Hyunwook senses the movement and turns sharply just as the kobold appears behind him. His mind flashes back to every painful moment he'd been stabbed in the back, both physically and emotionally. Rage boils inside him. He activates his strengthening transformation and lashes out with a brutal kick to the kobold's face, followed by a powerful sword strike that sends the creature flying across the battlefield. A cold satisfaction settles in as our guy finally feels the weight of revenge beginning to lift. He thinks about all the times he imagined this moment, the day he'd get payback on these backstabbers. The mage kobold is the first one down. It feels like justice. Toxic gas still leaks from the kobold's wounds as he lies on the floor. Our guy's cracked voice reminds himself that with the mask now broken, the kobold can no longer cast that annoying magic. A smirk forms as he prepares for the final blow, deciding it's time to cure that lingering PTSD for good. Blue energy gathers and blasts toward the kobold, ending him in a blink. The mage's weapon falls to the ground, and the container of toxic gas shatters into pieces. The creature lies motionless, but Hyunwook, still seething, doesn't stop. He grabs the kobold by the face, lifts him up, and stares coldly. He remembers every painful year he spent like a cripple because of this monster. The image of Park Junmo's death comes back. That friend had sacrificed himself in the past timeline. This is payback. Still gripping the kobold, our guy thrusts the cloud blade into his chest. The blade begins absorbing the blood, glowing as it fills with mysterious energy. Nearby, a dagger lies on the ground. Hyunwook picks it up, thinking the revenge isn't complete just yet. One last move remains. He slashes the kobold's face with the dagger, the same scar the creature once left on his. The kobold finally dies, the cloud blade still buried in his body, continuing to collect the dark energy. When the energy is full, the weapon's hidden power will awaken. Our guy breathes deeply, telling himself that this is the first moment from his past he has finally changed. Toxic fumes still drift through the air, but now he stands beside the kobold's body, eyes catching something glinting on the ground nearby. It's a medal. He picks it up and is immediately notified. It's called the Devil's Medallion, Inferno. The name hits him hard. It's a rare item, said to hold the power of the demon races, the highest-ranked medal in its series. Hyunwook feels a chill run down his spine. Why would it appear here? This item, he remembers, belonged to him, the Necromancer, the worst villain in human history. That man's undead army had turned the world into hell. Hyunwook reflects on how little was known about him, except for one shared growth trait. Back in his past life, he had hidden his ability to rank up from F because of the Necromancer. He'd barely survived that battle at the Blue Lava Golem workshop, and all he'd gotten was a cheap replica of this very medallion, and he wonders why it is the real one here. Hyunwook stares at it, fists tightening. Something doesn't add up. He figures he'll figure it out later. For now, he shoves the medallion into his mouth, preparing to absorb it. But before he can finish, a familiar voice calls out behind him. He freezes that it's Yunha. Panic creeps in. Sweat beads on his forehead. He wonders how much she saw. As he turns around, he notices someone else standing beside her. A new face greets him, and the woman compliments the battle and introduces herself as Catherine Yu, head of the Soul Attack Unit from the Blue Flower Guild. Yuna watches him closely, asking what he's hiding. He pretends not to understand, replying calmly while secretly trying to figure out how much she actually saw. Before he can settle into his thoughts, the Catherine claps her hands and compliments the battle, saying she only caught a glimpse from afar, but it looked impressive. Her tone shifts as she turns to Yunha and mentions how she's all grown up now, referring to her as the third daughter of the Paladin chapter. Yuna responds with authority, introducing herself as the captain of the 1st Battalion Attack Squad from the 3rd AMT Brigade. She reminds the woman that this area is a military zone and civilians have no business being here. Catherine, unfazed, walks over to Hyunwook and introduces herself. She's Catherine Yu, the head of Soul's Attack Unit from the Blue Flower Guild. Handing over her card, she casually reveals her identity, Yu Haina, the second daughter of the Blue Flower Guild's leader and an A-rank player. Hyunwook glances at the card, pretending to be surprised, but inside he already knows who she is. In fact, of all the names from his past life, hers is burned into his memory the deepest. She wasn't just some guild leader's daughter. Instead, she had once played a huge part in the destruction of mankind. There's no way he could forget her, even if he wanted to. His memories swirl back to the day Yuna stood in front of him, radiating strength and telling him to stay alive at all costs. That version of Yuna had protected him until her last breath, and it had been Yuhaina who killed her. Back in the present, Yuhaina hints that a great opportunity is within his grasp. He clenches his wrist, caught between old wounds and current confusion. Una keeps her distance but remains firm, reminding Yuhaina again that this is a restricted zone. Yuhaina turns sharply, annoyed by the military formality, saying soldiers should know how to properly address someone of her status. She insists she should be recognized as the department head of the Soul Attack Unit, not just some civilian. The tension between them thickens. Hyunwook stands uncomfortably between the two women, unsure where to look. Just then, a car rolls up with headlights flashing. A moment later, the battalion commander steps out. Yuna salutes him immediately and reports, but he gestures for silence while gripping his weapon. His eyes scan the toxic gas still lingering and the kobold corpses scattered on the ground. Hyunwook begins to sweat, realizing things might get messy fast. He knows there's no way to explain this cleanly. The commander's serious expression makes it clear he expects answers. Then surprisingly, the commander greets Yuhaina. He acknowledges the Blue Flower Guild's support, but firmly states that unauthorized entry into military zones isn't allowed, even for high-ranking civilians. He politely asks her to leave. Yuhaina, visibly annoyed, mutters under her breath about how rigid soldiers are. She dramatically plants a lipstick-stamped business card on a nearby surface, winks at Hyunwook, and tells him to give her a call. With that, she turns away. The commander shifts his attention to Hyunwook and suddenly promotes him on the spot. He announces that Hyunwook will now serve as the squad commander for the Kobold operation, tasking him with rescuing any remaining survivors and organizing the team. Hyunwook stands there stunned, wondering what the commander could possibly be thinking. The commander also says he expects a debriefing later that day, to be given in person. Hyunwook nods, still trying to wrap his head around how fast the situation flipped. He catches Yuna's eyes from a distance. She looks at him, and he looks back, quietly thinking that somehow he managed to escape this crisis, at least for now. A week goes by and it's now the 1st Battalion of the 3rd AMT Brigade. Hyun-wook receives a notification that the absorption of the Devil's Medallion, Inferno, is finally complete. His controllable metal weight has increased by nearly 500 grams. A strange sensation builds in his abdomen, something like a hidden chamber forming inside him. He's warned that intense pain is likely. He braces for it, remembering how painful it had been the last time. This body still isn't strong enough. He stumbles into a bathroom, clutching his stomach, barely breathing through the pain. A moment later, someone appears outside the door. He opens it slowly and sees Junmo standing there. Junmo teases him, assuming he's hiding something inside. Hyun-wook tries to deny it while holding his stomach, but Junmo keeps joking. Hyun-wook insists it's not what it looks like. The Kobold Gate that had been underestimated had come at a high cost. There were many casualties. Thankfully, Sergeant Choi Seonha and Private An Min-tae made it out of critical condition and were sent to the military hospital. After that incident, Hyun-wook gave up the idea of doing everything alone. He began training the support squad so they could at least defend themselves in emergencies. But this decision came with 2 problems. First, Seonha began bothering him constantly after that day. Second, the material commander started pressuring him to stop working as a non-commissioned officer and become a commissioned officer instead. The commander even claimed that the Itaewon operation proved Hyun-wook was the ideal candidate for his vision, a military where rank didn't matter. Hyun-wook didn't know why he was being dragged into someone else's dream, but he promised to think about it during his vacation. 3 weeks pass, and the vacation finally starts. On the first day at Seoul Station, he receives another message. He's unlocked a new skill, Breath Room. The skill has 2 effects. One increases the speed of metal absorption. The other allows him to store metal inside his body and release it as a fire breath attack. But achieving this came with side effects, mainly people continuing to assume he's doing strange things in the restroom. He looks at himself in the mirror, feeling the pressure. He knows he's not yet strong enough for the next gate, and the world outside is already asking tough questions. News spreads and people are demanding to know if Seoul Station will be abandoned. The military and authorities haven't given a clear response. Hyun-wook feels the weight of it all. If he doesn't improve, he really might die next time. He tells himself that this vacation must be used to prepare fully. Now is the time to truly change the future. Later, Seonha, standing nearby with a cigarette, complains about how long it's been since her last vacation. She struggles with her lighter, cursing under her breath. Just then, she spots Hyun-wook and walks up to him, asking if he has a lighter. He stares at her in disbelief and calls her name. Seonha feels a bit embarrassed as she realizes she might have let her real personality slip out. The train arrives and the atmosphere becomes awkward, and for a while, silence lingers between her and our guy sitting beside her on the train. She tries to break the tension by bringing up his vacation, guessing it must be his first one in a while, and that his parents must be happy. But he tells her that his parents passed away when he was a kid. She looks at him with concern, but he simply shares how, although childhood was tough and lonely, adulthood brought him close to people who feel like family. He explains that his friends and co-workers are the ones who constantly push and support him. Calling them comrades feels just right. Their train eventually reaches at Yeongdeungpo. With just 4 days and 3 nights of vacation, he begins thinking seriously about the future. The first step in his preparation is clear that he needs money. A small smile forms on his face as he stands before a massive poster of the Blue Tree Guild that reads, "We support our players." He mentions that the honor of Blue Tree is already a multi-trillionaire, a man named Gordon Tracy. With a serious face, he reflects on how Gordon bought powerful people and players, collected high-level gear, and gradually gained full control of the system. Thinking back, he realizes one core reason they lost to the villains was money. Even if matching Gordon's wealth is impossible, he tells himself that having just enough to survive this money game is a must. He already knows where and when the important future events will take place, and which ones will bring in massive profits. As banners of the Blue Tree fill the buildings and streets, he decides that smart early investments could give him an edge. But for that, he needs someone trustworthy, someone who won't cheat him at any cost. Heading toward the Hope Guild, he climbs the stairs, thinking about who he can trust with this responsibility. Just then, a loud voice breaks his thoughts and it's someone's yelling angrily. He pauses and looks toward the noise. A man is grabbing another man by the collar, yelling at him and threatening to hit him. The man being scolded tries to defend himself, saying he's been trying to find jobs, but the other one cuts him off, furious about being offered guard duties at events, calling it humiliating. As both men notice Hyun-wook standing at the door, their expressions change. The one being yelled at greets him nervously, while the aggressive one, who is Wonchul, instantly changes his tone. He lets go of the shirt and walks over with a fake smile, recognizing him as the Tin Can pilot. The two shake hands, recalling their past. Wonchul introduces himself as an awakened player now, and our guy responds politely, though deep down, he knows there's no friendly connection between them. The mood shifts as Wonchul mocks him, pretending their past didn't exist. But old memories hit hard. Back in school, Wonchul had once humiliated him in front of everyone and mocking his powers, slapping him across the face, and calling him a loser. Those words, that slap, that shame, it all comes back. In the present, Wanchul, now a strong player of the Hope Guild, grits his teeth, threatening to beat him just like in school. He wants to show dominance again. But this time, Hyunwook stands still, unbothered. As Wanchul prepares to hit him, a sudden shift in energy fills the room. Blue energy sparks around our guy, and weapons zoom in from all directions. A pen, a dagger, all pulsing with energy, aiming dangerously close to Wanchul. Calmly, he tells Wanchul that while he might not win today, he can definitely leave him half-crippled and injured so badly, he'd feel like he'd been hit by a full army unit. Wanchul, shaken, clenches his teeth, his confidence cracked. Just then, someone enters the room, reminding our guy that they need to leave soon for an event. With a snap, the weapons drop to the ground. He instantly switches his expression and apologizes to Wanchul, pretending it was all a joke. Then, without warning, he hugs him tightly, leaning in close and whispering about how the White Tiger Guild kicked Wanchul out after he wet himself and ran away during his first raid. That memory from the past flashes, the yelling, the fear, the shame. Wanchul freezes, furious but unable to react. Our guy reminds him that making a scene by picking a fight with a low-ranked player won't help his image. He's doing him a favor, really. Later, inside the apartment, the two sit at a table. His friend, still in disbelief, asks if the stock tips he gave were real. Our guy remains calm as his friend checks the data on an iPad. Seeing the numbers, he bursts out, stunned by the life-changing opportunity. Somewhere else, the numbers of players are growing restless. One of them complains that instead of wasting time guarding, they should try raiding a gate at least once. Another guard tells him to relax, but the first one keeps ranting. That's when a car pulls up, and an angry man storms in, yelling at them for making noise in a reserved area. He walks up to Wanchul, shouting insults and mocking his age and literacy, furious that zones were messed up again. Before he can finish, Wanchul punches him so hard he flies backward. Blood splashes everywhere. Shocked guards freeze as the punches continue, each one heavier than the last. With his face covered in blood and eyes burning red, Wanchul stands over the man asking him to search for Hyunwook, yelling with rage. His voice echoes as he screams out the name of Hyunwook and he swears that he'll kill him. Meanwhile, with our boy, Park Cheol-soo mentions that if these stocks really soar like those figures show, it'd be life-changing. However, he admits it's tough to accept so easily. It's a natural reaction that anyone would feel skeptical if someone suddenly claimed to help them make such huge profits. He wonders if maybe someone gave Hyunwook this info just to keep an eye on him. In response, Hyunwook calmly asks if, based on everything so far, Cheol-soo thinks he's trustworthy. Without hesitation, Cheol-soo responds that he does. Still, Hyunwook reflects silently to himself that, apart from the source being his past life, everything he's said is real. He reminds himself that Cheol-soo needs to believe him. Eventually, he just nods and insists it's all true. Right then, Cheol-soo checks a message on his phone and, after reading it, finally accepts that it's legit. Hyunwook tells him that he also wants to hand over his investment to him, 20 million won. It isn't an enormous amount, but it's something his parents left behind. Cheol-soo is surprised and asks if Hyunwook genuinely has faith in him. He thanks him, then adds that nobody in the world is truly talentless nowadays. Talent is simply what people call a superpower. He tells Hyunwook not to be too hard on himself and suggests they just hang in there until their talents are recognized too. Hyunwook thinks to himself that this investment is his way of repaying Cheol-soo for the only warmth he ever received in his past life, back when he had nothing. He knows that in the future, humanity will come into contact with otherworldly beings who can communicate. The technology gained from them will be a game changer in the Gate War. That's why he needs someone skilled in understanding these beings, someone who can share that knowledge with him. Later, Hyunwook walks through Yeongdeungpo Blacksmith Alley. He asks the blacksmith about the price of a mana stone. The blacksmith casually asks how much he has in mind. Hyunwook thinks about how this is his second preparation for the future. With 7 dwarven artisans, he plans to craft his very first master-grade item. He wants to secure these blacksmiths before any villains realize their true value. Soon, he arrives at artisan Kang Jong-doo's workshop and greets him. The artisan responds while still focused on crafting a javelin. Hyunwook notices the weapon and realizes it's a javelin made of Ori Halcon. Though it looks rough, it's the same spear that will later pierce the heart of Dragon Terax. He now understands why this rundown shop became the birthplace of a master-grade weapon. Suddenly, a girl appears and, after spotting Hyunwook, throws out a sarcastic remark while calling him crusty. Jongdu scolds her lightly while asking how she could speak to a customer like that. She brushes it off while saying he does the same anyway. Hyunwook recognizes her that it's his old comrade, Kang Baekseol. She stares at his fancy trench coat and Laurent boots, clearly surprised by his style. Then she quickly changes her tone while realizing he's no average guy. She eagerly asks what he needs, clearly excited. Hyunwook knows her obsession with money is typical for a dwarf, and now that he has her attention, he plans to earn her trust. She's practically ecstatic when she sees he's spending 18 million won while calling him a boss instead of a customer. Kang Jong-do, on the other hand, seems skeptical. He points out that Hyunwook isn't a mage, so buying toxic magic metals and Mistral tungsten alloy beads seems pointless. He wonders if the money will just rot unused. Baek-sol cuts in while telling her grandfather to chill. Hyunwook must have some use for it. Hyunwook nods while saying it's just what he needs, and that he'll be back for more trades. Kang Jong-do agrees, while Baek-seol cheerfully tells him to return soon. Hyunwook quietly thinks to himself that he's sorry. Unlike their other comrades, he'll be pulling her back into the fight again. She waves him off with a friendly, "See you next time," and Hyunwook silently promises to protect her no matter what this time around. With the end of his vacation approaching, he plans to build up his poison resistance and improve how much metal weight he can control. Normally this would have taken much longer, but now he has a new skill: breath room, fire. Suddenly, he receives a system warning that extreme pain is being inflicted. The alerts keep coming, but he just groans and tells them to shut up. He already knows. He braces himself and mutters that there's not much time before the Seoul Station gate. He has to endure. He has to consume it all. He must hold on. Hyunwook can't afford to stop now. 2 days later, a young guy mentions to Wonchul that Hyunwook's still locked in there. No idea what he's doing, but he hasn't come out in 2 days straight. Just then, Hyunwook gets a notification that he's been poisoned by various toxic elements. He checks his stats and sees he's gained Tier 2 poison resistance, not as high as he hoped, but it's enough. He now has the strength to carry about 60 daggers, and with it, a new skill: Metal Smash. He realizes this powerful move can destroy almost any gear in a single hit. Gaining this ability alone makes everything worth it. Suddenly, Wonchul shows up and notices him. He's surprised Hyunwook isn't even shocked. He sneers, saying Hyunwook must be hiding out here, but Hyunwook calmly reminds him he's a soldier with many rules to follow. He tells him to leave. Wonchul doesn't buy it. He thinks Hyunwook's just making excuses now that he feels cornered. He threatens him and declares he's going to end him, but as soon as he sees Hyunwook's body, he's taken aback. Hyunwook tells him to move the fight outside. He doesn't want civilians to get dragged in. Wonchul laughs bitterly while saying how dare he act bold to the end. Maybe 2 days ago it was an act, but today it's real. They begin to clash. In the middle of it, Hyunwook asks just one thing: that why go this far, when it doesn't even compare to what Wonchul did to him. Wonchul mocks him, calling him cocky for landing one lucky strike. He tells him to stop looking at him with those eyes. Hyunwook notes to himself that Wonchul doesn't even care about the civilians around. He realizes then his enemy isn't focused just on him. To avoid any more damage, Hyunwook suddenly sprints away. Wonchul, caught off guard, yells after him while chasing with full rage. He's not backing down. He wants to kill Hyunwook no matter what. Wonchul watches closely as Hyunwook uses strengthening body transformation, metal control, and then skill chain. Right away, he notices that Hyunwook changes direction in midair, something that grabs his attention. At that moment, Hyunwook thinks to himself that he might not be able to fly as freely as he could in his past life. However, by linking strengthening body transformation with metal control, he's able to move his body with this much control. After observing that, Wonchul remarks that the military might have handed Hyunwook some cheap buffs, but in his eyes, these little tricks are still useless. Meanwhile, people in a nearby building catch sight of the scene and start murmuring while wondering what's even happening. They question if those people down there are actually players. During the battle, Wonchul challenges Hyunwook while asking if he's just going to keep dodging like a coward. He provokes him while calling him out to fight just like before. While that happens, the folks in the building warn others not to go down to the first floor. They think a group of players is making a mess down there, so they mention they've already reported it and decide to wait it out. As the chaos builds, Hyunwook becomes aware of the civilians watching everything. Being a military officer, he realizes he can't fight back too fiercely if someone innocent gets hurt. It might mess up his whole plan for the Seoul Station gate. Wonchul, while picking up on this, brings it up and notes how many people are watching them. Then he figures, if the crowd is a problem, he just needs to erase the problem. Hyunwook, now worried, questions if Wonchul plans to destroy the building and reminds him there are innocent civilians inside. Wonchul brushes it off while saying those people don't matter to him. But then he adds that they do matter because to him, Hyunwook and the others are all trash, and the crowd is just part of the same mess. He rants that if they irritate him, they deserve whatever's coming. He tells Hyunwook to squirm all he wants if he's so desperate to stop him. At that moment, Hyunwook snaps. He tells himself that Wonchul crossed the line, and now it's time to end his life as a player. Without hesitation, he strikes Wonchul's leg with force. The hit is brutal, and Wonchul screams in pain. His leg breaks from the impact of Hyunwook's metal smash, and blood pours from the wound. Wonchul backs off while panicking and warning Hyunwook not to come any closer. But Hyunwook, while keeping his cool, says he's going to ask one last time that why is he going this far. Wonchul, clearly unbothered, responds by scoffing at the question. He makes it clear that if something as annoying as a mosquito dares to bother him, he'll crush it without thinking twice. Hearing that, Hyunwook understands something deeper. He believes that someone like Wonchul, who was thrown out from a group of strong players, is only acting out of frustration. He mutters that players drunk on their own ego and superiority never deserve that title because those types always turn into villains in the end. Wonchul, now enraged, snaps and questions what someone as worthless as Hyunwook thinks he can actually do. He mocks him for acting like he's something special, and calls him a nobody. But Hyunwook doesn't flinch. He warns him calmly that he'd better never show his face again. If he does, next time it won't stop at just breaking a leg. Wonchul freezes in disbelief, clearly stunned by what just happened. Meanwhile, Hyunwook quietly mutters to himself that Wonchul should feel lucky he's dealing with a military officer. He reminds himself that it's true. He can't let someone like Wonchul ruin his opportunity to rescue comrades and bring down the villains. In his official report, he simply explains that he tried to stop Wonchul, nothing more. Later on, at the Awakened Task Force, Hyunwook meets with an officer who points out that his story lines up with what the witnesses claimed. The man notes that Wonchul is known to be both dangerous and cruel, and honestly, Hyunwook got off easy. He adds that it's rare for someone with such a low rank to walk away from a fight like that without even a scratch. Hyunwook nods and mentions that it was only because his greave suddenly activated at the right time. The officer then informs him that he's free to go. Hyunwook expresses his thanks and thinks to himself that he always saw the F rank as a burden. He never thought it would end up helping him stay out of trouble like this. But just then, a junior officer hurries over to the senior one while calling his attention to something. He reveals that there were no issues with the durability or mana control of Lee Wonchul's greave. The senior officer raises an eyebrow and wonders out loud if that's the case. Is he really supposed to believe that an F-rank player just crushed a C-rank's armor and beat him without so much as a scratch? It just doesn't make sense. Right after that, Hyunwook quickly slips out and takes off into the sky. As he soars through the air, news reaches him about the crisis unfolding at the gates of Seoul Station. Since the gate opened at 1524, the confirmed civilian casualties now stand at 745. Other than the first, second, and third waves, this one stands out as a massive monster disaster. This tragedy has now sparked growing criticism from experts and civil organizations. They're questioning the serious flaws and weaknesses in the current gate response system. Hearing all this, Hyunwook realizes something crucial. Unlike the past two gates, he wasn't present when today's gate opened. That means he's working with limited insight, and unpredictable events could unfold. Among all past disasters, the Seoul Station incident ranks among the most devastating. He wonders whether he can really face something like this with his current progress. Part of him wants to just go wild, break in, and save the civilians immediately, but he holds himself back. He knows there's a villain hiding within all of this, and if the enemy slips away, he'll miss his chance to change what's to come. Now only 2 minutes remain. Suddenly, the vice platoon leader finds him and hurries over. She salutes, clearly upset. She brings up that she heard he was taken to the police station last night and mentions how the whole unit is in a frenzy. Hyunwook asks how she even knew where to find him. She reminds him that he said he had plans at Seoul Station for the final day, but questions why he hasn't answered any of her calls. At that point, Hyunwook starts thinking to himself that Choi Seona wasn't here in his previous life. So what's she doing here now? Could it be because his actions already changed the past? He tells her that his phone got smashed. Now with only 1 minute left before the worst gate in history tears open, tension builds. She sighs and accepts the excuse, but quickly presses him for details about why he went to the police. She wants a full explanation, but Hyunwook knows there's no time for that now. He reminds himself he has to stay focused on the plan. She becomes annoyed by his silence and demands an answer. Right then, he suddenly scatters a handful of beads on the ground. She jumps back, confused and frustrated while asking what he's even doing. She scolds him for dropping something like that right in the middle of their conversation. Then she pauses while staring at the beads and asks what on earth they are. Hyunwook stays calm and simply instructs her that when he gives the signal, she must run toward where the gas masks are located. And in the next moment, he gives her the signal. At Seoul Station, a young girl is with her mother, who is about to leave from there. Her mom tells her to go back, but the girl wonders why she keeps telling her to leave, saying she just wants to see her off. Her mother explains she doesn't want her to get exhausted. Still, the daughter reminds her that they don't even know when they'll meet again. The mother, while trying to stay positive, responds that they'll definitely meet next time. As they embrace one another tightly, a sudden explosion shakes the entire station. A massive bomb goes off, and in an instant, her mother disappears without a trace. The girl breaks down while calling out for her. Soon after, an announcement is made that an unfortunate event has taken place in that zone. Meanwhile, Hyunwook is on site with the vice platoon leader. He mentions that when he gives the sign, she needs to move quickly and put on the gas mask. As they look above and begin running, he eventually signals her. At that moment, a terrifying monster appears in front of the fleeing civilians. Everyone panics while trying to escape the scene. Hyunwook turns to the girl, urging her to get to safety and grab a gas mask from the passenger aid point. She responds that she's a soldier too and has no intention of surviving alone. Although not trained for combat, she plans to assist with evacuating civilians and helping the injured. She's unsure what exactly Hyunwook is planning, but she trusts him anyway. Before heading off, she orders him as her subordinate to stay alive no matter what. Hyun-wook accepts her command and moves forward. Elsewhere, Choi Jung-chul confronts Kim Kang-seok with disbelief. He questions whether it makes any sense to promote a low-ranking F-grade soldier to officer status. Kang-seok responds firmly while saying he doesn't believe talent for being a good officer is only measured through mechanical ranking systems. This surprises Jung-chul. Kang-seok continues while pointing out that ranks aren't directly tied to a player's level, but are rather a general indicator assigned by the training center based on expected performance and raid efficiency. While players do get re-evaluated as they progress, many valuable skills are overlooked while leading to unnecessary deaths on the field. Jung-chul asks if Kang-seok is trying to lecture him, but Kang-seok denies it. Then Jung-chul brings up a serious concern that most experienced soldiers are leaving to join civil guilds, and if AMT begins promoting F-rank soldiers, it might ruin the reputation of the entire military system. He then adds that while Kang-seok might have noticed something unique in that boy, to him, someone low-ranked is still insignificant. Out of nowhere, his phone rings. It informs him that a gate has emerged inside the territory of the 1st Battalion post, and its exact location turns out to be Seoul Station. To make matters worse, it's classified as an unlucky event. Both Jung-chul and Kang-seok freeze in surprise as they take in the unexpected news. At the same time, over at Seoul Station, the monster is engaged in a fierce clash with Hyun-wook and the other soldiers, who are doing everything they can to bring it down. One of the team members questions the leader while pointing out that the spider-like creature isn't listed in any of the field manuals they've seen before. The creature is unbelievably aggressive, pushing its way toward the panicked crowd. However, the soldiers quickly activate their shields to guard against its violent strikes. In the middle of the fight, the monster delivers a powerful blow while knocking one of the soldiers to the ground. Recognizing the urgency, John Manhua remarks that fire-based attacks won't be useful anymore. He advises the squad to shift to frost runes and immobilize the beast's limbs. Instantly, they begin swapping tactics and launch frost attacks at the creature. Ice starts to spread everywhere while chilling the area. John Manhua observes the creature's massive size and thinks it won't hold up for too long. Seizing the moment while its legs are frozen, he rushes forward while telling his teammates to maintain the frost rune pressure because he's going in for a direct assault. He charges ahead while activating Shield Guard and suspending himself mid-air right in front of the monster. Just then, Hyun-wook steps in and believes there's no time left for hesitation, and it's time to act. He unleashes his Metal Smash skill, though he gets a warning that his mana is dropping fast. As he continues the attack, both John Manhua and the nearby soldiers stare in disbelief. Hyun-wook quickly notices the skill is making an impact. In that moment, he becomes certain that not only can he stop this gate, but he also has the chance to claim the full reward for shutting it down. Fueled by that thought, he charges toward the creature and mentally taunts it while daring it to scream and cry all at once. He vows to drain every last bit of its energy. With force, he hurls himself forward and wonders whether the beast's insides are as tough as its shell. Activating the metal spin technique, he digs deep into the creature while comparing the sensation to grinding it up like a blender. Watching all this unfold, John Manhua is stunned. He realizes that even the full squad of guards couldn't take down this monster, yet Hyun-wook is overpowering it solo. Despite witnessing countless A-rankers in previous raids, he admits to himself that he's never met anyone so relaxed in battle. It dawns on him that this must be what an S-rank player feels like, something he had only heard tales of until now. However, he can't help feeling annoyed, as Hyun-wook's sudden appearance ends up disrupting his personal quest. Afterward, John Manhua introduces himself as a member of Seoul Station's Guard Team 2, and curiously asks if Hyun-wook is actually an S-rank player. But Hyun-wook warns him not to let his guard down just yet. Manhua is taken aback by the comment. Then Hyun-wook reveals that the first wave isn't finished, and deep inside, he becomes fully confident. The battle just fought has removed all doubt. The gate at Seoul Station, he's decided will be the one he personally closes. At Seoul Station, both the 1st and 3rd Battalions are ordered to gather and prepare the red ground setup until 6 rounds are complete, and then proceed with the execution. 2 troops stand nearby while observing everything. One remarks that the scene, if not for the presence of military squads, brings back certain memories. The other agrees, but points out that with this kind of scale, it would seem easier to just bring together all the mage players and strike that dome down with some heavy magic. However, the first one responds that it's not something made with magic, it's a rule established by the system itself. Breaking it isn't possible unless someone overrides the system. So, for now, they've got no choice but to wait for the timer to run out. Soon after, an alert comes in, reporting an unlucky event occurring in the area. Helicopters then appear above, and Kim Kang-seok along with Yoo Hae-na arrive on the spot. Kang-seok inquires about how many members of the Blue Flower Guild are still under level 15. She responds, a bit offended, that there's no way the top-ranked Blue Flower Guild has anyone that low-leveled. Still, she questions whether he's really thinking of sending a rescue team inside, because doing so is practically sending them straight into a trap. But Kang-seok responds firmly, expressing that there are over 800 people trapped inside and he can't just prioritize their own lives over those. Besides, there's still a trump card inside that dome, and that changes everything. Meanwhile, inside the station, Hyun-wook is facing the creature head-on. He activates his smash skill, then follows up by triggering strengthening body transformation and metal control. He quickly orders his team, reminding them to do just as they did before, freeze the target. John Manhua nods in response and releases a frost blast. The other troops continue to bombard the creature with one frost blast after another. As they keep it pinned down, Hyun-wook once again manipulates the metal with his control ability. He focuses on the beast, keeping its attention locked. He doesn't let up while delivering a sharp metal spin attack that crashes into the opponent with force. But the monster isn't down yet. It rises while letting out a deafening growl. Hyun-wook stares it down and mentally tells the creature that if it's finally awake, it can follow its comrade to the same fate. Yet, in the middle of the battle, he's notified that his mana is draining fast. Still, he doesn't stop. He charges forward again and delivers another smash hit to the beast. From a hidden spot, a man watches everything unfold. His thoughts are filled with disbelief. There's no way someone at Hyun-wook's level should be able to take down something like a train. He can't understand why a guy like him even ended up at Seoul Station. His plans are completely messed up now, and he never expected his very first mission to fall apart like this. Right after that, the man receives a notification letting him know he's officially failed to complete main quest No. 1. Frustration instantly kicks in and he feels visibly irritated. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook glances around and mentions to the guards that it seems like the first wave has ended. He asks them to gather nearby. One of the guards responds with gratitude while admitting they couldn't have held off the first wave without his help. Then, while noticing his strength, the guard comments that he must be a high-ranking player and politely asks for his name. However, Hyun-wook stays quiet while offering no response. Noticing the silence, John Manhua checks in with him while wondering if something's wrong. At that moment, Hyun-wook begins to think to himself, something feels off. That person isn't here, but he clearly remembers hearing that the guy was assigned as a guard. Then suddenly the vice platoon leader arrives and calls out to Hyun-wook. Seeing her, he realizes he had completely forgotten about her presence. He quickly turns to her and inquires whether all the civilians have been safely evacuated. As this happens, John Manhua observes quietly while thinking to himself that S-rank players are usually not required to serve in the military, simply because the government has no way to manage or control people with that kind of power. Seona then explains the situation calmly. Because the spiders were massive in size, they divided the civilians into smaller groups while moving each one into a room connected by tight passageways. Fortunately, no one ends up seriously hurt during the evacuation. But she's not done. She wants answers. She firmly asks for a full rundown of what happened during the first wave and demands every detail to be reported to her. Then she shifts her attention to Hyun-wook and directly asks about his military rank. At that point, Hyun-wook feels the pressure of time slipping away. He quickly thinks to himself that there's no use handling all of this properly as impossible with the limited time left. He brushes aside the question while expressing that rank isn't what matters right now. What's more important is his growing suspicion that this might actually be a double gate. That thought stuns both Seona and John Manhua. They're caught off guard by the possibility. Hyun-wook, meanwhile, keeps analyzing the situation. With over 800 civilians scattered throughout the area, he knows the enemy could easily hide among them. And if the second wave begins while they're still searching, that person will get another opening. So in that moment, he makes up his mind that they need to act faster than him. They can't afford to fall behind again. Then, Kang-seok turns to Lieutenant Huimin and appoints him as the field commanding officer for the Seoul Station rescue mission. Huimin, who holds the position of second platoon leader, immediately grasps the weight of the order. Without wasting time, he gathers everyone's attention and urges them to stay focused. Following that, Kang-seok speaks again, this time with a serious tone. He shares that it troubles him to send his lower-level troops into a dangerous mission like this, but the safety of civilians depends on them. He reminds them that their duty as soldiers is to protect lives, and all the troops firmly acknowledge the order. Then, while turning back to Huimin, Kang-seok adds another instruction that once Hyun-wook is encountered in the field, he must be included actively in all tactical decisions. This leaves Huimin stunned, clearly not expecting Hyun-wook's name to be brought up in such a way. Suddenly, another double gate shows up in the area, and it too is flagged as an unlucky event. Inside the gate, monsters are present, but strangely, they're all lying lifeless. A system notification pops up for one of the individuals while stating that monsters in the area won't launch attacks against him. Confused, the person looks around at the dead monsters and begins to realize what that message actually meant. It wasn't that they'd ignore him, they're just already dead. He questions what exactly is going on here. Looking at the system prompt, the unknown man steadies himself. He reminds himself to stay composed. If he can just finish this quest, he'll be upgraded to a regular villain. He's been handed a rare, life-changing opportunity that most players would never even come close to receiving. With that thought, he regains his confidence and stands tall. Just then, out of nowhere, Hyun-wook arrives on the scene. The villain immediately reacts and tries to play it cool while claiming to be a railway guard. But Hyunwook isn't fooled for a second. He calmly lays out the entire scheme, how the man planned to hide among the citizens, wait for the guards to get wiped out during the first wave, and if other players were mixed in with the civilians, he would pose as a guard to avoid attention before turning on them. Hyunwook remarks how clever the plan was while pointing out the level of thought put into it. The identity of the villain is then revealed, Yang Juseop. He seems surprised and asks Hyunwook who he is and whether they've met before. Hyunwook responds without hesitation. He already knows him well, and doesn't shy away from calling him a villain. Juseop, however, stays composed and warns Hyunwook not to throw around the term villain so openly. He guesses Hyunwook might be an A-rank player and admits he's seen his metal manipulation skills. Still, he believes that confidence alone won't help, and reminds him that ability compatibility matters. He's convinced that those metal beads won't do anything against him, but Hyunwook is already aware of what he's up against. He knows the limits and strengths of both his own powers and Juseop's. Yang Juseop stands before Hyunwook and the other soldiers, his tentacles gripping them tightly. He remarks to Hyunwook, calling him the Great Steel Emperor, while questioning how long he plans to hide, and if he will just watch while his cannibal tree tears the soldiers apart and devours them. He wonders where all that bold talk from before has gone. As they face each other, they begin discussing compatibility, and Hyunwook admits he knows about it too before tossing out metal beads. Juseop ponders what kind of movements these are, thinking this guy was supposed to be a range-type player like him. Meanwhile, Hyunwook keeps moving forward while scattering the metal beads around the area. Juseop comments that there's no chance these attacks will work on him, and questions if Hyunwook has lost his mind for charging in like this. However, Hyunwook keeps applying the metal beads toward him without stopping. Juseop shrugs it off while insisting that Hyunwook can attack all he wants, but none of it will work. Hyunwook notes that it should be enough firewood. Juseop assumes that Hyunwook thinks he can do something if he gets close, but he clearly has no idea about the power of the cannibal tree. He thinks about how his tree will chew off Hyunwook's arms and digest them before anything else. But unexpectedly, the tree fails to digest Hyunwook's arm, and Juseop freezes, stunned to see flames appearing out of nowhere. He thinks this guy was just throwing metal beads, so where did this fire ability suddenly come from? He starts to realize he's in trouble. Now Juseop offers Hyunwook a deal while explaining that he is in the middle of a quest, and if Hyunwook lets him live, he will hand over the reward items for the unlucky event. He decides to give all his rewards to Hyunwook, while telling himself that even if Hyunwook refuses, he can clear the quest easily because of his quest buff. But Hyunwook finds him irritating while reminding him that he used the same trick in the previous life, and calls him annoying. Juseop is shocked to hear him mention the previous life. Finally, Hyunwook tells him to die. Flames start to rise all around, and soon, a notification appears letting him know that his level is allowed entry. Outside, the soldiers arrive, and Huimin mentions there's no telling what type of gate has opened inside, while urging everyone to stay sharp as all hands prepare to enter. Right after, he gets a reminder to remain alert since the area is dangerous. As the soldiers head toward the zone, they receive notice that once they step in, they can't leave unless certain conditions are met. They enter the area and quickly freeze in shock when they see a giant spider towering in front of them. At that moment, Huimin gestures for Junmo to lower his voice. Meanwhile, John Manhu is already there and calls out, asking who has arrived. Huimin responds that they are the rescue team, which takes Manhu by surprise. Huimin looks around and notes that there don't seem to be any civilian victims while wondering what happened there. Manhu explains that it's all due to an AMT member, and because of him, everyone was evacuated. Even now, they are sticking to his orders. Huimin then checks if it was a female soldier, asking about her current location and if she is injured. But Manhu clarifies that the female soldier is managing things at the shelter. However, the person he's referring to is Hyunwook, and they are simply following his lead. Then Junmo steps in and asks if the guy has spiky hair and sometimes a creepy smile. Manhu confirms that's right. Junmo glances at the platoon leader and points out that it seems to be Hyunwook. Huimin turns to Junmo while telling him to stay out of it, and questioning how he managed to get involved in this situation. Junmo lowers his head and apologizes to him. Huimin turns to Jian Manhu while pointing out that the soldier they are talking about is actually an F-ranker, while reminding him if he even knows that. Huimin mentions he will take command now since he is a C-ranker. Manhu, however, questions how they even got inside this place since there is a restriction at level 15. He shares that he already knew Hyunwook's rank because he heard it earlier, yet he still follows Hyunwook's orders while believing he truly deserves to lead. Manhu also mentions he is a C-ranker as well while wondering why he needs to take orders from Huimin. He also brings up that they claim to be the rescue squad, but with this unlucky event happening, he questions how they plan on rescuing anyone while asking if they even have a clear plan or an exit strategy. Huimin responds that for now, they will set up a barricade at the entrance while leaving a narrow passageway and try to hold out as long as possible. While they discuss, Seonha suddenly rushes in while letting him know that they are in big trouble. Huimin checks on her, asking if the vice platoon leader is hurt, but she freezes upon seeing the second platoon leader while questioning why he came here. He tells her he is here to rescue them, but she insists it is not the priority right now, while revealing that the civilians have found out it is a double gate. Meanwhile, the civilians begin shouting while demanding the person in charge to come out and accusing them of lying when they claimed they would survive if they just waited. They ask why the truth about the double gate was hidden from them. She explains it was to prevent chaos, but the people push back while questioning how they are supposed to trust her while saying that the guard was right after all, and claiming they are using civilians as human shields to buy time. The female soldier snaps while asking where they heard such nonsense. One of the men responds that it was the guard with a scar on his nose who told them the so-called truth. On the other side, Jusiop lies wounded on the ground while grumbling that he had fully prepared for this quest, while feeling it's unfair since the chance was so hard to get. Meanwhile, Hyunwook, clearly busy, brushes off his complaints while urging him to just hurry up and die. Jusiop curses about how these villains always seem to use the same tricks. Suddenly, a swirl appears, and he gets notified that his mana is recovering fast, along with his health. Another notification pops up while informing him that his quest has arrived. Hyunwook, thrilled to discover it is a hidden quest called Lightbearer, which promises to guide him to become the dawn of the world and the light that will lead it. Yet, as the notification asks if he wants to accept this quest, Hyunwook simply rejects it without hesitation. Hyunwook gets asked once more if he wants to take or turn down the quest. He figures that the Guardian quest sounds noble while claiming it protects humanity. Yet in the end, it's just another group with its own motives. While the reward is certain, his actions will get limited again and again. Above all, a quest stays a quest, but humans aren't that straightforward. If this mission gets twisted, a Guardian could flip into a villain any time, just like Gordon Precy, humanity's worst traitor. After all, he was once a Guardian too. So, Hyunwook mutters under his breath that he refuses this quest again. Right after, while standing still, a notice pops up that he has won the first prize in a lucky event, Akashic Armory Key number 2. It's the same item the villain Yang Jusiop was hunting down, even if it meant butchering innocent people. Since it's a main quest reward, there's no doubt it's something the villains desperately need. Because of that, he plans to keep it while swearing to ruin those villain punks in this lifetime. Meanwhile, a lady guard complains that something feels off. John Manhwa mentions that he's the only guard with a scar on his face. She questions him again while asking if he's sure it wasn't him. The man admits he isn't certain but still points out they hid info about the double gate. No one can guarantee they won't be used as human shields. Hyunwook senses that Yang Juseop is causing trouble to the bitter end. Then, Minhui steps up while trying to calm the people down and asking them to trust her as the captain of the AMT rescue team and hear them out. At that moment, Hyunwook also realizes that Lieutenant Major Kim Kang-seok didn't give up on Seoul Station till the last second, sending in Lieutenant Minhui exactly where she was needed. But the crowd questions her while doubting why they should trust a rescue team with only 6 people and no clear plan. Hyunwook steps forward while questioning what's going on and reminding them that if the second wave begins, they all face death. The man argues they don't trust them, which is why they're acting this way. Hyunwook counters while asking if they have any other solution since they don't trust them. He points out that the railguards have risked their lives, and that should count for something while questioning if anyone else is willing to risk everything for them. Yet, Minhui snaps at Hyunwook while scolding him for speaking to citizens like that and questioning where he was hiding until now. Hyunwook casually mentions that he just blocked the double gate. Minhui is stunned, thinking this man is lying with a straight face while claiming he blocked the double gate by himself. Hyunwook warns that the second wave is about to start and requests all citizens to hide as well as they can. Then, he calls the guards and platoon leader to follow him while telling everyone to use chairs and desks to block the entrances and find hiding spots. Meanwhile, Minhui thinks to herself about the commanding presence he's showing while leaving her with no room to intervene, wondering if this is really the Hyunwook she knows. Soon, Junmo arrives with Hyunwook's blade and the vice platoon leader's spellbook, and Hyunwook nods in thanks. He then gathers everyone while saying there's something important to share. He mentions that the first wave's spider monster wasn't in the field guide, but with his battle skin and the guard force, they managed to stop it, although it felt weak for an unlucky event monster. Manhua agrees while noting it felt odd despite being strong. Hyunwook explains it might be because it was only the first wave, and since an unlucky event is still an event, it must come in stages. He warns that in the second wave, monsters using the spider's venom might appear. Minhui, while watching all this, wonders why even the guards and the vice platoon leader are listening so seriously to this so-called loser. Hyunwook points out that keeping this in mind, everyone needs to put on gas masks in advance. Although Seoul Station is large, if the toxic gas keeps spreading, citizens might end up getting exposed to it. Therefore, they must find a way to lure the monsters out to the outside platform, no matter what. He goes on to break down the plan. When the second wave kicks off, they need to catch the monsters' focus and guide them outside. Hyunwook takes it upon himself to handle that part. Meanwhile, the rescue team and the guards will wait outside in groups, ready to strike the monsters that get drawn out while staying behind cover where they can duck and hide if needed. Just like during the first wave, their goal is to lock down the monsters' movements and wait for the right moment. They need to remember to keep their distance, no matter what happens. Once they find a strong position to fight from, Hyunwook plans to tear off the spider's armor while opening the chance for them to finish the job. Hyunwook points out that everyone should aim all their attacks on that weak spot to bring it down. He notes this step as the most important part. For a better chance at pulling off this operation, the platoon leader and vice platoon leader need to guide them from a higher position. If the platoon leader keeps supporting him by using the warp ability, Hyunwook can pour all his mana and stamina into tearing off the spider's armor. Meanwhile, if the vice platoon leader keeps restoring the platoon leader's mana, they could continue using warp until the battle ends. Above everything else, the only person able to sense and handle the dangerous situations for each unit is the vice platoon leader, who knows raid tactics inside out, isn't it? At that moment, Manhwa acknowledges that with this strategy, they should get through without taking heavy damage. Hyunwook nods while trusting the plan, and relies on Manhwa while calling her platoon leader, or rather, rescue team captain now. He realizes that with Manhwa's warp skill, as a C ranker truly at level 15, they can clear this operation without much trouble. Soon the second wave is about to begin, and he reminds everyone to prepare themselves. However, he suddenly gets a notification that an unlucky event is now active in the area. He mutters that their plan is already set, so they have to move forward. Right after, another notice informs him that they must either survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. A wave of shock hits him as he learns about the boss's appearance, and disbelief runs through him while thinking this shouldn't be happening now. Then, another notification flashes while stating that the boss monster has arrived and they must defeat it. In that instant, the future shifts, and Hyunwook quickly orders everyone to run while knowing everything has now changed. As Hyunwook engages the monsters in a fierce battle, a sudden shift takes place. The boss monster makes its appearance. A wave of shock sweeps over him as he recognizes the creature. At the same moment, Manhwa tries to understand the chaos around him. He murmurs to himself while attempting to grasp control of the situation. Without wasting time, he orders the others to stay steady and stick to the raid plan while instructing them to lure the beast away from the civilians. Meanwhile, the boss monster charges at Hyunwook. He recalls from memory that this enemy wasn't supposed to arrive until the second wave. A chill of realization strikes him. His actions may have altered the timeline. As they begin clashing, the monster's strike nearly hits him, but he narrowly avoids it. This near miss fires him up. He gathers his will while knowing that failure would mean total destruction. He activates his smash skill, but it proves useless against the boss. Shocked, he attempts a metal skill combo, yet the creature deflects it effortlessly. Frustration builds up inside him. The monster had crushed a pillar in one blow, clearly outmatching normal strengthening body transformation. Suddenly, something catches his attention. The boss appears to be targeting the support pillars. That sparks an idea. Despite the risk, he steadies himself, convinced it's the only option left. From afar, Manhwa watches in disbelief. He questions what Hyunwook is thinking and calls out to him while reminding him of their strategy. But Hyunwook, bloodied yet determined, assures him through his actions that he has a plan. Manhwa's mind drifts back to a past moment. Hyunwook had once addressed him formally as TAO, Tactical Action Officer, Manhwa. He had teased Hyunwook for using his title like that while suspecting he was making an excuse. But Hyunwook had genuinely thanked him for saving his life with his warp skill. Manhwa had humbly responded while crediting his experience and his habit of memorizing every tactical manual available. He had explained how he refined those strategies over time while preparing to use his warp with precision in real situations. Snapping back to the present, Manhwa watches Hyunwook and wonders aloud what he's planning. But as he studies the movements more closely, realization strikes that Hyunwook isn't just dodging. He's guiding every attack from the boss monster toward the structural pillars. However, Manhwa knows that simply bringing down the pillars isn't enough. Then it hits him. Panic rises in his chest as he turns to Seonha while standing beside him. He pleads for her to channel all her mana into him. When she asks why, he urgently responds that he's going to open the largest warp zone he's ever attempted. While that happens, Hyunwook successfully redirects each monstrous blow toward the final pillar. Though his mana depletes rapidly, he pushes on while praying that his body won't give out. But as he nears the end, the boss strikes back hard while slamming him into the wall. Pain floods through him, yet he forces himself to rise again while activating his body transformation. Despite that, he is once again overpowered. His body broken, he lies battered against the ruins, but he knows it's complete. The structure is on the brink of collapse. He tells himself the only thing left is to keep the boss distracted long enough. He needs bait. Manhwa, on the edge, yells at Hyunwook to retreat. He warns that activating the warp will drag Hyunwook in too, but Hyunwook insists that it's now or never. Driven by Hyunwook's determination, Manhwa unleashes the warp just in time. The resulting explosion destroys the boss monster and causes massive devastation across the battlefield. Catching his breath, Hyunwook praises Manhwa while calling him a true partner, but he's on the verge of collapse. As Min-hee kneels beside his bruised body, he calls him a fool, yet it's clear there's nothing but respect in his voice. Hyun-wook recalls a conversation from his former life. He mentions that numerous comrades were lost during this operation, while making him question if he's truly worthy of leading. The girl beside him responds with frustration while calling him irritating and asking if he plans to keep wallowing in such weak thoughts. She questions who even gets to decide what someone deserves and whether he still doesn't believe in himself. Back in the current timeline, he finds himself in the middle of a fierce battle against a monster. Just then, a system alert notifies him that his mana is down to only 3%. He apologizes to everyone around him, but suddenly his mind pulls back a memory, one where that same girl told him that whenever he feels unsure, he should look into the eyes of those who trust and follow him. Taking her words to heart, he raises his gaze. Right at that moment, Min-hee and Seona arrive while rushing in to protect and pull him from danger. Moments later, an urgent notification pops up while announcing the arrival of the boss monster and marking it as a target that must be eliminated. Meanwhile, back at the base, the battalion commander receives word that every media outlet is pushing for a statement regarding the sudden appearance of the boss monster and the countermeasures being taken. At the same time, a man approaches the squad attack department head. He relays that both the director and vice president have instructed him to deliver a message that if things continue in this manner, her position as the head of the attack squads might not remain secure for long. Yuhaina complains that these so-called brothers are ambushing her like stray dogs while calling it nonsense as they tear her apart like they've been waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, the battalion commander keeps his eyes on her. She snaps at him to stop staring while reminding him she can just call him anytime if needed, and then she dials her phone. On the other end, Seona checks in while asking if he's about to die while admitting she thought he would really kick the bucket this time. Hyun-wook, caught in his thoughts, realizes that the future has shifted while leaving him unsure if the knowledge he holds now has any real value or if it's become completely useless. He wonders what step he should take next. Then, Min-hee scolds Hyun-wook while calling him arrogant and questioning who he thinks he is for acting alone. She reminds him that without her, everyone here would have been wiped out, and he knows it. She explains that tactics depend on promises, on trusting that teammates will carry out the planned actions exactly when needed, and that this trust is the core of all tactics. She tells him that acting alone for the sake of everyone was never a good move, not even close, and questions if he truly trusts his teammates at all. This moment pulls Hyun-wook back to a memory from his past, where he is reminded to believe in those trusting gazes around him. He starts reflecting deeply on trust. Then, Seona tells the platoon commander that this isn't the moment for arguments. At this point, Hyun-wook mentions that thanks to them, he thinks he now knows what he must do. The boss monster is about to jump out soon, but he has just discovered a way to handle it. Min-hee, however, senses that he's trying to charge in alone once again, and she thinks they need to stick to tactics now. She considers that if she has steel skin, they can manage better. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook mentions that they will use electricity, and everyone must cooperate fully for this tactic to work. He gathers everyone's attention and states that from this point on, the heart of the boss monster raid will be Junmo. Junmo freezes in shock upon hearing this. Hyun-wook continues while sharing that they have confirmation about the boss monster's appearance and raises concerns about what will happen to the citizens at Seoul Station. He mentions that the military and authorities need to clarify the situation with additional details. The battalion commander responds that they will conduct a briefing immediately, announcing that the secondary rescue team for this unlucky event has already been sent out. People react with shock upon hearing about the deployment of this secondary rescue team, while questioning the decision to send another low-level team when the boss monster has shown up, while wondering if deploying personnel at level 15 or lower is truly their plan to defeat the boss monster. Hyun-wook now stands side by side with Seonha while facing off against the monster as they push to bring it down. Meanwhile, the head of the guard team instructs the guards to release the water ball. The guards begin pouring water while the amplification rune activates while spreading energy across the field. Seeing the timing is right, Hyun-wook instructs Junmo to launch a lightning attack, and Junmo quickly follows through while unleashing the strike against the monster. Hyun-wook then yells out for everyone to hold on until the large frost rune is ready to fire. Meanwhile, people around start raising their voices toward the battalion commander, while questioning if sending in low-level personnel is truly their plan to defeat the boss monster, and asking if they aren't concerned about needless casualties piling up. In response, the battalion commander explains that this time, the secondary rescue team includes an S-rank player without any level restrictions. This player is Han Tae-san, known as the Fist King. As Han Tae-san arrives on the scene, he approaches Hyun-wook while acknowledging the effort he's put in, and tells him to step back now, while saying that this big brother will take over from here. He adds that the rest of them should clear out of the way. At that moment, Hyun-wook realizes that, finally, after taking his time, Han Tae-san has shown up. Han Tae-san then turns to Hyun-wook while mentioning that, just so he knows, he doesn't like sharing the same table, and warns that if he catches Hyun-wook drooling over his fight, he won't hesitate to deal with him. Tae-san steps in front of the boss monster and mentions that if it can battle, then he can too. Everyone around is stunned as he swings at the creature. Yet, he soon notices there isn't even a single mark on its body, and he remarks that it's stronger than he expected while making him feel unnecessarily competitive. After that, he moves closer to the monster again, while commenting that it's just making things worse for itself. The monster also starts attacking him while the soldiers remain in the area while keeping watch. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook shows up along with Seonha. She remarks that since he kept insisting, she's filling him with some mana and checks if he's alright now while reminding him that his treatment matters more. Hyun-wook responds that he's okay while telling her not to stress over him and adding that he won't be using his body anyway. Just then, one of the nearby soldiers questions if he's scared or if he's about to use it now. Taesun once again charges at the boss monster and lands another heavy strike. Hyun-wook steps in too while using his metal smash skill as he moves forward. Taesan glances at him and questions who he is while wondering if he has a death wish and reminding him not to drool on his table. Hyun-wook responds while pointing out that even for an S-ranker, he's acting a bit shady with his deals. Taesan asks what he just called him, and Hyun-wook clarifies that he's the one who interrupted their raid. Taesan argues while questioning if they think they could have defeated it without him, while wondering who this arrogant lunatic is and how he dares to play tricks. But Hyun-wook snaps back while mentioning that they are the ones who struggle until the fatal crisis passes, and Taesan just swoops in last minute while pretending to be the hero. Hyun-wook gets really angry at him. Soon Taesan goes after the boss monster to finish it off, but Hyun-wook also tries to take it down at the same time. Then, they receive a notification that the boss monster has been defeated and the area is now free of all restrictions. Afterwards, people are informed that the boss monster was defeated in less than 5 minutes after Han Taesan entered. The event dome quietly disappears as the quest completes while revealing the dreadful state of Seoul Station, where it's clear they can't promise the citizens' survival. Later, the survivors start coming out. At that moment, a girl sees her mother and runs towards her while checking if she's okay or hurt anywhere. Her mother hugs her tightly and tells her she's okay while apologizing for making her worry, while the girl cries in her embrace. Then, all of a sudden, a breaking news alert shows up while announcing that something unbelievable has happened. A miracle. Somehow everyone inside Seoul Station has made it out alive. Right after that, Taesun receives a notification that he's the one who brought down the boss monster, the venomous ironclad spider, while meaning he managed to survive the unlucky event. Soon after, he also gets a message congratulating him while letting him know that he'll be receiving a lucky reward for his help in the boss monster's defeat. But unexpectedly, they all become aware that an unknown energy is starting to flow into the Cloud Blade. At the same time, Hyun-wook also gets informed that he's earned a lucky reward for bringing down the boss monster. His prize turns out to be Mananan MacLear's secret armor. As Hyun-wook processes everything, he thinks to himself that this is how he protected Seoul Station and still ended up gaining what he wanted. Right after, Taesun confronts him while demanding an explanation and wanting to know what's going on with his reward. In response, Hyun-wook reminds him that they're the ones who blocked the second wave and finished off the boss. He points out that Taesan should actually be grateful for getting second rank even though he barged in at the last moment, and no matter how much he argues, it won't change the facts. But Taesun doesn't back down and counters sharply while questioning if he needs to teach him how the system works again. He reminds that slaying the boss monster alone counts for 7% of the contribution towards the event reward. That means, no matter what kind of efforts they pulled off before, his input is still way higher. Then he brings up the comment about trade ethics while explaining that he was in the middle of 6 months of closed training when he had to rush into this mess. So to even things out, he expects at least a hero-grade item. Finally, he demands to know how they're planning to make up for it. Hyun-wook figures he's just messing around while thinking it's funny to bicker about time and payment right in front of him, who's had to head back into the army doing all this pointless and tiring work. Then Taesan questions if he even realizes whose time he's been wasting while reminding him that he is Han Taesan. He warns him to stay in line while letting him know that all his talk about solo training or whatever he contributed doesn't change anything. Because honestly, if Taesan ever had to be paid back fairly for all the hours he spent fighting, no prize would ever be enough. Frustration builds in Taesan as he steps toward him. At that moment, Kim Kang-suk and Yoo Hae-na arrive, both stopping in shock when they see them. Kang-suk then remarks that the gate is closed and wonders what's going on here. Hyun-wook realizes they've shown up at the perfect timing. He nods toward Taesan while acknowledging him with a compliment and telling him it's been an honor meeting him too. Taesan is taken aback. Hyun-wook then mentions he's heading off now. Kang-suk checks in while asking if he's fine, and Hyun-wook responds that he's alright. But suddenly Taesan yells for him to get back here immediately. Yoo Hae-na steps in, telling Taesan to cut it out. She admits she has no idea what's happening here, but she warns him that the entire country is watching right now. If he causes trouble here, not even the Blue Flower Guild could fully cover it up. Meanwhile, the soldiers clear the path while announcing the arrival of the Brigadier General as a teleport gate opens. Choi Jung-chul appears while commenting on how rare it is to see Taesan still around, noting even the Blue Flower Guild Master's daughter is present, and asks if there's any issue here. Yu-haena laughs it off while brushing aside the idea of any problem since the gate has closed now. Youngchul remarks that if it's the Blue Flower Guild, there surely can't be any trouble, which makes her find him to be a cunning old man. She then turns to Tae-san and brings up the state of Seoul Station, while pointing out that the condition was for him to clear the gate without causing a second wave of damage. According to her, a gate of this level should have been cleared without any destruction. Tae-san shrugs it off while replying that he neither wrecked Seoul Station nor ranked first in the raid. She pauses, confused while asking what he means by not ranking first. He insists that he fulfilled all her conditions, so she needs to keep her end of the deal. This leaves her puzzled while thinking how it's possible that an S-ranker didn't come first in a simple level 15 unlucky event. She wonders who on earth managed to take the top spot. Meanwhile, Hyunwook is talking with Youngchul, who questions how it even adds up. His military files state he can control up to 300 grams, but the report he just received suggests Hyunwook can handle way beyond that. At that moment, Yu-haena suddenly figures it out that Hyunwook is the one who actually secured the first rank. Then Youngchul turns to him, pointing out that unless the data is incorrect, he's still listed as an F-ranker. He finds the situation rather fascinating and mentions that he'd like to take a stroll and get a full update directly from him. Meanwhile, Haena starts feeling a pounding headache as things keep unfolding in completely unexpected ways right before her eyes. As Hyunwook begins walking alongside the Brigadier General, he tells himself to stay extra alert. After all, Youngchul isn't someone who can be taken lightly. His abilities have earned him the nickname of a tactical nuclear weapon. But beyond just power, the man is incredibly complex. He's the very individual the necromancer feared most, and someone who had already survived multiple attempts on his life. Soon, Youngchul calls Hyunwook and requests a full account of the earlier events. Hyunwook immediately realizes what's going on. As he suspected, the Brigadier General is trying to confirm the strange difference between his current performance and what's listed in his official records. He responds by explaining that just recently, after taking down his second elite monster, his abilities had spiked out of nowhere. He received an achievement message titled Dunce's Rebellion. His mana control shot up from just 300 grams to nearly 17 kilograms, and he also picked up a few new skills along the way. Youngchul nods and brings up how rare achievement systems are just as rare as quests. This confirms to Hyunwook what he already fears. The world must not yet know that F-rankers can actually grow stronger. That secret needs to be kept safe for now. Then Youngchul agrees that if it's tied to an achievement, it's at least within the realm of possibility. Still, Hyunwook gets a strange, uneasy feeling deep down. After a pause, Youngchul adds that calling him an F-ranker now doesn't really fit anymore. In terms of real combat power, he's likely at least C rank or maybe even higher. That completely stuns Hyunwook. A thought flashes through his mind that does he want to scout him too? Then, casually but clearly impressed, Youngchul compliments Hyunwook's performance while saying he definitely deserves a reward for his efforts. He offers to grant him something, perhaps a magic item or a high-grade armor. He assures him that whatever it is, he'll try to provide it. Hyunwook, after a moment of hesitation, admits there is one weapon he's been eyeing, but he doubts even a Brigadier General could just hand it over that easily. That catches Youngchul off guard. Surprised, he asks what item he's talking about. Then, Hyunwook calmly reveals it. It's one of Youngchul's own most valued possessions, the hero rank Fail Not. The Brigadier General lets out a hearty laugh while remarking that Hyunwook really has nerves of steel and mentions they should talk again once he earns another badge here. He notes that Hyunwook gets a special promotion for being such a lively person. Hyunwook, while seeing how quickly he shifts the topic, thinks to himself that it's just like him, but at least it's a relief since it buys him some more time to stay hidden. A few days later, at the 3rd AMT Brigade's 1st Battalion, Hyunwook spends time there while working through the secret armor he recently obtained. He reflects that hero rank gear truly takes effort to absorb fully. During this, Junmo arrives and questions him about training, while Choi Min-jae also chimes in while mentioning that they'd prefer to do anything other than another round of PT. Hyunwook finds them bothersome and points out that he's supposed to be a patient right now. However, they insist that he can simply lead from the front while they stick right behind him. In that moment, Hyunwook thinks about how, regardless of what happened during these recent events, what truly matters is the trust they build together. Soon after, Min Tae approaches, salutes, and reports that after being cleared to leave the Military General Hospital, he's back and ready to rejoin the support squad. Hyunwook thinks about how future reward items will always be important, but he's beginning to realize there are other things around him that matter even more. He thanks Min Tae for coming back safely, and then moves forward to give him a hug. Min Tae, while looking confused, asks why he's being thanked, and Hyunwook responds that it's for showing up right on time for training. As he thinks over it, Hyunwook realizes that while he's living this life with these people, it might not be so bad to let them watch his back for once. With that thought, he turns to the group and signals that it's time to move while telling everyone that training is about to begin. A phenomenon where countless gates violently emerge inside a certain zone is known as a wave. Before long, a wave is set to sweep over Seoul while twisting the city into a nightmare, and the only one aware of this future is Hyunwook. He wonders if he can block the wave alone, if anyone could survive in the chaos. But now, he realizes clearly that he can't manage this by himself. Meanwhile, Junmo mentions that C and lower rankers are barred from using the training center, and folks like them can't train there. But Hyunwook reminds them that they were the ones craving real training. Junmo questions how they can start with something like this, while Hyunwook tells them that since they cleared the unlucky event, there's no reason to hesitate. All of them, except Junmo, even leveled up this time, didn't they? Junmo insists they were just backups back then, and now they need to handle things themselves. Hyunwook responds that if that's the case, then he will act as their backup. Junmo wonders if he truly means it. Hyunwook urges everyone to move quickly, but then the soldiers pause while pleading for help. Hyunwook informs them that the attribute training is starting now. Nearby, two girls notice and think that this is the corporal uncle, the F-rank uncle who carried the blockade mission and the unlucky event. One thinks she imagined he would look more rugged, but that's not how he appears at all. Hyunwook thinks to himself that these kids should find this encouraging, though he wonders why his ears feel so itchy. Later, Seo Yuna instructs the soldier to buy the same number as the workers sent to each company, and they follow her command. She then contacts Hyunwook and mentions that it should be time for personal training. He salutes her and mentions that he came to the PX to get energy supplements for his teammates who are in training. Then, he notices Sanjok and feels irritated while suspecting that he is about to start again. After that, a girl approaches Hyunwook and notes that she heard he earned the Dunce's Rebellion achievement, and Hyunwook admits it. After that, Seo Yunha mentions that the report about his unusual accomplishment sounds convincing. However, she suspects there is something more that he keeps under wraps. Hyunwook wonders aloud about what he could possibly be keeping hidden. She remarks that he moves at odd moments, almost like he already knows what's coming. It feels as if he has information that others don't, or perhaps another purpose in mind. Hyunwook responds that he doesn't quite understand what she means by that. Yet inside, he questions if she truly knows something for her to bring this up now. Still, he decides he won't share anything with her. Meanwhile, Sanjok, while standing close by, explains to Sehee that he hasn't mentioned anything while claiming he said it to someone else instead. Just then, an announcement echoes from the admin room while calling out for Corporal Hyunwook to report immediately. The voice repeats while requesting Corporal Hyunwook to head to the battalion commander's office at once. The broadcast ends while letting Hyunwook know that the battalion commander has summoned him. Meanwhile, Seo Yuna feels annoyed at the timing. She reminds him not to forget while mentioning she isn't sure what he's aiming for, but she keeps an eye on him while telling him to leave now. He listens to her order and responds with a wish for her to have a good day. Stepping out, he feels relieved, thinking he should avoid that stubborn Seo Yuna for a while. Yet, he wonders what this call could be about, since the promotion ceremony is still a few days away. Later, near the battalion commander's office, Hyunwook hears someone inside arguing that this can't be called a test, claiming that sending them there would get all their men killed. Then he knocks on the door. A voice tells him to enter. He steps in, salutes, and states that he has arrived while addressing Brigadier General Jung Cheol. The general acknowledges him while mentioning that Kang Sok contacted him, but he cuts him off while mentioning he will explain it himself. A few days earlier, a red gate appeared in the Shinrim area, with the Blue Flower Guild securing raid rights for it. The general points out the need to get a grip while questioning why they are hesitating when they belong to the same guild. He then shares a story where a soldier from the Blue Flower Guild claims everyone has lost their minds and gone insane, with the Blue Flower's third raid squad confirmed to be wiped out today. The gate has now been marked as Trouble Rank 3. Hyunwook reflects that he doesn't recall such an incident happening. The general then explains that with an entry cap of level 18 or below and a limit of 30 players, the area is known to be a zombie dungeon, where one cannot exit until the raid is cleared. Hearing the word zombie, Hyunwook thinks about whether it could be the necromancer, the commander of the dead army. The brigadier general continues while mentioning that the arrogant Blue Flower Guild sacrificed a group of promising rookies and still failed the raid. Technically, dungeon raiding is the guild's business, so the troops do not have to step in. However, the general believes Hyunwook is the right person to handle this mission. At that moment, Jung Cheol turns to Hyunwook and inquires if he can handle it. Instantly, Hyunwook understands that this event never occurred in his previous life. Moreover, while considering it involves zombies, it might connect to the necromancer. He feels that he must be the one to clear this raid. With that in mind, he agrees to take on the Red Gate. Jung Cheol internally notes that, as expected, this guy truly has nerve. However, Hyunwook points out that before heading in, it's smart to secure every possible advantage. He admits that tackling the Red Gate raid with his current gear won't be feasible. Now, he brings up the failnaught he mentioned previously, while reminding the Brigadier General that if it is handed over, he will ensure the raid's success. Even though the weapon holds outstanding precision and can nullify magic, it's challenging to recover and is typically a one-time use weapon. Because of this, even in Jung Cheol's possession, it remains a precious tool reserved for desperate moments. Yet, in Hyunwook's hands, with his ability to manipulate metal, it transforms into something entirely different. Youngchul acknowledges that this makes it a transaction rather than a favor, while warning that Hyunwook will carry the full consequences if things go wrong. Calmly, Hyunwook notes that high-stake risks often come with heavy rewards in the end. Normally, senior officers lead dungeon raids, but despite that, the brigadier is putting a regular soldier like Hyunwook in charge. Hyunwook realizes this likely has to do with the general's quiet competition with the Blue Flower Guildmaster Yoo Jae-hyuk. If the mission turns out well, it'll mark a significant win for an ordinary soldier over an elite from Blue Flower. On the other hand, if it fails, they can still claim they were only there as support, so the responsibility won't fall entirely on them. That way, the image of AMT being ineffective can be pushed aside, and Hyunwook can claim a mental win against Blue Flower. Shortly after, the brigadier informs him that he'll be given the fail knot immediately. At that moment, Hyunwook comes to understand that regardless of what happens, the brigadier has placed himself in a position where he gains something either way. As things move forward, the brigadier lets him know that since he'll be too caught up in the raid, his promotion to sergeant will be handled afterward. Frustrated, Hyunwook thinks he has no intention of being used so easily. He then reminds the brigadier that the fail knot was already promised as a reward earlier, so if he completes this mission successfully, he wants an extra reward in return. The brigadier nods and assures him that he'll consider it, as long as the raid is successful. With that, Hyunwook gives his thanks and promises to do everything possible to make sure the mission doesn't fail. Later, when he arrives at the gathering point, one of the soldiers comments that he's a little late while Junmo adds that the C-rank training area isn't anything special. Confidence seems high among the troops, but without warning, Hyunwook instructs them all to gear up. The group seems confused at first. Then he calls his support team and informs them that they're heading out for their first ever independent operation. This news surprises everyone, especially since none of them ever expected or even wished for a solo mission. 2 days later, Hyunwook informs the other soldiers that since they're entering a zombie-type dungeon, they'll be using bullets charged with holy energy. He warns them that these rounds have more kickback than standard ones, so they should handle them carefully. This isn't a simulation anymore, so he reminds everyone to stay sharp. The team quietly receives his instructions, fully understanding the seriousness. One soldier then checks if Hyunwook has brought the fail knot. He confirms with a nod and takes a moment to glance at the weapon. Without delay, he signals the raid squad to dismount. All members step out of the vehicle together. At that time, they're stationed at the Silumdong Red Gate, near the Blue Flower Guild's base camp. A leader from the guild soon appears and informs Hyunwook that he's expected to attend the operation briefing before entering. Hyunwook turns to Junmo, asking him to oversee the team for the time being. Junmo acknowledges the task, and then Junmo quietly tells An Minte that it's clear the Blue Flower members aren't too thrilled to have them there. Meanwhile, at another part of the camp, a group of Blue Flower Guild soldiers are talking among themselves. One soldier points out that AMT's team is just a backup squad made up of regular soldiers. Their own support unit already feels like the lowest tier, so having to coordinate with AMT feels like too much of a liability. They begin murmuring concerns about something called Operation Retrieval, while worrying that AMT might catch on to the plan. Another soldier quickly hushes the conversation while warning that someone might overhear them. The first one apologizes for speaking too openly. Nearby, Hyunwook picks up on the phrase Operation Retrieval and quietly wonders what they're referring to. As the Blue Flower soldiers continue chatting, one mentions that they plan to abandon AMT as soon as they step inside the gate and continue the raid on their own. Someone argues that this will leave AMT in serious danger, but the other soldier brushes it off while saying that every raid puts lives at risk and each person has to prioritize their own survival. Later, Hyunwook steps into the meeting room where a woman is already waiting. He questions her about the scheduled meeting. She responds casually while mentioning she had a feeling he would show up. She also brings up how he didn't hide the fact that he was an F rank during their last encounter and offers him her business card. As she speaks, Hyunwook realizes that not recognizing his low rank and then handing him her card must have left her feeling awkward. She moves the conversation forward while brushing aside the past and focusing on the upcoming raid. She reminds him that his team is only playing a backup role. According to her, once they enter the gate, AMT should stay out of the way and avoid interfering with Blue Flower Guild's movements. She mentions she called him just to make that clear. Internally, Hyunwook thinks this must be the reason Blue Flower agreed to bring in regular soldiers for support to sideline them completely. But he has no intention of staying quiet and following orders blindly. Calmly but firmly, he lets her know that his team has just as much right to be part of the raid as Blue Flower does. In response, she questions him mockingly while asking if he plans to take on the boss monster. She admits that he might have the ability and courage, but doubts his decision. Before she can go on, Hyunwook cuts her off and challenges her while asking why they shouldn't fight the boss monster. He wonders if she's afraid they might actually win. She laughs loudly, clearly amused, and mocks him further while bringing up the Soul Station incident and implying that it was nothing but luck. But Hyunwook disagrees and he insists that success had nothing to do with luck. Her tone sharpens as she accuses him of having a death wish. Then, almost tauntingly, she dares him to enter before they do. But suddenly, she changes her mind and tells him he can't go first. She explains that 3 of the current top 100 players are participating in this raid. In her view, his squad should stay behind and not become a nuisance. At that moment, Hyunwook starts wondering if the woman is actually Yu Haina, as she isn't reacting to any provocation. The mention of Operation Retrieval still lingers in his mind, and he realizes there's something more going on, something he hasn't figured out yet. Curious, he addresses her by her former name, but she calmly introduces herself as Catherine. Not backing down, Hyunwook then challenges her with a wager. He proposes that if his team defeats the boss monster before Blue Flower does, she'll owe him something of his choosing. Catherine, however, warns him that he probably doesn't fully understand the weight of making a bet with her. She then raises the stakes that if the opposite happens, he must offer his life to her. Without hesitation, Hyunwook agrees. Deep inside, he thinks that whatever secrets lie hidden within the gate, he'll uncover them and take whatever is being kept away. Afterward, Catherine turns to her guild and gives the order for Blue Flower to head in first. She tells them to prepare, raise their shields, and get moving before AMT catches up. She urges her squad to enter quickly, as the AMT raid unit is set to move in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, over in the AMT formation, Junmo checks on An Min-tae and asks if he's feeling uneasy. An calmly replies that he's doing just fine. Then, Hyunwook gathers the team and reminds them to stay focused and perform just like they did during their drills. He tells them to control their breathing and be steady. The squad silently obeys and prepares as one. Shortly after, they enter the dungeon. Inside, chaos unfolds quickly. The leader of the Blue Flower troop is the first to fall, crushed brutally by a monster. One after another, their members are overwhelmed and wiped out by the creatures. On the other side, the AMT squad stands firm, as the boss monster, the Zombie King, suddenly emerges. It appears directly in front of the AMT troop. Without delay, Hyunwook instructs the AMT raid squad to shoot at the creature. However, in that instant, he senses something is off. There seems to be a barrier. He quickly tells Choi Taeyong to open fire, yet his mind briefly drifts back to a previous talk they had shared. Back then, Choi had raised a concern, wondering whether their drill training was even effective when modern weapons barely harm monsters and lack the destructive force of high-ranking players. At the time, Hyunwook had acknowledged his point. He had responded that, indeed, they wouldn't be able to inflict any serious damage. Their bullets were almost like rubber in comparison. Still, the purpose behind using rifles in this operation wasn't to kill, it was for the sound. Zombies, although their senses had decayed, still reacted strongly to noise. So while the firearms couldn't take them down, the loud shots could confuse and scatter them while dulling their perception and allowing the squad to maneuver. But right after, one of the soldiers had voiced another worry. What if the zombies inside this dungeon retained other sharp senses as well? That thought now echoes in Hyunwook's mind as he watches the Zombie King. In that situation, their odds of completing the raid grow slimmer, since most of the squad might end up turning into zombies. While this earlier conversation lingers in his mind, Hyunwook yells out to Choi Taeyong to move into position and begin firing. At the same time, he instructs An Min-tae to shoot as well. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts, and without warning, a wave of zombies begins rushing toward the soldiers. Quickly adapting, Hyunwook directs Choi Min-jae, Junmo Sungmo, and Kim Kyungmin to swap their magazines. They swiftly reload, and then Hyunwook resumes shooting without pause, his movements precise and relentless. Observing his outstanding combat skills, Kim Kyungjin starts to believe that Hyunwook must be using a rare grade item. The moment he activates it, all the surrounding zombies disappear instantly while leaving even the Zombie King stunned by what just happened. With the area now cleared, the soldiers finally get a chance to breathe. They rest off to the side, their legs aching and exhaustion visible on their faces. As they catch their breath, they quietly talk among themselves while feeling that, at least for now, the crisis has passed. At first, Hyunwook believes they've avoided danger just as planned, but even so, something still doesn't feel right. The number of zombies they faced was far less than what he had anticipated. On top of that, he notices something strange that the boss monster's name appears glitched in the notification window. Despite his unease, he instructs the soldiers to stay alert while reminding them that the gate hasn't been cleared completely yet. Urging them to keep moving, he adds that they should leave the area as soon as possible. As the team pushes forward, a vampire silently observes them from high above, while noting with interest that these intruders seem different from the usual ones. Meanwhile, Hyunwook begins to feel increasingly unsettled. He realizes that there's nothing surrounding the dungeon, no structures, no enemies, not even a trace of life. The area is eerily empty. He reflects that despite taking part in countless raids, he's never seen a place quite like this. Suddenly, from about 20 meters behind him, he picks up on movement, a foreign metallic object shifting. As he approaches, prepared to strike, a voice pleads for mercy, revealing that he's human. The figure explains he had been hiding because he mistook them for zombies. He then introduces himself as Kim Tae-sop, a survivor from the 3rd Raid Squad. The name catches Hyunwook off guard while making him pause in surprise. A question immediately crosses his mind that why is this man all alone? The young man, clearly shaken, struggles to speak at first. Finally, he manages to ask if they have any water or food, his voice faint and tired. Elsewhere, inside the temporary ops room of the Blue Flower Guild, one of the guild members informs their raid leader about a recent development. He mentions that the Gugwang group has just sent a classified cooperation letter to all the top guilds. According to him, regular soldiers were dispatched for the current raid. He goes on to mention that any player who successfully recovers the chairman's grandson's body, along with the rare grade spear of Achilles during the second joint raid, will receive a reward of 80 billion. Along with that, the Players Guild will also get a large sponsorship from the Blue Flower Guild. Meanwhile, back on the field, Kim Tae-seop reveals to Hyun-wook that their original mission was to retrieve the spear. However, during the first attempt at the gate, the chairman's second grandson, Gu Dong-hoon, had failed while carrying the spear of Achilles, which is known as a powerful symbol of the Gugwang group. This finally helps Hyun-wook piece everything together. He now understands why the renowned Yu Haina had been acting so cautious because the legendary spear of Achilles is involved. It also becomes clear why the other guilds had shown such aggression during the talks about making it a joint raid. As he notices An Mintae gently patting his head, Hyun-wook asks him what's wrong, but Mintae brushes it off while saying it's nothing, though something still feels off. Far in the distance, the vampire keeps observing. Amused, he tries to make sense of the situation while thinking that this time might turn out to be entertaining. Since the others seem to be simply chatting, he decides he might need to create the excitement himself. Just then, Hyun-wook suddenly detects multiple unknown metals rushing in their direction, at least 120 of them. He stiffens in alarm while realizing the number keeps rising, and he realizes that it could turn into something dangerous. Hyun-wook senses something is coming, and they don't have much time left. He calls the squad to attention while declaring firmly that they'll proceed with Plan C. He then turns to An Mintae and Choi Min-jae while telling them to ready the equipment and start potion doping. The soldiers immediately obey, each one replying with crisp acknowledgement. They begin consuming mana stars and HP stars, quickly restoring their energy in preparation for battle. Just then, Kim Tae-seop from the Blue Flower Guild troop stumbles in and notices what's happening. He looks confused while asking what's going on. However, Hyun-wook pays him no mind, already shouting toward Junmo that he knows what his role is. Junmo hears him and affirms that he fully understands. Kim Tae-seop, clearly unsettled by being ignored, raises his voice again. He insists that someone needs to tell him what Plan C is. In his view, he should be informed like everyone else. At this, Hyun-wook finally responds. He explains plainly that they are going to run. He warns the man to stay right behind them, otherwise he'll end up turning into a zombie. Still, Kim Tae-seop doesn't quite follow. He starts to speak again, but just then, a sudden blast echoes from behind. He turns around and freezes. Without wasting a second, he calls out for the AMT raid squad to withdraw from the current zone. From the shadows, the vampire watches the entire scene unfold. He observes with interest and muses that their so-called plan, while sacrificing one of their own as bait, feels far too simplistic. Still, he mutters that the bait would be of no use if he himself kills it in an instant. On the front line, Hyun-wook continues fighting with everything he has. Kim Tae-seop gasps while realizing that Plan C may have just been a plan to abandon Hyun-wook entirely and flee. It seems too reckless. Yet Junmo responds with confidence while explaining that Corporal Hyun-wook had crafted this strategy himself, and he is not the type to fail or act without reason. As the team flees from the approaching metal storm, they are forced to dodge a new wave of enemies, zombies, seething with rage while descending upon them. Their snarls fill the air, louder and wilder with every step. However, Hyun-wook doesn't retreat. He yells to smash and launches a fierce attack. His power explodes outward while striking the zombies hard. Many of them collapse on the spot while unmoving. The vampire watches amused. He notices the iron beads Hyun-wook used, small but glowing with divine power. He now understands that Hyun-wook had been positioned as bait for a very specific reason. Still, he knows the noise from those divine beads will soon draw even more zombies, and those will be even harder to control. Suddenly, the largest zombie makes its appearance. Its size towers above the others, and its fury is unmatched. It lets out a monstrous roar while shaking the dungeon. Hyun-wook narrows his eyes. Among the incoming zombies, he senses something unusual, a type of metal unlike any other, something of a far higher grade. He realizes in that moment that this might not be a creature at all. It might be a person. He starts thinking that whoever this is, he can't possibly be just another villain. Part of him wonders if it's someone he already knows. His gaze shifts instinctively to the vampire. While he's lost in thought, two flying zombies shoot toward him. He reacts instantly while slashing through them with a precise combo. His attacks are sharp and relentless. Still, more zombies keep coming. He knows he has to keep pushing. The vampire, while watching from afar, starts to doubt his earlier expectations. He reflects that maybe he had expected too much from this fight. Yet the divine-infused iron beads were no afterthought Hyunwook had prepared carefully. Still, the vampire notices Hyunwook's energy fading. He also sees that the shards of the iron beads are now scattered, likely to be used again. Hyunwook gathers his last reserve of strength and unleashes a skill. Steel Rain, Free Fall. Metal shards rain down from above while tearing through the zombie horde. Explosions thunder around them. The massive zombie cries out, and as the blast intensifies, a brilliant light bursts outward. One of the men watching all this in disbelief stammers out his thoughts. He recalls that the plan had been to use one man as bait and run. It no longer makes sense. Another soldier quickly corrects him while pointing out that this was never about abandoning anyone. From the beginning, it had been a deception operation to lure the zombies away from Corporal Hyunwook. They had all been running while talking, all to serve the illusion. The vampire watches the plan unfold with growing interest. A realization hits him that Hyunwook had never been the bait at all. This was a full raid strategy, designed from the start. He bursts into laughter while admitting to himself that he never imagined these soldiers would be this entertaining. Hyunwook catches the vampire laughing and grows uneasy. Something feels off. He starts thinking carefully. The vampire is laughing, but why? What's his true motive for entering the raid gate? And more than anything, Hyunwook realizes that the man blends in too well with the zombies. A deeper suspicion forms inside him. He starts to believe that he might know this man from somewhere. The vampire's grin widens. He declares to himself that now he wants to taste Hyunwook's blood. He plans to soak his spear in it. Then with a loud crash, he slams his sword into the ground. Hyunwook can no longer hold back. Fury blazing in his eyes, he asks only once if the man is a necromancer. The vampire's eyes flicker with surprise. The question catches him off guard. He grows still, shaken that Hyunwook could even know about necromancers. This unexpected reaction makes Hyunwook hesitate. He begins to wonder if he had been wrong all along. Maybe this man isn't the necromancer after all. The vampire steps forward, voice cold and sharp. He warns that if Hyunwook wants a peaceful death, he'd better speak clearly, because now he wants to know how Hyunwook knows about necromancers. He demands to know who Hyunwook really is. Without hesitation, he lunges forward while drawing his sword to strike. He blocks the strike while saving himself from a fatal blow. He mentally notes that if it hadn't been for the fusion of Manannan MacLear's secret armor with his steel body, his arm would have been sliced clean off. Realizing he has to act fast, he activates a skill and launches an attack. Blades spin through the air while flying towards the vampire, yet suddenly a shield forms in front of the vampire while protecting him completely. The sight stuns Hyunwook. The vampire has successfully saved himself, but what shocks Hyunwook even more is how effortlessly he did it. At that moment, Hyunwook thinks about the attack pattern. It's far beyond what level 18 is supposed to handle. He becomes more and more certain this guy has already surpassed the Red Gate's restrictions. As they continue to face each other, Hyunwook demands to know how he even got inside. Meanwhile, the vampire's hand begins to burn. Shards of divine bead embedded by Hyunwook now sear his flesh. Observing closely, Hyunwook notes the vampire's reaction. That confirms it. Only beings harmed by divine power react that way. He realizes what he's dealing with. A player devouring player. A vampire from the evil tribe that destroyed the AMT. Evidently, his words strike a nerve. The vampire explodes in fury while calling Hyunwook a master at provoking people. He yanks the burning shards from his skin, which begins to regenerate quickly. Then, without giving Hyunwook a chance to respond, he threatens to chop off a limb or two if that's what it takes to make him talk. Hyunwook, while trying to stay calm, focuses on the weapon in the vampire's hand. It's the Spear of Achilles, the very one the Gugwang group is searching for. He concludes that its true powers must have awakened. If that's the case, then even with his steel body and secret armor, he won't survive a hit. He knows the potion effect will only last a little over 2 minutes. He has to end this before then. As he thinks this through, the vampire narrows his gaze and declares he'll break him open if necessary. He launches into the air again while aiming his next attack. Both of them clash in mid-combat. Hyunwook counters with metal control, but the attack doesn't land. The vampire weaves through it and mocks him for using the same tricks. Feeling frustrated, Hyunwook watches his opponent block every long-distance attempt. It becomes clear that he won't be able to land any bead shard hits, and close combat is too risky with that spear. So, he begins to run while analyzing his options. While running, he reflects that he's left with no other choice. He has to play his last card earlier than expected. High above, the vampire rages. He screams while demanding how Hyunwook dares to even utter that name, someone he shouldn't know. In response, Hyunwook keeps sprinting while accepting that it's time. He answers indirectly while introducing himself as a soldier. He wonders aloud whether the vampire even served while suspecting he never joined the military. The vampire snaps back in confusion while demanding answers and calling Hyunwook ridiculous. But Hyunwook presses further. He states his assumption was right. The vampire didn't serve in the military at all. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, chaos continues. Junmo prepares to activate something when an AMT raid soldier rushes in and stops him while urging him not to waste the chance. With the boss monster nowhere to be seen, even the raid squad wouldn't survive against the remaining zombies. Another soldier remarks grimly that Hyunwook is likely already dead. They need to hide, but Junmo refuses to believe it. He responds with conviction. Corporal Hyunwook isn't someone who would fall so easily. One of the soldiers demands to know how he can be so sure. Junmo answers that they haven't received the signal yet. Confused, the soldier presses for clarification, just as another soldier arrives and calls out Junmo's name. Junmo responds quickly, and the new arrival tells him to strap a claymore mine to his back before leaving the zone. Junmo checks that is it the KM-18A1? The soldier confirms. If it explodes, it means he used his last resort. When that happens, Junmo must ensure the squad hides immediately. At the same time, Hyunwook's voice roars across the battlefield. He shouts that it's time and yells, "Blast!" A massive explosion follows. Metal shards fly everywhere while burning the vampire. Hyunwook hides for safety, but when he peeks out he sees the vampire, burned but still alive. The vampire howls in rage while demanding how Hyunwook dares to attack someone who was chosen, someone bonded to the spear. He announces that he cannot be killed so easily. However, Hyunwook sees his chance. He leaps back into action and launches another attack while using all of his power. The vampire, overwhelmed, takes several hits. He's shocked. The strikes come so fast he can't even follow them. As he struggles, the vampire mutters in disbelief. The claymore wasn't meant to kill him, and it was only a distraction. Hyunwook's true trump card was something else entirely. Then with a smirk, he reveals his hidden weapon that is an arrow. Hyunwook hears him but doesn't flinch. He responds that the arrow is infused with his own power, and it won't be removed so easily. But he reassures the vampire that he won't die just yet. Now it's Hyunwook's turn to ask the questions. Meanwhile, a member of the Blue Flower Guild, who's been teaming up with AMT instead of sticking with his own group, glances at Junmo and points out that the explosion looks exactly like the signal they had just discussed. Junmo nods in confirmation. The Blue Flower Guild member shrugs and mentions that he already said anyone alone out here would have ended up dead in the worst way. He advises that if they've got combat rations, they should just lie low and wait for the rear squad to arrive, while assuring them that they'll survive that way. This comment clearly irritates Junmo. With frustration, he glares at the man. The Blue Flower member, now nervous, asks what the problem is. Junmo sternly responds that the signal might mean one of their own could be dead, and questions how he could even think about joking right now. The man fumbles while saying it's unfortunate, but they still have to survive somehow. He then turns to the group and tells everyone to hide quickly. Before they can move, another explosion suddenly bursts out while sending panic through the troops. Then, out of nowhere, a structure starts forming right in front of them. One of the soldiers points it out, shocked. They've never seen anything like this, not even during drills. Soon after, hordes of zombies begin materializing alongside the building. Another soldier shouts in disbelief as the undead appear in large numbers. Trying to take control, Junmo motions for everyone to keep quiet while signaling them not to make a sound so the zombies wouldn't detect them. But fear overwhelms the Blue Flower Guild member, and he bolts. His sudden movement catches the attention of the zombies, who immediately shift their gaze toward the group. Chaos erupts as the undead charge toward them. Junmo instantly commands the squad to fire. As bullets start flying, one of the soldiers panics while commenting that there are far too many. Junmo yells at them to find cover wherever they can. At the same time, Hyunwook is locked in a fight with a vampire. The vampire is pinned against a tree, an arrow stuck deep in his elbow. He struggles to pull it out but fails. The arrow isn't just physical, it's dampening his powers. The pain clearly weighs on him. Hyunwook, while standing nearby, keeps his cool. He doesn't rush to finish the vampire off. Instead, he starts interrogating him. The vampire scoffs at the idea of being killed by something so minor. Hyunwook admits he can't instantly kill him without divine power, but reminds the vampire that endless blood loss can feel worse than death. This comment rattles the vampire, who demands to know how Hyunwook knows so much. When the vampire tries to remove the arrow again, Hyunwook pushes it in further using his magic. He then asks about the connection between the vampire and the second grandson of the Great Gugwang group, while suggesting he might be the one funding him. The vampire growls at the question and flares up, but the increasing pain keeps him from lashing out. Hyunwook grins slightly while noting that the vampire's anger is proof he hit the mark. Encouraged by this, he keeps pressing. Next, he brings up the mysterious figure that the necromancer. The vampire, however, scoffs and shows pity while calling Hyunwook clueless. He explains that the necromancer could be anyone, possibly someone right beside Hyunwook, or even a loved one. Hyunwook notes to himself that the vampire seems desperate for acknowledgement, yet refuses to give clear answers. He guesses the vampire has never seen the necromancer in person. The vampire calls Hyunwook pathetic while mocking him for assuming too much. He mentions that someone as secretive as the necromancer wouldn't show himself or reveal his thoughts even to someone under his command. Hyunwook, unimpressed, throws back a sharp jab while asking if that makes the vampire just a creepy follower. As the two argue, a massive snake slithers behind Hyunwook while preparing to strike. But Lee remains focused. The vampire rages and commands the snake to attack while shouting that Hyunwook knows nothing. Yet Hyunwook, while anticipating this move, quickly impales the snake with a spear and ending it instantly. He casually thanks the vampire for the item while noting he'll make good use of it. In his thoughts, Hyunwook starts piecing things together. If the necromancer had truly awakened, he would have made a move by now. But if he hasn't, why is this vampire so blindly devoted to him? Things aren't adding up. With frustration, he suddenly snaps at the vampire while demanding to know how he even got inside the raid gate. The Blue Flower Guild was guarding the entrance, so how did he slip in alone? The vampire snarls in response while asking how Hyunwook entered when the gate has a strict level cap, as nobody above level 18 should be able to pass. That comment catches Hyunwook off guard. If this vampire opened the gate himself, then maybe one person can indeed manipulate a gate. The vampire chuckles at Hyunwook's shocked reaction, while saying it proves he knows nothing. He warns that the second phase is about to begin. Hyunwook starts noticing changes in the environment. The terrain is shifting fast. He realizes he might lose the vampire and even the fail-not weapon if he doesn't act fast. He rips the arrow out of the vampire just as a new warning pops up that Zombie King's castle has appeared. Hyunwook stiffens. So this is what the second phase meant. The vampire cackles with glee. He brags that the real phase of the raid is now starting, and soon, Hyunwook will taste the true horrors of this world, all planned by him. Back at Junmo's side, the group stays hidden from the undead, but tension spikes again as the Zombie King suddenly emerges into the area. The vampire, still with Hyunwook, explains that this being, Baron Samedi, commands both life and death, light and shadow. As he appears, he grants vision to all previously summoned zombies. Their power and coordination increase drastically. The vampire taunts Hyunwook while his comrades used as bait will now be sacrificed, and the zombies will flood the outside world once they breach the gate. Hyunwook, for the first time in the entire battle, feels a cold shiver. The vampire ends his words with a wicked laugh while challenging Hyunwook to stop the descent of the true zombie king, Baron Samedi. Hyunwook, taken aback by this development, realizes that because of him, the monsters now have eyes. The moment marks a turning point. The creatures begin to detect the hidden soldiers and launch their attack. Chaos quickly follows. Hyunwook observes the zombies moving directly toward them, now fully aware of their targets. Gunfire erupts as the soldiers return fire in panic. Recognizing the danger, Hyunwook informs the raid squad that the zombies have gained vision and volunteers to cover their escape. As the others begin pulling back, the Zombie King keeps his eyes locked on the soldiers and smashes rocks aimed at harming them. In the midst of the tension, Hyunwook hurls a grenade while triggering a massive blast. Turning to Private Park Junmo, An Min-tae, and Choi Min-jae, he urges them to retreat immediately, while reminding them they won't last long if they stay. He mentions the brutal truth that confidence alone won't help when it comes to taking down a comrade turned into a zombie. Amid the flurry of grenades thrown toward the attacking zombies, sparks flash continuously in the smoky air. Despite this, Park Junmo assures Hyunwook that if he goes down, they'll go with him. Hearing that from his teammates, Hyunwook orders the squad to retreat completely and to use all the remaining grenades. Meanwhile, the Zombie King declares that he will offer the last of their comrades as sacrifices. In the background, his castle, Ndako, nears full construction. As a result, the gate's entry restriction rises from level 18 to level 30. He then reveals his plan that the zombies will attempt to break through the gate and flood into the outside world, and the squad must try to stop them. The atmosphere turns more dire as the soldiers race to dodge the Zombie King's relentless blows. Hyunwook sprints quickly, all the while hearing nearby grenade explosions echo from a close-by building. He considers the claymore mine he placed if it detonates. That would be his final option while signaling to the others that they must hide no matter what. Just as he starts to express his thoughts, Park Junmo interrupts while assuring him that they'll all be waiting, so he must survive and return. Hyunwook responds with certainty that he'll come back while urging them to wait for him. Pushing forward, he races toward the zombies. Holding the Achilles spear tightly, he unlocks it while raising his mana to extreme levels. The zombies flood toward him, but he reminds himself of the promise he made to come back no matter what, and begins smashing through them with sheer strength. At that moment, the Zombie King himself appears in front of him, furious that his descent has been disrupted. His rage is unmistakable. Meanwhile, other AMT members, also retreating, are still under attack. Kim Kyung-jin, oddly enough, carries a large jar while causing Choi Tae-young to question the reason. Kim responds vaguely while stating that he just had a feeling the jar is important to the Zombie King. Despite the situation, they keep running as the zombies chase from behind. Park Junmo then shows up while firing at the creatures and shouting for them to hurry. He reports that the C4 setup is finished and asks An Min-tae to provide cover. Following his lead, Min-tae moves to the front, and together they detonate the explosives. A powerful explosion follows while throwing both zombies and soldiers to the ground. Fortunately, the squad survives. Though shaken, they're unharmed. Looking around, they realize the zombie gate seems blocked, at least for now. But there's a new problem. They're trapped inside the building, and oxygen could run out soon if they stay. Park Junmo notes that they've dealt with the urgent threat and must now locate an exit as quickly as possible. They head off only to be met again by the Zombie King, whose fury hasn't cooled. His gaze lands on the stolen jar and he laughs with dark amusement. Shock spreads through the squad as they confront him. Suddenly, Hyunwook reappears while commanding everyone to halt. Park Junmo feels relief seeing him alive. As Hyunwook faces the Zombie King, he mutters to himself that he's the only one allowed to mess with his teammates. The soldiers freeze in surprise for a second. Suddenly, a system alert pops up while warning that a large chunk of mana has been burned in a short span. Only 32% remains. He realizes he's been acting tough, but now he's low on mana and completely clueless about how to beat this terrifying enemy. Now standing face to face with the Zombie King, he wonders if the monster is a long-range type. Gripping his spear tightly, Hyunwook rushes in. The Zombie King looks furious at the sight of him, but strangely, he doesn't attack. That catches Hyunwook off guard. He starts to think something doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, Park Junmo tells the squad to ready their gear. During the intense fight, Hyunwook keeps thinking that something is off, maybe it's because of that. Just then, the Zombie King charges forward and swings hard. Hyunwook clenches his teeth but gets slammed and falls hard to the ground. Anger fills him as the squad stares in shock. Quickly recovering, he tosses mana potions to the others. Rising to his feet, he walks toward the Zombie King again, while gripping the Achilles spear tighter than before. He reignites its power, although he's running dangerously low on mana. Then, he calls for An Min-tae to defend the front line. With him blocking ahead, Hyunwook gulps down a mana star, which temporarily boosts his energy for 5 minutes. With renewed energy, he challenges the Zombie King. Activating a smash skill with his spear, he drives it straight at the monster. But the Zombie King grabs the weapon mid-air. Hyunwook instantly realizes the problem that it's the barrier. If he keeps wasting attacks blindly, he'll lose all his gear. And with the squad depending on him, he can't afford to back off and look for a weakness. The soldiers stay behind their shields while holding off the monster's pressure. Hyunwook starts thinking again that if the descent isn't fully complete, there has to be some weak spot. But where? Just then, Kim Kyungjin stands with a sword in hand. Park Junmo approaches while asking where the sword came from. He warns him not to mess with dungeon items, since their effects are unknown. Kim calmly responds that they don't have a choice anymore. Even Hyunwook can't leave them behind. Someone has to act. Right as the Zombie King charges at them, Park Junmo quickly tells Kim to stab. Jinwo slammed his sword into the creature's heart, and the monster fell to its knees. Hyunwook looks at his team and asks if they're okay. Park Junmo confirms they're all holding up, but Hyunwook remains confused about what's really happening. Then, they all notice the Zombie King, now sitting and seething in rage. He spots a jar, one that Kim had snatched earlier. At the same time, Hyunwook sees the sword stuck in the monster and wonders whether it struck the heart or lungs. The Zombie King lets out a deafening roar, so loud the squad can't even hear themselves think. A warning appears again. The forced restart of the descent of the Zombie King, Baron Samedi, has begun. A new alert pops up that the spirit of incomplete death is flowing through the Zombie King, and the level cap has jumped to 53. Then, it all clicks for Hyunwook. The jars work just like the canopic jars from Egypt, vessels that store a mummy's organs. If this monster is like that, then the heart must hold his spirit. That's the weak point. With the barrier up and the king distracted, now's his shot. Pulling out Fail Not, Hyunwook locks in on the heart and takes aim. But as the arrow flies, the Zombie King's wounds start healing rapidly because of the descent effect. Still, Hyunwook doesn't back down. He thinks this healing won't last. He charges once more with the Achilles spear and focuses all his strength. This weapon will wipe out that annoying regeneration, he believes. As the spear slams into the monster, the Zombie King howls in agony. That's when he notices a strange metal closing in fast, and he knows, deep down, this time, he's in serious trouble. As he notices An Min-tae, he questions what he's up to and orders him to activate the shield. Following the command, An Min-tae casts the shield to block the Zombie King's fierce blows, using it as cover. Hyunwook joins him behind the barrier, and An Min-tae checks if he's doing okay. Observing his ability in action, Hyunwook is taken aback and wonders about the skill. An Min-tae explains that ever since entering the dungeon, his level has been rising rapidly. The last time he stopped the Zombie King's attack, he leveled up and finally unlocked the shield skill. Just like Hyunwook once mentioned, the world standard no longer applies. While he continues speaking, a system alert pops up while letting him know that a level 1 magic shield has been granted. Hyunwook, however, questions how he could rely on an untested skill that might have gotten him killed. An Min-tae responds that he just wanted to protect him. In return, Hyunwook admits he gets it, but reminds him it's his own duty to shield the rest, so he shouldn't push himself too hard. An Min-tae shows gratitude, but Hyunwook shrugs it off while saying he should save the thanks for when they all make it out alive. As the battle presses on, another alert suddenly appears that the descent process has been interrupted. The Zombie King now looks more intense than ever. A further warning signals that an incomplete spirit of death is spreading through his body, and soon it will pull him back into death. The creature lets out a monstrous growl. Still, despite his condition worsening, he charges forward while suggesting that this might be his final attempt to drag them down with him. Thinking quickly, Hyunwook tells Choi Taeyang to block the Zombie King's view with continuous fire. Choi doesn't hesitate and starts shooting non-stop. Meanwhile, Park Junmo encourages the raid squad to use distraction tactics until Hyunwook regains his mana. Hyunwook tries to stop them from risking too much, but Park insists that they'll buy him some time while leaving the final strike to him. Hyunwook's mana slowly begins to recover as Choi Taeyang keeps firing. However, he soon announces he's out of bullets. At that moment, Hyunwook rushes in and gets the monster's attention while claiming himself as the true opponent. He recalls the only way to defeat the Zombie King is to destroy his organs stored in 3 canopic jars: his liver, heart, and eyes. With a deafening roar from the monster, Hyunwook closes in for the finishing blow. He pulls out the fail knot and strikes the creature's eye. He mocks the creature's disgraceful behavior while urging him to carry himself like a true king. Then, using the Cloud Blade, he delivers the final slash that ends the Zombie King's reign. A system message appears while congratulating him for slaying the enemy. Everyone freezes, stunned that the monster has truly been defeated. Then, cheers erupt that the raid was a success. Hyunwook receives a new item, the Crown of Light and Darkness, which he doesn't recognize from his past life. Even more curious, it seems to possess a unique trait. Suddenly, a danger alert flashes. The destruction of Indako, the Zombie King's stronghold, has begun. One soldier yells to Hyunwook while snapping him out of his thoughts. He realizes they haven't even gathered loot or points yet, but there's no time. He urgently warns everyone to evacuate. The troops rush out while moving quickly through the collapsing fort. Another notification confirms that the raid is complete and the gate will shut soon. They all sprint toward the exit while trying to make it before it closes. Hyunwook shouts out while urging them to move faster as the gate starts shrinking. Outside, Catherine is in the middle of a conversation with her guildmate, who brings up concerns about party-level requirements for the raid, while saying every member must be at least level 53. She also questions whether going solo as Blue Flower Guild might backfire if the Gugwang group withdraws support. They're caught off guard when they spot the gate starting to shut, and then, one by one, the AMT troop bursts through. Hyunwook flies out just in time as the gate seals behind them. Relief floods the group that they made it out alive. Hyunwook gathers the group and praises them for their efforts while confirming the Red Gate raid is complete. Everyone celebrates, overwhelmed by success. Watching from a distance, Catherine becomes furious. She can't believe they cleared the Red Gate. She wonders who Hyunwook really is. Back inside the ruined fort, Kim Taesop roams around. After receiving the gate clearance message, he had rushed there, but now he can't find the gate. Confused, he searches for the exit, convinced it was right there. Suddenly, a vampire steps out from the shadows behind him. At first, Kim assumes he's a human from the rescue team and tries to speak with him while asking for the way out. But the vampire lunges forward with intense bloodlust while revealing his true intentions. He slaughters Kim Taesop without hesitation, his mind consumed by thoughts of Hyunwook. The vampire vows to take everything Hyunwook holds dear and paint it all with blood. At the same time, Hyunwook gives clear orders for the raid squad to line up in double file. Quickly, they arrange themselves in an organized line while looking like a polished crew. He then walks toward Catherine. As he approaches, she immediately wants answers. She asks about their own team. Hyunwook explains that by the time they entered the gate, everything had already gone wrong. Catherine listens, and then points out that he seems to be claiming success all on his own. Hyunwook responds calmly while hinting that the upcoming gate analysis will confirm the truth. Naturally, his calm words upset her. Her voice grows sharper as she demands to know who he really is. She asks whether he's truly an F rank, clearly shaken by his unexpected strength. He meets her glare and calmly questions if she really thinks his success was only luck. In return, she expresses doubt and says she'll believe everything once the results are out. Then she suddenly changes the topic and asks if he happened to see a spear-type item inside, possibly something their zombified Blue Flower Guild member carried, or maybe an item from the dungeon's treasure house. Her question triggers a memory in Hyunwook. He recalls shouting for everyone to evacuate as the castle collapsed. During that moment, he had seen an item marked with the indomitable steel body and had taken it. However, back in the present, he lies and tells her he didn't see any spears. Instantly, she looks stunned. She had been confident that something like that was inside. She insists there must have been one. But as she keeps pressing him, Hyunwook interrupts and accuses her of switching topics too often. He implies she's avoiding their bet, and even teases her title while calling her the Great Department Head of Seoul's Blue Flower Guild. He asks if she's trying to back out of her promise. Frustrated, she shouts again. Her emotions spike, and Hyunwook steps back slightly. He comments that she seems out of sorts and offers to return later to settle things. But before he can leave, she grabs his wrist tightly. She cries out that he should join the Blue Flower Guild right now and promises he'll receive the best treatment in the industry. For a moment he pauses, thinking she only wants to grind him down and control him. Suddenly, a soldier announces the arrival of the 3rd AMT Brigadier General. Everyone salutes Corporal Hyunwook. Choi Jung-chul walks in with a smile when he spots both Hyun-wook and Catherine together. He wastes no time and questions whether Catherine is trying to snatch away a key soldier before his discharge. Catherine quickly responds while claiming she only gave a suggestion, but Choi Jung-chul presses further. He asks if Blue Flower violated rules and arranged a separate raid. His words leave her in disbelief. She denies it, but he continues while bringing up the Gugwang Group 2 issue and claiming Blue Flower has overstepped multiple times. Then, he announces that he'll file a formal complaint with the Blue Flower Guildmaster. He adds that an official document about this should also be sent to other guilds for discussion. Catherine clenches her fist so tightly in anger that blood starts dripping from her hand. Soon after, Choi Jung-chul and Hyun-wook head into a private room. There, the Brigadier General bursts into laughter and praises Hyun-wook for achieving 100% contribution in the raid. He admits he never saw it coming and can't wait to witness the Blue Flower Guild Master's reaction. Hyun-wook observes how much the man enjoys watching Blue Flower fail just this once. Moments later, Jung-chul compliments him again and says it's his first time encountering someone like Hyun-wook. In response, Hyun-wook humbly mentions that he didn't do it alone, and that his squad was with him the whole way. He begins to bring up the promise, but Jung-chul cuts him off with another compliment and announces that every squad member will be promoted by 1 rank. He also grants Hyun-wook the chance for a rank re-evaluation. Hyun-wook feels uneasy about the older man's sly generosity. Still, he expresses thanks for the promotions, the rank re-evaluation, and the promised reward. He uses formal words, but inside, he knows how clever this man really is. Jung-chul watches him closely and asks what he truly wants. Without hesitation, Hyun-wook asks for divine-powered weapons for his entire squad. Jung-chul is clearly shocked by this. He turns toward Hyun-wook and reminds him that the zombie gate has just ended, and yet he's already making such a bold request. Meanwhile, in another area, a young boy bursts into a room and shouts some shocking news that the support squad has cleared the level 53 red gate all on their own. A nearby soldier scoffs while thinking it's nonsense, but the boy insists it's true, even revealing that Corporal Hyun-wook received a scouting offer from Blue Flower. The soldiers in the room are stunned. One of them points out that this might mean Hyun-wook has surpassed Sergeant Choi Young-hoon. Another adds that once Sergeant Choi returns, they'll need to settle it with a match to see who the true ace is. At that same time, the returning support squad is resting together while talking among themselves. One soldier shares how all the attention feels like a burden. Another agrees while saying they were ignored before, and now it's hard to adjust to being noticed. Someone brings up Park Junmo while wondering why he doesn't seem to be affected by all the attention. They glance over and see him happily speaking with a group of girl soldiers while bragging about the raid. He tells them about the moment when Hyun-wook ran out of mana but still stepped forward to stop the zombies. One girl asks how the rest of the squad got so strong, and Junmo proudly says it's thanks to Corporal Hyun-wook's special training. Elsewhere, Hyun-wook is alone in a room while eating quietly. Suddenly, someone bursts in. It's Private Lee Won-suk. He introduces himself and says he has business with the support squad. He quickly falls to his knees and begins crying. He begs Hyun-wook to forgive him and pleads for a second chance. Hyun-wook doesn't turn to look at him. He wonders why Won-suk had to come in now, of all times. But Won-suk remains on the floor while sobbing. A system notification pops up that Hyun-wook is now digesting the Crown of Light and Darkness, which he had consumed earlier. Eventually, Hyun-wook stands and looks at Won-suk. Though he doesn't like him, he realizes the soul wave is coming. Most squads won't survive it. Even one more fighter could make a difference. After thinking it over, he tells Won-suk he'll accept him. Won-suk stares in disbelief, overwhelmed with happiness. But Hyun-wook's expression turns serious. He grabs Won-suk by the collar and warns him to prepare to die. Won-suk looks lost. He doesn't understand what's happening. He stammers and tries to confirm what he just heard. But Hyun-wook shoves him down and growls that it doesn't matter whether he heard it right or not. Won-suk keeps begging while calling Hyun-wook's name, because he wants to survive. Meanwhile, in a dark place, the vampire stands silently. Someone storms in, furious while yelling about all the items lost because of his failure. The man accuses him of not completing a simple gate test. The vampire hangs his head and apologizes. A strange girl appears beside him. She speaks in a creepy voice and says that usually, someone like him would be left to starve and die. But this time, he's lucky. They've been summoned. She licks her lips in a strange, monstrous way and grins with excitement. She whispers that soon, blood will cover the entire Seoul region. Finally, the Soul Wave is about to begin. Kai Baek-jun, the guildmaster of Great Mountain, is on a call with the guild chairman while reassuring him that his judgment is accurate. He brings up the recent failure of the candidate at Seoul Station and mentions that plans are already in motion. Moreover, he's already gathering forces through contacts in the black market. He is determined to track down the key, no matter what it takes. He mentions that the small-time thief seems to use fire in combat, which leads him to believe the person is likely part of AMT. With that in mind, he's planning to trigger 4 gates during the upcoming Soul Wave and then split them up. Afterward, some of his loyal enforcers will be sent to wipe out the 1st AMT Battalion. Trying to ease the chairman's concerns, he reassures him not to worry about the situation in Korea. Once the call ends, he turns to the slaughterers while telling them that they've now got fresh prey. One of the vampires, eager for action, asks for orders. He responds that their task is to raid the 1st Battalion of Namsan AMT as soon as the wave kicks off and to eliminate everything that breathes. When the vampire checks if there's any specific strategy to follow, he simply mentions they're free to handle it however they like. Their mission is clear: to begin with the military unit and erase Seoul from South Korea's map. Over at the 3rd AMT Brigade's 1st Battalion, the battalion commander begins the promotion ceremony with a formal salute to Hyun-wook and 6 other soldiers who've just received orders for a 1-rank promotion. Following that, every soldier in the unit returns the salute in unison while standing tall with pride. The commander then praises them all for their outstanding service and offers his congratulations. Hyun-wook nods while giving a quick word of thanks. Soon after, the commander remarks that he's always held the belief that if every soldier and officer carries out their responsibilities properly, they can build a healthy and unified barracks culture, one that leaves no one behind. Hearing this, Hyun-wook can't help but think the commander is diving into another one of his trademark long speeches. Still, the commander continues while expressing how their strong military discipline has turned his beliefs into reality, and how genuinely proud he feels. But just then the flow is interrupted. The commander gets a call, his tone sharpens, and he brings up someone named Kaido. He mentions that he'll head over immediately, and then directs the 2nd platoon leader to take charge and finish the promotion ceremony in his place. The platoon leader steps in without hesitation and keeps the event moving. At that moment, Hyun-wook starts to wonder that could this Kaido be Okita Kaido, the Sword Saint assassin who once killed Sword Saint Guk Seongpyo? Memories from his previous life begin to surface. Back then, after receiving intel about Kaido's illegal entry through Busan port, Commander Kim Kang-sok had left the battalion to go after him. Sadly, during that absence, 2 vampires wiped out the entire 1st AMT battalion. It's clear now that the past he remembers has begun to repeat itself. As thoughts swirl in his mind, the 2nd platoon leader continues with the ceremony and reads out the results of the rank advancement. An Min-tae, Choi Min-jae, Choi Tae-yong, Park Seung-min, and Kim Kyung-jin are all promoted to D rank. He instructs them to inspect their awarded weapons and make sure to register them at the local branch office. Everyone quickly complies. While the others celebrate their progress and enjoy the moment, Hyun-wook quietly wonders whether the future he remembers is about to replay itself and whether this time he'll be able to survive what's coming. One of the soldiers then mentions it feels like they could achieve even more while wondering how amazing it would be if someone got promoted by 2 ranks at once. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook notices Corporal Park Junmo and checks if he's all right. Junmo responds that he's fine, though he had expected things to turn out this way. He adds that unlike the others, he isn't able to raise his level easily, even though he also received a reward and a high-grade weapon. Afterward, everyone begins examining their new weapons. When Hyun-wook opens his own box to check his, the soldiers behind him question whether the items inside are actually pegs instead of a proper weapon. That moment makes Hyun-wook realize that all his preparations are already complete. Worrying now serves no purpose. He understands that he has no option but to face whatever lies ahead. Whatever the future throws at him, he's ready to crash into it, crush it, and consume it. Still, he feels deeply let down by what he received as a reward. Then his memory drifts to a few days later at the Namsan guard post. While they're on duty at their stations, Park Junmo casually brings up that it seems like they're getting assigned night duty way too often these days, joking that they've become easy targets again. Hyun-wook quietly thinks to himself that maybe it's a good thing the incident hasn't happened yet. Perhaps the changes he made weren't enough to alter the course of the wave. If that's true, then the screen event, the one that will unleash chaos on Seoul, is set to begin today. As they continue standing watch, Park shares that just thinking about the upcoming reward vacation and seeing his grandmother again is keeping him awake at night. He insists he's being completely honest. In response, Hyun-wook asks if he trusts him. Without hesitation, Park answers that he does, fully and without doubt. Then, Hyun-wook tells Park Junmo that they're leaving their post from this moment. Park is stunned to hear that. Just then, a woman walks over and asks An Min-tae and Park Junmo if they're staying awake. They both answer that they're not sleeping. She casually brings up how they've been getting assigned night duty way too often lately, and checks if they're doing all right. Park responds that he's fine. After that, he adds that Hyun-wook mentioned this is also part of their training, so they didn't really have a choice. The woman responds with a light comment, saying that Hyun-wook clearly believes in their abilities, which is why he gives them such tasks. She encourages them to stay strong. Park thanks her for her words and says he'll do his best. She jokes with a smile that they better stay positive, or she'll kill them herself. They laugh it off and nod along. But suddenly, something unusual catches their eyes. Strange creatures start approaching from a distance. Right away, Hyunwook raises his voice while warning it to halt and raise his hand, and adding that he'll fire if he get any closer. He also shouts that if he is a civilian, he must not take another step. However, as he looks more closely, he realizes these are not people, they're monsters. Without delay, he pulls the trigger and drops the creature, which collapses to the ground. The other soldiers freeze in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Hyunwook, though still standing, is also shaken by the sight. But before they can recover, they spot a whole group of monsters charging toward them. Without wasting a moment, Hyunwook orders everyone to open fire. Then he calls Park Junmo to move to the doorway quickly. As soon as Park gets into position, Hyunwook casts a magic shield, and the wave of monsters is blasted away in all directions. At that moment, it hits him that this is it. The terrifying soul wave has begun. CEO Yoonha is seated in the executive's official residence lounge while focusing on her laptop and tracking patterns in military figures under regulation and particular oversight. As she is analyzing the data, an odd sensation washes over her. Prompted by instinct, she steps out of her room, activates her skill Holy Night, and then carefully pushes the door open. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolds before her eyes that numerous snakes slither through the space while grabbing the military executives. The sight leaves her startled. As she tries to grasp the situation, a vampire suddenly appears in front of her. Caught off guard, she is struck by his sudden blow and collapses onto the ground, injured. With a cold tone, he remarks that he has finally located her, the third daughter of the Holy Knight Order's captain. He keeps attacking her without pause, but she gathers her strength and lands a solid kick on his face while sending him staggering back. Without hesitation, she follows up with a series of fierce hits while forcing him to retreat even further. Though wounded, she questions his identity while wondering if he might be a player. While observing him, she realizes that the parts of his body touched by her holy energy were scorched, and yet, his recovery speed is impressive. This makes her wonder who he truly might be. He, however, responds with indifference while claiming there's no purpose in learning his name since her fate is sealed. Despite the threat, a smirk lingers on his face. He remarks, almost playfully, that it's unfortunate to end the life of someone so beautiful. Before she can react further, her eyes widen in disbelief. Just behind her, a gate has appeared, and with it, a wave begins. The vampire then questions if she's truly lost in thought while he's standing right in front of her. Without giving her time to respond, he strikes her with a heavy rope-like weapon, and then seizes her by the neck. He remarks that he's well aware of her pride, but warns that she should be more aware of her surroundings before showing such confidence. Now pinned to the ground, her neck still trapped in his grasp, she starts to think that without any weapons on her, she has no way to fight back. At that moment, he mentions that although he would enjoy dragging the fight out longer, he's pressed for time and intends to end it quickly. Even as her vision begins to blur, she realizes she cannot afford to pass out here. She must resist, no matter what. But her strength is slipping fast, and consciousness begins to fade. Just then, as the vampire moves in for the final blow, Hyunwook suddenly appears. His unexpected arrival makes the vampire pause, clearly irritated by the interruption. With his grip broken, Yuna falls from his hold and starts coughing while struggling to catch her breath. Between gasps, she asks Hyunwook why he's here. Calmly, he explains that he came to save her. His words leave her briefly stunned. Meanwhile, the vampire watches their exchange with growing fury. He snarls in frustration while accusing them of acting as if he isn't even there. He compares them to someone from a past encounter who showed similar disrespect, an insult he hasn't forgotten. His hatred for military officers becomes clear as he expresses his disgust while calling them rats. However, Hyunwook stays composed and firm. He declares that this time, the vampire won't be getting away. That only fuels the vampire's rage further. The monsters keep forcing their way through the gate, their numbers growing steadily. Inside, the soldiers start exchanging thoughts while mentioning that the rapid response unit should arrive shortly. At the same time, those stationed near the entrance begin to worry while fearing the door might collapse any moment under the pressure. Just then, a lady steps forward while offering support. She calmly assures them that she'll handle the mana flow and encourages them to grit their teeth and endure just a bit longer. Her presence brings a brief moment of hope. Soon after, the rapid response unit finally arrives, moving swiftly into their assigned A2 formation. As they take position, the goblins appear stunned by the unit's sudden arrival and precision. Meanwhile, a lady vampire suddenly shows up, her tone casual yet chilling. She wonders aloud why the zombies are still lingering. As she steps into view, all the soldiers freeze in shock while recognizing her terrifying presence. Amid the tension, some soldiers whisper to each other in panic, while realizing that even the rapid response unit didn't manage to scream before being taken down. Fear starts to spread among them, as they begin to think they won't survive this. With a cold smile, the lady vampire mocks their reaction. She notes their silence and calls them dull while claiming that if they're that boring, then they don't deserve to live. Her words send another wave of dread through the troops. But then, unexpectedly, she notices Choi Young-jun approaching, calmly making his way through the swarm of monsters, casually sipping rum. She feels genuinely surprised when she sees Choi Young-jun. But just as he lifts his rum to take a sip, one of the monsters suddenly smashes the bottle from his hand while shattering it into pieces. At that moment, his irritation clearly shows as his drink is completely gone. Annoyed, he turns to the monster while questioning if it's truly responsible for ruining his drink. Without waiting for an answer, he bursts forward with explosive speed while cutting down every monster that stands in his path. The sheer intensity of his movement leaves the vampire stunned, caught off guard by his overwhelming strength. Once the area clears, Choi Young-jun faces her and casually asks if she's the leader, then demands to know how she plans to make up for his lost rum. She watches him with interest while finding his attitude entertaining. With a slight grin, she remarks that he must be very confident in his speed. Then, she adds that with someone like him, maybe she can finally enjoy herself after a long time while suggesting they should have some real fun. However, before she finishes, he suddenly appears right behind her and calmly tells her to simply pay for the rum. Startled, she reacts with a powerful strike, but Young-jun meets it with a sharp defensive move while blocking her attack. Witnessing the clash, the surrounding soldiers begin to cheer quietly, their spirits lifting now that he's finally on the scene. Finally, Choi Young-jun looks at the vampire with a firm expression and remarks that if she doesn't bring back his rum, he'll be cutting off something else, and that will be how he settles the debt. The vampire becomes startled after recognizing him. She nervously asks if he is truly Choi Young-jun, since she had heard he had been deployed elsewhere. In response, Choi Young-jun explains that he was ordered to do something, he completed it, and now he is back. Then, without any concern, he repeats his question about the rum. This casual attitude frustrates the vampire girl, and in anger, she calls him insane. Immediately after, she attacks Choi and shatters the weapon in his hand. Then, she turns her rage on the other soldiers and strikes them too. As a result, several of them fall to the ground, and even Choi loses balance for a moment. Nevertheless, he quickly regains his strength. As she dashes toward him again, she wonders when he had moved into that position. At that moment, Choi Young-jun grumbles about losing his buzz because of her. He blows on his knife to power it up and requests a bayonet. Just then, a soldier warns that a normal bayonet may not be effective against her. Another soldier adds that she appears to be a vampire. Choi becomes confused and points out that zombies don't talk, so she can't be one of them. While they are talking, the vampire girl sneaks behind them silently while gripping her sword tightly. She looks furious and thinks to herself that Choi Young-jun's strength proves why people call him a strong candidate for the next Sword Saint. Therefore, she decides to fight him using her top speed. She challenges him to try stopping her if he can even see her movement. Suddenly, a girl soldier notices the vampire and shouts a warning. Choi immediately turns around and realizes that the vampire is right behind him. Luckily, he blocks her attack just in time and counterattacks. At the same time, the soldiers begin to panic while thinking they might be the next target. However, Choi protects them all and slams the vampire against a wall. He then explains that he was trying to control his body's pace to stay drunk longer, but now the buzz is completely gone. While looking at her, he questions how she plans to take responsibility for ruining it. On the ground, the vampire grows nervous. She realizes that Choi is much stronger than she expected. Eventually, she admits to herself that she can't take him alone and needs to flee, so she turns to run. Meanwhile, Choi begins to speak while saying he has a question now that he's sober. Before he can finish, she runs off while thinking she must meet the other slaughterers and find a way to defeat him. Unexpectedly, Choi Young-jun appears behind her and questions what she's doing. While she keeps running, he quickly strikes again. Their battle restarts, and he attacks with full force while causing her to crash hard onto the ground. As she lies there in pain, Choi wonders aloud how someone who isn't a zombie could be controlling them. Then, while watching her struggle, he observes that she probably won't answer him. He questions whether she's even a human. Soon after, when he sees she has lost consciousness, he tells her to take a nap and promises to ask his questions once he finishes cleaning up. After that, he stands and orders the soldiers to tie her up. He informs the vice platoon leader that he will report back after he is done clearing the area. She agrees while telling him to eliminate the enemies first and report later. At that point, one soldier runs forward and offers Choi a holy power weapon while explaining that it will be more effective. However, Choi refuses the offer. The soldier insists while warning that enemies like her won't die from ordinary weapons. Even so, Choi smirks and explains that it's not fun if the enemies die too easily. He tells them to aim lightly and make the fight more challenging. Then, he walks off to face the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, the soldiers quietly watch him leave. One of them comments that Sergeant Hyun-wook's personality seems a lot like Choi Young-jun's. The other one replies that it's terrifying every time either of them smiles that way. Soon, Choi arrives at another battlefield where a vampire is waiting and greets him in a mocking tone. He claims that this time the vampire won't be able to escape. The vampire becomes furious upon hearing Choi's voice and starts cursing him. Without delay, they begin to fight, both using weapons with great power. During the battle, Choi destroys the ropes formed by the vampire's powers. Hyun-wook warns the platoon leader that monsters are coming out of the gate and heading for the barracks. He urges them to secure weapons and protect the soldiers. The platoon leader responds by identifying the enemy as a vampire and wonders aloud how to fight back without holy power. Hyun-wook explains that trying to fight and protect someone at the same time would only put them at a disadvantage. They definitely need a holy weapon. After thinking it through, the platoon leader recalls how well Hyun-wook has performed up to now. Then she firmly orders her troops not to die while giving a strict command. Back on the battlefield, the vampire shouts at Hyun-wook while saying they should have fought together instead of sending someone else. Hyun-wook, however, keeps smiling without a trace of fear. He joyfully says it's great that the vampire is still alive. This confuses the vampire, so he explains that if he's still breathing, then it means his boss doesn't know about him. He guesses that the vampire must have survived by reporting his failure as just a small mistake. These words infuriate the vampire even more. Hyun-wook then adds that he has been annoyed for a long time about letting the vampire escape and promises to finally end it properly this time. Upon seeing his calm confidence, the vampire warns him not to take him lightly. Right after, he transforms into a monstrous figure and declares that with his new equipment, he is on a completely different level than before. He mocks the holy power beads while calling them useless. He proudly shouts about his expensive mana tanks and swears that Hyun-wook won't even be able to touch him now. He threatens to tear him apart all by himself. In response, Hyun-wook activates his special item, the Crown of Light and Darkness, and releases his Aura Saint. His weapon instantly transforms into a giant holy power weapon. Watching this, the vampire becomes shocked and starts thinking that Hyun-wook just turned a useless item into a divine weapon out of nowhere. Finally, Hyun-wook looks straight at the vampire and declares that today, he will tear him apart with holy power. With a smile on his face, he prepares to end the fight. As he listens to the vampire talk so much, he guesses that the enemy must be scared. Because of that remark, the vampire becomes furious and threatens to rip apart Hyun-wook's mouth. Right after that, their battle begins again. They both pull out their weapons and start attacking each other with full force. Then, the vampire swings his long rope while aiming it at Hyun-wook. At that moment, Hyun-wook realizes that if the attack hits him directly, he will probably die. Now he finally understands why the vampire looked so confident earlier. However, in close range, Hyun-wook figures out that the whip's advantage turns into a weakness. Even though the vampire stands there with a confident grin, Hyun-wook doesn't back down. Instead, he uses his weapon to slice through all the ropes flying at him. While doing so, he thinks about the skill called Indomitable Steel Body and tries to land an attack. Unfortunately, he still gets hit and falls to the ground. However, he refuses to stay down. So he used skill combo and pushes himself back onto his feet. After that, he starts running. When the vampire sees him retreating, he mocks him with confidence while saying that after all the bragging, now he is running away. He dares him to open his mouth again. At the same time, Hyun-wook keeps thinking seriously. He realizes those armored tentacles weren't expected. They blocked his close-range attack by sneaking through the whip's weakness. Because of this, Hyun-wook starts thinking fast. If things continue like this, his final long-range move, Fail Not, may be stopped. So even though it will use a huge amount of mana and leave him exhausted, he decides that he must switch to the Achilles Spear. While he's preparing, the vampire rushes at him and yells that he should keep running until he is dead. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook keeps dodging for his life. Then, the vampire throws his rope again and shouts to unlock while trying to trap him. Although Hyun-wook is doing everything he can to survive, it becomes clear that he might not be able to escape this time. Now, he starts realizing the vampire is using a powerful mana tank built into his armor. It seems this enemy came completely prepared and already figured out his weak points. Also, with other vampires nearby, Hyun-wook knows he cannot waste all his mana fighting just one of them. At that moment, the vampire notices Hyun-wook's hesitation. So, he grins and taunts him again. He asks if Hyun-wook now realizes how helpless he is. He dares him to open his mouth like before. Still, Hyun-wook keeps thinking calmly. If that's the case, then he knows he needs help. So, he quickly calls into his microphone and shouts for Choi Taeyong. The vampire looks confused, not understanding what's going on. Suddenly, a bullet hits him from behind. The impact is strong, and he falls to the ground, completely shocked. It turns out Choi Min-jae has fired the shot. He shouts that Private Choi Taeyong attack has landed. Then, he warns that because of the gunfire, their location may now be exposed, so they must move to another spot quickly. Now the vampire is badly injured and bleeding. Still, he screams in anger while swearing he'll kill them all. When Hyun-wook sees this, he doesn't hesitate. He runs toward him while shouting that he should just die already. Then while using all his strength and skills, he drives his weapon straight into the vampire's body. While the vampire lies dying, he starts thinking in disbelief. He wonders how this could be happening since he believed he was the chosen one. He tries to guess who Hyun-wook really is. He even questions if he's a ranker. Then Hyun-wook walks up and replies calmly. He says that for someone like him, who always acts superior, he'll tell the truth that he's just an F ranker. Hearing that, the vampire can't believe it. While blood pours out of him, he shouts over and over that it's impossible to lose to a lowly F ranker. Eventually, he repeats it one last time before his body disappears, completely defeated. Afterward, Hyunwook watches everything in silence. Then, he picks up what's left of the vampire. Considering how long absorption takes, he decides to eat only half now and save the other half for later. Right then, another soldier runs in and alerts Sergeant Hyunwook that a skeleton army is now attacking Barracks No. 2. Hyunwook asks about the plan. Taeyong quickly explains that they can't count the number of skeletons, and at this rate, he doubts anyone will survive. As things get worse, Hyunwook rushes off. Just then, a giant skeleton shows up, and even more skeletons arrive alongside him. He screams that he will wipe out all the low-rank skeletons. All of a sudden, waves of skeletons appear and head straight toward the soldiers. One of the soldiers sees them and starts shouting as they are attacked. Blood splashes everywhere, and they even tear the soldier's head from his body. Meanwhile, Kim Se-hee watches the horror and realizes that the platoon leader has also been killed. The girl quickly turns to Sergeant Kim Se-hee and cries out that without the noble phantasm, they don't have enough mana. She warns that the monsters are forcing their way inside. Even though the situation is critical, Kim Se-hee stays focused. She tells the others to stay calm and not panic. She reminds them not to fire wildly, but instead to concentrate their firepower on one target and blast through. Then, someone brings up the armory. They explain that it's still locked because the platoon leader had the keys. Kim Se-hee doesn't hesitate. She replies that they must destroy it or melt it if needed. Whatever it takes, they must open it. She insists they can survive and encourages everyone not to give up. At that moment, someone spots more skeletons climbing the walls. A girl warns Kim Se-hee that they are getting inside. So Se-hee yells for everyone to get away from the windows immediately because it's dangerous. Right then, Hyunwook finally reaches the scene. When he sees the huge crowd of skeletons, he curses under his breath. He realizes there is someone inside Barracks No. 2 they can't afford to lose. Deep in his heart, he hopes that Kim Se-hee is still alive. Inside the barracks, Se-hee stands in place. However, she doesn't notice the massive skeleton behind her. Just in time, Hyunwook sees the danger and shouts Se-hee's name. At the beginning, Oh Kangmok quietly wonders whether they really need to open the gates in order. He thinks that if they just rush in all at once, they might finish quickly. In response, Carol calmly shares that she only holds on to the hope of survival. Naturally, this confuses him, and he immediately questions what she truly means. Then, Carol explains with a cold tone that humans seem adorable when their hope gets crushed. Soon after, the captain brings up an update to Carol while pointing out that it appears the entire infiltration team is already dead. This revelation completely shocks the vampire Oh Kangmok. Right away, he turns toward both of them while demanding an explanation. The captain calmly continues while explaining how they had removed all communication devices and functioning cameras during the mana scattering and reached the rendezvous point, but no one showed up. A moment later, Oh Kangmok reminds him that they earlier claimed the Mountain Army and Sword Saint candidate weren't present. In response, the captain admits that this was what they had believed before the infiltration. However, Oh Kangmok doesn't stop there. He questions again, this time about the girl Seo Unha, who is the daughter of the Holy Knight Order's captain. The captain replies that at this point, they can only assume she's much stronger than they originally expected. Right then, Carol suddenly tells Oh Kangmok to head down himself and wipe out the military command. Hearing this, he becomes furious. As his anger boils, he storms off to another area. Right away, the baldy bastard quickly begins planting these giant-ass totems. He keeps thinking that because of these foolish people, he has to deal with this mess, and his fury continues to grow. Shortly afterward, he and Carol move to another location. At that point, he proposes a new idea that since things have escalated, he suggests she try to turn the paladin into one of their own. Carol, however, dismisses this and reminds him that her instructions were to go after the military command, not Seo Yunha. Then, Oh Kangmok glares back at her in anger. He questions whether she really thinks he's one of those fools. With determination, he declares that he'll take all of them out in one strike. Calmly, Carol responds that he shouldn't worry. Others will take care of Seo Yunha. Just as she finishes, waves of monsters begin to arrive, each holding enormous swords. As she watches them, Carol quietly wonders what Seo Yunha's face will look like when she falls into despair. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyunwook is battling several vampires. While fighting, he keeps recalling his past life. Back then, only 2 vampires appeared. But after facing the earlier fanatic, he isn't sure how many more might come now. This current situation doesn't match his memories. If Barracks No. 2 is already under attack by an unknown vampire, then someone as vital as Kim Se-hee must be protected at all costs. Without delay, he engages a group of skeletons. As he runs forward, one of them turns to look at him. He immediately uses all his strength and skills to attack. One by one, the skeletons begin to fall. Throughout the fight, he keeps repeating in his mind that Kim Se-hee must still be alive. That hope drives him forward. At the same time, a massive skeleton quietly sneaks up behind Kim Se-hee. Suddenly, a nearby girl shouts out to warn her. Quickly, Kim Se-hee turns and sees the huge figure. Without hesitation, she strikes back and scolds the creature for entering the women's barracks completely naked. Then, just in time, Another force slams into the skeleton while breaking it into pieces. From a nearby window, Hyunwook witnesses the whole scene. The shattered remains of the skeleton scatter before him. Without wasting a moment, he rushes inside and calls out while checking if everyone is safe. However, once inside, he's surprised by what he sees that all the vampires are already dead, and the girls are unharmed, thanks to Kim Se-hee. As Se-hee turns toward him with a faint smirk, she wonders who is really saving whom. Hyunwook watches her silently. He begins to realize she's much more capable than he had ever imagined. Despite being a spirit sorcerer, she has a rare skill tree that focuses on assassination. He remembers that 5 years after the second wave, she had been deployed on a special mission to assassinate the Orc King in the Shanghai-based Orc Kingdom, and made history by fighting King Stonox in a deadly duel. That's why he wasn't with her when his own mission officially started. Meanwhile, the other girls around them start whispering. They question whether the man before them is really Hyunwook, still not fully believing it. Hyunwook doesn't focus on that. Instead, he quickly asks who's currently in charge. Kim Se-hee responds while stating that for now, she's the one leading. Suddenly, another girl bursts in from a nearby room and announces that the armory has been opened. Without hesitation, Hyunwook declares that he'll defend the area and urges them to grab their weapons. Se-hee, however, shows concern and wonders whether he can handle it alone. Though it seems difficult, Hyunwook quickly looks outside and notices a massive number of skeletons rushing toward them. He mutters to himself that their mana won't last forever, and calls out for help. He then contacts Corporal Park Junmo. Junmo replies right away while confirming that most of the personnel from the barracks have already been armed and evacuated. Hyunwook praises him for a job well done. Junmo adds that the platoon leader has already moved to barracks too. Suddenly the skeletons start storming in at full speed. Just when it seems they'll break through, Seo Yuna arrives. She looks directly at Hyunwook and instantly recognizes him. She approaches and asks whether he's handled the vampire. Hyunwook nods and tells her it's already been taken care of. Se-hee steps forward and informs Seo Yuna that the personnel in Barracks 2 will soon be fully equipped. Hearing this, Seo Yuna starts assessing the situation. She realizes that Hyunwook is managing Barracks 1 while supporting Barracks 2, and coordinating everything. Clearly, he has a full grasp of what's happening. As the two of them exchange glances, a wave of skeletons appears in the distance. Suddenly, Seo Yunha notices something and points it out that it's a totem. Hyunwook recognizes it too, a powerful item embedded with several devil medallions. He realizes they need to move fast before anyone else gets to it. He notes that the platoon leader from earlier wasn't acting alone. Seo Yunha agrees and mentions that even though she doesn't understand how they're using monsters, this has to be a planned terror attack. She immediately gives the order that everyone should arm up and hold their defensive positions until reinforcements arrive. Everyone listens, and moments later, she walks up to Hyunwook and tells him to come with her to the command control room. Her command catches him off guard. He repeats her words to himself in disbelief, clearly stunned and confused. Meanwhile, in the underground bunker command room, a few soldiers are stationed. Screams echo in the background, and the screen reads, "No signal." The platoon leader quickly evaluates the threat while saying that if someone manages to break through a double barrier door, then the enemy must be stronger than an orc. Lee Wansuk steps forward. He tells the platoon leader that once the door opens and he gives the signal, they must blast the enemy with him. The platoon leader is alarmed by this and tries to stop him, but Wansuk remains determined. He knows that if even one of them breaks through, there will be no hope. Even if it's impossible to stop them all, he swears he'll stop at least one no matter what it costs. Suddenly, the door begins to break. Oh Kangmok enters with a grin, impressed by how fortified the room is. He looks around and spots the soldiers. Wansuk lays eyes on him and feels frozen. He thinks to himself that this creature is massive, far bigger than him, and Wansuk is already a berserker. Though fear creeps in, he refuses to back down. Oh Kangmok glances at Wansuk's weapon and asks if he's really going to fight. Wansuk denies it while trying to hide his fear. At that moment, the vampire steps forward, grabs Wansuk by the collar, and with burning rage, growls that he's going to kill him. Out in the open field, Hyunwook continues guiding Wansuk in mastering his mana. Wansuk makes an effort to regulate it while following Hyunwook's instructions, but the result is another failure. With a calm yet firm tone, Hyunwook advises him not to release mana without control, while reminding him to guide it, not explode it. Chuckling tiredly, Wansuk admits it's not easy. However, Hyunwook responds seriously while telling him to stop laughing, or he might start liking him. He explains Hyunwook's berserker mode wears off too soon because he only relies on it blindly and keeps blasting mana without aim. He urges him to pull himself together. Wansuk, still determined, attempts once more to harness his mana. Yet again he falls short and collapses, drained. Lying on the ground, he turns to Hyunwook and asks a question. Hyunwook, slightly curious, responds by asking what it is. Wansuk wonders aloud that if he encounters an enemy stronger than him in a real battle, like Hyunwook once did, what should he do? In response, Hyunwook teases while suggesting that someone like Wansuk would probably flee, as that would suit his nature. Shocked, Wansuk protests while insisting he's not like that, but Hyunwook stands by his words. Frustrated, Wansuk denies it again. Seeing his spirit, Hyunwook tells him not to run. He tells Wonsuk to face his enemy directly, like a soldier, and defend the comrades behind him. In that moment, Wonsuk is brought back to the present while facing a vampire in real time. He had been recalling Hyunwook's lesson. Filled with fear, he still whispers to himself that he can't retreat now. Wonsuk launches his attack while declaring his intent to end the vampire. He quickly orders Lee Min-hee, a wizard, to transport them elsewhere using magic. Obeying, Min-hee conjures a teleportation portal, and Wonsuk drags the vampire through it. They reappear at a different location. The vampire, confused, questions the sudden change. Wonsuk, now fully in berserker mode, explains he needed more space for a real fight. The vampire mocks him again, but Wonsuk, while focusing deeply, attempts to control his mana once more. Internally, he begs to succeed, and this time he does. Realizing his success, he notes that he can now sustain the second level of berserker body strengthening, just like Hyunwook had taught him. As the battle escalates, Wonsuk and the vampire clash with full force. Meanwhile, underground in a hidden bunker, Hyunwook and Seo Yunha rush through the corridors while preparing to face more vampires. Hyunwook thinks aloud about their priority, the totem, but is confused about why Yuna went to the control room. Before he can finish his thought, a wall in front of them explodes outward. From the wreckage, Wonsuk and the vampire emerge. Wonsuk, beaten and bloodied, is dangling in the vampire's grip. Hyunwook, shocked and alarmed, calls out his name. On the ground, a battered Wonsuk, with blood on his lips, manages to say he told Hyunwook he's not someone who runs, but then the vampire cuts him off mid-sentence while slamming his face into the floor. Annoyed, the vampire mocks him for talking too much. Seo Yuna cries out in horror while demanding to know what the vampires want. Hyunwook, his expression hardening, turns to Yunha. He politely asks her to proceed to the control room. He instructs her to locate the totem and quickly organize forces to remove it. As for him, he says he will stay behind and take down the vampire. Una is stunned by his seriousness. The vampire, now noticing Yunha, laughs mockingly. Realizing she's the daughter of the Holy Knight Order's captain, he's thrilled while saying she's saved him the trouble of tracking her down. Yuna nods to Hyunwook, saying she'll follow his plan, but tells him firmly not to die in order. Once she departs, Hyunwook looks at Wonsuk lying on the ground. He admits he never liked Wonsuk's brute force approach. Still, even someone like him gave his all, simply because of one thing Hyunwook once told him. Feeling the weight of that, Hyunwook decides that if he has any pride, he must fight now, no matter what it costs. The vampire scoffs at Hyunwook's resolve while calling him crazy. As the vampire charges, Hyunwook moves swiftly while dodging low and positioning himself behind him. Caught off guard, the vampire turns just as Hyunwook releases a barrage of magical arrows into his back. Wasting no time, Hyunwook grabs his weapon and strikes. However, the vampire suddenly activates his armor steel stakes, the indomitable steel body. With his transformation complete, his body becomes nearly invincible. Hyunwook's weapon barely leaves a scratch. Mocking Hyunwook's efforts, the vampire calls him out for having only cheap tricks. He taunts him about revenge before landing a powerful punch. Hyunwook is sent flying but lands firmly on his feet. Looking toward Wonsuk again, he becomes momentarily distracted. The vampire reappears behind him while attacking suddenly. Hyunwook dodges, barely avoiding serious harm. The vampire questions if he plans to just dodge forever while calling him a coward. He unleashes relentless strikes, but Hyunwook continues evading. Eventually, Hyunwook blocks a heavy blow and counters, though it's effortlessly stopped. The vampire taunts again while saying holy weapons won't kill him. As he continues mocking, suddenly a sound stops him. He stiffens in surprise and confusion. Hyunwook, now confident, tells him that a few weapons alone aren't enough, that's why he brought him here. They've arrived at the armory, the site of the indestructible roaring torrent rush. Behind Hyunwook, countless weapons line the walls, ready to be launched with a single spell. The vampire's eyes widen in disbelief. Hyunwook faces him directly, ready for the final clash. He says to himself that it's time to end this whether he dies or wins. As the skeleton army storms into the command room, chaos spreads quickly. While struggling to hold them back, Lieutenant Min-hee manages to wipe out a few of them with force, but he reaches his breaking point. Time is slipping away, so he urges the others to act fast. He instructs the comms officers to fix the network and tells the rest to get ready for a full-on counterattack. Everyone rushes into position while doing whatever they can to block the skeletons from breaking in, but eventually, Min-hee collapses to the floor, completely drained. Just as one skeleton closes in on him, ready to strike, he gives a last effort and tells the soldiers to fire. However, right then, Seo Yuna shows up and takes the skeleton down before it can land a blow. She checks on him, and Min-hee's face lights up, clearly relieved. He lets her know that for now, they've managed to push back all the enemies inside the command room. He also expresses his gratitude while pointing out that if they had lost the command room, things would have turned deadly for them all. Moments later, one of the soldiers notifies the platoon leader that they've finally reconnected to the emergency channel with the 3rd Battalion. Min-hee tells him to hurry and ask for backup. But to their shock, the soldier informs him that another gate has opened near the 3rd Battalion too. The room falls into stunned silence. Minhee quickly tells the soldier to try reaching out to the Blue Flower Guild instead. Unfortunately, the soldier reports that multiple gates have opened in their area as well. After that, he instructs them to reach out to the 5th and 6th Battalion. But the soldier informs him that all nearby forces and major guilds have confirmed the same thing, that gates are opening everywhere. Right now, everyone's asking for support from each other, and the situation feels like total chaos, almost like staring into hell itself. Both Seo Yuna and Minhee are left stunned by the news. Then suddenly, a video feed from the 12th emergency transmission flickers to life. The battalion commander appears on screen while speaking from a helicopter and explaining that he's on his way back to base, but it'll take a little time, so he asks for patience. He then checks in while wanting to know the current status. One of the soldiers updates him while explaining that several gates are showing up at once across the camp, and even the major guilds are in crisis, possibly due to outside interference. On top of that, most of the higher-ranking officers and executive members are missing, and there's suspicion that they might have been assassinated. Hearing this, the battalion commander asks if there's anything else worth reporting apart from the current mess. The soldier replies that's everything for now. Then, the commander brings up the fact that there are 2 platoon leaders present, and questions whether there's any possible strategy to turn things around. At that moment, Seo Yunha steps forward and mentions she has something to bring up. He allows her to continue. She admits that, while it might seem strange given the current state, she suggests handing over temporary command to Hyunwook. Minhee is completely caught off guard by her words, unsure of what she's thinking. The commander then questions her reasoning and reminds her that she's been openly doubtful and suspicious about Hyunwook's actions up until now. She responds that his unusual choices so far did call for concern, and until now, that's how she felt. Meanwhile, deep inside the restricted zone of the 1st Battalion's armory, Hyunwook is locked in an intense battle with Kangmok. He calls out his opponent by name while referring to him as the unbreakable O Kangmok, and points out that every weapon he's gathered was meant just for him. Kangmok, a bit puzzled, asks how Hyunwook knows his name. But Hyunwook doesn't stop. He simply challenges him, wanting to find out who falls first, him or Kangmok. It's clear he wants to end this once and for all. Suddenly, all the weapons begin flying toward Kangmok, powered by Hyunwook's mana, which slowly keeps dropping. Still, Kangmok looks down on him while finding the attempt weak. He remarks that, while Hyunwook did put in a lot of effort, it's not enough to bring him down. He even dares him to try harder while mocking him to give everything he has. As the pressure builds, Hyunwook's mana keeps falling with each weapon strike. Yet Kangmok remains amused, almost enjoying the fight. He keeps taunting Hyunwook while saying that every single person who once believed they could beat him with pure power ended up dead. Then, in a final push, Hyunwook gathers all his strength and goes for one last blow. But Kangmok doesn't hold back either. He counters with fierce attacks of his own, still seeing Hyunwook as weak. He reminds him that those who once thought they were strong enough to defeat him never survived. With his mana draining rapidly, Hyunwook throws his spear with full force, determined to end it, even as his energy nears its limit. Hyunwook, while breathing heavily during the fight, asks Kangmok if he's actually enjoying this. Meanwhile, back at the command post, where the battalion commander is still in conversation with Seo Yunha, he opens up about his earlier doubts. After watching Hyunwook's actions closely and noticing his strange behavior recently, he had suspected that Hyunwook might be part of the Blue Guild, sent from another country to bring down AMT as a spy. But now, his thoughts have changed. He admits he's sure that Hyunwook isn't a spy. In fact, he's been one step ahead in handling every threat so far. From the Itaewon Goblin Gate to the sudden chaos at Seoul Station, and even the Red Gate crisis, Hyunwook has always been right in the middle while playing a key role in solving each incident. And it's not just about strategy, he's also gone out of his way to make sure others survive and get rescued. Back in the battlefield, Hyunwook is still clashing with Kangmok. His mana is down to just 1%. A sudden thought hits him that if the bunker falls, he won't even be able to protect his comrades. But even if they're lost, he promises himself that he'll return and recover their bodies. In this life, he refuses to be the only one who survives. Then, the scene shifts again. The battalion commander turns to Seo Yuna while saying that, after reviewing everything and understanding the current situation, he believes Hyunwook is the right choice. He agrees with her idea. Just then, by chance, Hyunwook arrives. The commander turns to him and lets him know that they're assigning him temporary command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion. Hyunwook asks if the command includes access to the armory. The commander confirms it and then asks if he can change the tide. Hyunwook tightens his fist, accepting the responsibility. At that moment, he realizes that it's time to strike back. With resolve in his voice, he immediately yells the command, "Blast!" Meanwhile, on the battlefield, chaos erupts. Opponents clash violently, and the barracks defense line turns into a storm of conflict. The bone-chilling cries of skeletons fill the air as they swarm in overwhelming numbers. At Barracks No. 1, a soldier shouts to activate the magic circle. Flames erupt everywhere. Some skeletons burn in the blaze, but they keep pouring in. One of the soldiers grits out that this battle feels endless. At the same time, more undead head toward Barracks No. 2, where female soldiers are stationed. Suddenly, someone yells that the second floor has been breached and orders a retreat. Female soldiers quickly raise their guns while firing to slow the incoming threat. Then, Sehee rushes to Catherine and urges her to get to the upper floor. Catherine, visibly distressed, explains that they couldn't save the people on the second floor. The skeletons were just too many, and she warns they can't hold out much longer. Meanwhile, at the guard post, Choi Young-jun is locked in battle with the undead. Other soldiers nearby call out in worry while asking if he's alright. He growls back in frustration while asking if he looks alright, his injuries clearly severe. As more skeletons surge toward him, he mutters that the totems make them difficult to kill. Oddly enough, a twisted grin spreads across his face that he's actually excited. Back in the command room, Hyun-wook discusses the situation with his companions in the bunker command and control center. He mentions that while the skeletons and zombies aren't dangerous individually, the massive number that came through the gate is equivalent to a full division. He warns that the main camp will eventually collapse under such pressure. Min-hee, while realizing the risk, proposes that they establish a base in the bunker and hold their ground. However, Hyun-wook quickly disagrees while leaving the others surprised. He explains that if they avoid the threat now, the monsters will evolve into a strategic army of death, guided by those who planted the totems. He warns that if they reach down Namsan, hundreds of thousands could die. Min-hee presses him that what should they do then? In response, Hyun-wook gives a direct order that the assault squad leader must search for the totems with the guard post personnel. Eun-ha stares at him, stunned, and questions what they'll do about the zombies. Hyun-wook outlines his plan that they will open the guard post and lure all the skeletons and zombies into one place. Min-hee shouts in disbelief while warning that if both monster types gather, they'll be wiped out. But Hyun-wook stays calm while telling him that if they work together, the monsters will be the ones destroyed. Min-hee stares, shocked while asking if he really means it. Back at the guard post, Choi Young-jun is arguing over the microphone while questioning why he should receive orders. He curses the totems and complains about the idea of searching all of Namsan. Then, Hyun-wook replies over the call while assuring him that squad members are already scouting specific locations. Suddenly, another soldier shouts that the skeletons are attacking again. Hyun-wook reminds Young-jun that he holds command authority now and must be followed. Young-jun shouts that he can't hear clearly due to communication issues. Hyun-wook sighs while remembering Young-jun's wild personality and thinks that even now he doesn't take anything seriously. Then, a strange voice blurts over the radio that Bralantine, 21-year-old whiskey. Young-jun lights up while responding with 30. Hyun-wook keeps a serious tone while wondering how Young-jun can joke like that even now. He reinforces communication protocol and asks if he'll follow orders. Young-jun finally responds cheerfully while confirming he's heading out right away. Meanwhile, Seo Yunho also decides to move to the rendezvous point. Hyun-wook turns to her while asking the assault squad leader to watch over his team until he arrives. She nods while reassuring him that she doesn't plan to lose anyone else either. Back on the field, a captain uses the command center broadcast to tell everyone to stop fighting and retreat to the bunker. He urges mages to deploy barriers while warning of an impending impact. He keeps asking why reinforcements haven't arrived. The undead are pushing through the guard post, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters from Barracks No. 2. The control room keeps calling for defensive preparation as skeletons and zombies close in. Sehee, while watching the endless wave approach, clenches her fists and wonders if they've lost their minds trying to stop it with just barriers. The control room then gives her a new task to manipulate wind inside the barracks and maintain a speed under 3 ms. Shocked, she questions what the person issuing the order could possibly be thinking. Meanwhile, in the armory of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, Hyun-wook is observing everything. He wonders aloud who came up with such an idea, while realizing his maximum warp zone is 90 meters. He's never considered using it to send objects to a specific distant location. A voice calls out that a drone has passed 800 meters. Hyun-wook's thoughts race that this person seems to understand his power better than he does. The voice announces that the drone has reached the 1-kilometer communication height and is now fixed. Then comes the final call to platoon leader to warp zone at maximum extension. Firing first shot, Hyun-wook prepares as well. On another side of the battlefield, the vampire Carol spots a skeleton. Nearby, soldiers are already engaged in combat, one of them confirming a direct hit and urging Hyun-wook not to make a single mistake. Hyun-wook places a mana tank over his heart. With full determination, he shouts for steel rain. A storm of metal descends, steel weapons raining down on the skeletons while smashing them one by one. The soldiers witnessing the scene are stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at Hyun-wook's skills. With unwavering confidence, Hyun-wook declares that as long as he commands, he won't let anyone die in battle. Carol, while watching the power he unleashes, is speechless, finding it unbelievable. Hyun-wook continues saving his comrades while vowing that no one will die because of him anymore, while cutting down skeletons with relentless force. The fight begins as suddenly a voice echoes from the command center broadcast. Sehee listens closely and, with a sigh, mutters to herself that the guy behind this must be completely insane. Soon after, the voice returns. louder and more urgent, while instructing everyone to evacuate the injured and eliminate all remaining monsters. It repeats the message firmly while urging the troops to move quickly. Meanwhile, the nearby soldiers hear the command. One of them wonders if Hyunwook is really that powerful. At the same time, Choi Young-jun watches the scene and questions whether their battalion secretly has an air anchor he didn't know about. Seo Yoonho, still shocked by what she's witnessing, responds that she doesn't think Hyunwook's rank can explain any of this. Meanwhile, Minhee tries to figure things out. Eventually, she realizes that Hyunwook has used her warp ability and combined it with altitude while turning it into a wide-area attack, something beyond even an A rank. She stares at him in disbelief and quietly admits to herself that Hyunwook is the real deal. As Hyunwook starts to waver from exhaustion, Choi Young-jun rushes to check on him and asks if he's okay. Hyunwook, still focused despite his state, tells him it's not over yet and urges him to maintain the warp zone. At that moment, Minhee joins in and confesses she's at her limit and won't last much longer. Hyunwook, however, pleads with her to hold on just a little more. On the other side, Carol is standing alongside another vampire. The vampire updates her that Oh Kangmok was deployed to the command control room but hasn't responded. He adds that the monsters are nearly annihilated and asks whether they should wait until the final gate opens. Instantly, Carol becomes furious. She snaps at him to stay quiet and begins thinking deeply. She realizes that the power she witnessed didn't come from the Mountain King, nor did it resemble that of a Sword Saint candidate or a holy knight. At that point, she reflects on the lack of intelligence gathered about this man and wonders if someone capable of such a wide-scale attack could be at the level of a high-ranking military officer. Just then, the vampire beside her notices her lost in thought and softly calls her name to bring her back. He informs her that a scout has appeared. Carol narrows her eyes and remarks that she has many questions to ask. Without hesitation, she orders him to bring the scout in immediately. Meanwhile, Kim Kyung-jin is running frantically through a vampire-infested area, trying to save his life. He yells through his microphone again and again, reporting the totem's location as B-39. His repeated message shocks the other soldiers who are listening closely. As he continues to run, he fears they're catching up and doubts he'll be able to shake them off. Suddenly, a vampire attacks and his phone falls to the ground. Instantly, the other soldiers panic and start calling out Kyung-jin's name while realizing they're no longer receiving his voice. In response, Hyunwook instructs the command center to move the drones to the reported location. Immediately, the team follows his command, and the drones begin to fly. At the same time, Seo Yoonho turns to Choi Young-jun and urges him to hurry. He nods and responds that all he needs is 1 second, just as the drones launch into the sky. Meanwhile, back in Carol's area, she observes that the chaos isn't caused by just one person. Nearby, the soldiers are locked in fierce combat with vampires. One of them warns that their location might be compromised. Quickly, another soldier orders everyone to switch to all-round guard. Then, a large monster appears in front of them. A soldier shouts a warning that enemies ahead and tells everyone to raise their shields. Without delay, they do so, trying to protect themselves from the incoming attack. At the same moment, Seo Yoonha raises her shield to block the monster. As more enemies begin to appear, the battle becomes even more intense. She yells for everyone to keep their distance, warning them that it's haunted armor, and any part that gets touched will rot away. One soldier checks on Corporal Min Tae, who replies that he thinks his shoulder is dislocated. Another soldier then spots more incoming monsters and warns the group. In a hurry, one soldier turns to Yoonha and asks what they should do. Without hesitation, she tells them to stay close behind her. They follow her command while trusting her experience. She raises her shield and activates a special ability, Holy Dome. She informs them that, for about 7 minutes, they'll receive the blessing of holy power within the dome. She adds that if they find an opening during the battle, they should leave the area and continue locating the totems. One soldier expresses doubt while worrying that the enemies are too strong and wondering whether one person can handle them alone. Yoonha firmly responds that she's more than enough. With determination, she steps forward and activates her power, Holy Light, then begins using her full strength against the monsters. She fights fiercely, even climbing on top of a giant monster and slashing down with her sword. The other soldiers watch in awe. One of them wonders if this is how holy knights usually fight. Another admits he doesn't know either, but now he understands why she's called a berserker when she holds a sword. As Seo Yoonha continues the fight alone, she suddenly senses something strange. The holy light fades and the power disappears. While flying in the air and preparing to strike another monster, she realizes the holy dome is vanishing. At the same time, the soldiers inside the dome, who were feeling safe, notice the change and begin to worry. Moments later, Seo Yoonha falls to the ground, her sword still in hand. Dust settles all around her. At that moment, Carol walks toward her. As Auna sees her for the first time, she softly murmurs to herself that finally, she gets to see it, the arrogant face of a holy knight. Kim Kyung-jin is still at the vampire site, struggling to survive, while Choi Young-jun rushes to rescue him. Without wasting a second, he flies into the air and heads toward the spot where his partner is trapped. Soon, he reaches the area and immediately spots Kyung-jin standing close to the vampire. At that moment, he yells out that he's found him, and then bursts forward at full speed. He slashes through the air and swings his sword with force while slicing off the vampire's hand. Blood gushes out quickly and Kyungjin collapses onto the ground. Right after that, Choi Young-jun starts noticing a strange, heavy smell. He begins to wonder if it's smoke, but something feels off. It doesn't even feel like he can breathe properly. Suddenly, everything around him vanishes into darkness. For a second, his mind drifts away, but immediately after, he pulls himself back and rushes to check on Kim Kyung-jin. He shakes him while calling his name and asking if he's alright. He even jokes that if Kyung-jin dies, Hyunwook won't give him the whiskey he was promised. Just then, a powerful force strikes again from the vampire, but Choi Young-jun still manages to protect Kyung-jin. As he turns back, he mutters that the vampire is too slow. However, another strong blow lands and he stumbles slightly. When he looks again, he realizes the vampire is actually keeping up with his speed. At the same time, the vampire glares at them both in anger. He recognizes Young-jun and notes that from his sword speed and reflexes, it makes sense why the infiltration team was defeated. However, he insists it's all useless, claiming no sword can hurt him. He then offers Young-jun an option, not death, but a chance to join them. The vampire claims that with vampire powers, Choi Young-jun could rise to the top and become one of the chosen. While speaking, he begins surrounding Young-jun with an eerie force. This, however, only fills Choi Young-jun with anger. He interrupts and demands to know how the vampire plans to pay for ruining his A-rank uniform. The vampire finds him foolish and grumbles that talking won't make him understand. Then he whispers something about the soil of Acheron. Suddenly, the ground starts changing beneath them. Strange substances rise from the floor, and Young-jun notices the earth getting mushy. When he turns back again, he sees Kim Kyung-jin slowly sinking into the ground. He quickly yells out for him to snap out of it. Observing the scene, the vampire explains that their feet are now trapped, and the more they struggle, the faster the earth pulls them down. Choi Young-jun becomes frustrated. He wonders what he should do while carrying Kyung-jin and still trying to fight. As he mutters this, the vampire overhears and mocks him, asking if those are his final words. Meanwhile, the two of them keep sinking deeper into the mushy soil. Desperately, Young-jun attempts to use his skills to break free, yet the vampire reminds him that stabbing won't work against him. At that point, both soldiers float helplessly, unable to escape. The vampire takes advantage of the moment and mocks Young-jun's exposed back while calling it a weak point for someone known as a Sword Saint candidate. Hearing that, Young-jun murmurs in frustration while realizing that the vampire keeps targeting his back. The vampire grins while explaining that a wound on the back brings shame to a swordsman. He adds that he'll finish this properly and looks toward Kim Kyung-jin, who continues to sink. He scoffs at the idea of having considered someone like Kyung-jin as a potential recruit. Now he finds the thought embarrassing. Meanwhile, Young-jun smirks again and whispers that Kyung-jin won't be pulled into this mess. He thanks the vampire for falling into his trap so easily. The insult hits hard. The vampire yells that he's had enough of Young-jun's bluffing and claims that Choi Young-jun is just unlucky to be facing him. But Young-jun isn't shaken. He smirks and questions whether the vampire has ever seen a sword slash at the speed of light. This taunt makes the vampire even angrier. He growls that he's tired of listening to this madness and declares that he doesn't need a lunatic and he just wants Young-jun dead. As the vampire attacks, Young-jun smiles knowingly. He activates his full power and his body begins glowing with bright yellow light. Then, at full speed, he darts toward the vampire and lands a powerful strike. The vampire screams in pain, unable to stop the attack. As the dust settles, Young-jun regains his balance while the vampire's body falls into pieces. Blood spreads across the ground, and it's clear that the enemy is finally defeated. Looking down, Choi Young-jun mumbles to himself that he used a sword without divine power, so the pain must have been worse. Even then, it wasn't enough to fully end it. He knows he must destroy the totem next. Meanwhile, the vampire groans and curses him while calling him a lunatic and accusing him of cheating. Choi Young-jun grins and mocks the vampire's filthy mouth. He wonders how someone like that held back all this time. Then, he casually remarks that there's nothing special. It was just a slice at the speed of light. The vampire, still enraged, barely reacts. At that moment, Choi Young-jun lifts his sword again and declares that he's going to clean that filthy mouth. Without hesitation, he delivers another strike and finishes the fight for good. Finally, with everything quiet, Choi Young-jun drops to the ground beside Kim Kyung-jin. He breathes heavily and mutters that he's starving. If he boosts his metabolism one more time, he thinks he might actually die. Far away, Carol watches everything unfold from the sky. Carol lets out a chilling laugh, her voice filled with a strange excitement. With her eyes fixed on Seo Yuna, she wonders aloud what kind of expression a holy knight would wear while taking their final breath. Just as she prepares to strike, something unexpected happens. Hyunwook suddenly appears at the scene. The surprise hits her hard. She's clearly stunned to see him there. Una too looks equally shocked by his sudden arrival. Hyunwook, while burning with fury, demands to know the location of the soldier she had been chasing. Carol, caught off guard, tries to figure out who this man is, her mind racing with questions. But Hyunwook's rage only grows stronger. His voice rises as he demands again that where is his squad member. The soldiers keep battling fiercely against the vampires. Meanwhile, Carol, with a sly grin on her face, remarks to Hyunwook that he clearly doesn't understand the danger he's in. Instead of worrying about someone who might already be gone, she points out that he should be more focused on those right in front of him who could die at any second. This makes Hyunwook slightly uneasy. Just then, he notices Oh Kangmok coming straight at him with a powerful attack. Arrows begin raining down around him while forcing him to quickly call out to the platoon leader. She simply responds that she already knows. Without hesitation, she charges toward Oh Kangmok, and all the soldiers around her watch in complete surprise. While the platoon leader takes on Kangmok, the rest of the soldiers continue clashing with the vampire army. Hyunwook stands frozen for a moment, shocked by the intensity of everything happening. A sudden thought hits him that could she be controlling the power? Without wasting time, he grants access and secures authority over it. Shortly after, a notification pops up that Hyunwook has now gained master authority over the living armor. At that moment, loud growls echo across the battlefield as the monsters react, and the soldiers are visibly shaken by the scene. Carol notices and reacts, clearly annoyed while muttering that it's him, the one who ruined all her fun. Hyunwook, now angry, warns her that if she doesn't return his squad members, he won't hesitate to rip out both her fangs. Seo Yoonha is still locked in combat with Oh Kangmok. Back on Hyunwook's side, Carol taunts him again while questioning if this is all he's got. She mentions how his earlier entrance seemed impressive, especially his area-wide attack, and she had looked forward to what else he could pull off. But stealing a cursed armor? That's the best he can do? Since he can't even use holy power, she wonders what good 2 haunted pieces of armor will do. At first, Hyunwook quietly agrees that right now, he doesn't have much to fight back with. But then, he decides to flip the situation. Pulling out the fail knot, he fires it at Carol while striking her with a brutal hit that knocks her to the ground. A new message flashes before him that the curse is weakening. At the same time, Seo Yoonha feels her holy power coming back. Hyunwook then turns to the platoon leader, while requesting that she take charge of the remaining haunted armor, and orders everyone to quickly locate and destroy the totem. Following his command, the troops immediately move out. Then Seo Yoonha tells him to join up with Choi Young-jun and go together. But Hyunwook refuses that Kim Kyung-jin's life is at stake, and there's no time to waste. While he throws another spear at Carol, she begins to suspect something's different. She quickly realizes that it's the fail knot. Hyunwook locks onto a metal target on her body and hurls the Achilles spear directly at it. It lands, and he commands it to unlock while demanding again that she return his squad members. She responds, clearly irritated while saying she's not just upset but she's downright disappointed. The reason? Now she's forced to reveal her true form to someone like him. As her real form is revealed, Hyunwook is stunned. Her body now appears as solid, indestructible steel body. Carol, thinking to herself, can't believe she fell for such an obvious setup. She mocks him while questioning if he's really the same person who launched that executive-level area attack earlier. Hyunwook replies while asking if that even matters, and adding that if she tells him where his team is, he'll gladly show her again. But she insists it does matter because she can't leave without seeing the face of despair on the person who ruined everything. Then suddenly, dozens of blood-stained spiderwebs erupt from the ground while spreading rapidly. They soon blanket the entire area and likely the whole zone. Hyunwook realizes she had spoken about her plans, which means all of this was prepared from the very beginning. He wonders just what exactly they're trying to achieve. The webs creep across the executive quarters and down into the underground bunkers. Carol coldly tells him that he'll finally meet the person he's been desperately trying to find. But since her underlings already took care of them, the reunion might not be so pleasant. Hyunwook, filled with rage, demands she stop, but she simply asks what's wrong. Then, with a cruel tone, she tells him that if he truly cares so much about his comrades, he should be the one to kill them again with his own hands. Hyunwook warns that these are undead, so everyone needs to stay cautious of the corpses nearby if they're not dealt with properly. They might strike. Earlier, these creatures had shown up in large numbers at the entrance of the bunker too. Just then, one of the soldiers notices something and reacts with shock. As he focuses, he realizes it's Lee Won-suk, now turned into a zombie. At the same time, Hyunwook releases his strength toward Carol. She questions his efforts, all while she keeps flinging blood-red webs throughout the surroundings. Using his spear, he tries to tear through the sticky threads while doing his best to clear them out. She comments on his mood while mocking his frustration. She hints that the ones he's been missing are on their way, and she doesn't want him to die too early. Her real interest lies in seeing his face when he meets his fallen comrades again while hoping to catch a glimpse of his despair. Hyunwook realizes things are getting more serious than he expected. He reminds himself that he already cancelled out the Grigori Azazel curse using Fail Not, so now he's able to use holy power again. However, the totem buff is still active and it's making her stronger. That means if he uses holy energy now, it'll only waste his mana. So at this point, only one choice remains. Then he makes it clear to Carol that she's the one who stepped over the line first. So now, Hyun-wook chooses to do the same, ready to put his life on the line. He activates his Crown of Light and Darkness while deciding to fight fire with fire. If she's using the totem buff, then so will he, but with a twist. Right after, he unleashes a heavy dark aura and then follows it up with the totem buff. Carol freezes for a moment, stunned by the sudden rise in power. She questions where such a strong level of darkness is even coming from. With fury in his voice, Hyun-wook warns her that he's about to devour all of her shadows with something even darker. The dark aura surrounds him like a storm, and Carol, clearly agitated, keeps spinning her bloody spiderwebs non-stop. Still, Hyun-wook isn't backing down. Using his skills, he activates Indomitable Steel Body once again, which lets him stand firm against her attacks. With his spear in hand and the Crown of Light and Darkness glowing around him, he charges straight toward her. She's hitting back too, all while thinking how insane it is that he actually gave himself a dark trait just to use the totem buff. Even she can't believe it. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook senses a shift. It finally feels like he's gaining the upper hand. If he keeps this momentum, he might be able to push her back for good. But all of a sudden, a system warning flashes that the boosted dark energy has gone past what his body can handle. He's now slipping into a berserk state. Shock hits him as he realizes what's happening. He questions why it had to trigger now, while wondering if the totem buff was even stronger than he thought. Quickly, he tries to pull himself together. He knows he has to break free from it right away. Meanwhile, Choi Young-jun, while carrying a wounded soldier on his shoulder, suddenly pauses in shock. He sees something unexpected. Right in front of him stand the operation manager and several platoon leaders, now turned into zombies. The sight stuns him. Without wasting time, he carefully lowers the soldier to the ground. Then, with a heavy breath, he mumbles about a bet he had made with the current commander over some pricey liquor. Now, it seems like he'll have to wipe out these fallen officers to protect the soldier. Gritting his teeth, he charges forward while aiming at the undead officers. With a quiet apology under his breath, he strikes while asking them to rest peacefully. At the same moment, Hyun-wook is locked in an intense battle with Carol. Both of them keep pushing their limits while throwing out every skill and bit of energy they've got. Hyun-wook stays focused, firmly set on ending her here. Carol mocks him while pointing out that he's already losing control under the effects of darkness, that how could he possibly win like this? Still, he keeps swinging his spear while cutting through her sticky spiderwebs one after another. Each clean strike only adds to her frustration as she watches him tear down her traps like they're nothing. Suddenly, Lee Won-suk appears in front of him, now completely zombified, and joins the fight. Hyun-wook reacts fast while delivering a powerful strike toward both of them. Carol, clearly irritated, vows to end both him and his comrade in one blow. As the battle rages on, Hyun-wook wrestles with Won-suk, eventually grabbing him by the neck and ending him. But right after, a wave of realization crashes into him that what is he even doing? He forces himself to focus while trying to shake off the dark haze clouding his mind. However, as he tries to pull himself out of this state, more zombified soldiers start surrounding him. They reach out for help, but their presence only adds to his confusion. They try to stop him, but in a burst of rage, he grabs Won-suk again. At that moment, a system alert flashes that his fury has surpassed its limit due to the overwhelming dark energy. He's furious beyond reason, but then, a new notification appears. He's met the rare conditions needed to unlock a hidden attribute linked to his item. Instantly, he steadies himself, now standing tall and confident in front of Carol. He's rewarded with Hellfire mode. Seeing him in this new form, Carol freezes. Even as a vampire, she's never witnessed a power like this. Something feels seriously wrong, and instinctively she tries to back away. She needs to escape, but it's already too late. Hyun-wook rushes in and strikes. At that moment, a memory resurfaces, one where countless people are sinking into darkness. Trying to steady himself, he reminds himself to stay focused. If he lets the shadows drag him in, they will completely devour him. He knows he cannot allow that. With renewed resolve, his presence becomes stronger and more unshakable. Meanwhile, Carol grows furious at his change. With anger flaring in her eyes, she insults him and launches another attack while claiming that she'll rip him apart. Hyun-wook, however, swiftly evades her assaults. She keeps striking over and over, but he continues to dodge them with sharp precision. When she attempts to trap him using her spiderwebs, he burns them all away. Seeing this, she reacts in disbelief, stunned that he could destroy her web so easily. Without wasting a moment, Hyun-wook aims his magical arrow at her and fires. The arrow strikes her not once, but twice while causing her to bleed. The impact catches her off guard while she's still in the air, and she begins to fall. As she descends, Hyun-wook prepares to finish her. Regaining a bit of control mid-air, she realizes she can't overpower him physically. Elsewhere, on the battlefield, Yunmo and his team are searching desperately for the totem. He commands his unit to speed up their search while reminding them that Sergeant Choi, platoon leader, and Sergeant Hyun-wook are putting their lives at stake. They must do everything in their power to help. Suddenly, one of the soldiers yells out after discovering the totem. Hearing this, Junmo quickly gives instructions that everyone is to pull out their holy weapons and set up the C4. He then turns to An Min-tae and asks if he can hold the shield. An Min-tae, calm and fearless, affirms that he will endure just like everyone else who is risking everything. He then activates his holy shield, and the rest gather behind it. Junmo then encourages the group to combine their strength. He plans to power up the holy sword using holy energy, and the C4's explosion, synced with the sword's strike, should destroy the totem. However, he warns them of the danger. If they can't withstand the blast, they might all perish. With clenched jaws and unshaken will, they brace themselves. Just then, a towering boss monster emerges, the giant haunted armor, guardian of the totem. Its terrifying presence shatters the soldier's shield while sending waves of dread across the battlefield. Back at the fight, Carol continues to struggle against Hyunwook and realizes that she's losing. In frustration, she decides there's no other option. They'll have to abandon the buff and smash the totem. If the totem breaks, Hyunwook will lose his berserk state too. She believes the giant haunted armor will finish the rest in one blow. Noticing that the monster has already appeared, she retreats and commands it to destroy the totem. While the giant haunted armor begins striking the totem, Hyunwook, still overwhelmed by his berserk state, charges toward Carol. They continue clashing mid-air while exchanging strikes and dodges. She angrily tells him to stay away, but he throws the failnaught at her with full force. The attack lands while knocking her down to the ground. Hyunwook approaches her and pulls out an arrow stuck in his chest. Though wounded, Carol mocks him while claiming he made a foolish choice. She tells him that breaking the totem was his last chance to end his berserk state on his own. Now, she believes he will turn into a monster who endlessly seeks death. According to her, his comrades, who once tried to save him, will give up and attempt to kill him instead. She wonders aloud what expression he'll wear when that time comes. While she keeps taunting him, Hyunwook takes an object from her chest and stabs her again with an arrow. Knowing she's at her end, Carol gives a bitter laugh and remarks that she'll be watching his downfall from hell. But just then, a powerful shockwave sweeps the battlefield. The totem has been destroyed. Hyunwook, while standing tall, answers her with calm confidence. She thinks his comrades will give up on him, but he believes the opposite. They'll risk everything to bring him back, just like he did for them. As Hyunwook finally overpowers Carol, her body turns to dust and vanishes into the air. Shortly after, he gazes at the object he retrieved from her chest and consumes it without hesitation. Meanwhile, the destruction of the totem causes a massive impact across the battlefield. A soldier rushes to Junmo while informing him that Park Sungmo has survived, while An Min-tae is injured. At that moment, Hyunwook arrives at their location. The soldier checks on him while asking if he is all right. With a light smile, Hyunwook responds that the core objective has been achieved and urges them to regroup with the platoon leader quickly, as the boss monster is close to awakening. Just then, blood spills from his mouth and he begins to cough violently. As he kneels, he mutters to himself while wondering if he had pushed himself too far this time. Suddenly, the boss monster emerges, clearly targeting Hyunwook. He immediately warns the support squad to evacuate the current area. The monster, now fully visible and unified in form, strikes at him with a weapon. Hyunwook activates his skill, Indomitable Steel Body, but it fails. With growing concern, he realizes that the attack was rejected. As the strike approaches, he silently admits that he cannot stop it. Junmo, filled with fear, shouts his name. Just as the weapon is about to land, it misses entirely while striking the ground beside him. Hyunwook opens his eyes in disbelief, shocked to find himself unharmed. Looking up, he sees the battalion commander standing tall while having subdued the boss monster with the help of his wild beast druid underling. Relief spreads among the soldiers and Junmo, grateful for the timely arrival. The battalion commander remarks that thankfully, he wasn't too late. Spotting Hyunwook, he mentions having heard about his access to the battalion's arsenal, though he hadn't expected Hyunwook to move the entire thing with him. While Hyunwook eats another item in his hand, the commander observes that the battalion terror incident seems to be over for now and requests a brief report. Hyunwook steps forward and salutes, then begins his report. He explains that the incident involving the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade's 1st Battalion was a planned assault by 5 players. 4 were eliminated, and 1 was captured. During the mission, most military leaders went missing. The remaining regular troops' casualties must still be assessed, but all remaining monsters should be dealt with soon by battalion forces. Therefore, as of 6:37 hours, he declares the battalion's anti-terror defense successful. The battalion commander is pleased with the report while expressing that Hyunwook's reports always bring him the kind of news he hopes for. Junmo, still uneasy, wonders aloud whether everything is truly over. He points to the sky while noting that the sun should have risen by now. However, the sky remains dark. Hyunwook then shares news the commander might not want to hear. Shock spreads across the commander's face as Hyunwook continues, while stating that based on the number of gates he observed near Seoul when he took command, it's clear that the battalion terror event and the assembly zone of evil were only the beginning. Their actual objective was to trigger the feared 4th wave, and the starting point is none other than Seoul. A wave of dread passes over the soldiers and the commander upon hearing this. In frustration, the commander realizes the enemy's true motive was different from the start. He orders all personnel to return to base and prepare for reassembly. He instructs Hyunwook to take charge of the preparation. Suddenly, Hyunwook collapses unconscious as his eyes close. The commander and Junmo cry out his name in panic while calling him repeatedly. Now the time is in past of Hyunwook. Here he is seen teaching soldiers about the villain's next target. Choi Young-jun raises his hand and asks how Hyunwook is so sure that the fifth wave will begin in Singapore. Hyunwook replies that it's actually quite simple. The first wave struck California, the second Shanghai, the third Berlin, and the fourth Seoul. All these locations share one key factor. The rate of high-level gate appearances surged 3 months before each wave. It's as if all that energy was gathering to burst at once. Another soldier questions what comes next, even if they know where the wave will start. With limited supplies and equipment, how could they face the villains? Hyunwook acknowledges their strength and superior gear. He recalls that during the fourth wave, they managed to stop the enemies from using a mythic-grade item called Mistiltane, a feat made possible only through the sacrifices of many heroes. He names them one by one: Lee Sung-yoon, Han Tae-sun, Choi Jung-chul, Kim Kang-suk, and Steve Marin. He emphasizes that these villains are so powerful because they can trigger a catastrophe like the waves, destroy humanity to earn experience points, and collect reward items to grow even stronger. However, this time, things are different. Now that they know the enemy's target, they can prepare instead of reacting. With strong conviction, Hyunwook rallies everyone while saying that knowing this alone gives them the reason to act to protect humanity from the villains. Moments later, a mysterious figure arrives at the building. The guards don't recognize him and warn him to raise his hands or be shot. The platoon leader rushes to Hyunwook while asking why he brought in an outsider at such a critical moment. She reminds him that he was told not to do this under any circumstances. Hyunwook assures her that the man is trustworthy. Without his efforts and the risks he took to fund them, their survival would have been impossible. He is a comrade, no different from them. She reluctantly accepts and leaves. Hyunwook turns to the man and expresses his deep gratitude for coming. The man's name is Gordon Tracy. While Gordon is enjoying the party, Snow White, the elder smith, mentions that the orichalcum he provided must have been tough to collect. She shares that, because of it, they've been able to build something absolutely wild. He responds that he's happy it helped, though he wonders what exactly they've managed to craft this time. She teases him, playfully questioning if he's trying to sneak classified info like a villain. He denies it while saying he's just genuinely curious. Smiling, she laughs it off and admits she's only joking after all. Who would ever call their top investor a villain? She hints that she wants to reveal it, but can't while hoping he understands. They both end up chuckling together. Meanwhile, the crowd enjoys the festive vibe. Hyunwook stands among them, quiet. Then Choi Young-jun walks over, annoyed, and mentions how the commander's serious mood is ruining everyone's good time. But as he glances at Hyunwook, he notices tears in his eyes. Hyunwook, clearly emotional, is thinking about the teammates they lost. He regrets not growing stronger sooner while feeling that if he had, he might have saved them. Without warning, Young-jun throws a strong punch at him, not out of hate, but frustration mixed with care. He tells him that Hit carries all the grief of their fallen comrades. He scolds him while reminding him that the past can't be undone, and it's not like he can jump back in time like some comic book character. Then, with a more serious tone, he points out how much Hyunwook has already achieved in the present. The people he saves through his skills. If not for him, the Warp Team mages would have been wiped out at the front lines, and the blacksmiths from the production team would have ended up as captives of the villains. The casualty rate for the search team wouldn't have just been 9%. In fact, they all might have been completely wiped out. Still, Hyunwook, with a serious look, expresses that if he ever got the chance to return to the past, he'd want to rescue everyone. Each time they head out on a fresh mission, he just can't stop thinking about the ones they lost. In response, Choi Young-jun points out that those fallen comrades already knew the risks when they chose to fight, and so do they. But even then, it's always Hyunwook who steps up and saves them again and again. He urges him to stop drowning in guilt and to focus instead on what he can do right now as the team leader. Trying to lighten the mood a bit, he adds that for now, what they can do is enjoy some good drinks. But just then, Seo Yuna shows up while calling him out and warning that their guard team won't tolerate anyone messing around with the team leader. However, he quickly explains that he's just trying to lift his mood. She questions if he can't tell he's ruining the mood, then tells him to go drink that rum he's so fond of. Turning to the others, she tells them to just ignore him. That's just how he is. Afterwards, she looks at Hyunwook and checks if he's doing okay. However, he quietly responds that she doesn't need to worry. Surprised, she asks what he means by that. She reminds him that they're his guards, and looking after him is literally part of their duty. Meanwhile, the guard team starts dragging Choi Young-jun away, and he yells out that they're being too protective. He warns that if they keep treating Hyunwook like that, he'll turn soft. That gets a big laugh out of everyone nearby. Later on, Gordon Tracy is having a chat with Minhee while noting how close everyone seems. Minhee casually agrees while saying that's just how their group works. Gordon comments that it's nice to see, though a little awkward at times. While everyone's still laughing inside, some workers outside the building are chatting during their break. One complains that the whole shift got thrown off, and he was actually looking forward to enjoying a few drinks for the first time in a while. Another replies that at least they've got instant noodles in the latest supply drop, so they can grab a cup once they're done. As they're talking, they spot Gordon Tracy walking by. One of them asks where he's headed. He answers that his part's over now, and tells them they can take it easy too. But as he walks off, a wicked grin spreads across his face, and in his mind, he thinks that their roles end today as well. Suddenly chaos breaks loose. A swarm of monsters and villains bursts into the area. Panic spreads instantly. Someone yells that intruders have arrived. Everyone is caught off guard, frozen in confusion as they try to understand what's happening. But in the middle of all the shock, Hyunwook's voice cuts through. He shouts for everyone to get into position while snapping them back into focus. Right after, Hyunwook orders his team to get the VIP, Gordon, out of the area first. But then, one of the members informs him that the VIP is missing. That news leaves Hyunwook completely stunned. Soon after, it becomes clear that Block C is already locked down, and Block A is also shut off. However, Blocks B and D are totally out of control. Reporters on site mention that the enemies are moving like they're familiar with the entire structure of the building, and at this rate, they won't be able to hold their ground much longer. Taking in the situation, Hyunwook quickly makes a tough call. He tells everyone to leave the base behind and shift into evacuation mode. He decides to stay behind and buy them some time. Then out of nowhere, one of the villains steps into view, clearly annoyed by the chaos. He complains about the noise and questions why they had to bring in an entire army while thinking just a few executives could have handled it. He finds the whole thing overkill and even mutters that Hyunwook is seriously creepy. Suddenly, a trumpet sound echoes through the air while catching Hyunwook's attention. One of the soldiers recognizes it immediately and alerts that it's the necromancer's signal. This means their primary target becomes the source of that trumpet sound. On top of that, other team members start confirming what everyone feared. There are high-ranking villains involved in this attack. The captain informs everyone that they're facing a full-scale assault from the villain army. Right after that, Hyunwook receives an order for the search team to move together with the warp team toward target number 1. Frustrated, he questions what's going on and demands they return immediately. But at the same time, Choi Young-jun is already pulling Min-hee along while heading straight for the location of the necromancer. He explains that since even villain executives are involved, this is their best shot. If they let it slip, they'll have to wait until the next wave. Seeing the momentum, the captain announces to everyone that this is a real chance. However, Hyunwook strongly objects while reminding them they're not ready to activate Mogley yet. But deep down, he knows if things go wrong, people could die and it'll all fall on him. Meanwhile, Min-hee tries to resist while saying he's not mentally ready for this. But Young-jun stays firm while telling him they joined both the search and warp teams fully aware of the danger. He tells him to stay focused and just do what he can. At the same time, Snow White turns to the captain and mentions that the underground workshop is built strong enough to handle even a meteor strike. The captain reassures her while saying not to worry and adds that it's time to finish things using the wild weapon he designed. Soon after, Young-jun crosses paths with Hyunwook and throws a question at him that whether he wants to carry even more regret about the past. That hits hard. Realizing what needs to be done, Hyunwook finally gives in and instructs the production team to activate Mogley and brace for impact. Then he gives another command to the search team to protect the warp team, and once the warp circle is up, evacuate the area right away. Without hesitation, everyone follows his orders. Then, Hyunwook declares that they're taking down the number 1 target today, the necromancer. With that, the whole team jumps into the battle while launching a fierce attack against the enemy. One by one, they begin to secure all the key areas. Meanwhile, someone approaches Snow White and brings up the earlier issue, asking if she hadn't said the repairs weren't fully finished and if she did it intentionally. She calmly admits it while explaining that she told him because otherwise, Hyunwook would have thrown away this once-in-a-lifetime chance just for their sake. Right after, a warning flashes while showing that the metal control has gone past its safe limit. At that moment, Hyunwook realizes the weight of the situation, that if he messes up, even a little, he might end up hurting his own team with his own hands. But even with that pressure, he locks onto the necromancer and keeps his focus. In his mind, this single attack needs to protect everyone. He can't afford to miss. Then, with full resolve, he activates Mogley. Instantly, the steel rain meteor strikes down. The necromancer looks up, completely stunned by what's coming. The troops mention that the Mogley meteor strike zone projection is finalized. Another one mentions adjusting the calibration before it launches. Meanwhile, Snow White turns to one of her companions and expresses regret for not being a better master, but he responds that being by her side has been an honor. She nods and tells him they're ready and thankful for everything. Then she looks at Hyunwook, asking him to finish what they started. As he moves into action, he uses the combined force of his Mogley and Steel Rain meteor strike. The massive impact slams the monster into the ground. Right after, a powerful blast takes place while wiping out all the lesser creatures nearby. Quickly after, Hyunwook yells out while asking for a status update from each squad. One platoon head responds that the guard unit is still intact and actively engaging the enemies. Choi Young-jun reports that the search and warp team has lost contact with nearly 60% of its members, and they're currently assessing the situation. Concerned, Hyun-wook urgently tries to get a response from the production unit. Finally, they respond and confirm that the necromancer is still alive, although he's seriously hurt. Hearing this, Young-jun remarks that the meteor strike did have an effect. Now realizing that this could be the final opportunity, Hyun-wook decides it's time to finish things for good. He instructs the guard unit to step into the fight and clean up the remaining beasts and villains. One of the platoon leaders questions why he's heading out on his own without backup. Hyun-wook explains that their current strength isn't enough to handle the monsters who've broken into the hideout, so the guard team is needed there. Meanwhile, Seo Yuna begins to trail behind him. When one of the guards questions her, she simply says she's following her team leader. As Hyun-wook moves forward, thoughts race through his mind that if he takes down the necromancer now, it might finally be over. The long-awaited freedom of humanity is almost here. Right after that, buildings begin to crumble one after another, while Hyun-wook keeps focusing his meteor strikes only on the necromancer. Without holding back, he unleashes all his weapons in that direction, while slamming the necromancer hard against the rocks. As the dust settles, Hyun-wook steps closer while facing the enemy directly. Though the necromancer's expression looks like he finds the situation unfair, Hyun-wook confronts him with cold eyes. After all, someone who has wiped out tens of billions can't possibly act like this isn't deserved. Just as the necromancer seems like he's about to speak, Hyun-wook cuts him off, not wanting to hear any excuses. Then, without hesitation, he delivers the final blow, while confirming that target number 1 is officially dealt with. Almost instantly, news of the necromancer's defeat spreads, and everyone starts to notice something strange that the undead monsters have stopped in place. It becomes clear that his defeat has halted their movement. Picking up on this moment, Choi Young-jun urges the troops to aim all remaining firepower at the leftover villains. He reminds them that this is the moment they've been fighting for, the day humanity takes back its freedom. Motivated, everyone starts pouring in their attacks, energy-focused and sharp. Meanwhile, one of the enemy villains stares in disbelief, clearly overwhelmed. She mutters about how frustrating this situation is and can't hide her shock as she watches Hyun-wook take control. At the same time, the other monsters begin roaring wildly, louder than before. But just then, an alert comes through, and it confirms that the necromancer's hidden ability, Soul Download, has been activated. But right after that, everyone suddenly witnesses something terrifying. The necromancer's soul transfers, and he comes back to life once again. With a dark presence surrounding him, he declares the rise of darkness. In that moment, the night of death is announced, and a deep chill spreads through the air. All the people on the battlefield freeze in shock, unable to believe what they're seeing. Hyun-wook too feels a wave of frustration wash over him. It becomes clear that the necromancer had been playing him from the very start, simply waiting for the perfect moment to reappear. A sly grin forms on the necromancer's face while making the situation even more unsettling. Soon after, the soldiers start reporting that monsters are coming back to life, even the ones that had been completely crushed by the meteor strike. The horror returns as they rise again, stronger than before. But instead of ordering a counterattack, Hyun-wook urges the others not to fight back and just retreat. He knows resisting now is pointless. Suddenly, Devourer is activated, and the necromancer lunges at him with violent force. At the same time, Hyun-wook begins powering up. He pushes his body transformation to its limits. Jinwo blocked the hit, but the force was so immense that it sent him crashing into the rubble. The necromancer suddenly triggers the power of a devoured player, Inferno, and his body becomes engulfed in blazing energy. Right after that, Seo Yuna steps in while releasing her holy power, and urges Hyun-wook to stay strong while reminding him that he has to survive no matter what. But Hyun-wook, caught between panic and pain, tells her to escape. Still, she refuses while standing firm in front of him. She declares that she's his shield, that if he's going to make it through, it starts with her. Then, the necromancer switches tactics again, now tapping into another devoured player's skill Alcides, while gaining a completely new set of destructive strength. Just as the monster strikes again, Hyun-wook yells out to Seo Yunha and moves fast enough to turn her away from the blow while saving her from being hit directly. Watching it all, Choi Young-jun stands frozen in shock at Hyun-wook's desperate efforts. But in the next moment, the monster crashes into Hyun-wook with brutal force, and he falls, lifeless. Meanwhile, the battlefield gets worse. The vampires begin moving swiftly while picking off the soldiers one by one. It turns into a blood-soaked nightmare. Then, off in the distance, a female vampire, calm and cold, watches the scene unfold. With a look of disgust, she orders the remaining survivors to stop struggling while calling their efforts pathetic and hard to watch. Hyun-wook, while coughing and barely holding on, pleads for the others to escape and survive. But just then, his eyes land on someone unexpected, Gordon Precy, while standing right in front of him. Shock fills Hyun-wook's face as he struggles to process it. Anger quickly takes over, and he demands to know if Gordon has really betrayed them. Before any response comes, a sudden blast shakes the area. In the smoke, Gordon calmly comments that the civilian safe zone seems nearly wiped out. Still on the ground, Hyunwook stares at him with disbelief and asks why someone like him, a guardian, would do this. He blames himself while saying it was his mistake for trusting him and bringing him along. That trust, he believes, is the reason everything has fallen apart. But Gordon dismisses the blame. He explains that it isn't Hyunwook's fault. He was simply following what the system told him to do. That blind obedience, Gordon says, is why he never imagined a guardian could become a villain. Hearing this, Hyunwook can't hide his sorrow and rage. He reflects that no one ever expected it would be the players, not the monsters, who would bring humanity to ruin. In response, Gordon almost mocks him while referring to him as the so-called last hope of humanity, the Great Steel Emperor, Hyunwook. He claims that it's not monsters, but the chosen divine beings like himself, who have now delivered judgment on mankind. Hyunwook glares at him, filled with regret. He mutters that Gordon sounds more like a villain pretending to be a god. If only he had understood the path to growth even a little earlier, then someone like Gordon would never be standing in front of him like this now. At Seoul, every soldier is already stationed when a woman arrives, desperately pleading to be let inside because her daughter is still there. However, the guard refuses while explaining that entry isn't allowed not just for her, but for anyone. Meanwhile, at the Gyeongbokgung Command Center of the National Gate Response Committee, the leaders are deep in conversation. They admit there's really nothing they can do at this point. One of them brings up the need to start preparing for life after the wave. During the discussion, Kang Seo-yoon raises her hand and questions them while wondering if they're seriously planning to turn their backs on over 1 million people trapped in the wave zone. The committee members clarify that it's not what they mean, but they emphasize the situation. Entering the zone is impossible, so they have no other choice. They explain they're trying to prioritize the survival of the entire country, not just Seoul. Seo-yoon isn't convinced. She fires back while pointing out that their concern seems more about keeping their own status safe rather than protecting innocent lives. That comment stirs tension. One of the officials pushes back while claiming they all want to rescue Seoul, but without any viable method, they're stuck. Still, Seo-yoon presses on. She mentions there are probably some guild players still active inside the wave zone who are in contact with the outside. If those players unite, she believes they could reduce harm to the civilians still trapped. The committee questions whether those players would even cooperate in such chaos. In response, Seo-yoon presents an offer. She explains that the Zuminari Guild is ready to hand out hero-grade gear to every player who takes down a corrupt factor inside the zone. As extra motivation, the most active player will be rewarded with a legendary grade item. She also shares that she can't just order her guild members to hide and stay safe while doing nothing. According to her, they're willing to do whatever it takes, even if it means saving just one more life. That, she says, should be enough. One of the officials silently reflects on the whole situation, frustrated. The idea that solving a national disaster might come down to throwing money and rewards at it feels like nonsense to him. But for now, it might be their only shot. Deep inside the underground bunker of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's 1st Battalion, the battalion commander approaches Hyunwook while asking if he's holding up all right. Hyunwook nods and brings up a point. He's got an idea. He mentions hearing that the terrorist suspect they had in custody has managed to break out. The commander confirms it while calling it a serious issue. At that moment, Hyunwook's thoughts begin racing. He knows the detention area is built using mana stones and layered with barriers meant to restrain players, unless they're S rank while escaping solo should be impossible. So the only conclusion left is that there's a traitor working from within the military. At the same time, Seoul is falling apart under the monster assault. Criminal players, while including that same terrorist suspect, are running wild across the city. The shelters that were built to protect civilians from monsters have now become even more dangerous with these outlaws on the loose. To make matters worse, even the troops who took the least damage still need a lot of time before they can gear up again for deployment. The commander turns to him and asks what exactly he's suggesting. Hyunwook knew this moment was coming. He can tell the commander has been waiting for him to step up and say it. So he proposes a plan that forming a special task force that would focus on keeping civilians safe and tackling the corruption spreading with the wave. The commander is clearly stunned by the idea. He points out that given the circumstances, they'd need to assign a few executives to such a unit. He questions whether those officers would even be willing to follow Hyunwook's lead, but Hyunwook calmly assures him not to stress about that. Then, while turning to the others, he gives quick instructions that prioritize treating the injured, stay alert, and watch out for any remaining monsters. Min-hee-hol, watching all this unfold, bursts out in disbelief. He thinks it's absurd, a simple soldier giving orders in the military, where ranks are strictly followed. Hyunwook responds, already having made up his mind. Since she left the military once too, he plans to fill this unit with regular soldiers only, no officers involved. That's when the battalion commander snaps. He insists that Hyunwook must at least take the 2nd platoon leader along, the one he personally trusts the most. Even if it's just for advice. Hyunwook admits to himself that he couldn't resist feeling a little ambitious either. He then turns to Minhee and brings up his role during the crisis. He recalls how he used a wide-area attack that helped save many citizens. He tells him that if not for that, there's no way he could have pulled off such a wide-range strike by only destroying a few scraps. He even hoped that major guilds would compete for him after seeing his power, but he doesn't seem interested. Just then, Minhee stops him mid-sentence. He asks if he truly meant to bring her on board as an advisor. That, he says, changes everything. At the same time, soldiers are yelling out warnings to the crowd while telling everyone that the flames are now spreading toward the mountains and urging them to evacuate quickly. Soon after, Hyun-wook reaches Sehee. He brings her a message from the commander that she's been selected to join the special unit. Hearing this, she can't help but sigh internally. With her military service almost done, she wonders why she's still being dragged into all this. Part of her just wants to lay low and stay out of trouble until it's over. When Hyun-wook contacts her again, she instantly recognizes the voice and thinks that it's that meddlesome guy again. He informs her about the new assignment, but she acts like she can't hear him. Still, he simply tells her that his job is done. He's passed along the message. Even as she keeps pretending she didn't hear it, a bad feeling creeps over her. Something tells her that her peaceful last days in the military are about to get completely ruined. Deep down, she really doesn't want to be part of this. After that, Hyun-wook heads over to Choi Young-jun, who's hiding under a bed. Before Hyun-wook can even start, Young-jun cuts him off, already refusing to listen. He snaps that whatever it is, he wants no part of it. After everything he's gone through for the Valentian 30, and with his service nearly over, he's done. He doesn't even want to hear a word. But Hyun-wook calmly explains that it's not just about that. If the battalion commander catches wind of this, things could go sideways fast. Forget ending his service. His entire military career might never wrap up. Those words hit a nerve. Reluctantly, Young-jun crawls out from under the bed, clearly annoyed but curious now. He asks what it is, finally ready to hear him out. On the other side, Lee Won-suk catches a glimpse of his reflection in a puddle and is stunned by what he sees. He can't believe what's happened to him. Just then, some soldiers shout out orders while telling him to search the area and eliminate any surviving monsters without hesitation. But all of a sudden, Won-suk takes off running. Hyun-wook calls out after him, confused. He's certain he managed to keep his sanity until the end and was able to save Won-suk, but now he has no clue where he disappeared. That's when a memory comes back to him. A past conversation with Won-suk where he had claimed he wasn't the type to run away. Now though, Hyun-wook realizes maybe he was wrong. Maybe Won-suk is that kind of guy. Still, he can't help but think that he should have had a little more faith in him this time. Soon after, the soldiers are instructed to gather at the training field. They're told once they arrive at the department, there won't be any extra supplies, so they need to bring everything with them. Later, Hyun-wook walks up and salutes Seo Yoon-ha, sensing something's off. He asks if something's wrong. She admits she misunderstood him all along, but before he can respond, she adds that doesn't mean she fully trusts him now. Hyun-wook is caught off guard and asks what she's suddenly talking about. She explains she's made the decision to join the special unit so she can keep a close eye on him. He nods while saying he's looking forward to it. At that moment, he realizes something important, that with her now on board, he has all the dependable people by his side. Back when he first returned to the past, he tried to avoid involving his former teammates or his current squad unless absolutely necessary. But now things are different. Afterward, the battalion commander arrives while standing in front of the gathered soldiers. Everyone salutes him with discipline and respect. He announces that a total of 11 members, along with 3 drivers, are assigned to the special unit. However, he pauses while frowning slightly. He admits he doesn't like the current name of the unit. It sounds too odd. Hyun-wook realizes then and there, this unit, this mission, is his way of protecting everyone. The commander finally declares the new name that they'll call it the Steel Company. And with that, Hyun-wook reflects. As the future he once knew continues to shift little by little, he's come to understand something clearly. Facing these hardships isn't something one person can do alone. To stop the soul wave and change a doomed future, they'll need the strength of everyone together. At last, the commander turns to him and shares their new assignment to rescue lives and carry out mobile strikes inside the soul wave. With that, every soldier of the Steel Company reports in, geared up and ready to fight. As the intense battle rages on, Hyun-wook stands firmly in front of the monstrous creature, his voice rising in a fierce scream. Suddenly, he channels his power while flying into the air with his sword drawn, ready to strike. In one swift move, he drives the blade deep into the monster, which lets out a deafening roar. At that moment, he mocks the creature while mentioning that its sneak attack on the back of his head during his workout had been far too obvious. He throws out insults while calling it naive and dumb, which only fuels the monster's rage. Without delay, the monster prepares to launch an attack. Hyun-wook quickly reacts by swinging his sword and shouting to unlock his power. Instantly, the monster opens its mouth wide. As Hyun-wook rushes toward it to strike again, his sword lags behind, and he ends up flying straight into its open jaws. The beast snaps its mouth shut while swallowing him whole. Inside the dark, damp interior, Hyun-wook begins to sink. However, he grumbles about the monster's foolishness while pointing out how predictable it had been. He feels thankful for being swallowed because now he has the chance to end things swiftly. Since he already used strengthening body transformation to block the digestive acid, he prepares his final move. Without hesitation, he releases an explosive attack while yelling, "Smash Bomb!" A powerful blast erupts inside the monster's body. In the aftermath, Monster's gut explodes in every direction. Catching his breath, he notices a golden card in his hand. He thinks the terrible breath had been worth enduring for this reward. With a smug look, he lets flames flicker from his hand and quietly reassures himself with confidence. Just then, a notification appears in front of him while congratulating him for unlocking a new skill through Trait Awakening, Metal Bending. He stares at the message in confusion while trying to understand what this new ability means. Almost immediately, another alert follows while warning that using metal bending disables his hardening skill. Even so, he remains satisfied. He looks at his hand and feels ready while whispering that his preparations for the soul wave are finally complete. Right after that, another message appears while stating he has acquired Mana Steel. A rush of energy overwhelms him, and he shouts with a fierce grin. Looking at the mana-infused item, he mutters that it's been a long time, so now he'll enjoy this feast without holding back. He consumes the power with eagerness. Days later, the National Gate Response Headquarters broadcasts an emergency message. The voice echoes across the city while warning that the gate will cover all of Seoul, and this is not a drill. They repeat the alert so everyone can hear. Meanwhile, skeletons begin pouring into the streets while threatening civilians everywhere. On one road, a lone child sits helplessly, and countless skeletons rush toward him. Suddenly, a vehicle speeds onto the scene. Soldiers jump out and immediately begin firing their weapons at the enemy. One commander yells for the troops to block the street where the monsters are advancing. The child, frozen in fear, watches wide-eyed. Just then, Junmo appears beside him while kneeling and checking on him. The boy brightens up and happily calls him master. Another soldier nearby observes this and mutters in frustration about how Junmo always goes too deep. Meanwhile, someone calls for Kim Se-hee. She is seated, focused on her high-level skill use, and she promptly responds. As the fighting intensifies, Se-hee steps forward. She unleashes a massive blast that sends many skeletons flying through the air. The number of enemies begins to fall. Watching this, a civilian murmurs in amazement while wondering just what kind of soldiers these are. Standing tall, Se-hee shouts toward her lieutenant. On top of a vehicle, a soldier gives the order to open a warp. At once, the remaining skeletons begin vanishing into the portal. At the same time, Hyunwook arrives. Floating above, Se-hee grumbles that the noisy old man tricked her again. Eventually, all enemies disappear from the area. Se-hee turns to him while reminding him that he promised her a ride on the level-up bus in return for helping with the assignment. He explains that he had to go ahead to complete his quest while telling her not to worry and to trust him. He assures her that he'll return quickly. However, she grows irritated while pointing out how long it's been. Before she can say more, a sudden shock hits her face. An enormous monster appears out of nowhere, and all soldiers freeze in terror. They stare at the creature, overwhelmed by its sheer size. Then, the monster opens its mouth and releases a gust of air aimed directly at the troops. From behind it, a wave of skeletons charges forward. At the same time, a soldier notices the same child standing nearby and rushes to protect him. But the enemy numbers are too great. Just as the skeletons are about to strike, Hyunwook uses metal bending. He commands everyone to regain focus and return fire. The soldiers immediately follow his orders while launching an organized counterattack with blazing weapons. Se-hee joins in again while using her skills to hurl skeletons through the air. She smiles while watching the enemy numbers drop and mutters about the old man showing up late. Then, she catches sight of Hyunwook again, this time not wearing his uniform. She blinks in disbelief, and the rest of the squad stares too, confused by his appearance. One after another, they begin to question him. However, Hyunwook ignores the shock and barks orders to the steel company to maintain their positions. His tone grows sharper as he warns them not to ask questions unless they want to be killed before the monsters can even reach them. Meanwhile, the frightened child remains on the ground while shaking. Hyunwook continues to use his steel abilities to attack the enemy. Eventually, every skeleton and monster lies defeated. He gets dressed again. One soldier jokingly comments that someone must like seeing him naked. Hyunwook, caught off guard, turns in confusion. Se-hee stands beside him and questions why he looked the way he did while reminding him he promised to finish the quest solo. She teases him while claiming there wasn't much worth seeing. Hyunwook snaps back while asking if she really meant that. She calmly replies it looked cold, that's all. Soon after, another soldier approaches, shouting Hyunwook's name. He glances back. The soldier questions what happened to his uniform while wondering why he changed. Hyunwook quietly explains he had to abandon it because of the child. The soldier calls his name again, but Hyunwook turns his attention to the crowd. He raises his voice while calling out to the hiding citizens to come forward. Slowly, they emerge with their hands raised, asking him not to misunderstand. They explain they couldn't enter the shelter and were looking for another place to hide. Hearing this, Hyunwook appears stunned and quietly repeats their words. At that moment, the child spots his father and rushes into his arms. The man thanks the soldiers with emotion while saying that although everything seemed hopeless while meeting people like them, gives him relief. The other soldiers look on, speechless. Then Hyunwook speaks up with a strange tone while asking if it really feels like a relief. The man looks confused and asks what he means. Before he can say more, steel objects fly toward the crowd. Alarmed, the man begs him to stop. However, Hyunwook shouts smash while unleashing a violent force that sends the people flying. The child watches in horror as his father is caught in the blast. Instantly, soldiers begin shouting. One demands to know if Hyunwook has lost his mind. Another calls his name while pleading for an explanation. Yet Hyunwook rushes forward, pulls the child aside, and murmurs bitterly that he truly despises betrayal. While the child sobs uncontrollably, he warns everyone that it would be better not to test him again, unless they want to face the same fate. However, one of the nearby soldiers quickly notices and shouts out to stop him while demanding he put the kid down. Immediately, he orders all forces to take aim at Hyunwook. In response, every soldier points their weapons toward him, filled with confusion and fear, as several civilians already lie lifeless on the ground due to Hyunwook's earlier attack. Meanwhile, another soldier steps forward. He calls Hyunwook insane and questions how a soldier could ever do something so horrifying, killing civilians. Urgently, he shouts again while telling him to release the child. Despite the pressure, Hyunwook remains firm. Then, calmly but firmly, he explains that the people lying there are not ordinary civilians. According to him, they are players in disguise and hiding dangerous weapons from another world. At first, the others hesitate, unsure whether to believe him. But suddenly, more disguised individuals appear and start yelling that Hyunwook is right. They cry out in desperation while explaining how they were kidnapped and how their companions had been murdered. As the chaos unfolds, the soldiers stare silently, overwhelmed by what they're seeing and hearing. Then, Hyunwook turns to the child in his grasp and commands him to stop pretending. He addresses him by name assassin Kim Hakyu. Right away, the child's expression shifts. His glowing eyes give away his hidden identity. Coldly, he pretends not to remember Hyunwook, but it doesn't fool anyone. Moments later, he drops the act and lunges forward in attack. Enraged, Hyunwook responds while declaring that he remembers him clearly while recalling how he already defeated him in a past life. With that, he rushes toward him. Instantly, Kim Hakyu turns and begins running, desperate to escape. However, Hyunwook gives chase, quickly catching up and stuffing a steel item into his mouth before wrapping him tightly in chains. Eventually, Kim Hakyu begins struggling and yelling while accusing Hyunwook of being insane and calling him a torturer for feeding him metal. But Hyunwook, unfazed, responds with a straight face. He claims he eats them often and that one can get hooked on the metallic scent over time. Hearing this, Kim Hakyu becomes even more disturbed while questioning why anyone would eat such things. Then, without hesitation, Hyunwook grabs his jaw again and shouts another command while pushing a second steel ball into his mouth. He demands the truth. Realizing that Hyunwook will not stop until he confesses, Kim Hakyu finally breaks. He starts speaking quickly while naming Gong Tae as the true mastermind. According to him, that man killed all the guards at Dongdaemun shelter, took control of it, and then destroyed it so no one else could enter. Right away, Hyunwook interrupts with intensity while repeating that the shelter had been destroyed. He remembers rumors of a villain, apostate who killed survivors and conducted horrific experiments to gain immense power. In his past life, the man had been a mystery, never showing his face. However, this situation fits that villain's profile perfectly. Kim Hakyu continues while explaining that some civilians managed to escape because they couldn't endure the cruelty. Their mission, he says, was only to bring those escapees back. He admits that he took the form of a child so no one would get hurt and pleads for Hyunwook to believe him. However, Hyunwook once again restrains him while accusing him of having another hidden motive. He insists that the real reason for the kidnapping was to complete his villain quest. He repeats the title Assassin Villain Kim Hakyu with sharp intensity. Realizing Hyunwook has figured out everything, Kim Hakyu begins trembling. Finally, he asks who Hyunwook really is, but there's no answer, just another command. Immediately after, Hyunwook unleashes his skills while shouting smash and port steel. In an instant, Kim Hakyu dies on the spot, crushed by the power. Afterward, one soldier walks up and asks what happened. Calmly, Hyunwook explains that the man committed suicide. The soldier blinks in disbelief and questions what kind of threat Gong Tae must be if someone like Kim Hakyu would kill himself rather than face him. He wonders whether they should wait for First Lieutenant Seo Yoonha and Sergeant Choi Young-jun. However, Hyunwook replies that they won't make it in time. According to him, they're busy saving the lieutenant colonel and repairing armor, so it's up to them to proceed. The soldier seems uneasy and asks how they're supposed to open a destroyed shelter door on their own. Then, with a mysterious grin, Hyunwook reassures him not to worry, he has his own ways. The soldier, unnerved by the creepy expression, mumbles that Hyunwook is making that face again. Shortly after, Hyunwook arrives at Dongdaemun shelter. He stands confidently and loudly declares that the regular army AMT is present. He demands the shelter door be opened immediately while warning that illegal occupation is a serious crime. If the door isn't opened, he threatens to use a master key to force entry. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers quietly notes that this is clearly a bluff. Since the people inside locked themselves away, they must not know the real situation outside. Hyun-wook continues while raising his voice and stating that if there is no response, they'll treat it as an illegal case and force entry. The ones inside still don't realize that the regular army isn't even operating properly anymore. Then suddenly the shelter door opens. Every soldier gasps in shock. Hyun-wook's bluff actually worked. A man steps out, confused while asking about the situation. With a sly grin, Hyun-wook responds while pretending the door was just too soundproof for them to hear earlier. He reminds them again about the report of illegal occupation. Right then, Gong Ik-tae appears. He protests while stating that their presence is legal and invites them inside to check. He claims the civilians are simply following orders and insists this shelter is a perfect example of how one should operate. Once inside, Hyun-wook notices how no one even reacts to his presence. He remarks that it feels like they're all pretending not to notice, as if they're hiding something. This observation causes Gong Ik-tae to stiffen, and he gives Hyun-wook a strange look. Hyun-wook laughs awkwardly while brushing it off as a joke. Eventually, more soldiers gather inside. Gong Ik-tae studies them carefully, then asks if this is the full team that was dispatched or if reinforcements are coming. Hyun-wook turns the question back at him while wondering why he's so curious. He jokes that maybe Gong Ik-tae thinks he could take on the entire team. When the man looks puzzled, Hyun-wook laughs again while saying it was just a joke, unless, of course, they're criminals. That accusation hits a nerve. Gong Ik-tae bursts out, furious, and demands to know if this whole thing was just a setup to test him. He accuses Hyun-wook of trying to provoke him. In response, Hyun-wook doesn't hold back. He snaps that Gong Ik-tae is the real clown while pointing at the armed players as proof. Without delay, he orders all troops to open fire. Immediately, the soldiers follow orders while opening fire at everyone inside. Hyun-wook then calls out to Gong Ik-tae again, while mocking him for not even wearing a guard uniform that fits. As expected, Gong Ik-tae transforms into his true monstrous form. With a roar, he grabs Hyun-wook by the collar and strikes him hard. After attacking him, he leans in and taunts him while asking why he's suddenly silent. But before he can say more, an unexpected counterattack hits him directly while drawing blood. Finally, Hyun-wook lets out a laugh and declares with absolute confidence that he is steel. Meanwhile, chaos surrounds them as others continue their fight against zombies. Gong Ik-tae suddenly accuses Hyun-wook while referring to him as a trench monkey and questioning if a soldier really harms ordinary citizens. Hyun-wook, angered, yells back while questioning what kind of normal civilians Gong Ik-tae means. He reminds him that in emergencies, it's the duty of the military to guard innocent people from threats like him. He even reminds him of the slaughter of the gods while asking what kind of act he's putting up now and where the actual civilians are. While Hyun-wook speaks, Gong Ik-tae speeds toward him, but Hyun-wook narrowly dodges the attack while causing the wall behind him to crumble. Quickly reacting, Hyun-wook launches an arrow, yet Gong Ik-tae catches it barehanded. Hyun-wook then accuses him of destroying the shelter just to run experiments on live people. Gong Ik-tae, clearly offended, retorts that Hyun-wook's claims are nonsense. He explains that the shelter had already reached full capacity, yet people kept pushing in more civilians. He blames the guards, stating that if it weren't for them, players like themselves wouldn't have had to worry about starving before the wave even hit. He reminds Hyun-wook that as a player too, he should understand while losing someone like them would be a national loss. Hyun-wook pauses for a moment while recalling someone else once saying something similar. Gong Ik-tae continues while insisting that risking their lives every day should earn them better treatment. According to him, everything he did was driven purely by logic. At that moment, Hyun-wook finds clarity and leaps forward with a clenched fist while saying it no longer matters if Gong Ik-tae is an apostate, he'll defeat him either way. But Gong Ik-tae easily halts the punch, lifts Hyun-wook in the air, and coldly warns him to know his place. He grabs Hyun-wook with both hands, spins him downward, and slams him onto the ground with full force. Being a creature made of stone, the impact is crushing. Yet Hyun-wook refuses to be defeated. He rises while using his ability, metal bending. His hand transforms into solid metal as he punches Gong Ik-tae. Activating a second skill, hardness, he continues striking Gong Ik-tae's face repeatedly. The stone mask finally cracks and blood begins to spill. Gong Ik-tae, now overwhelmed, pleads for him to stop. As Hyun-wook halts, he notices people approaching, weak, frail, and clearly suffering from long-term hunger. A woman holding a child pleads with him for help, while insisting they obeyed everything they were told and saw nothing. This sight deeply shocks Hyun-wook. He silently reflects on Gong Ik-tae and questions whether the man was truly an apostate. Could it really have all been about food shortages? If so, why was he abducting people? Suddenly, he spots Gong Ik-tae, now returned to his human form while holding a person by the neck as a hostage. With a trembling voice, Gong Ik-tae demands to know what more is expected of him. He claims that all he wants is to survive and asks if that is truly wrong. His expression turns twisted with desperation. Hyun-wook, now fully convinced of Gong Ik-tae's intentions, realizes he is not the apostate. As Gong Ik-tae mutters again about doing everything he was told and starts to say the word apostate, his head explodes on its own. Blood splatters as his body collapses while terrifying those nearby. Fuming with anger, Hyunwook mutters to himself that the real apostate is still hiding somewhere here. Later, Junmo arrives and reports to him with a pale face. He informs that out of the 32 players involved in the unlawful seizure of the shelter, 21 were killed, while the remaining 11 were taken into custody. Noticing Junmo's trembling, Hyunwook asks him what's wrong. Junmo admits in a shaken voice that no matter what they did while killing people, even criminals is still difficult. Trying to calm him, Hyunwook gently taps his shoulder and reminds him that it never truly gets easier. Still, in times of disaster, if they don't act, they won't be able to protect the innocent. He urges Junmo to remain strong as it's their responsibility as soldiers. Together, they head to where a group of civilians has gathered. One man demands to speak to whoever is in charge. When Hyunwook asks who it is, Junmo answers that he is Park Gil-sung, a member of parliament. Another man standing beside him introduces himself as Lee Hong-gil from the Merchants Association. He insists on talking about the ration distribution first. The two quickly begin arguing. Park Gil-sang claims that, as a parliamentarian, Hyunwook should listen to him. Lee Hong-gil counters by pointing out that Park stayed silent during the shelter's illegal occupation, and questions why he's suddenly acting important now. Meanwhile, Junmo notices an old man assisting a civilian nearby. He politely offers to help, but the elder insists on doing it himself. He believes that since the soldiers already saved his life, he must repay the kindness. With fear in his eyes, the old man warns that something dangerous is approaching. He tells Junmo he couldn't speak earlier due to Gong Igtai, but now he can hear a beast-like breathing getting closer. He pleads for it to be checked quickly before harm is done. Worried, Junmo wonders if something may have snuck into the shelter. Elsewhere, the civilians' argument continues, each pushing to become the new shelter representative. Park insists that his position gives him that right, but Lee questions his motives while saying his silence during the crisis speaks volumes. As Hyunwook watches, he begins to suspect the apostate may be using the fear Gong Igtai caused to quietly seize power. With Gong Igtai, the puppet, now dead, the easiest way for the enemy to gain control would be through becoming the shelter's representative. He questions whether it's one of the two arguing men, or perhaps someone else silently manipulating events from the shadows. Growing frustrated, he wonders to himself where the real apostate is hiding. Meanwhile, the old man who was helping earlier walks into a room filled with the injured in custody. What he finds shocks him, a vampire feeding on the wounded. With rage in his eyes, the old man rushes forward and punches her while yelling at her not to touch what belongs to him. Carol sits impatiently while craving blood. She tells the old man she doesn't want anything impure, only clean blood will do. In return, he scoffs, calling her foolish, and explains that drinking clean blood would be like trying to quench thirst with seawater. Annoyed, she snaps at him while asking why he dragged those soldiers into the first wave of erosion in the first place. The old man shrugs off her anger while replying that once erosion fully sets in, there's nothing those soldiers could have done anyway. Rather than stepping in himself, he simply chose to dig their graves. But Carol doesn't hold back. She fires back at him while saying the failure wasn't just bad luck, it was because of him. According to her, the real reason they lost was because those soldiers were different. She dismisses his excuses while insisting the fault lies with his own uselessness. However, the old man, instead of arguing more, calmly pulls out a potion he's made. With a smug tone, he tells her that now everyone's lives rest in his hands. Meanwhile, in another part of the shelter, Hongil sits down for a bite. Suddenly, Park Gil-sung shows up with a few others. One of them confronts Hongil while questioning why he handed out supplies without proper checks. Park Gil-sung assumes Hongil just acted out of personal hunger, but Hongil, unable to hold back, raises his voice. He gestures toward the hungry kids around them and demands to know how anyone could ignore their suffering. Moved by their pain, he had rushed to hand out the rations before they were fully accounted for, while choosing compassion over caution. Hongil accuses Park Gil-sung of trying to manipulate them using the food supply as an excuse, just like Gong Igtai once did. In response, Park questions him back while asking what he really thinks a member of parliament is. He warns Hongil not to throw around baseless claims like that again. Now, his words are more composed, and he's clearly trying to reinforce his authority. Honestly, it wouldn't be strange if someone began to suspect either of them of being an apostate. Meanwhile, near the spot where the rations are being handed out, Park Junmo quietly asks Hyunwook if they could also get something to eat. But Hyunwook turns him down. He explains that someone is hiding behind Gong Igtae, and if that person decides to use poison, things could spiral fast. Their entire defense would collapse if something happened to them. He calmly asks if Junmo would really be okay with risking that. Just then, the old man shows up holding a tray full of food. He casually offers them a warm meal while pointing out the rice is fresh and the meat tastes great. But Hyunwook stays firm. He mentions how important supplies are during emergencies, and insists they shouldn't be touching food meant for evacuees. He also reminds him they've already received military rations, so there's no need to worry. The old man doesn't take that well and gets visibly annoyed. Suddenly, Hyunwook gets a call and tells the person on the other end to hold on. He'll head down there himself. Watching him walk away, the old man sighs in frustration while wondering if Hyunwook is just a soldier through and through. He seems irritated by his strict nature. Soon after, he turns to Park Junmo and asks about the task he mentioned yesterday. Junmo reassures him they're still looking into it, and that there's no need to be concerned. That finally brings a bit of relief to the old man as he lets out a quiet breath. As Hyunwook moves downstairs with Junmo, Park comments that the plants around them aren't the kind you'd normally see on Earth. Even the air feels warmer. From the looks of it, this place seems connected to the erosion wave itself. Hyunwook nods in agreement. He quietly adds that if they can't stop it here, then Seoul might face the same fate as California during the first wave, Shanghai during the second, and Berlin during the third, falling straight into the hands of the monsters. At that moment, Park Junmo tells Hyunwook that for now, he should head back up with the rest of the platoon, while he and Sergeant Sehee stay behind to keep watch. Of all possible spots, it just had to be this cramped tunnel. What terrible luck. Meanwhile, on the other side, the old man's granddaughter gently asks for more water. He hands it to her without hesitation, and she thanks him with a soft smile. As he watches her, he can't stop thinking about Hyunwook. In his mind, he mutters that the guy really is cursed while thinking that strict military discipline will stop this. This place is on a whole different level compared to an ordinary gate. Back at the front lines, Hyunwook and Seo Yunha are standing together near the strange rift. Una turns toward him, a bit anxious, and wonders aloud if the two of them can really take this on. If this is one of the actual causes of erosion, it has to be far beyond what regular gates bring. Hyunwook calmly agrees that it's definitely not the same. When it comes to a boss-level threat while facing a cause of erosion, usually demands a full team of S-rankers. Still, she questions him while asking if this isn't basically a suicide mission. But Hyunwook replies with confidence, they can stop it. Back in the past, Park Junmo joins the conversation and checks if the situation is truly that bad. But Hyunwook shakes his head and explains with a small smirk that, in fact, this might be good luck for them because this time, the ones stuck with misfortune are the monsters. The monsters let out loud while threatening growls as they closed in. In the middle of the tension, Hyunwook turns to Sehee and explains that since the creatures have made their nest in this tunnel, they've got only one route to come through. That means their job is simple, they just need to guard this passage. Sehee doesn't hesitate. She rushes forward with force while activating her skill and lands a solid, powerful punch on the nearest monster. But Hyunwook, while raising his voice over the chaos, tells him to begin pulling back slowly. Still, he quickly adds that it's not a retreat. They're just being pushed back for now. More monsters start to pour in, and it becomes clear that they're erosion beasts, creatures deeply affected by the corrupted surroundings. But Hyunwook knows their weakness. As soon as they move outside the eroded area, their defense drops sharply. Without wasting time, Hyunwook calls out to Sehee while letting her know he's going to spin the marbles, and in the meantime, she should compress the wind to boost its speed as much as she can. The goal is to take out all the monsters in one strike. With his resolve hardened, Hyunwook stands firm, completely focused on wiping them out. Not far behind him, Park Junmo also keeps up while landing clean hits. This time, the cause of erosion actually turns into a small advantage. But still, if they fail to stop the monsters right at the entrance, everything could fall apart. They have no choice. They must hold this position. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the corridor, Hongul stumbles in pain while clutching his stomach. Something's wrong. Then, all of a sudden, his body begins to shift, his form warps, and his teeth grow large and sharp. A monstrous growl escapes from him as his transformation begins. But before he loses himself completely, the old man appears and strikes him down without hesitation. Moments later, the old man receives a system notification. The beastification experiment is now marked complete, and as a result, he's acquired a rare item, Devil's Cultivation. A grin spreads across his face. The test is a complete success. Now, it's time for the next step while reshaping the battlefield and putting the whole of Seoul under his control. The boss monster shows up on the city's surface while tearing everything apart. Suddenly, a monster rises from beneath. Even the soldiers stand stunned, unable to react right away. For just a brief moment, the creature, the same one Hyunwook remembers from his past life as the cause of erosion, appears massive beyond belief. Its size is enough to trigger earthquake warnings, and its huge body easily rises from the ground to the surface. Meanwhile, Hyunwook calls out to Sehee while urging her to compress her wind again and knowing what's coming next. Soon the appearance of the boss monster, Dokaebi, Doodle, is officially confirmed. The creature lets out a loud growl that shakes the air. As Hyunwook moves closer, he suddenly feels the pressure. It's nothing like seeing it from afar. Just the roar is enough to make his whole body freeze. Everyone around is in shock while struggling to grasp the situation. Seo Yunha turns to Hyunwook and questions whether the two of them can really take it down, especially when it usually takes an S-rank party. But he responds with confidence. Based on what he knows, the monster is currently using its full power just on the surface, which keeps them safely out of range for now. This first cause of erosion, he believes, is a rare opportunity granted by fate. With no time to waste, he tells her she'll have to give it everything she has, every bit of mana. If she can create the strongest wind possible, they might have a real chance. Their only hope is to wear down its head. If they manage that, everything could be over. After that, Hyunwook signals her to strike, and they both throw themselves into an intense battle with the boss monster. Meanwhile, the old man quietly observes the fight from a distance while standing beside Carol. With a twisted grin, he comments on the situation while mentioning that the boss of the cause of erosion has finally shown up. He shows a cold interest in watching how miserably the soldiers are falling. Carol, confused and frustrated, questions his motives. She reminds him he once mentioned everything would end once the boss appeared, so she doesn't understand why he's heading back for another look. But the old man, in a serious tone, points out the flaw that led to their downfall in the past. According to him, they were wiped out because they ignored the finer details. Their belief that nothing below S rank could harm them made them careless, and that blind confidence got them all wiped out. He admits he doesn't share that naive belief and coldly tells her to stay quiet and follow him. Elsewhere in the shelter, a soldier approaches and curses Jinwoo. He remembers his past conversation, to raid the cause of erosion. Hyunwook nods while confirming it. The soldier responds in disbelief while reminding him that this isn't just a red gate, it's a whole cause of erosion, a threat on a completely different level. But Hyunwook calmly explains that's exactly why he sees this as a rare stroke of luck. The monster has appeared in a tight, narrow tunnel, and one that commands both wind and water. That kind of situation almost never happens. He mentions that before the monster makes it to the surface, it won't be able to unleash its full strength. That's why they have a small window. He asks the soldier to place his trust in them and to focus on something else instead. Curious, the soldier asks what exactly he wants him to do. Hyunwook responds while telling him to find the hideout of the man who was secretly manipulating Gong Igtae. He explains that if the man was plotting something, he must have had his own space, probably something like a lab. It's likely hidden away, possibly behind a magical barrier or seal. Then the soldier, still unsure, asks what exactly he should look for. Hyunwook tells him the main goal is to find an antidote. Based on how Gong Igtae died, he's convinced a mana-based poison was involved. When the soldier hears that, he starts to panic while asking if they've been poisoned too. But Hyunwook quickly urges him to keep his voice down. If anyone overhears, not only their entire platoon but also the civilians could end up in danger. He reassures him that he and Kim will handle the cause of erosion, even if it means giving up their lives. But without the antidote, no one will make it out alive. That makes the soldier the key player in this operation. Everything depends on him finding it. The soldier, although willing to take the lead, complains about how he's supposed to find anything useful in such a massive shelter. While that's happening, Seo Yoonha and Hyunwook are fully engaged in combat with the boss monster. But soon, they both notice something troubling. Their attacks are barely leaving a mark. The monster doesn't even flinch under their blows. Still, Hyunwook charges again with his spear while trying to land another hit. At the same time, the monster fights back, aiming to kill. But Hyunwook skillfully dodges every strike. Despite the danger, he keeps his focus while thinking to himself that they must bring this creature down no matter what before Northern Seoul turns into a completely eroded, unlivable zone. Seo Eunha, clearly worried, asks how they're supposed to manage that. In response, Hyunwook shares his plan that he's going to dive straight into the boss monster's mouth. Shocked, she questions his sanity, saying she has no idea what he's trying to pull. She warns him that even if he defeats the monster, a single wrong move means he won't make it back alive. Hyunwook already understands the risk, but before the creature's head returns to the other realm, he plans to finish it with a single, powerful blow, one strike and one kill. He asks her to use the spirits to keep the monster's head still. Then while preparing for the attack, he activates hardening on his body. Up to this point, there hasn't been a moment where Hyunwook hasn't risked his life. Without hesitation, he keeps launching fierce attacks while pushing to bring the monster down. At the same time, Seo Yoonha uses her abilities to hold off its strikes. But gradually, the pressure builds, and she begins to feel her strength fading. Suddenly overwhelmed, she yells out to Hyunwook, frustrated that this wasn't supposed to happen. She wonders how things went off track so badly. Right then, the old man appears behind her and points out that only one person has returned alive, and it's Carol. Surprised, she turns to him and demands to know who he is. But he casually brushes it off while reminding her that if she doesn't work, she doesn't get to eat. Carol, not having it, snaps back while telling him not to act like he's above her, especially after forcing her to drink that foul blood. She mentions that she hasn't seen that girl before, and notices the earlier soldiers seem to be gone, which she thinks is actually a good thing. The old man then comments while noting that they turned out to be tougher than he expected. Considering that Dokaebi, Doodle, had to fight while only managing to squeeze its head through the gate, he figures even the monster had its own difficulties. Right after that, Hyunwook unleashes a massive final strike toward the boss monster. A system notification soon confirms it that they've defeated the monster Doodle. Blood splatters everywhere while painting the battlefield in red. Then, in a sudden moment of realization, Seo Yoonha notices something odd. Hyun-wook is once again standing there, completely unclothed, which catches her completely off guard. Around the same time, Carol also spots him and quickly realizes he's present too. The mood shifts instantly as the old man's face twists in rage, unable to believe what just happened. Then, Hyun-wook, while standing firm and staring directly at him, finally gets to speak the words he's waited for. He's glad to finally see the face of the villainous apostate. At that moment, his system congratulates him for defeating Dodal. Meanwhile, Junmo and his squad, who were observing from a distance, express their shock. They hadn't truly believed Hyun-wook could defeat the boss alone. A fellow soldier remarks that he would honestly believe it if Sergeant Hyun-wook was ranked S. However, he adds with concern that if everything Hyun-wook said turns out to be true, this place could soon turn into chaos. The fear spreads among the citizens. Sensing the danger, Junmo calls out a warning not to lower their guard. Then, Kim Si-hee notices something odd, that Hyun-wook is naked again. Shocked, she starts to comment, but he quickly interrupts her while stating that now isn't the time to worry about such minor things. She responds, irritated while pointing out that him ending up naked constantly is not a small matter. Still, Hyun-wook, while burning with energy, says it's nothing compared to what they're about to face. Carol tries to flee, but the old man beside her stops her and demands to know what she's doing. Clearly, Carol betrays him as she exclaims that she wants no part in this madness anymore. But Hyun-wook catches up to them in a flash while attacking the old man. Though the old man blocks the strike, he urges Si-hee to take care of Carol. He mentions that she might be the one who escaped from the military, and if the reports are accurate, Si-hee's compatibility with her might. Before he finishes his sentence, the old man attacks him, who is another vampire. As he turns around, he's struck hard and slammed to the ground. However, he feels nothing. Smirking, he challenges the old man while asking if that was the best he had. The old man, now surprised, realizes that Hyun-wook has turned his entire body into steel. Smiling wickedly, he says that it's time to test how long Hyun-wook can endure. Elsewhere, Si-hee finally catches up to the fleeing vampire girl. She demands to know what she meant by compatibility. Furious that she disappeared mid-sentence, Si-hee lashes out while saying that if she's going to say something cryptic and run off, she shouldn't speak at all. She warns that she's in no mood and demands they end this quickly. The vampire responds coldly that she has no plan to stick around with any of them. She just wants to wrap this up. Meanwhile, Junmo discovers the hidden lab where the vampires and monsters have been contaminating the water. Standing near the old water reservoir, he realizes that it has been turned into a lab. Examining the pipes, he curses under his breath while wondering how long they've been adding poison into the water. He suspects that countless civilians may already be affected. Frantic, he begins searching for an antidote while thinking that the mastermind must have kept some for his own use. Then, something clicks in his mind. Only the corpses inside the test tubes had been untouched. His eyes widen. He glances at the water tank, dread creeping over him and unable to guess his next course of action after realizing the reality of the situation. Back on the battlefield, Hyun-wook manages to break free and launch a ranged attack at the old man. The old man dodges it easily while mocking Hyun-wook with laughter. He questions whether Hyun-wook is stalling for something while noticing his hesitation. Hyun-wook, short of breath, pretends to be worn out. The old man sneers while assuming that Hyun-wook isn't as sharp as he thought. But Hyun-wook recalls something from his past life. That apostate had always been cautious, rarely entering battles himself. So why now? There must be a reason he's fighting so recklessly. Perhaps Hyun-wook thinks he's just trying to buy time. The old man then admits, while attacking, that once all the refugees fall under his control, no amount of planning will matter. In response, Hyun-wook charges at him with a spear while shouting for him to give up. Back where the civilians are gathered, the situation worsens. Some of them begin mutating into monsters. Soldiers scramble to contain the chaos. Junmo commands his troops to fire, urging them to keep a safe distance between infected and uninfected people. The fight intensifies as transformed civilians attack others. Suddenly, Junmo and other arrive from the lab as he orders his squad to keep their distance from the monsters while protecting the civilians. When one of the monsters is about to attack the woman and her kid, he quickly sprays it over the infected, and slowly, they begin turning back into humans. Relieved, he murmurs that Hyun-wook's prediction was right. He remembers the conversation where Hyun-wook insisted that the enemy had likely prepared a large stock of antidote. Though it had sounded absurd at the time, Hyun-wook had argued that if the poison causes transformation, then the villain would surely prepare a backup in case he lost control. And now, it was all proving true. Junmo looks at the tank and realizes that Hyun-wook had filled it with the antidote all along. Back in the battle, the old man stares at a system screen in shock. Turning to Hyun-wook, he erupts in rage while realizing his grand scheme has been ruined. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook grins to see the same screen. Enraged, the old man transforms into a massive feral wolf and slams Hyun-wook to the ground again. He promises to torment him until he begs for death while claiming he'll sever his head and display it. In that moment, Hyun-wook calls his cloud sword, still lying far away. Using magic, it flies into his hand at lightning speed. The weapon strikes, though the old man deflects it. Furious, the old man snarls and swears to destroy not just Hyunwook, but all his comrades while promising to gut them and stuff their bodies like hunting trophies. But Hyunwook mocks him while calling him a Dr. Mutt, while saying that all his clever tricks and strategies have crumbled. With sharp defiance, he growls that he'll reduce him to nothing but a barking beast. As Kim Se-hee is engaged in battle with Carol, it becomes clear that Carol holds the upper hand. She moves far too swiftly for Se-hee to counter properly. Both of them continue exchanging blows, and during one of her attacks, Carol questions what part of Se-hee even makes her a worthy opponent, given her sluggishness. Just as Carol is about to land a finishing strike, Hyunwook's cloud blade erupts and pushes her away. The blast originates from the clash between Hyunwook and the old man nearby. Startled, Carol stops, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She murmurs to herself in shock and hurries off to investigate. Se-hee, while watching her retreat, shouts after her in frustration while questioning where she's going and urging her to return. Meanwhile, Hyunwook now stands tall with his weapon in hand. He hurls a mocking remark toward the old man. However, he soon bursts into sinister laughter and responds with scorn while claiming he can see through Hyunwook's attempts and won't be tricked by such lowly mind games. For a moment, Hyunwook doesn't understand the old man's words. Next moment, without wasting another second, Hyunwook becomes intensely focused and charges at the old man. Within a blink, he appears behind him, too fast for the enemy to even register. Striking from behind, he accuses the old man of being mentally fragile. He activates his technique, Dark Hand of the Cloud Master, fall while unleashing it with all his strength, which finally injures the old man. He closes in once more, declaring the fight's conclusion while leaving the old man in terror. Yet suddenly Hyunwook's body weakens. His system warns him that he can't sustain the force of the power, Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. He angrily shouts while blaming his weapon for being insatiable despite all the power he's fed into it. He wonders aloud how Sergeant Choi Young-jun ever managed such a wild beast of a weapon. Seeing his condition, the old man grows gleeful and mocks him while asking if he brought out a weapon beyond his limits just for show. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Song also activates. While the old man taunts him further while calling him a worthless trench monkey and claiming it's the end for him, suddenly Hyunwook's surroundings twist. A grim world unfolds before him, one filled with shadows, blood, and lightning, and the moon turns red. Fear creeps in as he questions if it's merely an illusion, but every sense, the scent of blood, the cold in the air feels disturbingly real. It's not just visual, it's a complete, horrifying experience. The old man now has control over Hyunwook's mind. He grins darkly and boasts that his illusory technique directly manipulates the brain while making it impossible to separate reality from fantasy, like a mind suspended in a false world. He promises Hyunwook will perish, trapped in this despair. Hyunwook, while trembling, feels consumed by the illusion. The old man confidently assures him that no one can escape such a flawless mental prison. But unexpectedly, Hyunwook's strength returns. He questions the technique with a smirk and breaks through the illusion entirely. The old man looks at him in disbelief. Shaken and furious, the old man demands to know how his perfect domain could be undone. His pride crumbles as he rants about his so-called genius and meticulous plans, unable to accept defeat. But Hyunwook counters while dismissing those words as nothing but the coward's shield. He accuses the old man of hiding behind tricks to stay alive. Enraged, the old man threatens to silence Hyunwook's sharp tongue. At that moment, he gets a warning from his system that both of his weapon's attributes are not compatible. Hyunwook glances at his stat window and grumbles about its timing. He reflects that if he truly feared death, he would have never chosen to regress. The old man, clearly annoyed, lashes out again while asking if Hyunwook really plans to sacrifice himself. He wonders aloud whether Hyunwook ever stops to think. However, Hyunwook becomes energized by the thought of finishing this once and for all. He laughs while recalling how in his past life he had planned endlessly to survive, yet everyone still died. According to him, that's all that cowardly planning can ever lead to. To fear death is to be weak. Without hesitation, Hyunwook triggers a skill strong enough to kill the old man and himself. Laughing, he tells the old man they'll both fall together. His strike lands, and the old man collapses while Hyunwook remains standing. He breathes heavily and reflects aloud while calling himself someone who was once a coward, now driven mad. He blames them for turning him into what he's become. Elsewhere, Carol continues running and confirms her suspicions while getting involved with the soldiers was a mistake. She recalls the moment Hyunwook launched his suicidal attack and how he had looked back and laughed at her. It leaves her shaken. She wonders if this group is made entirely of maniacs trained for war. Her body weakens rapidly, affected by the tainted blood she consumed earlier. She desperately mutters to herself that she needs fresh blood. Then she spots what appears to be an ordinary human nearby. Thinking they're defenseless, she lunges only for her strike to be stopped. To her shock, the person blocks her effortlessly and counters with a swift blow. The mysterious figure scolds her for attacking from behind and questions her honor. They calmly declare that if she is truly strong, she'll meet her end here. Hyunwook gets the notification that the core wave has been crushed. Right after, Park Junmo turns to him and questions if everything's really finished. He confirms while saying it's done now and that it's reward time. Right then, the soldiers notice something strange with the experience points. They level up almost instantly, while another soldier happily reaches level 33. One of them wonders aloud if they might reach C rank or even B rank now. Suddenly, a feather appears floating through the air. While they're trying to figure out what it means, a powerful energy begins flooding through their bodies. At that moment, they get another notification. Since some rare conditions have been fulfilled, everyone in the group gets the event buff, Sacred Blessing. After that, Hyunwook turns to the soldiers, pointing out that with their current levels, they're already as strong as an AMT squadron commander. From now on, every time they clear out the sources of deterioration in the soul wave, they'll grow faster and stronger than anyone else. He tells them he plans to make each one of them powerful enough to stand as a full battalion by the time the waves end, but he also reminds them to stay alive for that. Meanwhile, Park Junmo lowers his head, clearly feeling down. However, Hyunwook notices and tells him to lift it. He mentions that they're the same, both struggling to level up, and he shouldn't feel bad about it. He just needs to wait. Hyunwook promises to make him stronger than the rest, and then asks if he trusts him. Junmo quietly responds that he does. Hyunwook smiles softly at that. While they're still talking, all of a sudden, a sharp object crashes down from the ceiling. Park Junmo shouts about his well-being. Right after, the group begins wondering whether the thing is a steel pillar or some kind of weapon. One of the soldiers comments that it really looked like a sword, but Hyunwook steps in and confirms that it definitely is a sword. He then explains that it's not just any ordinary weapon someone can wave around. It's actually the legendary blade that once earned him the title Steel Emperor in his previous life. Back then, he had put everything on the line to collect 13 rare sword pieces. After gathering them, he took them to the skilled blacksmith, Kang Seol-hee, who forged them into one powerful weapon, stronger than any other. While feeling nostalgic, he thinks how it feels like ages since then. Just then, a message pops up while informing him that the weight of the Mogley fragment has been sealed. He walks up to the sword, clearly pleased to see it again. Then he shrinks its size and sees it. Right after, he instructs everyone to wrap things up quickly and get ready to move to the next spot. Time's short, and the whole place is packed with valuable magic ore. To him, it might as well be a treasure cave. One of the soldiers wonders how much all of it might be worth. Hyunwook responds that the amount could easily buy out an average guild. He tells them to grab a couple of duffel bags and start packing. Later, while moving through the building, Hyunwook walks up to Sehee and checks on her. She responds that she's fine, that small injuries like hers heal fast. She also brings up something he mentioned earlier about her matchup with the vampire, that he only said it because she was at a disadvantage and should back off. But Hyunwook clarifies that it's actually the opposite. There had been a clear path to victory for her. She's surprised to hear that. While looking at her injuries, he tells her that she might have been thrown off a bit since she'd only fought monsters before this. A duel between players doesn't come down just to rank or matchups. She has a sharp instinct, and he's confident that if she faced the same fight again, she'd instantly get what he meant. Then, while encouraging her to stand up, he urges her to keep going. She quietly tells him she let the enemy go, while figuring that if the vampire hid fast enough, finding her during the disaster would be close to impossible. But Hyunwook reassures her. Before the vampire had a chance to vanish, he had already planted a chip in her. Though he can't pinpoint her exact location, he can still track her general direction. If they start now, they might be able to catch her before the wave ends if she's still alive. Meanwhile, the same hooded figure stands beside Carol, thoughts racing in her mind. She doesn't understand why she wasn't killed earlier, but now that she's still alive, she sees this as his one shot to kill his opponent. He plans to finish her in a single blow. This person questions whether she's actually strong, because if she is, then this is where she falls. Carol, confused, doesn't understand what he means, but there's no time for answers as they suddenly begin clashing. She's completely stunned by what's happening. In a blink, buildings around them are slashed down. It feels impossible that she didn't even see the attack happen. The boy then explains that he had simply spread his sword aura across every possible route she could have taken. But clearly, she's at a level where she couldn't even notice it. He claims that it's her weakness which saves her life, because a real fighter doesn't waste time on someone too weak to fight back. Carol is left in shock while struggling to understand what kind of person she just faced. All she can think is that where are all these absurd people suddenly coming from? At the same time, inside the National Gate Response Committee's control room, a fresh alert arrives. New intel reveals that corpse golems have been spotted wandering around the Dongjak district. One of the agents immediately points out that this likely means there's a necromancer in the area as well. Soon after, another update comes in that number 13 has made contact with an unidentified player. Also, Magician No. 44 is in Daram Tudong, currently communicating with B-rank player Lee Cheol-hee. However, all contact has been lost with Magician No. 51, who appears to be under assault. Kang So-yoon, while watching the situation unfold, realizes everything's becoming far too scattered. Players are acting alone, each focused only on their own survival. She thinks this chaos can't continue. They need one clear leader to bring everyone together during this wave. Just then, someone from her guild steps forward and informs her of another development. The source of deterioration in Dongdaemun district has been cleared by a group of players. Curious, she asks who did it while wondering if it was a top-tier guild and who the leader was. The answer surprises her. It was handled by the Namsun-positioned 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade, 1st Battalion, but specifically a small special team led by an F-rank sergeant. She can't believe it and questions the report. If it's an AMT unit, they're soldiers, and it's just an F-rank sergeant leading them? She stresses how critical reliable intel is in a time like this. But before the moment can escalate further, Kai Baekjun steps in and asks why she's letting anger take over. He explains that, with how bad the situation is, it's natural for low-tier groups to be sent in wherever needed. She glances at him, confused. She thought he had already given up on Korea, so his purpose to be here. He calmly explains that he never truly walked away. He just stayed out of battles where there were no good options. One of his guild's elite raid units has just cleared a gate in Hoeksok district and is now restocking supplies. Once they're ready, they'll scout the source of deterioration. He adds that this squad is highly skilled, led by A-rank players with a powerful leader at the center. He believes they'll be able to unite scattered players and help protect the people of Seoul. So, he suggests putting faith in their team leader, Chu Kyo-young. Later, where Chu Kyo-young is based, a civilian approaches him with trust and desperation. The citizen tells him that the people believe in their strength and are ready to follow their lead. They just ask to be moved to the nearest shelter and promise full cooperation, but Kyo-young only looks down on them. In his mind, they're useless. His true ability lies in monster control, and to him, these people are just noise. He coldly instructs his team to clean up everything while leaving no loose ends. His message is clear to wipe them out, so there's no one left to talk behind their backs. Some girls are walking together when, all of a sudden, one of them brings up a strange noise she thinks she just heard. In response, another girl casually dismisses it while guessing it's probably just a dog howling in the distance. Meanwhile, Jiho stays close to Young Humang, who is clearly struggling to breathe. Concerned, Jiho quickly hands her an inhaler and gently tells her to breathe in slowly. She reassures her that once they make it past this point, they'll be able to rest. At that moment, Young Humang lowers her head in guilt. She quietly apologizes while blaming herself for slowing everyone down. She even suggests they leave her behind so they can hurry. She feels deeply ashamed because of her condition. Jiho, however, hears her words and firmly rejects them. Without hesitation, she tells her there's no way they would ever leave her behind, so she must never say something like that. Her warmth and conviction bring a small smile to Young Humang's face, and she thanks her sincerely. Suddenly, a loud blast echoes through the air, and panic ripples through the group. One of the girls looks ahead and, while realizing what's coming, quickly shouts for everyone to stay still. Immediately after, a massive wave of wind crashes toward them while roaring violently. Jiho, while realizing the danger, warns Young Humang not to breathe it in, especially given her condition. However, it's already too late. One by one, the girls inhale the wind, and they all lose consciousness while collapsing where they stand. Shortly after, monsters begin to appear. As they loom over the unconscious girls, many are picked up and taken away. A few others, however, manage to stay hidden. Jiho is one of them. From her hiding spot, she watches in horror as her friends are dragged off by the monsters. Trembling, she turns to Young Humang and quietly tells her she must survive no matter what. Jiho urges her to stay hidden and promises that she has to find and call for a rescue team. Upon hearing this, Young Humang starts to panic. She pleads for Jiho to stop doing what she plans to, that while admitting that she's scared. Despite that, Jiho turns and runs out in the open while yelling loudly to lure the monsters away. She screams for the zombies to follow her. As expected, they turn and chase her. Meanwhile, Young Humang remains hidden. But before long, a monster wanders into her hiding place. She stares at it in fear, her body shaking. Quietly, she begins whispering for help while begging anyone to save her and her friends. As the monster steps closer and smiles, she curls up and prepares for the worst. Just as the zombie lunges, an attack strikes it down. It crashes to the ground. Right then, Hyunwook steps forward and asks her if she's all right. She blinks up at him in shock, still unsure if she's awake. For a moment, she wonders if he's an angel. He repeats his question as he approaches, but she collapses again without warning. Hyunwook frowns in confusion, unable to figure out what's happening. Just then, another soldier shows up and teasingly asks what kind of face Hyunwook made this time. Hyunwook protests while insisting he didn't do anything. The other soldier, however, accuses him of scaring the girl with his expressions. Hyunwook continues defending himself while claiming it's unfair since he had no idea what went wrong. Meanwhile, the number of zombies starts withering. The horde grows larger and more aggressive. Elsewhere, Jiho finds herself in front of a soldier who urges her to run away. He insists she can't take someone with asthma into danger. Jiho firmly replies that she's not going to leave Young Humang behind. The man grows angry and yells that if she gets caught, she won't be able to help anyone. Just then, Young Humang appears. Jiho rushes toward her and asks if she's okay. She tells her they just need to run a little more while encouraging her not to give up. Eventually, they manage to escape that area. Jiho looks at Young Humang and smiles while saying she knew she could do it. They remember the time when Jiho turns serious and repeats that Young Humang must stay hidden and call for help. She then ran off again while drawing the monsters to herself. Seeing her go, Young Humang breaks down. She cries out for Jiho not to die because of her, even saying she would rather be the one to die instead. Everything fades away, and when she opens her eyes, she's in a hospital bed while screaming Jiho's name. Soon after, Hyunwook is seen speaking with members of the Great Mountain Guild, which is led by Chu Kyo-young. Hyunwook questions their decision to send the female students away. One of the guild members explains that monsters kept surrounding them and defending the shelter was becoming impossible. Therefore, they had no other choice. Chu Kyo-young steps up and declares that he believed moving the students to another shelter was the best way to save them. Hyunwook listens, then challenges the logic behind that decision. He argues that sending out young girls without even one player to protect them, especially in such dangerous times, is completely irresponsible. This provokes Chu Kyo-young, who raises his voice. He demands to know whether Hyunwook is interrogating them. He reminds him that they are an elite guild attack team, not a rescue team. According to him, they're volunteering out of a sense of duty, but they still have to protect their guild's strength. He accuses Hyunwook of suddenly appearing and judging their decisions, then questions whether he's part of guild management. Hyunwook thinks carefully. He knows he has no proof of their wrongdoings, so he decides to drop a hint. Casually, he brings up the Black Magic Association. At once, the room falls silent. He explains that the association is a fanatical cult that worships mana and performs human sacrifices. He then reveals that the monsters he defeated were wearing the cult's robes. He concludes that the girls were likely kidnapped to be sacrificed. According to him, as long as they haven't regained consciousness, they can still be saved. Just then, Young Humang appears in the doorway. With determination, she tells them she'll do anything to save her friends, even become a sacrifice in their place. Her voice shakes, but she means every word. Hyunwook sternly stops her. He tells her this isn't a task for students. Soldiers, he explains, exist to protect civilians. When she hears his words, she finally realizes he's the one who saved her earlier. She starts thinking it wasn't a dream after all. He really came for them. Her knees buckle again, and she faints once more. Hyunwook catches her, still puzzled by her condition. Another soldier rushes in and accuses him of doing something again. Hyunwook insists he didn't do anything this time either. Then he turns back to Chu Kyo-young and asks what their plan is now. Chu Kyo-young responds with a question of his own. If the cult is truly behind it, how are they supposed to find the students' whereabout? Hyunwook answers without hesitation that he will get kidnapped in the students' place. Everyone around him is shocked. A short while later, he changes into a schoolgirl uniform, fully disguising himself. When a fellow soldier sees him, she jokes that even monsters wouldn't want to kidnap him looking like that. He laughs along, admitting he didn't expect it to look so ridiculous, but reminds them that kidnappings don't happen based on appearance. Then Junmo walks up and asks him if he really thinks someone among them is supplying girls to the cult. Hyunwook replies confidently that he's certain. Just then, Chu Kyo-young and his team approach again. One of them suggests taking action against the suspected traitors first instead of trusting them. Hyunwook responds cautiously. He reminds them that attacking a major guild without proof is dangerous. However, he adds that he's come up with another plan. As multiple cars start arriving, people begin asking what's going on. Hyunwook reveals that this is their ace, something no one will expect. Choi Young-jun is also there while smiling as he watches the plan unfold. In his heart, Hyunwook hopes the students will stay safe until he reaches them. Young Humang soon joins him at the scene. Finally, Hyunwook raises his voice and declares that it's time to begin the civilian rescue plan. They begin executing their plan, and soon after, Hyunwook starts running down a road, just as expected. At that moment, a zombie appears, grabs him tightly, and proceeds according to the plan set up. Meanwhile, Chu Kyo-young's team is quietly observing from a distance. One of them leans in and questions whether it's really okay to just let Hyunwook and his people roam freely. According to him, if those people start digging around too much, they might end up uncovering the guild's secret connection to the Black Magic Association, and if that happens, things could spiral quickly. In response, another team member brings up that they've already eliminated the first cause of deterioration, so he proposes that they might as well finish the job by getting rid of Hyunwook and his team now. As they continue watching, the zombies begin attacking Hyunwook. However, when the undead take a closer look at him, they pause in shock for a moment, unsure of what they're seeing. Chu Kyo-young, already irritated, warns them not to be foolish. He reminds his team that Hyunwook likely has a separate hidden unit supporting him. If they act carelessly, not only could they get caught, but even their leader Chu Kyo-young himself might end up in trouble. On the other side, the monsters successfully kidnap Hyunwook as planned. Chu Kyo-young, unfazed, explains that Hyunwook revealing the Black Magic Association won't change anything on its own. Furthermore, if Hyunwook is taken to the Black Magic base, then there's nothing to worry about because in that place, no one can use their powers. It's known as the Player's Hell. Later on, he mentions that once the rescue operation properly begins, they'll launch a counterattack from the rear. After all, in his eyes, the most natural way for a player to die is during a mission. Eventually, the zombies carry Hyunwook to a different location. When he regains consciousness, he slowly opens his eyes and wonders where he is. After glancing around, he realizes he must have dozed off. His limbs are now restrained with mancuffs. Suddenly, panic sets in as he notices his inventory bag is missing. He recognizes the structure and mutters internally that this must be the infamous Seoul Detention Center, the prison for criminal players. Meanwhile, the other soldiers from Hyunwook's squad arrive outside the building. One of them recognizes the place and confirms it's indeed the detention center. He expresses concern that if Hyunwook is trapped there with mana restraints, things could become truly hopeless. Another soldier agrees, while pointing out that the entire prison is surrounded by a high-tier barrier. Unless that barrier is unlocked from inside, they can't get in at all. Just then, a noise alerts them. One soldier radios in to the sniper team, which confirms they've secured the sniping point. They ask if the mission should proceed. The lieutenant stays composed. He reminds the team that this operation belongs to Hyunwook, and he's always thinking ahead. Because of that, he assures them it's part of the plan and instructs everyone to hold their positions. Back inside, Hyunwook reflects on his decision and admits to himself that he might not have fully thought it through. He acknowledges that he's now in a really dangerous position. Soon after, voices from nearby rooms reach his ears. One man grumbles about having to clean up after others constantly. He gestures toward a person sitting quietly while wondering why he's been like that all day. Lee Wanchul brushes off the question and tells them to leave the man alone while claiming the Black Magic Association already dealt with him. He warns the others not to stir up useless trouble. However, someone raises doubts. They're unsure whether they can really trust the association to fake their deaths and hand over new identities. There's a lingering fear they might get stabbed in the back. In response, someone confidently explains that they'd never let betrayal slide. Besides, they aren't restrained either, which gives them leverage. Soon a prison door creaks open and inside are the captured girls. The men rush in while wasting no time. One of them picks up Jiho as she tries to escape, screaming for help. He barks at her to shut up and mocks the reason behind collecting the girls. Lee Wanchul quickly steps in again while telling him to stop stirring up unnecessary problems. The angry man snaps back while questioning whether Wanchul thinks he's in charge. Wanchul glares and responds coldly that he can read him like an open book. With a bitter edge, he warns that nothing will stop him from doing what he has to do. There's someone he needs to kill. His partner picks up one of the girls and starts walking away while mumbling that it's not worth arguing. As they leave, Wanchul steals a glance at a nearby prison cell. Inside, Hyunwook lies still. Wanchul doesn't notice anything and keeps walking. A little later, Hyunwook rises his head and hurries to the gate. He tries to channel just a small bit of mana through the restraints. He pleads silently for even a flicker of energy to respond, but nothing works. He grows frustrated. Just then, Wanchul appears at the gate while smirking at the sight of him. He jokes that the zombies picked up something strange this time. As he peers closer, Hyunwook's wig falls off. Wanchul's eyes widen in disbelief. In return, Hyunwook offers a faint smile and greets him casually while asking how he's been. Wanchul's shock erupts into rage. He yells that Hyunwook must be out of his mind for coming here. Without hesitation, he shatters the prison door and storms inside. The impact causes an explosion that rocks the area. Outside, the other soldiers spot the blast. Worry rushes through them. A soldier shouts for the sniper team to report, but the thick smoke blocks visibility. The barrier remains intact. One of them doubts that it's Hyunwook's signal, but the lieutenant insists they can't risk ignoring it. If it is the signal while missing, it would destroy everything. Jin Tae raises concern about the barrier. The lieutenant responds firmly that they must warp in. It's an emergency, and they can't just stand still. He instructs the team to prepare themselves while warning them to be on guard once they cross through the barrier. From a distance, Chu Kyo-young scoffs at the chaos unfolding. In his eyes, they're completely incompetent. There's no way these soldiers could have eliminated the first deterioration cause. He decides that as soon as they make a move, his team will strike their rear. Inside the detention center, Hyunwook is thrown to the ground. Wanchul towers over him, shouting that he's dreamed of this moment. He prayed every night for a chance to kill Hyunwook. And now, with him restrained, he's going to enjoy it even more. Hyunwook calmly replies that Wanchul never listens, just like back then. That's exactly why his leg ended up in that condition. Enraged, Wanchul screams that Hyunwook was the one who did that to him. He grins darkly and prepares to strike. As Wanchul charges, Hyunwook raises his hands while hoping the force of the attack will break the mancuffs. But Wanchul halts right in front of him while scoffing. He accuses Hyunwook of trying to trick him into destroying the restraints. He admits Hyunwook's not completely stupid after all. Seeing no choice, Hyunwook bolts from the room. Wanchul roars for the others to catch him, referring to him as a pervert. Hyunwook runs further down the corridor only to stop in his tracks. A man is blocking the exit, and behind him, Wanchul is closing in. The man warns Hyunwook that he's out of options. Wanchul, amused, slows his pace. He taunts Hyunwook, saying there's nowhere to run and that he should brace himself. He promises to savor every second. But just as he's about to strike, the man in front of Hyunwook suddenly attacks Wanchul while knocking him to the ground. Hyunwook stands frozen in confusion, his eyes fixed on the man's face. Then, in disbelief, he recognizes this person who is none other than Lee Won-suk. Nearly 10 minutes earlier, inside the gloomy chamber of the Black Magic Association, all the captured girls lay dead on the ground. At that moment, one of the cult members gives an urgent command to bring in the next offering candidate. He urges them not to delay while warning that none should wish to stray from Mana's embrace. Soon, the followers carry another unconscious girl forward and laid her down. They begin chanting solemnly while urging her to pray with deep faith for eternal life, for the key that will lead them to the side of Mana. Over and over, their voices grow louder as they beg for this key while pleading for everlasting life. Gradually, magical energy surrounds the girl and lifts her into the air. The girl starts to cry in pain as Mana invades in her body. Among the onlookers, Park Ji-hyun is also among them, a quiet smile forming on her lips. Shortly after, a cult leader announces that they have finally found the last offerings. Once this final act is complete, they believe they'll be able to meet him. Immediately, all 3 chosen girls start floating mid-air under the spell's power. As the head cultist continues, he raises his voice to declare that they offer these children, chosen for their pure mana so that the red flower may bloom. The other cultists break into wild cheering, clearly devoted to their leader's words. Meanwhile, Carol watches from the side, unimpressed. When she sees the way blood is being used in the ritual, she scoffs quietly while wondering what kind of people waste blood like this. To her, this is exactly why she hates cults. Suddenly, the ground trembles slightly. A loud blast occurs somewhere nearby. Carol stiffens and pauses while sensing the impact. She thinks something definitely happened just now, something close. Back in the ritual room, Park Ji-hyun smirks and tells the cult members that before the red flower can bloom, there is still one more step left to complete. Now, Won-suk stands beside Hyunwook, who is face to face with Won-chul. The enemy is grinning, certain that Hyunwook has no escape. He warns him to prepare himself while vowing to take his time enjoying this. However, before he can strike, Won-suk attacks from the side and knocks him to the floor. Hyunwook is stunned at first, but then recognizes Won-suk. Won-suk looks at him, equally shocked, and asks how he even ended up in this place. Quickly, he unlocks Hyunwook's mana restraints. He admits that he never imagined they'd meet under such strange circumstances. Hyunwook expresses his own surprise, happy to see him but deeply concerned. He asks whether Won-suk is part of the group responsible for kidnapping children. Won-suk quickly denies it. He explains that he has been trapped in the detention center because of the barrier. He pleads for trust while claiming he hasn't done anything wrong since being brought there. Still curious, Hyunwook questions why Won-suk looks so different. In reply, Won-suk explains that he doesn't remember everything clearly. It all feels like a dream. When he woke up, he looked just like them. He shares that because of his strange new appearance, even other players began seeing him as a threat. With no choice, he ran until exhaustion brought him down. Eventually, he gave up while thinking he would have to live as a vampire from then on. Later, the Black Magic Association discovered him and asked if he was one of their test subjects. Then, something unexpected happened. 2 leaders of the cult appeared. Won-suk lost consciousness right after. When he woke again, he found himself locked here. Hearing this, Hyunwook grows uneasy. He wonders why there are 2 leaders when there should only be 1. Won-suk, while growing more desperate, repeats that he truly hasn't done anything wrong. Hyunwook studies him for a moment, then gently reassures him. He confirms that he believes him and urges him not to worry. Overwhelmed, Won-suk begins to cry while repeating Hyunwook's name. Just then, the door locks behind them with a heavy sound. Both of them turn in alarm. Hyunwook demands to know why the door is shut and tries to force it open. Then he looks back at Won-suk and gives him a direct order that they will separate from here. Hyunwook will head up to the top floor, and Won-suk must find and disable the barrier activation device. He also informs him that the AMT is standing by outside, ready to support. Won-suk nods firmly and replies that he can do it. Hyunwook places a hand on his shoulder, gives a final look, and takes off running. Moments later, the door bursts open again as members of Kyo-young's team rush in. One of them confronts Won-suk while accusing him of standing in their way without even offering his name. But Won-suk roars like a beast while terrifying them. He recalls what Hyunwook told him earlier, that he hadn't been reported for desertion yet, so technically, he was still under Hyunwook's command. If he ran again, Hyunwook would personally kill him. With determination, Won-suk yells out his identity loud and clear. Private Lee Won-suk, 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion, Attack Platoon. Meanwhile, Hyunwook races toward the top floor, thoughts racing through his mind. He knows he has to move fast or the children could be lost. He keeps his movements cautious, but then something hits his senses. A foul, sickening stench of blood fills the air. He covers his nose while realizing that this much blood can't be from 1 or 2 people. It must be dozens. When he arrives, what he sees horrifies him. The entire floor is littered with bodies. He instantly realizes that the Black Magic Association has been slaughtered. However, something still feels wrong. As he steps further into the room, he spots the cult's leaders near the altar surrounded by the remains of children. They notice the weapon in his hand and growl while demanding to know who dares approach this sacred place. Hyun-wook is scared to see it as he dashes away from them as fast as he can. A powerful explosion rocks the building while filling it with thick dust and debris. He hides among the rubble while breathing heavily. Nearby, a small girl, who is barely able to speak as she begs for help. Her voice is weak. She's in terrible condition. From across the wreckage, Park Ji-hyun sees Hyun-wook trying to stay hidden. With a twisted grin, she taunts him while saying he hides like a rat. She offers him a quick death if he comes out now, but almost immediately, she changes her mind. Instead, she decides it will be more fun to hunt him slow. Outside, the soldiers are already present while working hard to rescue the girls. Suddenly, one of them urges Min Tae to raise his shield and move forward. In response, Min Tae points out that the barrier is still intact. At that moment, the same soldier raises his voice and commands everyone to stay alert. Since they have crossed the barrier using warp, he warns, there's no telling what might happen next. Meanwhile, Ko-young watches from a distance. Although the assault operation is underway, he notices someone yelling and causing confusion. He finds it pathetic and thinks to himself that there's no way these people could have possibly taken down the first cause of deterioration. As soon as the enemy moves, he tells his team they will strike from behind. At the same time, Junmo and Min Tae is ready to act on their plan. They remember what Hyun-wook ordered them before leaving for the operation. Hyun-wook turned to a soldier and revealed that they would use a deception operation. The soldier, clearly surprised, repeated the word deception. Looking back at Ko-young's army, Hyun-wook explained that the Great Mountain Guild was undoubtedly linked to the Black Magic Association. Even so, neither side was able to attack recklessly. After all, they were a guild, and his group was a military unit. Therefore, the moment the battle started, the guild was bound to aim for their rear. That was why, he continued, they would pretend to be weak and give the guild a chance to attack first. In doing so, they would have a definite and just cause to retaliate against the Great Mountain Guild. Then, Min Tae raised a valid concern. Creating justification for an attack on such a powerful guild might have sounded smart, but the plan had a serious flaw. Hyun-wook would be heading into the rescue operation alone, and the rest of them would not be able to match the enemy's firepower. However, Hyun-wook gave a confident smile and assured him not to worry. All they needed to do was buy time. He reminded the soldier that he was the key to the operation and called him lieutenant. Hearing that, the lieutenant sighed and realized that once again, everything depended on him. Without further hesitation, he agreed. Now the deception operation begins. Soon after, the soldiers move forward and launch their weapons toward the enemy. At the same time, Ko-young and his partners prepare for battle. Among them is Se-hee, who immediately joins the fray. As the fight erupts, she grabs her opponent by the neck with her weapon. She warns him not to move unless he wants to lose his head. Then, she orders him to send a signal confirming that the assassination succeeded according to plan. A moment later, a member of Ko-young's team receives the signal. He informs the team leader that the sniper assassination signal has arrived. Hearing this, Ko-young grins and gives the order for the strike team to move in. They begin advancing quickly, weapons in hand. Shortly afterward, a soldier announces that they've safely secured the sniper team. He then shouts Min Tae's name. Min Tae, fully aware of what the lieutenant had told him earlier, opens the shield and responds with agreement. The soldier wastes no time and orders everyone to fire. Immediately, the attack begins. Both sides clash in a fierce battle. Many of Ko-young's team members fall to the ground. Realizing this, Ko-young is stunned. He wonders aloud how the soldiers had figured out his plan. Angrily, he calls in the sorcerer team, and his comrades respond right away. They begin using their powers to try and break through the shield created by the soldiers. As he watches the battle escalate, Ko-young refers to a previous event. He plans to report the seniors that how all members of the AMT were burned alive, and the blame was placed on a Black Magic Association player. It was, in his view, a clean report. Now he instructs his partners to kill them all. Without hesitation, his allies do exactly that. Meanwhile, the soldiers continue fighting back. One of them shouts that the sniper target is acquired and confirms that backup is on its way. Ko-young, upon hearing this, becomes furious. He wonders where the foolish assassination team has gone. Then, while noticing tanks approaching, he orders his team to block them. However, he suddenly realizes that a warp has opened and questions how the soldiers managed to get over there without being noticed. Without delay, another soldier orders everyone to get into position and open fire straight ahead. A wave of explosions follows. Although the opponents raise their shields to defend themselves, they start suffering injuries. At that point, Ko-young fully realizes what's going on. The soldiers had planned this from the very beginning. Outraged, he shouts that he, the attack team leader, will destroy them all for mocking the Great Mountain Guild. Without warning, he launches himself into the air and unleashes a powerful blast. A violent whirlwind forms as Ko-young roars in fury. The soldiers start to panic. One of them anxiously asks when Hyun-wook's hidden card will finally come into play. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Won-suk wipes out all remaining members of the Mountain Guild. Blood stains the area around him. Then, he presses a button while triggering an alert. A voice announces that the barriers surrounding the facility will now deactivate. In that moment, Won-suk recalls Hyun-wook's words. He remembers how Hyun-wook once told him not to run away, to fight bravely and protect his comrades. If he did so, Hyunwook had promised, his comrades would protect him in return. With that memory, Wonsuk comes back to his senses. He clenches his fists and shouts that he will never run away again. Back near the whirlwind, the soldiers find themselves in danger as massive rocks rain down. Koyoung continues his furious assault while shouting that he'll rip them apart. Just then, he notices someone approaching. It's Choi Young-jun, who loudly tells Koyoung to get out of his way. He has arrived to protect his comrades. Without delay, Young-jun launches a fierce attack on Koyoung while leaving him badly wounded and covered in blood. The soldiers witness this and cheer with joy. Choi Young-jun fights fiercely while unleashing his full power and manages to defeat Koyoung. In triumph, he shouts Hyunwook's name at the top of his lungs. One of the soldiers, concerned by his behavior, asks what's wrong. Young-jun turns to him, eyes wide, and asks where Hyunwook is. Junmo, surprised, points toward a nearby building where a blast recently occurred. Inside that building, Hyunwook remains hidden from the Black Magic Association. Meanwhile, Choi Young-jun lets out a creepy smile. Then, with twisted excitement, he shouts for Hyunwook to wait while promising loudly that he will cut him up alive. Park Ji-hyun tells the R-boy that he only crawled away and hid like a coward, while the child simply begs for her life. Stepping forward, Ji-hyun claims that if he shows herself now, she'll spare her the suffering and end it quickly. Then she declares to hunt Hyunwook down. Suddenly, an alert echoes through the area, while warning that the barrier surrounding the facility is about to drop. Meanwhile, soldiers are ready to invade the building. Next moment, a new quest shows up named Worship of Darkness, which one task is in process by Ji-hyun. Right after that, Ji-hyun turns to her teammate while explaining that she'll handle the situation here, while the other finishes the ritual. She adds that the villain quest had become boring, and now she's ready to enjoy herself a little. Meanwhile, Hyunwook watches the scene unfold while wondering why there are two key figures from the Black Magic Association here. There's supposed to be only one leader, so facing both of them at once feels far too dangerous. As he looks at the members of cult, his eyes catch something disturbing, the core of the source of deterioration. To his shock, the members of the Black Magic Association are seen performing a ritual around it, almost in worship, and a large tree starts to emerge from the core. Choi Young-jun notices this too and looks just as stunned. At that moment, Park Junmo nudges Lieutenant Min-hee while pointing something out. As Min-hee shifts his focus, a massive blast suddenly erupts right in front of him. At that moment, Hyunwook recalls a past conversation with Wonsuk, who mentioned that once the altar is soaked with the blood of 3 kids possessing pure mana, a red flower would bloom. He gets that the children are being used as sacrifices, but the meaning behind the red flower still puzzles him. Now, as everything begins to connect, the blood, the mysterious red flower, and the strange tree that suddenly appeared, he starts to feel uneasy. He still doesn't fully grasp what the Black Magic Association is up to, but one thing is clear. He needs to save those children before whatever that red flower represents comes to life. While he's deep in thought, Park Ji-hyun suddenly shows up and claims she's finally caught him. That instantly fires him up, and he charges toward her. But right then, a quick thought crosses his mind that he should look for his inventory bag. Ji-hyun eyes his outfit and throws a mocking accusation his way, while calling him out for public indecency and pretending to place him under arrest. Without wasting a moment, she launches an attack. Hyunwook reacts fast while activating his body-hardening skill to block it. Just then, he senses a familiar wind spirit around him. He quickly wonders if the presence he feels belongs to Kim Se-hee. Right on cue, Se-hee arrives while asking if he's okay and whether she made it in time. With a slight smile, Hyunwook responds while feeling a bit more at ease that she's right on time. Hyunwook tells Se-hee that there's still another one besides Ji-hyun, so he's going to chase after him and leaves Ji-hyun to her. In response, Park Ji-hyun mocks the situation while saying it seems a better substitute for the so-called pervert has shown up. She eyes the spirit formed from condensed mana and grins, calling it a proper meal at last. She commands Manhwa to devour it completely while leaving nothing behind. As Se-hee rushes in to confront her, Ji-hyun swiftly evades the strike and counters with her own. Seeing this, Hyunwook warns Se-hee to be cautious while getting close to her. Once Ji-hyun gets a hold of someone, she drains their mana and then unleashes the full power she's gathered. Hearing this shocks Se-hee, but before she can say anything, Hyunwook adds that she needs to stay alert from both near and far distances. Then, without wasting time, he mentions that he'll go rescue the kids. Before leaving, he reminds her of what he once told her, that there are no fixed matchups or guaranteed advantages in a fight. What matters is to keep searching for a way to win, no matter what. Se-hee nods and assures him she understands while telling him to hurry, while she takes care of things here. With that, she charges toward Park Ji-hyun again. Ji-hyun, still feeding off mana, sarcastically wonders how much energy a spirit holds and laughs while saying she's still eating, and that it tastes just too good. Se-hee questions Ji-hyun while asking if all of this really feels entertaining to her. In response, Ji-hyun just laughs while showing no concern, and mocks her by saying that so many spirits have come to welcome her. She keeps laughing, even throwing out sarcastic thanks as if she's enjoying every second. Se-hee warns her not to regret it later, but Ji-hyun, completely unbothered, declares she'll drain every bit of mana from those spirits, and invites her to come at her. Meanwhile, on the other side, where the other leader of the Black Magic Association is clashing with Hyunwook, things are getting tense. The enemy seems focused on harming the child, but Hyunwook quickly tosses the Mogley fragment toward him. At that moment, a system notification appears while confirming that the weight of the Mogley fragment has been lifted. The dark figure keeps avoiding Hyunwook's strikes, dodging with speed and ease. Frustrated, Hyunwook yells for him to stop. He recognizes that this one must be the Black Magic Association's other leader. Though he's unsure of the enemy's full plan, he demands that he step away from the kids immediately. Then, as the man slowly reveals his true form, Hyunwook is hit with the truth that it's not a human. It's a dark elf. Realizing this, he clenches his teeth, overwhelmed with disgust. He knows what dark elves are, beings who turned corrupt after turning their backs on the gods. His anger boils over as he accuses him of trading children. Without holding back anymore, Hyunwook activates his crown of light and darkness. The dark elf starts speaking in his own language, but Hyunwook, filled with rage, cuts him off while saying he doesn't care what he has to say. He's made up his mind that he'll wipe them all out. During the clash with Ji-hyun, Se-hee suddenly recalls a conversation she once had with Hyunwook. Back then, he pointed out how she tends to be a bit too straightforward. Curious, she questioned whether being honest was actually an issue. He mentioned that it wasn't just her. Most soldier-type players shared the same trait. According to him, military players are trained based on their individual skill sets, which is why they usually follow instructions by the book. But when real danger strikes and there's no way around it, he wonders what one is supposed to do when the textbook doesn't offer a solution. Now, back in the middle of the fight, Ji-hyun manages to briefly trap Se-hee's spirits. With a hint of disappointment, she mutters how she had hoped to enjoy the battle a bit longer. However, Se-hee doesn't let up and keeps launching her attacks. Ji-hyun continues cutting down the spirits that cross her path, clearly unimpressed. She thinks it's dull to fight weaker opponents and craves a challenge closer to her own level. So while changing the pace, she switches things up and brings up a new kind of game, hide and seek. In the next moment, she triggers her skill, and everything starts crashing violently to the ground. Se-hee scrambles to dodge the falling debris while trying her best to stay unharmed. Confused, she wonders what kind of trick Ji-hyun is pulling this time, especially since her vision is now blocked completely. That's when it hits her. Ji-hyun has activated Manhwa. From somewhere in the mess, Ji-hyun speaks again while letting her know that hiding won't work. She starts searching while getting closer by the second. Then she spots her target, Se-hee, and goes in for a strong strike. But at the very last moment she misses. Ji-hyun then teases Se-hee while wondering where all that earlier fire has gone, and guesses she might be the one trembling in the shadows now. Meanwhile, Se-hee slowly figures out that Ji-hyun is somehow tracking down each spirit even in total darkness. Before long, Ji-hyun locates her again while chuckling about how much she's still enjoying this. She threatens that if Se-hee keeps hiding, she'll drain every last drop of mana from the spirits. With a mocking tone, she throws in another jab while saying Se-hee must be losing her mind from how helpless she feels. Then she adds another taunt while telling her to drop to her knees and beg if she wants to live, to come out and plead for mercy face to face. Frustration starts building up inside Se-hee. She calls out to her spirits to regroup while refusing to let them fall here. But Ji-hyun quickly catches on, remarking that if Se-hee draws them all back in one spot, it's obvious where she's gathering her mana and uses that to try and trap her. Just then, another memory with Hyunwook flashes in Se-hee's mind. Back in that conversation, he had pointed out something brutally honest, that when there's no chance of winning head-on, the only option left is to use every single tool available. When she asked what that meant, he gave a real example that if she couldn't overpower someone from the front, then aim from behind and take them out in one clean move. He had questioned the logic of fairness in combat between players. According to him, it's foolish to expect rules in a life or death match, especially when facing someone who's committed who knows what kind of horrors. In war, survival comes first. Forget what the textbooks preach. Fairness doesn't matter when your life's on the line. Only those who let go of that idea can actually survive. Back in the present, Ji-hyun suddenly grabs hold of one of Se-hee's spirits. But within moments, she realizes it's not Se-hee's actual body. Surprised, Se-hee watches as the spirit slips out of Ji-hyun's grip. Next moment, she catches Ji-hyun off guard while attacking and restraining her with her weapons. Anger flares in Ji-hyun's voice as she lashes out while calling Se-hee a coward and questioning how she dares to call herself a soldier. But Se-hee doesn't back down. She throws the insult right back at her while laughing at the hypocrisy. She mocks the idea that someone like Ji-hyun, who drowned everything in darkness, hunted down mana like a mosquito, would dare lecture her about cowardice. Se-hee, without backing down, thinks to herself, so what if she's a soldier? There isn't a single one who would bother fighting fair against people like Ji-hyun, the kind who kidnap kids and trade them away. She channels all her power into one final blow. Her attack lands clean while sending Ji-hyun crashing hard into the dirt. Standing above her fallen enemy, Se-hee stares down with a cold look while thinking that from now on, if she has to deal with people like this, she won't hesitate to become an assassin. Meanwhile, in a different part of the battlefield, Hyun-wook is locked in a fierce clash with another figure from the Black Magic Association. He's just as furious, especially after confirming that this person is involved in the child trafficking scheme too. It turns out his opponent is a dark elf, Cerberus. Without hesitation, Hyun-wook unleashes metal bending while aiming his ability straight at the dark elf with deadly intent. He mentally vows to wipe them all out. As the enemy prepares to strike at Jiho, Hyun-wook rushes in just in time. He lands a heavy punch, knocking the attacker back and stopping the blow meant for Jiho. Right then, Choi Young-joon appears on the scene while calling out to Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook glances over while nodding slightly, as if he's been expecting him. In that moment, Choi turns against Hyun-wook, his eyes sharp, and lets them know he's found exactly who he came for. Hyun-wook urges Choi Young-joon to relax and pay attention, but Young-joon snaps back while calling him crazy while claiming no sane person would have acted like he did. As he steps closer, Cerberus rushes ahead and destroys the tree without even using mana. Hyun-wook stands there stunned while realizing this guy is way more dangerous than he thought. Then Young-joon moves toward him again, full of rage. He threatens to take Hyun-wook's life while calling the others his precious children his pride, his hard-earned result after surviving in this cursed place. But Hyun-wook calmly reminds him that this isn't the moment for such things. Meanwhile, all of this chaos stems because of the evil mind of Hyun-wook. A little while ago, Kang Baekseol told her grandfather she had never seen so many hunted armors in one place before. Her grandfather, Kang Jong-do, responded that he knew they were usually boss monsters found only in gates ranked B or above, so collecting this many was impressive. Then, Baekseol turned to Eunha while wondering if they could really change these however they wanted. Eunha confirmed that was exactly why they had come to get those monsters, and to save the two of them. Baekseol admitted she had thought he was just some rich guy, but now realized he was also a high-ranking soldier. But her sister cleared that up. It wasn't just that. Next, Baekseol walked ahead and noticed something surprising. The armor was made of Ori-Halcon alloys, which was unbelievable. Even more shocking, there were magical links tying the helms to the swords. Her grandfather warned her not to run, or she would trip, but she kept moving. Just then, Eunha caught sight of Young-joon behind them. She turned and questioned where he thought he was headed. He mentioned to her that he planned to take a bit of time for himself after coming back from his mission, especially with so much still on his plate. Right after returning from leave, he was thrown straight into combat deployment and a civilian rescue. It was just too overwhelming. He admitted that, unlike the quieter times during the waves, real rest was now rare. But still, he asked for at least a little time for himself, or maybe even just a drink once in a while. At that moment, Hyun-wook reached out to Eunha as the platoon leader. He informed her that they had finally picked up a signal and checked if she had brought the blacksmith he had asked for. She responded that they were currently inspecting the hunted armors. Hyun-wook reacted positively while requesting that she have them deactivate the magic links on some of those armors first. He also told her to grab the armor and weapons from the armory and come back them up. Plus, she needed to bring Young-joon along. However, Young-joon refused outright. He argued that after back-to-back missions, he had been constantly in combat for an entire month and wasn't willing to jump back in. Meanwhile, a soldier started moving some belongings, and another one asked if it was Young-joon's private stash. The reply confirmed it was while warning that if he found out, it might not end well for them. But with a teasing grin, Hyun-wook added that while packing supplies, they had accidentally included the box of alcohol he had been guarding for 2 years. He joked that if they didn't make it back from this mission, they might never return it. Hearing this, Hyun-wook simply remarked that there wasn't much choice. Young-joon just needed to come help them out. But Young-joon flipped out while demanding what he meant by that. He freaked out over the missing box while calling it his baby's, and warned that he would lose his mind if they didn't return it. But then, all of a sudden, the signal cut off. Now furious, Choi Young-joon is absolutely livid with Hyun-wook while blaming him for how his precious stash got smuggled away. During the clash, Choi Young-joon accuses Hyun-wook of drinking while pointing out that he must have had some. But Hyun-wook denies it while explaining that he doesn't touch alcohol, especially not while on duty, and tells him not to start an argument. Still, Young-joon insists he caught him drinking last time. Right then, Cerberus begins growling something in its own tongue and a monster emerges from his hand. At the same moment, Young-joon suddenly grabs Hyun-wook by the neck and even bites him, clearly not holding back. But before things can go further, the Dark Elf launched a sudden barrage of spikes without hesitation. Young-joon reacted instantly, punching the incoming projectiles, but there were too many to handle. He and Jinho kept dodging and shattering the spikes as best they could. In the chaos, Jinho activated the Mowgli fragment, sending it forward to slice through and block. Together, both of them start coordinating their hits while keeping Cerberus under pressure. As Hyun-wook barely avoids a powerful hit, he mutters that he nearly died on that landing. But Choi Young-joon, without any sympathy, snaps back with a cold remark while questioning why he didn't. At that moment, Hyun-wook realizes there's no point trying to reason with him right now. Their focus needs to stay on the fight. Just then, Youngjun spots a young girl nearby and wonders if their enemies are the ones responsible for what happened to her. Hyunwook notices his reaction and looks at him surprised. Without saying much, both of them feel the same rage. Whoever hurt those girls, they're going to pay. Hyunwook quickly lets him know he'll provide support from a distance. Then, while counting down together, 3-1, they rush toward the enemy. Youngjun moves straight toward Cerberus, and Hyunwook shouts at him to take him down. The energy shifts as Youngjun gets closer, ready to finish Cerberus off. At that moment, Hyunwook actually feels a spark of happiness while thinking the fight might soon be over. But suddenly things take a sharp turn. He notices just in time that the enemy is far stronger than expected and is preparing to strike, an attack that could be deadly. As Youngjun heads toward Cerberus, a sudden strong gust of wind sweeps through the area. Right after, Hyunwook becomes aware of an intense buildup of mana around them. He instantly senses that if the battle stretches out any longer, things might turn worse. Then, unexpectedly, Cerberus steps forward and splits into two separate forms. Hyunwook is taken aback by this and starts wondering if one of them is the actual main body. He can't tell which is real, and now the plan for a 2-on-1 fight clearly won't work anymore. One of the opponents moves closer to Youngjun while shouting in a language he can't understand. While trying to make sense of the yelling, Youngjun suddenly remembers some anime he's watched before. Based on that, he guesses the creature might be saying something like foolish mortals daring to challenge an immortal, and that the price for such defiance is death. Out of curiosity, he tries to confirm if that's what it's saying, while hinting that his throat could still be cut open and he should be ready to be sliced again and again until he actually dies. Meanwhile, one of Cerberus's bodies is clashing with Hyunwook, where he's doing his best using the Mogley fragment. The other body goes against Youngjun. Hyunwook quickly notices how fast the creature is moving, making it hard to land a clean hit. But then, right as Youngjun activates his skill, the body shatters into many pieces while breaking apart entirely. However, instead of feeling accomplished, Youngjun realizes something isn't right. It's not that the fight was easy, it's that his blood sugar is dropping fast. He knows if he doesn't get some alcohol in him soon, it might turn dangerous. So, without wasting time, he grabs a bottle from his bag and takes a swig. Just as he's drinking, out of nowhere, Cerberus appears again while standing right in front of him. Youngjun manages to slip past the opponent's attack just in time. Right after, Hyunwook moves in and swings at the enemy, but at the same moment, the opponent lands a powerful counter that sends him crashing to the ground. He quickly realizes the impact was so intense that even his hardening ability couldn't handle it. Moments later, a system alert notifies him that the mass from the Mogley fragment has now been sealed. As the enemy stands in front of him, Hyunwook pushes forward again, and Cerberus is caught off guard by his sudden approach. Meanwhile, Youngjun watches and casually remarks that, while Hyunwook is pretty impressive for a human, he's still just that, a human. From now on, he adds, it's time to feel the real fury of an immortal. While mimicking the opponent's language, Youngjun wonders why the creature suddenly stopped talking right when he was in the middle of translating for him. Then he casually mutters that, thanks to our boy, he's completely out of alcohol now. And honestly, it doesn't matter if the opponent's immortal or not. If anyone messes with his booze, they're going to suffer for it, even if they can't die. On the other side, Hyunwook keeps battling the enemy while throwing in a sharp jab about how long it can keep grinning like that. Then, without hesitating, he hurls the Mogley fragment toward it. The hit slices the opponent clean in two, but surprisingly, it still holds a lot of power and keeps laughing. This reaction irritates Hyunwook even more. Seeing the elf laugh again sparks frustration, and a thought flashes through his mind. It's definitely hiding something. Just as he suspected, this one can regenerate too. The opponent keeps laughing non-stop, its voice echoing around them. Meanwhile, Youngjun moves in on Cerberus and strikes him hard with his spear. At the same time, Hyunwook starts piecing things together. With the way mana is overflowing and the rapid healing, he realizes this creature really does seem immortal. But then while thinking back on all the battles he's fought, he reminds himself that monsters often fake their true nature. It's a common trick that they act invincible just to hide a weak point. If neither of the two bodies is the main one, then something's off. That's when he notices something strange, that the same spot on a body, once injured again, doesn't heal. That's when it clicks. The one-eyed creature didn't split to confuse them. It split because both bodies are real. They're not clones or illusions. They're one single being, just in two forms. But there's a bigger issue now. Youngjun's energy is running low, and Hyunwook can see he's starting to get reckless. He wonders if Youngjun will even hear him out at this point. Still, they have to end it all with one clean move. So, without wasting time, Hyunwook calls out to him and points out that these two aren't truly immortal. If they strike the same spot on both bodies, the regeneration fails. He urges him to focus that they won't get another shot at this. They need to hit both necks at the exact same moment. But Youngjun's not having it. He's too deep into the fight now and doesn't want to hear a word. Grinding his teeth, he mutters under his breath that he's not about to give this monster an easy way out. He tightens his grip, clearly fired up, and brushes off the warning. Right after, Hyunwook asks Young-jun if he isn't going to rescue the children. He responds that he'll go and handle it. But Hyunwook snaps back while telling him to quit complaining and stay focused on the plan. They've only got one shot, so all attention needs to be on the enemy. Without wasting a second, Hyunwook uses the metallic transformation shield on the opponent and signals Young-jun to strike. He then charges in, grabs the enemy by the neck, and Young-jun follows up by slicing straight through it. Right after, they both receive a notification saying that the source of deterioration, the boss monster, has been eliminated. Another message confirms that the rate of deterioration has now slowed down a lot. In that moment, Hyunwook is informed that they managed to stop the second source of deterioration before the boss monster appeared. If they keep taking out these sources like this, then the soul waves might actually be the first ever to be fully defeated in human history. After the fight, Young-jun calls out to Hyunwook and asks if it's finally over. Hyunwook replies that yes it is. They had a rough time, but somehow pulled through. He adds that thanks to Young-jun, despite his usual refusal to follow orders, they've cleared the hardest part of the mission. But then Young-jun walks up to him, looks serious, and demands to know where his babies are. Hyunwook tells him to calm down, that the area near the supplies is safe, and questions if they really need to get into this right after winning. However, Young-jun doesn't back off. He says no one ever claimed they'd truly won. No one ever said it was over. When Young-jun, who is perched on Hyunwook's shoulder, suddenly tries to take him out. Just then, Wonsuk shows up, and Hyunwook calls out for him to stop the chaos. But instead of jumping in, he simply questions what the two of them are doing. Young-jun, while struggling a bit, admits he can't get his weapon to land a hit. In response, Hyunwook mentions, half-jokingly, that he hasn't touched his booze, only sniffed it once. But before anything more can happen, Hyunwook notices something strange as Young-jun suddenly slips off his shoulder and drops to the ground. Surprised, he looks down and sees him lying there. Still conscious but completely drained, Young-jun murmurs that he is exhausted from running around so much and, since they have saved the kids, he will get his revenge after a nap. At that moment, Hyunwook realizes something. Even though Young-jun is wild and hard to handle, he is also someone deeply dependable. It reminds him of someone from his previous life, someone familiar in spirit. With a small nod, he acknowledges the effort and mentally tells him to rest well. Soon after, they receive a new notification. It is a reward for taking down the Dark Pastor, an ancient coin once offered by his worshippers. It is labeled as a relic from an underground kingdom. The moment Hyunwook sees it, he thinks it has to be from the gnomes. These gnomes, creators of the legendary Hextech, were known more through their relics than presence. In his past life, they had never actually appeared, and their artifacts were beyond pricey but also incredibly useful. He figures the coin could probably be traded for a rare ancient gnome item, and instantly decides not to consume it by mistake. But just then, another system message pops up, congratulating him that he has absorbed a Devil's Metal Legion. That surprises him. He grins, realizing that it has taken a bit of time to fully digest. Along with that, he unlocks a new skill, Signal Core, from absorbing an elite-grade item. When he opens the status window, he is stunned by what he sees. He now has access to Centurion Force, a power that lets the user control others and form loyal followers. Up until now, his ability hasn't really involved creating any kind of army, but now it finally makes sense to him how that necromancer has been able to command such a massive force. Smiling to himself, he thinks he will continue absorbing every bit of strength from his enemies moving forward. Meanwhile, Wonsuk glances at Young-jun and checks if he is okay. Hyunwook casually reassures him while explaining that he always dozes off when he is worn out. At the same time, Young-jun, still clutching the gnome moonshine in his sleep, mutters something about not letting go. With a small laugh, Wonsuk picks him up and slings him over his shoulder. He then reminds Hyunwook that the fight isn't over below and asks if he plans on helping. But Hyunwook, without much concern, declines. He believes there is no need. Meanwhile, on the other side where the rest of the soldiers are gathered, Choi Taeyong instructs everyone to get ready for warp. Reinforcing the front lines has become tricky now since the caster's position has been revealed. Just then, another soldier rushes over and urges him to move quickly. But Taeyong hesitates while mentioning that their comrades are still stuck out there. At the same time, Kyoyang's followers are shouting orders while pushing their troops to wipe out the enemy completely. One of the soldiers nearby wonders aloud if they can really manage this, clearly filled with doubt. The other responds bluntly that since their leader is gone and their mission's a failure, there's no chance they'll be spared. If they want to survive, they'll have to take down some of the others first. Not long after, they're stunned to see a terrifying monster blocking their path, and fierce fighting breaks out all around. The chaos gets worse, until a truck suddenly pulls up. The soldiers immediately light up with relief as they spot Yuna stepping out. Calmly and without hesitation, she announces that violence against the military during a disaster is enough reason for summary execution, and she's beginning the process now. Back on the other side, Wonsuk turns to Hyunwook and points out that even the attack platoon leader has shown up, so where exactly is he planning to go? But Hyunwook isn't paying full attention. Something doesn't sit right with him. He wonders why Carol hasn't moved to the next source of deterioration. It doesn't add up. As they walk together, things suddenly escalate. Se-hee appears out of nowhere while aiming straight at Won-suk, ready to strike him down, but Hyun-wook steps in just in time to block her. She demands to know why he stopped her, convinced Won-suk is the same vampire who caused them pain before. Hyun-wook tells her to stay calm as he's on their side now. Se-hee backs off while guessing he must have his reasons. Hyun-wook quietly appreciates her restraint and promises to explain things properly later. He acknowledges her efforts while pointing out that thanks to her, all the pastors are gone, and now they just need to clear out the cores. According to him, the second source of deterioration is done. That's when Carol steps forward from behind, her voice cold and mocking. She warns them that their real nightmare is just beginning. Next moment, the flower has been bloomed and the real disaster begins. At that moment, they get a notification that deep in the underworld, Cerberus angered by the damage to the gates of hell, and he will rise again. Monsters begin pouring out, and the air becomes sharp and painful. Hyun-wook, Se-hee, and Won-suk clutch their heads, overwhelmed by the screeching noise echoing in their ears. Through the haze, they spot Carol standing right in front of them. Her eyes burn with madness as she declares that this is the moment she's been waiting for. She wants them to bleed, to suffer, and to watch as Seoul is consumed by hellfire. Right then, Cerberus fully emerges, surrounded by blazing flames. The whole area is filled with destruction, fires rage, and violent winds whip through everything. Hyun-wook watches the scene unfold, and a heavy thought settles in his mind that this might be the worst disaster they've faced yet. At that moment, Hyun-wook raises his voice while calling out to Sergeant Se-hee. He urges her to get the children away as fast as possible, while thinking they must stop the final sacrifice no matter what happens. Without wasting time, he starts running toward the monsters, determined to protect the kids at any cost. Meanwhile, Carol watches his fearless charge, and her anger rises. In frustration, she yells out while questioning who gave him permission to act like that. Just then, as Hyun-wook rushes forward to strike, he charges a fail-knot at her. She screams, completely confused and alarmed, struggling to understand what's happening as the arrow follows her everywhere. Suddenly, arrow pierces her body and knocks her down to the ground. At the same time, Se-hee stays focused on her task. She guides the children to safety and confirms through her spirit that the survivors are secured. On the ground, Carol grits her teeth and mocks the soldiers while calling them foolish. She declares that their resistance is useless. According to her, once Cerberus is summoned, everything will be over for Seoul, and nothing can be changed anymore. At that, Hyun-wook declares that he will defeat Cerberus and save Seoul. No matter what Carol plans, he is ready to stop it. With strong resolve, he launches his attack. Instantly, the arrow finally pierces Carol's body while causing her to cry out in agony. Although he pushes forward, Hyun-wook is filled with emotion. He thinks to himself that the plan is a huge gamble. He realizes that they can't execute every mission without losing people. Even though he already knows this truth, it never becomes easier for him. Still, he holds on to hope and believes that he can make it work. That confidence continues to push him forward. Suddenly, the monster and the vampire appear. At that exact moment, a notification shows up while warning that the gatekeeper Cerberus has torn a rift and is trying to enter this world. Immediately, Se-hee notices this and reminds Hyun-wook of how they beat the goblin before while suggesting they should try bashing Cerberus's head the same way. However, Hyun-wook, while covering his ears in distress, argues that since they stopped the last sacrifice, maybe Cerberus hasn't been fully summoned yet. He insists they must find its weakness and use it against him. Se-hee, still glancing back, doubts whether finding a weakness would even help. She wonders if they could do anything with it even if they discover one. Just then, Cerberus lets out a terrifying roar, and bright lights start bursting in the sky. All the soldiers spot the lights and their shock is clear. As Cerberus approaches, his twisted and horrible face fills them with fear. Even so, Hyun-wook stays strong. He tells himself that he has been preparing for something like this for a long time. In his heart, he knows he will make it work no matter what, even if he has to make great sacrifices. Meanwhile, Cerberus keeps roaring, and the lights grow more intense. Then, a loud explosion shakes the entire area. Because of the monster's arrival, unbearable noise spreads across the battlefield. Huge flashes of light terrify everyone as the soldiers struggle to protect themselves. Just then, Se-hee turns to Hyun-wook and offers him her encouragement. She believes he can do something. She pushes him to take action. Without hesitation, Hyun-wook shouts out Steel Company Plan B. He orders his team to activate the lightning rod plan to fight the boss. As strong winds swirl around, it becomes harder for anyone to stand firm. He gives directions to the platoon commander and Junmo to head to Point A. At the same time, he orders all company members to start deploying weapon crates. He warns them that things could go terribly wrong, and some of them might not survive, but he still asks them to trust his command. Thankfully, Se-hee doesn't hesitate. She responds with strong support, ready to stand by him even if it means dying. Right after, another notification appears while stating that mass from the Mogley fragment has been sealed. As the impact grows stronger, cars start floating into the sky. At that moment, Won-suk grabs a huge weapon. Hyun-wook instructs him to pick it up and move with the attack platoon commander. Wonsuk hesitates for a second while wondering if he should leave Hyunwook and the survivors behind. Hyunwook quickly responds while explaining that the altar is the safest place for now. He adds that Sergeant Choi Young-jun won't be unconscious for long. They need to act fast before Cerberus adapts to the environment. Meanwhile, Sehi focuses on rescuing the children while understanding how urgent it is. The monster's attacks grow stronger. At the same time, Yuna hears Hyunwook's voice through her microphone. He tells her to distract Cerberus along with Private Wonsuk. She freezes for a moment, shocked that Wonsuk is still alive. She replies with disbelief and asks if she can trust Hyunwook again. He answers her clearly and confidently. Reassured by his voice, she gathers her strength. She admits that she doesn't fully understand what he's doing, but she believes he can bring results. Feeling energized again, she gets ready to face her opponents. Then, Hyunwook calls out to Wonsuk, and he responds immediately. Hyunwook tells him that he's counting on him to have his back. In response, Wonsuk shifts into his monster state and shouts with determination, ready to fulfill that promise. With the plan in motion, Hyunwook charges into the fight while urging Sergeant Sehi to come with him. She agrees without hesitation, and they both rush forward to take down Cerberus. As they move together, Hyunwook feels proud. For the first time, he truly believes he has a team that carries its own weight. Holding Sehi's hand, he moves forward with determination. Meanwhile, the lights continue to flash across the sky, and the soldiers can't look away from the incredible scene. Finally, Cerberus arrives at their location. At the same time, Wonsuk and Yunha prepare to strike. They fly into the air with their weapons, fully committed to protecting their partners. As they approach, the lights surrounding Cerberus touch them. The energy inside is extremely powerful. Both of them are struck by the current and thrown back immediately. Watching this unfold, Hyunwook realizes Cerberus is already using wide-area magic, even though it's not fully stable. Cerberus lets out another furious scream. Waves of light burst from his body, all charged with deadly electric currents. Seeing this, both Eunha and Wonsuk are left in shock. The other soldiers on the battlefield struggle to keep themselves alive. Seeing this happen, Hyunwook wonders if he can really withstand such power. Suddenly, large light waves rush toward Junmo. Hyunwook notices it just in time and yells Junmo's name to warn him. But the wave strikes Junmo, and his body starts to burn. His face darkens as the impact knocks him down. The scene flashes to the past during their time. At the middle school temporary shelter, Junmo remained beside Hyunwook. Just then, Hyunwook handed him the Cloud Blade. Confused, Junmo looked at him and immediately questioned the reason behind it. In response, Hyunwook explained that he was only asking him to hold on to it. However, Junmo's concern grew, and Hyunwook asked if he truly planned to go through with this. Yet, without hesitation, he answered with confidence that he would, while believing that someone weak like him had to do whatever it took to grow stronger. Even so, Hyunwook warned him that failure could mean death. Nevertheless, Junmo held the Cloud Blade more tightly, and after a pause, he admitted that he had lived his entire life in obscurity. In his view, a loser's life was not worth living. At this point, Hyunwook began explaining that regular players increased their level and grew through combat. In contrast, both he and Junmo were different, special cases known as out-of-level growth players. Therefore, they had to find unique ways to grow, with no standard path to guide them. Although Hyunwook had already tried several methods to help Junmo develop his electric attribute, every one of them had failed. But now, Junmo firmly declared that he would not continue to live like that. Hearing this determination, Hyunwook revealed that only one method remained. Instantly, Junmo assured him that he was ready and fully prepared to meet his standards. He called him Sergeant Hyunwook and stood proud. Meanwhile, a storm brews in Hyunwook's mind. He reflects on how he doesn't remember Junmo from his previous life. That's because Junmo had died too early. As a result, doubt creeps in. He wonders that what if this gamble fails? What if he's wrong? Can he really take responsibility for another's death? Soon after, in the present battlefield, Junmo finds himself under a brutal attack from Cerberus. At that moment, Hyunwook is shouting for him to endure. Bright light floods the air, and Junmo's helmet falls to the ground. He's badly wounded by the electric current and intense light. Watching this, Hyunwook pleads for him to hang on. However, waves of magical light continue to rain down while pushing Junmo to his limits. Even so, Junmo does everything he can to fight through it. Against all odds, he manages to stay conscious. Then suddenly, a notification appears congratulating him that he has unlocked the skill, self-levitation. Filled with joy, he bursts into a loud cheer. He's proud and overwhelmed with happiness. On the other side, Hyunwook also lights up with relief. His partner has finally awakened. Shortly after, another message appears that area of effect magic, clouds of health cast by Cerberus, has been absorbed by a mysterious player. In that moment, power surges through Junmo's body. He feels new strength and additional skills emerging. Bursting with pride, he yells out to Hyunwook that he did it, that power is now flowing inside him. For the first time, he truly understands what it feels like to grow. Hyunwook watches while smiling to himself and thinks it's a jackpot. Junmo's awakening, he realizes, has created the perfect opportunity to defeat Cerberus. Just then, a soldier rushes over and demands to know what's happening. Without wasting a second, Hyunwook responds with urgency. He instructs the soldier and Sergeant Sehee to prepare a warp gate in the sky. Meanwhile, Sehee sees Hyunwook running and questions where he's going. She wonders why he isn't helping the assault platoon leader. In return, Hyunwook explains that Junmo will block the area of effect magic, and that both the platoon leader and Wonsuk can buy them enough time. As for him, he plans to tame the monster in the meantime. Then, a new notification appears that beginning the link with the Hunted Armor Black magic. You may now use Hunted Ornat magic once linked. Veins begin crawling across Hyunwook's face. He immediately realizes that the monster is resisting. It clearly doesn't want to be tamed easily. Nevertheless, his skill aura activation kicks in. He reassures himself that he still has waste metal bending. Without hesitation, he uses it, and the metals start moving under his control. Meanwhile, Wonsuk, while watching his enemy, laughs. He boldly announces that he's going to be the next player. He charges toward a vampire monster bird but is immediately countered. The monster is too strong and Wonsuk gets hit hard. Elsewhere, Yuna sees this and quickly activates Holy Wings. She observes Cerberus closely, trying to understand its abilities. Despite using all her holy mana, the monster manages to survive and counter her. Its scales are too thick. Eventually, her attack fails, and she falls hard to the ground. At that moment, Junmo arrives again and sees Yunha badly injured. He yells in panic to see her in danger. Looking at the sword in his hands, he questions what someone like him can do, someone who's only just awakened. Still, he decides that he must act. If even a strong officer like her is struggling, then he cannot stand by. Recalling his past, he refuses to remain a loser any longer. With new resolve, he launches himself into the air. He vows to protect his team and strikes with all his might. Seeing this, Yuna slowly gets up to join the fight once more. Cerberus roars in fury, flames swirling around him. He opens his mouth while gathering fire to unleash upon the soldiers. As chaos rises, Yuna feels hopeless. She whispers to herself that she has no holy mana left and wonders how she's supposed to continue fighting. Then, she recalls Hyunwook's words that there had been a trump card he had mentioned. Suddenly, Junmo appears in front of her. He stands tall and prepares to strike Cerberus. As beams of light blast toward him, he raises his sword, pushing through them. He glances back and checks on Yuna while asking if she's all right. Completely stunned, she stares at him, unable to process how he's standing there. Cerberus, still enraged, launches another blast. Junmo quickly warns Yuna to get behind him. He admits that he doesn't know how much electricity he can absorb, but he's ready to try. Fire builds in Cerberus's mouth again, and Junmo recognizes the danger. He urgently tells Yuna to find cover. At that very moment, another message appears that mass from the Mogley fragment has been released. The battlefield becomes filled with fire and repeated explosions. Still, Junmo refuses to give up. He launches another attack, determined not to fall. Although the soldiers fear Cerberus's growing strength, something changes. Suddenly Hyunwook appears once more. Seeing him, both Eunha and Junmo feel relief and hope. Hyunwook praises both Junmo's and Yuna's efforts. Looking at him again, he shouts his name and asks what it felt like to face a boss monster. Junmo responds that he could handle it as long as Cerberus doesn't use flame magic. Hyunwook laughs quietly and instructs him to keep distracting the monster. Then, Junmo lifts his sword and yells maximum electricity output. Hyunwook, filled with energy, also roars, to go. The final stage of the battle begins. Again, a system alert informs him that mass from the Mogley fragment has been released. The battlefield becomes a sea of flames. Without delay, Junmo flies into the air while wielding his sword, now glowing with electricity and light. He unleashes the energy toward Cerberus. The monster is now directly looking at him. On the other side, Hyunwook moves in fast, ready to end it. As he charges forward, his voice breaks through the roaring fire to die. Hyunwook prepares to attack Cerberus with everything he has, all his skills, strength, and willpower poured into this moment. However, at the crucial second, he misses. Frustration stings him deeply. From behind, Junmo yells his name while trying to pull him back into focus. Just then, a notification flashes before his eyes congratulating him that the amount of current you can control is increasing. Junmo quickly checks on him while asking if he's alright and offering to take care of the monster with electricity. Hyunwook answers with determination, while letting him know he'll leave that part to him and take on the fire-breathing horned one instead. Junmo agrees and shifts his focus to Cerberus. Together, they charge toward the beast, both resolved to bring it down. Suddenly, a new alert appears that Hunted Armor passive skill activating, Steel Born of Flames. He is warned to be aware of dark magic deterioration. Flames consume Hyunwook, yet he holds strong while thinking that if it weren't for the Hunted Armor, the fire would have burned him to ashes. At this point, the heat is overwhelming, fire filling every corner of the battlefield, all caused by the raging Cerberus. The monster, now consumed by anger, uses every ounce of its power. Hyunwook pushes himself as well, but soon realizes that none of his strikes are breaking through. Frustrated, he starts thinking he needs to find a weak spot. Meanwhile, Junmo shouts he's holding back the monster's attacks as best he can, but urges Hyunwook to end it soon as they need something big to finish the job. Hyunwook admits he's trying and asks if Minhee's warp has arrived. But then, the monster unleashes a massive wave of fire, and Hyunwook quickly orders Junmo to fall back while calling for a tactical retreat. Cerberus seems more powerful than ever, and another notification brings more fear, which informs them that the gatekeeper Cerberus has acclimatized while it's accelerating deterioration. As the flames spread violently, soldiers scramble in panic. One of them cries out about the flames getting out of control. Another shouts that the target is moving toward the bombardment zone. They're all doing their best to stay alive and help others. Suddenly, a soldier reports that the warp setup is complete. He calls to Kim Se-hee to ready the weapons. She confirms while letting him know they're prepared. He glances back while calling to Hyunwook with urgency while pleading for him to succeed as this is their only chance. With no time to lose, their final plan begins. A helicopter descends through the heavy fire, and chaos takes over as both flames and lightning waves crash through the area. Junmo continues struggling with the Cloud Blade while holding the monster. Meanwhile, Hyunwook comes speeding in, weapon in hand. He shouts at Junmo to move aside, then charges forward and strikes the monster, yelling for it to work already. The attack lands, but only slightly wounds the creature. Cerberus, instead of weakening, draws in more power. Hyunwook's frustration grows deeper. He realizes its skin, its strength, even its speed. Everything is beyond what he expected. The monster is adapting. It's getting stronger. He must act fast to find its weak spot. Then, he observes more closely and notices something that the horned head is guarding another one that seems incomplete. Cerberus should have 3 heads, each using fire, electricity, or toxic gas. But only fire and electricity are being used during their fight. Hyunwook realizes that it means the left head, still incomplete and guarded, could be the weak point. As he figures it out and starts running while calling out to Junmo that he's found it, he tells him to keep distracting the monster while he aims for the left head. Almost instantly, another notification flashes to inform Junmo that his used electricity has exceeded the required amount. It also helps him to unlock a skill. Junmo sees it and responds with all his strength while ready to face the monster with his new skill. He continues pulling Cerberus's attention while Hyunwook makes his move. Back with the soldiers, they watch this unfold. One of them reports that the target is just 5 kilometers from the bombardment zone. But they hit another problem that the drones can't reach the right altitude due to heavy lightning strikes. The monster moves closer, 3 kilometers now. The soldiers begin to panic and someone urges to push it as high as possible, 1 kilometer away. Then, the final notification arrives that target has reached the bombardment zone, open area. Everyone tenses. A soldier announces that Sergeant Hyunwook is moving into the warp bombardment zone. Se-hee arrives on scene while calling out, but the lieutenant tells her they can't intervene anymore. All they can do is trust Hyunwook. He orders her to proceed, and she does immediately while shifting the weapons toward the warp. Meanwhile, in the air, Hyunwook prepares for the final attack. He thinks through his plan. Initial stealth round. He aims at Cerberus's weak spot. The monster, while sensing danger, begins defending it fiercely while trying to throw off Hyunwook. It's exactly what Hyunwook expected, and it only pushes him harder. Without hesitation, he decides to fight through with sheer force and cries out "Steel Rain." A barrage of steel weapons floods towards Cerberus, but they miss the mark. Hyunwook grits his teeth. From his angle, it won't work. He tells himself this next one must land. It's his last chance. A new notification flashes to inform Junmo that his hidden skill is unlocked. His new skill, Electric Breath, is ready to use. Power builds up in him. Junmo, still struggling against the waves of electricity, yells now is the time. Hyunwook catches the moment and acknowledges it with a grin, praising Junmo in his mind. He never doubted him. Finally, with everything he's got, Hyunwook releases the final move. A massive laser beam bursts out from him. He directs it straight at Cerberus's weak spot as the monster is also ready with its attack. Hyunwook then roars to Muggle and commands a maximum release. The monster counters with furious fire, flames as well. At the South Korea Guild, all members are already gathered. Suddenly, loud voices echo across the room as someone warns of irregular mana waves appearing from an unknown source. According to them, it's suspected to be the emergence of a second boss monster. At the same time, news arrives that all Taesin Guild members, who were supporting nearby shelters, are now unreachable. Kang So-yoon grows furious. With frustration, she yells out while demanding to know what Ko-young is even doing during a situation like this. Just then, a calm yet familiar voice reaches her ears. It's Cheon Myung-ho. He greets her while noting that it's been a while since they last met. She turns sharply while recognizing him not only as the Black Tiger Unit's Cheon Myung-ho, but also sarcastically referring to him as the Presidential Secretary of National Gate Strategies. He responds without tension while remarking that he carries many titles and she can use whichever makes her comfortable. Then, he brings up the real reason for his visit, that he wants her cooperation. She expresses her anger while pointing out how the government had done nothing to help with the wave. She believes they only protected their own while ignoring everyone else, and now they're asking for her cooperation. Cheon Myung-ho listens without interruption. After a short pause, he explains that the number of players in a nation is directly tied to its strength on the international stage. He reminds her that no wave has ever been defeated by man, and when even the US and China failed twice, they spent a decade paying the price. If Korea fails too, the country might never recover and could end up conquered. Therefore, he argues, their survival hinges on how many players they have who can respond to these disasters. So-yoon, still not convinced, asks if cooperation means doing nothing. Immediately, he assures her that this isn't the case. He informs her that their special forces have already been deployed and are preparing to be the first in history to defeat a wave. Her eyes widen slightly as she asks if the rumors about an F-rank soldier are really true. He confirms them with confidence while adding that they finally have a real chance. Seo-yoon silently questions if they can truly pull this off. Noticing her hesitation, he presses further while telling her the situation has changed, and once more asking if she's ready to cooperate in defeating the first wave in human history. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hyun-wook applies full force to his attack. Immediately, a massive burst of flames erupts. Cerberus counters with more intense fire. Hyun-wook keeps pushing while growling that the monster should just die already. However, Cerberus refuses to fall. Hyun-wook becomes more and more frustrated. He mutters that if it's come to this, then he'll test how far he's grown. If he's truly improved, it should be possible to carry the weight of this moment. All around him the fire spreads wildly, difficult to contain. Despite that, he manages to strike the monster. Then, a bright notification appears congratulating him that he has defeated the Cerberus. The deterioration from this source is rapidly decreasing. He stands firm, proud, and shouts that second source of deterioration is clear. Instantly, cheers erupt from all soldiers and civilians nearby. They celebrate the hard-earned victory. But moments later, another alert shakes the mood that the hunted armor's dark magic corruption is increasing. Hyun-wook reads the message and yells that it's too early to celebrate. He quickly calls Junmo while telling him they're heading to destroy the core. Meanwhile, he commands the rest to find survivors and prepare to move. They follow orders immediately. Hyun-wook and Junmo go together, and soon after, they destroy the core wave. They were notified that they have received a reward, Seed of Mistletoe. Hyun-wook inspects it with interest. Junmo glances at the seed and grumbles while wondering why they only received a stick after such a big battle. Hyun-wook corrects him. He explains that this isn't just any stick, it's Mistletoe, the very weapon that killed Balder, Odin's son. Because of its overwhelming power, it never drops as a full weapon. One must grow it from a seed, tend it, and nurture it like a tree. Although it's troublesome, it's far better than letting it fall into the wrong hands. Junmo listens quietly, then asks why Hyun-wook still looks so serious even after clearing the source. He points out that he now knows how to level up, and all they need is to defeat the last source. Hyun-wook's tone remains grim. He responds that it won't be easy. Another boss monster still remains, and with the recent changes, other monsters who had stayed back will now come flooding into Seoul. He warns that from this point forward, they can't just worry about the gate anymore. He instructs Junmo to keep his leveling ability a secret. If someone asks, he should claim he received a skill from a mission. Junmo doesn't quite understand and asks him to elaborate. Hyun-wook explains that he's not strong enough yet. If people find out, every guild, every organization, and every country will come after him. If they can't have him, they'll kill him. Junmo hears this and grows visibly afraid. Shortly after, they reach the soldiers. Hyun-wook raises his voice while declaring that monsters will now start appearing even in areas without gates. He names the main assault team, the platoon leader, Junmo, Kim Kyung-jin, and Lee Won-suk. Everyone else is told to head to the temporary shelters and protect the survivors. One soldier steps forward while refusing to stay behind, and others join in. Hyun-wook looks at them and reminds them that fighting isn't their only duty. Without players at the shelters, the survivors are defenseless. He asks if they are really willing to let them die. The soldiers understand and quickly return to formation. Hyun-wook commands everyone to mount up. They'll leave as soon as they're all aboard. Just then, he receives a call through his mic. A voice checks in that it's Cheon Myongho. Hyun-wook confirms he's listening and asks if his request has been approved. Myongho responds while telling him it wasn't easy. The battalion commander even put his own position on the line. Hyun-wook silently thanks the commander for his obsession with rare items. Myongho continues while explaining that the president has granted full access to all military armories except the presidential one. No player in AMT history has ever received such permission. Hyun-wook thanks him and makes another request that a caster should be stationed in each armory to cast warp spells. Myongho informs him that the Zumanara Guild has also granted access to their arsenal. Kang So-yoon chimes in over the channel. She introduces herself again and mentions that they're in contact with several A-rank and even S-rank players. She offers to bring them in to help. Hyun-wook responds urgently while telling her to act fast as there's no time to waste. Suddenly, voices from the guild begin shouting that a monostorm has been confirmed. The source is identified, and it's growing fast. One member yells that it's nearly 20 times larger than a normal gate. Seo-yoon gasps and demands to know how that's even possible. She stares at the growing threat in disbelief. At the same time, fire erupts again on the battlefield. Loud noises boom across the sky. From a hole in the air, a massive hand begins emerging. The soldiers freeze in horror. A terrifying new monster starts to generate. A portal opens, and the monster continues forming. Then, a warning message appears that Beelzebul is attempting to enter this dimension. Meanwhile, Cheon Myongho reaches out again. He speaks to Kang So-yoon softly while asking if she truly believes they can stop it. Another notification appears that his advent is delayed due to the incomplete deterioration. Still, fire rains down. The massive monster keeps trying to push through. Watching it all, Hyunwook, he vows to himself that he'll be the one to end the soul wave. While sitting alone, Youngjun starts recalling the voices of the kids who used to call him Teacher Youngjun. They had asked if he was really joining the army, if he would be battling monsters. To them, it all sounded exciting, almost like living inside a video game. He questions how they could ever think the army was something fun. He had been going to war to shield innocent ones like them. Next moment, these kids turn into corpses as one of them darkly asks him that if he was meant to protect them, then why didn't he? That question hits him the hardest. He was looking at the monster who killed those monsters with wide eyes. The memory haunts him, especially the thought of the children whom he had failed to save. Next moment, he wakes up from his nightmare and a fellow soldier checks on him while calling him. Youngjun, still dazed, asks where he is and what became of the kids. The soldier informs him that none survived except for one. Still trying to grasp everything, Youngjun wonders what Hyunwook was doing a time like this. But the soldier explains it was a surprise attack, and there wasn't much Hyunwook could have done given the sudden chaos. Then he finally looks at the disaster on the road. At the same time, Junmo, who's with Hyunwook, urges him to move quickly. They're being chased, and there's no time to waste. Hyunwook also adds that they must reach the meeting point as planned. At that moment, a monster is about to attack. Wonsuk steps up to confront an enemy, full of bold confidence. He introduces himself while claiming to be the squad's future ace. With no hesitation, he charges in to land a powerful hit. Just then, Seo Yunha joins in too, ready to fight. Both of them slash monsters one by one. Suddenly, they receive an alarming update that the King of Hell, Beelzebul, is trying to break into their world. Luckily, his appearance is being held back due to an incomplete collapse in the dimension, while giving them just over 5 minutes before his full arrival. Choi Young-jun sits with one of the soldiers as he gets updated about the situation. The soldier mentions that several A-rank players are gathering due to the third source of deterioration. Young-jun, not looking too interested, just nods and tells him to get some booze. Confused at first, the soldier questions him, but Young-jun insists that he just wants his drink. Eventually, the soldier points to a nearby box filled with his liquor. Without hesitation, Young-jun walks over and starts drinking. Looking surprised, the soldier remarks how strange it is for someone about to head into battle to be drinking. He brings up how they're all about to fight together, and it feels unfair. But Young-jun quickly clears up any misunderstanding. He isn't planning to go with them. He's going in alone, just like always. He then explains, ever since he reached A rank, he prefers to fight solo. His reason is simple. The others are too slow and only hold him back. They don't understand how terrifying it is to protect someone when every second matters. With that, he moves forward toward the enemy. One by one, he slashes monsters like vegetables. Hyunwook notices him breaking away from the formation and calls out while asking where he's headed. But Young-jun, clearly furious, lashes out while accusing him of putting his hands on what he calls his precious babies. Referring to his drink, he brushes off the concern and tells him to move aside. He's doing what needs to be done. Hyunwook grows more annoyed, but deep down he understands. Ever since Young-jun lost all his students during an old mission, he's never worked with a team again. That pain still lingers, and Hyunwook wonders how he's supposed to manage someone who's still trapped in that trauma. Meanwhile, the monsters are right behind them while closing in fast. In the chaos, Young-jun spots a child who's moments away from being killed by one of the creatures. Without pause, he dashes forward and slays the monster while saving the child just in time. Young-jun gently tells the kid not to cry as he pulls him away from danger. After making sure the child is safe, he crouches down and asks where the others are, and if his parents are nearby. But instead of replying, the kid steps closer and hugs him tightly. Feeling the small arms around him, Young-jun quietly asks if the boy is okay. In that moment, old memories begin to flood back. Faces of children from past missions, ones he couldn't save. That pain resurfaces, and frustration starts to build inside him again. Meanwhile, Hyunwook continues yelling while reminding him he's not allowed to break formation during an operation. He walks over while eyeing the boy, and questions who the kid is. He even points out how Young-jun usually keeps his distance from children, often saying they make him uneasy, but this time is different. Young-jun firmly responds that they're not leaving the kid behind. He explains that the child has no one left, and it doesn't feel right to send him alone to a shelter that might not even be safe. Hyunwook, however, shakes his head. He argues that they're up against Beelzebul, the king of demons. They can't protect a kid while fighting a threat like that. Still, Young-jun doesn't budge. He pushes back while saying he disagrees. He reminds him that shelters have already proven unsafe. Sending the child alone might be no different from abandoning him to die. Hyunwook presses further while pointing out the bigger picture. If they fail to destroy the final source of deterioration, Seoul will collapse, along with everyone in it. But Youngjun quickly counters. He brings up how all the A-rank players are gathering at the site. If that's true, the kid will be safer here than anywhere else. He challenges Hyunwook whether he is wrong. At that point, Hyunwook realizes something clearly, that Youngjun isn't just being difficult. When it comes to children, nothing ever changes Youngjun's mind, that much is clear. Eventually, Hyunwook gives in and tells him they'll bring the kid along, but only under certain terms. They'll take the child to the rendezvous point, and from that moment on, Youngjun alone will be responsible for looking after him. On top of that, Hyunwook lays down one more rule, that Youngjun must follow every single command until the Soul Wave crisis is handled. Youngjun agrees, though not without attitude. He mutters that he'll decide later whether to actually obey or not. But Hyunwook doesn't let it slide. He repeats himself firmly. Every order means every order, no room for exceptions. Feeling irritated, Youngjun snaps back, calling him annoying, but still agrees. With that settled, Hyunwook announces they're moving out and need to pick up the pace. However, there's one issue, that the kid refuses to let go of Youngjun. Even as they get ready to leave, the child keeps holding on tightly. Watching this, Hyunwook smirks and thinks that maybe this works out well after all. At least for now, this kid might be the one thing keeping Youngjun in check. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Chu Kyo-young stands among the fallen bodies of soldiers. One of their phones begins to ring, and a broadcast repeats over the line that all A-rank and higher-level players must gather at the rendezvous point immediately. Listening to the message, Chu Kyo-young lets out a quiet scoff. To him, the call sounds like a joke. It's supposed to be an emergency assembly, yet barely any players are left standing. In his mind, he doubts anyone will even reach the location. With a bitter grin, he mumbles to himself that nothing is ever going to go the way they planned. At the unofficial Soul Wave response rendezvous point, the Steel Army is present, and a few soldiers are quietly chatting. They're wondering if Hyunwook really stands 2 meters tall, and whether their squad is the one that actually dealt with the source of the deterioration. One of them doubts it, while thinking there must be others involved too. Soon, the platoon commander steps forward and calls out to the Steel Company. They quickly report for duty. He gives a brief nod of approval to Hyunwook while expressing his trust and reminding him that things aren't over just yet. But right then, a huge shadow appears out of nowhere, and strange creatures begin heading toward them. The Steel Company instantly shifts into battle mode, while staying sharp as Yoonha shouts out for everyone to get ready. However, the commander quickly stops them while telling them to stand down. Turns out it's not an enemy, but an ally. He casually admits he was only checking how prepared the unit really is. The whole squad is caught off guard when they realize it's Chu Kyo-young of Great Mountain standing before them. He casually remarks that the military is just a training ground for players, and finds it irritating when soldiers interfere with their missions. His tone doesn't sit well with the platoon commander, who walks up with an angry look and questions if Chu is mocking the military. He even hints that he'd prove how serious he is if needed. Meanwhile, Youngjun tries to cover the kid's eyes while thinking this whole argument is something too dirty for him to see. The commander adds that Chu should consider it a favor that the military isn't allowed to harm civilians, but Chu throws it right back while implying that the commander's just afraid of losing his troops. Before things heat up even more, Hyunwook steps in and questions what they're all doing, clearly trying to calm the tension. Her further questions if Kyo-young is here on behalf of his guild, while asking if they should take his actions as the official stance of Great Mountain. That instantly annoys Kyo-young, and he snaps back while demanding to know who he even is. What gives an ordinary soldier the right to interrupt? But the platoon commander steps up and clears the confusion. He explains that Hyunwook isn't just any soldier. He played a major role in eliminating the source of deterioration in Seoul. Not only that, but he's also the one leading the mission to take out the final source. Still, Kyo-young can't believe it. He scoffs and questions if there's been an actual military appointment, like a formal enlistment in command, and wonders if they've lost their minds. However, Hyunwook calmly explains the situation. He shares that 3 gates, one in Gangbuk, another in Gangnam, and one more in Gangseo have opened while responding to the rise of the King of Hell. Over time, these gates will merge into one, and that's the moment they expect Beelzebul to appear. To counter that, the AMT Player Alliance is preparing to arm themselves with holy weapons and launch powerful holy magic attacks at each gate. But Kyo-young waves that off while brushing it aside as nonsense. He argues that gates can't be destroyed that way anyway, and at best, it might just delay the King of Hell's arrival. What he really wants to hear is whether there's a concrete plan to actually defeat the creature. Hyunwook admits honestly that with their current strength and supplies, while killing the main body of the King of Hell isn't possible. Kyo-young loses his temper at that, furious that a high-level player was summoned without a proper strategy in place. He accuses them of dragging him into a death wish. Yet, before the argument escalates, the platoon commander steps in again and asks him to settle down while saying Hyunwook doesn't speak without reason. He encourages him to listen first. Hyunwook goes on while clarifying things further. Technically, they can't destroy the main form of the King of Hell that stays on the far side of the gate, but they can attack the parts of its body that reach into Seoul. That might not end the threat completely, but it's a way to deal damage and slow it down. Kyo-young sounds a little skeptical while repeating the idea back to him, so they can't kill it, but they can basically tear it apart? He questions what the real outcome of that would be and if such a plan is even realistic. In response, Hyunwook confirms it's definitely doable. In fact, they've already seen parts of the beast's body breaking through, some even showing exposed bone due to the creature not being fully formed yet. Hyunwook explains that they can slow down the creature's movements by blasting it with magic, and if the high-ranking players focus their hits on a single spot, they might even be able to slice off its leg while blocking its entrance and clearing the deterioration at the same time. On top of that, if they manage to destroy the core, they'll make history by being the first to actually conquer a wave. The platoon commander agrees while pointing out that the real way to defeat a wave isn't by taking down the boss, but by destroying the core that spreads the deterioration. However, there's a problem. Not even one A-rank player, who they really need to destroy the core, has shown up yet. He questions if it's still doable in this situation. In response, Hyunwook offers a solution. He suggests gathering all C-rank and higher players who can do direct damage and organizing them to attack in turns. That way, the core might still be taken down. But then, Chu Kyo-young raises a valid concern. He points out that the gate system has never allowed them to hit monsters that easily. Whether it's an arm or the head, the system always responds by making things tougher once they make a move. Hyunwook then wonders out loud what other option they have. He asks if there's anything that allows them to strike all three parts at once. At that, Kyo-young can't help but mock him by saying it's clear he has no real experience in this kind of situation. However, the platoon commander quickly defends him. He explains that experience doesn't mean much when it comes to Hyunwook. After all, he's the one who cleared the Red Gate and Seoul Station, and he did it all as an F-rank. Kyo-young looks surprised and questions it while thinking it's got to be a lie, and saying it's starting to sound way too fake. But then Hyunwook calmly admits it, he really was F-rank. Still, the main issue right now is that attacking all three targets at once isn't realistic. He points out that not even one other A-rank besides Kyo-young has shown up for this. Then he asks if Kyo-young knows why that might be. Hyunwook pauses for a moment while thinking to himself that, what's wrong with this guy? He really has no clue, does he? Meanwhile, Kyo-young casually responds while acting like it's not his concern. Maybe all the others ran off to hide or have already been taken out. Either way, in his eyes, there's only one real option while attacking all three gates at the same time. So, he declares he'll take one on his own, and the rest of them should just figure out how to handle the others. Inside, he's already scheming. If he steps up and takes one gate himself, no one can say anything when he eventually starts picking them off one by one once they're all scattered. He then mocks the others while asking if they're too scared to attack with their weak squads. Still, he confidently adds that he'll take control as the representative of the Great Mountain Guild. Hyunwook, while seeing this bold move, finds it surprisingly impressive. It gives him a sense of reassurance that Great Mountain is stepping up. He calmly tells Kyo-young that he's looking forward to seeing him take the lead. It's a good sign, just like Kyo-young said that they'll move ahead with a simultaneous assault. Since he's now acting as the face of Great Mountain, they'll hold him to his word. In return, their side will decide the team placements. Soon after, the strike teams are formed. The first squad is assigned to Gangbuk, the second prepares to hit Gangnam, and the third gets into position for Gangseo. Team A includes Kyo-young, Min-hee, Hyunwook, and Se-hee. Team B consists of Seo Yoon-ha, Choi Young-jun, and Junmo. Before things get serious, Young-jun kneels beside the kid, gently instructing him to stick close to the soldiers and not to wander away from the adults, no matter what happens. Hyunwook finally announces the squad assigned to Gangnam Team C, the ones taking on Beelzebul's arm. Leading them is none other than Han Tae-san, the S-rank fighter known as the Fist King. Kyo-young is caught off guard and blurts out his disbelief, surprised to learn that the Fist King is actually in Seoul. The commander also seems puzzled while wondering why no one has seen him until now. Hyunwook explains that they've got a reliable source who claims the Fist King will return from training within the hour, and the gate he's expected to come through will open right in Gangnam. Still, deep down, Hyunwook knows this isn't guaranteed. It's something he remembers clearly, something he's read over and over in the Soul Wave reports in his past life. The Fist King, all on his own, stood against the King of Hell. That memory helped him gather a lot of insight about their enemy. Switching back to the task at hand, Hyunwook asks the commander to handle the bombardment. The commander agrees, but raises a concern that he questions whether Kyo-young's plan can really be trusted. He admits that Kyo-young is clever but also ruthless, the kind of person who wouldn't blink before sacrificing his own people to win. Even though his ideas make sense, the commander isn't comfortable relying on him. Hyunwook reassures him while mentioning that he's thought it all through. That's exactly why he placed Kyo-young in the same team as himself to keep a close watch. The commander is thankful and also a bit guilty. He apologizes for putting so much pressure on Hyunwook, but Hyunwook calmly responds while saying he's had plenty of chances to grow through all of this. This wave is his opportunity, and he's going to give it everything he's got. Impressed, the commander gives the signal to begin. The order goes out, and the soldiers launch a full assault. Explosions light up the area as monsters start charging through, taking the hits but pushing forward. Hyunwook then tells the platoon leader to take Sehee and Kyungjin and head to Point P. They immediately follow his command. Right after he calls for Team B to move into action, they begin advancing as ordered. Turning to Kyo-young, Hyunwook says that the two of them will approach the gate together. Since there are monsters nearby, they'll need to move carefully. Kyo-young casually responds while stating the obvious, of course there are monsters around. But then, without warning, things take a dark turn. Suddenly, Kyo-young gets close and swings at Hyunwook. His voice drips with sarcasm as he mutters that it'll be such a shame if a showy F-rank soldier ends up dead during the mission. What an unfortunate accident. He lands a blow from behind. Hyunwook staggers while feeling the strike, and mutters to himself that he really can't stand being betrayed. But then, he glares at Kyo-young, already expecting something like this. He says that Kyo-young moved exactly as he thought he would, and if he thinks he can walk away from this, he's dead wrong. A month ago, the members of the Mountain Guild are battling the enormous boss creature at Bundong-u Park Gate. As the monster was going to one member, others strike it. After it, Chu Kyo-young casually remarks to one of them that using humans as bait is always the most effective tactic. According to him, there's nothing better to gather monsters than that method. The guild member, surprised to see him, begins to thank him, but before he finishes, Chu Kyo-young suddenly strikes him. The man collapses to the ground. With irritation, Chu remarks that although human bait works best, it becomes bothersome when too many eyes are watching. Then while locking eyes with the monstrous beast, he states that he has no interest in the creature's land. It's the beast itself that fascinates him. Excited, he activates his ability. Moments later, the boss creature is subdued. Now with his skill, Chu Kyo-young has taken control of the entire monster group. Now Hyunwook reflects that in his previous life, Chu Kyo-young led a monster horde that could stand against medium-sized guilds. He had even been acknowledged as the A rank closest to reaching S rank. But after the end of the Soul Wave, he mysteriously vanished. Yet not long after, a necromancer appeared, one who commanded an army of monsters. Hyunwook wonders if the two events are linked, whether Chu Kyo-young have evolved into a necromancer. Now Chu Kyo-young stands opposite Hyunwook. With a mocking tone, he brings up that how he is going to present this incident to everyone where a showy F-rank soldier died instantly during a mission while calling it unfortunate. But Hyunwook keeps his composure and responds that Chu is moving just as expected, then warns him that he won't escape judgment for this. Hyunwook suddenly launches an attack. The counter-push knocks Hyunwook back. Accusingly, Hyunwook questions whether Chu killed all the other A-rankers alone or if it was under orders from Great Mountain. Chu, amused and arrogant, replies while standing before his monster army. He scoffs at the idea of being restrained by affiliations while calling Hyunwook just a pretend soldier. Since Hyunwook knows more than he should, Chu decides it's all the more reason to eliminate him. In an instant, the monster army lunges at Hyunwook. Overwhelmed, he struggles to fend off the relentless swarm. Frustrated, he declares that he'll force the truth out of Chu by sheer strength. He makes another attempt to land a blow, but Chu blocks it easily. Chu asks whether Hyunwook really believes he can defeat him without the monsters. Just then, one of the creatures ambushes Hyunwook from behind. He barely evades the strike but ends up flung back again. While catching his breath, Hyunwook begins thinking. So far, he hasn't seen any unique powers from Chu besides monster taming. He wonders if Chu hasn't awakened yet, or if he isn't the necromancer after all. Chu Kyo-young, while noticing Hyunwook's strength, appears puzzled and asks what exactly Hyunwook is. He's sure Hyunwook isn't an ordinary F-rank, so he ponders the reason behind for him to pretending to be weak. Meanwhile, Hyunwook continues piecing together clues. The necromancer in his previous life became stronger due to unmatched growth. That implies Chu must already know about the hidden potential of F-ranks. Chu Kyo-young, while growing more curious, implies that if Hyunwook's going to such extremes to hide his strength just to kill him, then he must be hiding something valuable. He then coldly suggests cutting off Hyunwook's arm to make him talk. One of the monsters readies to strike, and Hyunwook panics upon noticing something. In this moment, he realizes that Chu Kyo-young also holds a fragment of Mogle. Then, an explosion rocks the battlefield by the move of monster. A few monsters grab Hyunwook and slam him down while rendering him unable to move. Kyo-young orders them to finish him. In desperation, Hyunwook yells that he has critical information related to the villain quest, specifically something vital to clearing the King of Hell phase. Internally, he hopes Chu takes the bait. If he truly is the villain, that intel would be irresistible. But to Hyunwook's shock, Chu reacts with genuine confusion. He doesn't even know what the villain quest is. This throws Hyunwook off. He thinks there's no way someone like Chu would pretend not to know something so important. The villain alliance is ruthless that they never hold back. So if Chu isn't the villain, nor the necromancer, then why is he sabotaging the wave? Chu's answer, however, is blunt and selfish. He admits that he's doing it simply because he wants the King of Hell for himself. His guildmaster gave him permission to act freely, so he doesn't care about stopping the descent. Hyunwook, angry, insists that even greed needs a reason. But Kyo-young just laughs it off while saying that in a world where everything humans, monsters, even him, is trying to survive by killing, why shouldn't he do the same? That, to him, is enough of a reason. This final response confirms it for Hyunwook. There's no doubt anymore that Chu Kyo-young is not the necromancer. Done pretending, Hyunwook prepares to unleash his full strength. He activates Release of Mogle, and all the monsters surrounding him are blasted away. Without wasting a moment, he follows up with Fail Not, and the arrows begin cutting down monsters rapidly. He then opens another ability, Spear of Achilles, and finally Cloudblade, Dark Hand of the Cloudmaster. Now, while standing atop a flying weapon, Hyunwook eliminates nearly the entire monster horde alone. Chu Kyo-young, stunned and terrified, watches him. He can't believe what he's seeing. Hyunwook tells him coldly that someone as worthless as Chu could never be the necromancer, and he has no use for someone who has no valuable information. At that moment, another figure suddenly appears from a portal. Looking around confused, he wonders aloud where his home went. Then, while spotting the destruction in the sky, he grows furious and prepares to retaliate, determined to crush whoever destroyed his house. Elsewhere, soldiers are still battling with guns and cannons. Their commander orders the second line to reload their holy artillery. One of the men questions whether they can even damage what they're aiming at. Suddenly, another soldier points up at the sky, shocked. Above them, that the same person arrives as he is now clashing with the part of the King of Hell, because it destroyed his home while declaring his intent to bring it down. Meanwhile, after listening Hyunwook's taunt, Kyo-young simply grins, clearly insulted, thinking he must have been treated like some kind of joke all along. But then, out of nowhere, Hyunwook hit hard by something. Shocked, he wonders how something that massive could sneak up without making a sound. As he tries to recover, he looks up, startled by what he sees. Kyo-young stands firm and confident, now revealing the reason people say he's as strong as a medium-sized guild. Suddenly, Monster begins charging toward Hyunwook from all directions. He has no choice but to dodge and keep moving. Another huge monster comes straight at him, ready to strike. But just in time, Hyunwook leaps high and lands a solid hit back. At that moment, a thought crosses his mind that are both monsters and people just throw away tools to Kyo-young. Even more beasts rush toward him, all aiming to tear him apart. Yet Hyunwook doesn't back down. Using his unbreakable steel body, he braces himself and starts fighting back with grit. Soon, he brings out the Mogle fragment and sends it flying toward Kyo-young. But strangely, it veers off, not touching him at all. Watching all this, Kyo-young scoffs while thinking the army these days is nothing but a joke. He remembers they told him Hyunwook was a F rank, so he assumed he might be a C rank at best. But now, while watching his orc and ogre troops get destroyed, he starts to reconsider. As Hyunwook keeps tearing through monsters, Kyo-young starts to realize something. This guy even managed to block a tentacle from the ancient beast, Jacalopterus. That's not something a low-rank fighter can do. He starts to guess Hyunwook might actually be at least A rank. He thinks it always seemed off that someone so weak had such heavy influence. He wonders if Hyunwook really believes a single A rank can stand against him. Then, with a cold grin, Kyo-young orders all the monsters to group up. They start swarming together. He gets ready to show Hyunwook just why people call him an A rank who is nearly S rank level. And with that, the battlefield turns into a nightmare, his sea of monsters closing in. Hyunwook wonders if Kyo-young really summoned every single monster under his control. But instead of planning to battle all of them, he makes up his mind that he's going straight for the kill him instead. As he pushes forward, Kyo-young confronts him, while pointing out that he isn't foolish enough to think that everything would end just by targeting the leader. They clash, Kyo-young closing in while Hyunwook counters with his spear while ducking and weaving through the strikes. Then Kyo-young throws out a mocking question while asking if Hyunwook truly believes his power comes from just commanding a few creatures. But Hyunwook fires back while calling him the fool and accusing him of not knowing how to properly handle the Mogle. That hits Kyo-young hard. He freezes as he notices the Mogle fragment zooming toward him while trying to grab it in time. However, Hyunwook calmly reveals that his real target isn't Kyo-young at all. In the next instant, he unleashes the Fail Not while catching Kyo-young off guard while he's busy clutching the fragment while trying to protect himself. Hyunwook then pulls out a small pouch from his pocket. Kyo-young, now alarmed, demands to know if he even understands what he's holding and angrily commands him to hand it over. But Hyunwook already knows that it's the Monster Heart inventory bag, the one where Kyo-young had stored all the hearts he collected. Kyo-young grows desperate, warning him that if the contents are released now, all the gathered monsters will go berserk, and both of them will be torn apart. Hyunwook, caught off guard by his words as he realizes something. He doubts the monsters are after him at all. In fact, they likely have a bone to pick with their so-called master first. As the mob of creatures begins to close in, Kyo-young tries to reason with him while insisting he won't be able to take down the King of Hell without his help. Hyunwook simply replies that he'll give it a shot, but he refuses to team up with someone who betrays others. Frustrated, Kyo-young accuses him of lying about being an F rank while saying that's just how humans are, deceitful, selfish, violent. But Hyunwook shuts him down while claiming that's not the whole truth. Not everyone is like him. Then, without hesitation, Hyunwook opens the pouch. Kyo-young tries to stop him, but it's too late. The monsters turn their rage on him, and his expression twists in disbelief. He yells at them, shocked that they're turning on their master while trying to hold them back from tearing into him. Meanwhile, Hyunwook joins the fray while unleashing his weapons along with the Mogle fragment again. He tells Kyo-young it's a fitting end for someone who saw all life as disposable. As the chaos spreads, the city falls apart. Buildings crash down, stones break into chunks, the destruction is everywhere. That's when Han Tae-san steps in, furious. His house has been destroyed, and he charges into battle while declaring that if his home is gone, then Kyo-young or the monster responsible is going down too. He doesn't like dragging things out, so he goes in for a quick and crushing end. The soldiers nearby recognize his skills while admiring the power of the Fist King as he heads straight for the monster that caused the wreckage. Then the fight breaks out between the creature and Tae-san while smashing everything around them. Suddenly, a system warning echoes through the area. The King of Hell, Beelzebul, has begun to take form. The first of his 3 thought manifestations, Pride, has arrived in the world. The King of Hell reveals its form and punches back Han Tae-san to the end of the world. Now finally his first of 3 form, Pride, has been emerged. Next moment, Han Tae-san rises to his feet while wondering whether all the civilians in the area managed to escape, or if they've all perished. Either way, he figures there's no one left to worry about. With that thought, he makes up his mind that he's going to take down the King of Hell. It's been a long time since he's let loose like this. At the same time, Beelzebul strikes with fierce and piercing blows, but Han Tae-san remains unfazed. Han Tae-san stays focused. Standing in the middle of Seoul's Gangnam district, he feels anger rise that this was where he once dreamed of owning a home. Now it's in ruins, and the monster standing in front of him seems to care about nothing. He charges forward, determined to tear him apart. Down below, the soldiers shout to each other while urging calm. They try their best to keep backing up him as he goes head-to-head with the enemy. They hang in there, determined to support him in any way they can. Meanwhile, the battle intensifies. Han Tae-san and Beelzebul clash in a brutal fight. At one point, Beelzebul manages to grab Han Tae-san by the neck, nearly crushing him. Next moment, Beelzebul has unattached himself from the tree coming from the portal. Just then, Tae-san spots something that is wings. He suddenly wonders if this is the monster's real form. At the same time, in the Gangbuk area where Strike Team B is stationed, Yuna turns to Young-jun. She instructs him to hit the King of Hell's right arm with the fastest sword energy he can manage. She plans to follow up and deepen the injury. Then, Park is supposed to strike with electricity. Everyone is told to stay sharp. They'll move soon. Young-jun, while hearing this, alerts her to brace the front shield as another monster charges at them. All of a sudden, a new creature bursts from a flower while catching Strike Team B off guard. Reacting quickly, the platoon leader orders everyone to get behind her. As they fall back, she activates her ability, Holy Dome, while shielding the entire squad from the sudden threat. As she activates her ability, all the soldiers find safety within the dome. The creature that emerges turns out to be another form of Beelzebul, Envy. It fully takes shape and reveals itself to the world while adding more chaos to the battlefield. Meanwhile, over in the Gangseo region where Strike Team A is stationed, yet another form of Beelzebul appears, this one known as Gluttony. It too shows its true form without holding back. The platoon commander, while seeing the threat, instructs the team to strengthen the Holy Protection Zone. Without delay, the squad casts the Holy Barrier while aiming to hold off this monstrous version of Beelzebul. Back in Gangnam, Beelzebul grabs Han Tae-san by the neck again. The Fist King struggles, trying to shout at him to stop, clearly bothered as his face takes damage. However, Beelzebul keeps unfazed by his pleas. Han keeps muttering in frustration while wanting him to let go, especially since his face is getting messed up. Still, Beelzebul doesn't back off. Han Tae-san, anger flaring, throws back a sharp remark, clearly not happy about his injured looks. The clash between the two continues with full force. Then suddenly, a huge explosion shakes the area while lighting up the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and heat, Han Tae-san promises to get revenge, not backing down an inch. Beelzebul just stands there while smiling while still gripping his neck, as if enjoying the whole thing. Tae-san pushes forward again while realizing just how thrilling it feels to go all out like this after such a long time. But even as the excitement rushes through him, he can't help but wonder that whether this guy ever run out of steam. Meanwhile, Beelzebul bursts into laughter, clearly amused, while Han is watching, feels his irritation growing by his laughter. Right after that, the part of Beelzebul that Han Tae-san had just struck starts to regenerate, which really begins to get on his nerves. He thinks to himself that once he fully adjusts to fighting at his peak, this monster is done for. But suddenly Beelzebul traps him using his foot, which completely disgusts Han Tae-san. He glares up, clearly annoyed, and tells him off for putting such filthy feet on him. Still, he decides to keep going as this fight won't end until one of them falls. During all this, Beelzebul keeps laughing non-stop while ready to strike him. Next moment, he tries to strike him with his claw, which Han struggles to block. Then, something unexpected happens. Han Tae-san suddenly notices something that someone else has appeared. A man steps forward, draws his sword, and questions him in Japanese while asking if he's strong. This catches Han Tae-san off guard. Hearing Japanese in the middle of all this surprises him, and he immediately wonders if this guy might be a weeb. But before he can react more, the stranger calls him weak and tells him to step aside. Without wasting time, the man unleashes a blade technique, followed by a powerful strike aimed straight at Beelzebul. Han Tyson stands there, stunned at what he's just witnessed. There are curs on both of the arms of Beelzebub. Then the man turns, acknowledges Beelzebul while admitting that he is strong. Han Tyson questions the man about what he's doing, but the guy responds by claiming Tyson is weaker and should step aside. Taeson, a bit irritated, realizes that this guy is a foreigner and mentions that he doesn't take it lightly when someone tries to snatch what belongs to him. He warns him to stay out of the way if he values his life. Meanwhile, flames begin to swirl around as Beelzebul steps forward. Right then, a sudden blast shakes the area, and Taeson charges toward the enemy while attacking at it with his sword. Both enemies clash with each other's. At that moment, the man joins the fight as well. Taeson, confused, asks if he's lost his mind. The man, unfazed, remarks that Taeson's weakness has saved his life twice already, and if he keeps pushing, he might be the next target. Just then, Beelzebul, who is burning with dark power, lets out a chilling cry, and next moment his smile turns sinister. The man seems stunned after getting a proper look at the King of Hell. Taeson realizes something's off. Beelzebul has been holding back its true power all this time. While the intense clash between three of them continues, the demon slams the man into the ground while causing the earth to crack and rubble to rain down. As the nearby buildings start to crumble, he mutters that though he's usually lazy, this fight is forcing him to be relentless. The man, slightly tense, admits it's been a while since he felt this nervous. He then performs a blade mystery technique, slicing into Beelzebul's hand, but the sword is pierced through the portal. Beelzebul opens with his power. Observing this, Taeson suddenly understands that Beelzebul had been countering with brute strength so far, but now it's shifting its body while trying to avoid hits. It's trying to protect something. That's when the man realizes there's a core or a hidden weak point inside it, and if they don't destroy it in the next 2 hits, things will get out of hand. Annoyed, Taeson reminds the man that he warned him not to steal his fight. The man glares back, clearly frustrated while thinking Taeson's being foolish. Taeson starts wondering if Beelzebul is guarding something deep in its core. As the battle rages on, the Beelzebul takes another hit from Taeson, and Taeson confirms that there is indeed something it's trying to protect. He then hits hard, which creates an explosion around them. Next moment, he is sure that there must be a core. With excitement, he claims that how he never lets go of what he sets his eyes on, except for that one time, that one thing that still bothers him. He then rushes forward and slams into the Beelzebul, who is now truly irritated, counters with a punch that sends blood gushing from Taeson's face. He crashes down, badly hurt. Beelzebub doesn't stop as he again punches him hard. Now Taeson is completely injured and Beelzebul is laughing to see his condition. Meanwhile, the man watches him and thinks that although Taeson might be simple-minded, he's impressed by how he's standing up to someone that strong with just pure willpower. He admits he misjudged him and recognizes his warrior spirit. He thanks Taeson for opening a weak spot while saying it'll help him land the finishing blow. Then Beelzebul turns to the man and invites him for a battle. The man moves toward Beelzebul again and uses his strongest sword technique while slashing through the void and hitting the enemy with a gravity-enhanced blow. He now believes the final kill belongs to him. But Taeson, still filled with pride, pulls himself back up and charges again. He refuses to let anyone take credit for his kill. Next moment, he breaks the main core of the monster. Now Beelzebul is shouting with pain while his body has started to crumble. Next moment, the system notifies them that one of Beelzebul's forms has been destroyed. The man, slightly let down, remarks that he thought Taeson had more of a warrior's heart. He reminds him that he was told to stay out of it. Taeson, still angry, responds that instead of apologizing for interfering his fight, the guy has been acting like he owns the fight. The man then warns him to get stronger, or next time, it'll hurt a lot more. Right after, the crumbling buildings begin to fall apart. Elsewhere, another form of Beelzebul unleashes electric energy while using a hypnosis on a group of soldiers who turn against each others. They are ready to kill each other clearly out of their mind. A little while ago, Yuna tells everyone to gather behind her shield as all the troops take cover inside her holy dome. Meanwhile, the Envy continues trying to shatter it, but no matter how hard she pushes, she can't break through. Still, Yuna knows it won't hold forever. She mentions that when she gives the signal, they should scatter. Eventually, one side of the barrier cracks. Youngjun alerts her about the breach and she's stunned. Without wasting time, she orders everyone to spread out immediately. But just as she turns around, her eyes widen in shock at a big floating eye, right there in front of them. Then suddenly everything shifts. Yuna loses her balance and falls while landing in a place she can't recognize. Confused, she looks around. That's when her grandfather shows up and expresses his disappointment. He tells her that she's failed again to become the leader and reminds her, just like always, that a knight commander's daughter has no room for failure. She's taken aback at the mention of her father. But the old man shuts her down while telling her not to make weak excuses. In his eyes, making mistakes while having the full support of their knight family is already disgraceful. Soon after, a girl nearby chimes in. She mocks Yunha while calling her the same coward as always, scared of people's opinions and never stepping out of her shadow. Yuna responds emotionally while saying it's painful to always be compared and looked down on. Right then, her sister appears from behind. Calm and stern, she reminds Yuna that she always told her to toughen up and never show weak feelings to others. Angrily, Yuna tries to charge at her but stuck in mirror. Next moment, someone pierced her body and the scene changes again. Now, Yuna finds herself in the duel hall, right in the middle of the student leader selection. Standing across from her is none other than her sister. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Junmo is also looking at his mirror image with evil dark eyes. He steps in while questioning Park Junmo about what he's doing, wondering if they're in some kind of gym. Junmo throws the challenge back at him while asking if he's ready or not. Then Junmo's powers awaken. The crowd watching is thrilled, eager to see how a so-called awakened loser fights. But Junmo quietly remembers Hyunwook's words to keep his secret hidden. One of the bystanders scoffs at him, mocking his loyalty to Hyunwook and calling it pathetic, even saying it's in his blood. Still, Junmo finally charges at Hyunwook, who keeps asking if he's serious or just playing around. The spectators shout at Junmo while pushing him to stop dodging and actually fight. Feeling guilty, Junmo apologizes and says he'll improve. His other form grows more annoyed while calling him foolish. Things quickly spiral, and now everyone's clashing in chaos. Even the onlookers get swept into the air. Finally, his other form challenges him that it's about their moment to prove that no one should take them lightly. Meanwhile, outside of their conscious world, where one of Beelzebul's forms is lurking, the both Yunmo and Eunha are ready to kill each other. At the same time, Seo Eunha is caught up in a tense fight with her other form within the illusion. Her other form points out how emotional she's getting, clearly unimpressed. Yuna tries to land a solid blow while aiming fiercely at her, but the necromancer picks up on her unsteady moves while commenting that she can't handle her emotions and that her attacks are too predictable. To make it worse, she's just mimicking her sister's style. Then with a mix of pity and irritation, she wonders if Yuna is actually crying. That's when Eunha freezes, eyes locking with her sister, shocked to see her instead of her other form. Her sister, cold and sharp, throws cruel words at her while wishing she'd just disappear and stop being a shame to their household. Eunha, taken aback, questions if that's really how they see her. She thinks back to how much she's done, how hard she's tried, but it still isn't enough. Her sister brushes it all off while calling her immature. In her view, effort means nothing without results, and that's something Eunha's always known deep down. That's why she ran to the military, to escape the constant weight of expectations. In that moment, Yuna feels her chest tighten. She's nervous, shaken, but her sister stays calm, coldly reminding her once again to bury those weak feelings. On the other side, Park Junmo is locked in a fierce clash with his other form. The two trade blows, surrounded by chaos, as others join the brawl around them. In the middle of the fight, they both hint that it's time to prove who really stands on top and who's just been pretending all along. During the exchange, his other form turns to Park Junmo while questioning if he also wants to show off like the others. Junmo admits he doesn't want recognition like this, not in a way that feels forced or empty. Hearing that, his other form grows annoyed, and the tension between them quickly turns into a full-on fight. He throws in a sharp remark, saying that if Junmo keeps acting like this, he'll stay a nobody forever, just a weakling in everyone's eyes. But Junmo holds his ground while explaining that Hyunwook told him to wait, that the right moment hasn't come yet. In response, his other form takes the face of Hyunwook, who urges him to be honest. He asks him to admit that deep down, Junmo probably resents him the most. Hyunwook asks him to admit that he hates the way he's made Junmo grow, only ever pushing him when it was convenient. Even when Junmo risked everything to awaken his abilities, Hyunwook just told him to hide it. Junmo, though, insists that's not how he feels. Still, Hyunwook goes on while saying that what Junmo truly envied and resented all this time was someone just like him. Someone who started at the same low rank, F rank, but was always a few steps ahead. And that someone is Hyunwook himself. Meanwhile, outside of their illusion, both Eunha and Junmo are still engaged in fight. Meanwhile, Beelzebul stands, looks at the battle unfold. As the tension rises, Youngjun also stuck in the illusion. He sees that everyone praising him. Everyone around starts admiring his strength, while calling him a true national treasure. Some of the soldiers watching can't help but say that if it weren't for him, this entire raid would have failed. They mention how he alone carried 72% of the operation, something not even the A-rankers from Blue Flower could pull off. To them, Youngjun truly feels like the strongest among them. However, not everyone shares the same opinion. He assumed that behind his back, these very soldiers begin murmuring while accusing him of just showing off. His expressions, his presence, it starts to annoy them for reasons they can't quite explain. Youngjun, aware of their thoughts, picks up on all of it. He turns his attention to a figure that looks exactly like him. He mentions he's used to hearing things like that while brushing it off at first, but the fact that this person shares his face only makes it worse. Frustration builds inside him. The idea of something that looks just like him whispering in his ear starts to feel unbearable. It gets under his skin in a way he can't ignore. Fueled by anger, Youngjun lashes out while launching a powerful blow at his other form, cutting him in several pieces. Now he is fully awakened, looking at envy. He was furious at her for making him like this. Now he is determined to kill her. As this strike lands, he thinks to himself while wondering what part of this twisted version of him he can destroy, just to feel a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, Yunha's battle with herself continue. Yunha's other form reminds her countless times to keep her emotions hidden. To her, emotion weakens one's stance, speed, and power. According to her, Yunha's just copying someone else and will never truly match her sister's level. She believes that emotions are ruining Yunha's sword path. These remarks push Yunha over the edge. Anger boiling inside her, she charges toward her other form. Luckily, she manages to dodge the attack just in time. Fueled with rage, Yuna questions whether such force is really enough to close the gap between her and her sister. They clash again, both attacking with everything they've got. The entire area shakes with heavy bursts and shockwaves from their battle. But amid the chaos, her other form takes a sharp breath while observing Yuna's beaten state. She harshly remarks that she won't tolerate any more of this. She demands Yuna stop whining and figure things out on her own. It's time, she says, for Yuna to stop clinging to her like a shadow. Those words hit Yuna like a bolt. Shock floods her face. She can't believe her own sister is saying such things. When she turns to look back at her, her sister continues while shouting that she'll never catch up if she keeps copying others. She repeats herself over and over while telling Yuna to just give up. With a swift motion, her sister rushes at her, sword in hand. At that moment, Yuna feels completely shattered inside. Maybe, she thinks while giving up really is the only option. She freezes, lowering her weapon. Her other form doesn't hesitate. She strikes and her sword pierces into Yuna's body. Blood spills from the wound. Elsewhere, Hyunwook's false form stands face to face with Junmo. The tension's thick when Hyunwook accuses him while claiming that he's the one Junmo has always hated most. Junmo immediately denies it while shouting back in frustration, but Hyunwook notices the struggle in his expression. Junmo's on the ground, broken but still breathing. With a smirk, Hyunwook remarks that Junmo still has a long way to go. He tells him to keep hiding his feelings until the right moment comes, until he calls on him again. After lying still for a bit, Junmo slowly rises. He asks how much longer he's supposed to stay in the shadows after risking everything. As he speaks, light starts radiating from him. Hyunwook sees the change and realizes that Junmo is finally embracing his true self. Junmo admits the truth. He was always jealous. He wanted recognition, just like Hyunwook, but no matter what, he was always behind. Hearing this, Hyunwook grins. He tells him that people like him give him chills, the kind who act like they don't want what others have, but are twisted deep down. He charges forward at full speed to attack. Junmo, now fully enraged, gets ready to strike back. Hyunwook's confident look fades as he senses the shift in Junmo's power. Back at Yuna's side, her other form yells at her again while wondering why she's just standing still. Una, still hurt and drained, quietly mutters that she has already let go. She's done chasing someone else's shadow at the cost of her own identity. She no longer wants to become someone else. She wants to be herself. Her other form, infuriated, barks back. What could Yuna possibly do on her own? She's nothing, as she continues her assault. But this time, Seo Yuna stands firm and replies that she's not alone anymore. Suddenly, her memory flashes to her teammates, Hyunwook, Janmo, and Choi Youngjun. She remembers Hyunwook once telling her to finish his report. She'd asked if the three of them could really defeat even a part of the King of Hell while suggesting it might be too much. But Hyunwook had given her a strange look. When she tried to explain, he cut her off. He said he trusted his comrades Junmo, Youngjun, and her. He hoped they'd believe in themselves too, just as he trusted them with his back. Now in present, her other form repeats these words in her head, and her sister, still clutching her sword buried in Yuna's body, snarls in frustration. She doesn't believe someone like Yuna can truly trust herself. But Yuna replies that maybe her other form is right, and that's exactly why she'll trust Hyunwook, who is her comrade. With that, the area around her shattered and her illusion starts to crumble. Meanwhile, Junmo, still caught in his emotions, admits he's a loser, a pretender. That's why, he says, he's able to trust Hyunwook so much. Hyunwook snaps while yelling at him to shut up and pick up his weapon. But Junmo shouts back, frustrated while asking how someone like Hyunwook could ever trust someone like him. Next moment, his other form starts to crumble. At the same time, outside of their mental realms, Youngjun is battling with Envy, one of the forms of the King of Hell. The Envy, massive and seething with rage, unleashes a flurry of glowing waves. Youngjun doesn't back down and keeps pushing forward while demanding that she stop dodging. He wants to end this. Beelzebul eventually grabs him with her giant hands. But just then, she turns and sees Yunha rushing to help him. Youngjun sees her too and yells to her that the gemstone at the Envy's navel is the target. That's the core. Yuna races in with her sword, aiming straight for it. Junmo also appears while channeling his lightning powers. Youngjun, confused and a bit alarmed, shouts at Junmo, unsure of what he's doing. Junmo, who is now conscious, is yelling that he's coming too. Together, the two of them charge at the Envy's core in perfect sync and break it. Their combined strength overwhelms her, and they manage to take her down. Suddenly, a message appears that they have destroyed Envy, one of Beelzebul's 3 thought forms and the source of deterioration. Joy spreads among the group that they actually did it. Una smiles, and Junmo, while catching her expression, remarks that he's never seen her smile before. Youngjun adds nervously that he nearly forgot to aim at her for maximum pain. But then, reality sets in that there's still one Beelzebul left. They all hear the sinister voice of the final monster echoing nearby. Junmo hears it too and wonders aloud if Hyunwook can handle this last battle on his own. But Yuna assures him that he'll manage. She trusts him. Hyunwook, now facing the final piece of Beelzebul, readies himself. A massive rift opens, and the monster sees him. Hyunwook commands his team that all units, AMT warp, open. Blinding waves of AMT begin blasting the area. The monster watches in fury as Hyunwook yells, "Still rain bombardment, ready to fire!" And with that, the final clash begins. Hyunwook continues battling the monster head-on while yelling that Steel Rain bombardment prep is now done. Meanwhile, several commanders are stationed along the road while observing the battlefield. One of them urgently calls for a report on their injured while instructing the troops to move them to the rear lines. Those still able to fight are told to push forward. The sub-commander, clearly stressed, responds by admitting their current state won't hold for long. He questions whether they can really rely on just one soldier, but his superior calmly responds that it was Hyunwook's strategies that allowed them to survive the Soul Wave. Though they're low on manpower, that's exactly why he trusts Hyunwook, because he always finds a way to bring out the full potential of even a small team. The entire army, he admits, has placed the future of Seoul in Hyunwook's hands. Back on the front line, Hyunwook stays focused and unleashes the Steel Rain attack. A massive volley of steel weapons bursts through the air, directly targeting the monster. The creature, now furious, reacts violently as thick steam and pressure rush toward him. Some soldiers watch in disbelief. They murmur about Hyunwook's bold move while using what looks like an entire armory's worth of weaponry in just one strike. They grumble that he isn't even factoring in the distance while calling it wasteful. But Hyunwook knows exactly what he's doing and keeps pressing forward. Suddenly, Beelzebul soars down from above and strikes at him. Despite the attack, she seems unharmed. The soldiers watching from a distance grow even more frustrated while questioning why she isn't even slightly damaged. They express doubt while thinking they won't stand a chance if Hyunwook keeps missing his mark. The vampire, now fully recharged, begins her counterattack. Meanwhile, orders are given for the AMT drone squad to split up and take their assigned spots. As the drones move into place, the ground is riddled with holes, and out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupts while swallowing the entire area in flames. Watching from afar, Junmo voices his concern. He points out how much stronger the enemy has grown and asks if they should step in. But Seo Yunha, while remembering Hyunwook's instructions, replies that he told them to stay out of it no matter what. Despite everything, she still believes in him, and so do the others. He counters while summoning his energy and thinking of the technique Dark Hand of the Cloudmaster. He orders for Armories 3 and 4 to reload their weapons. The soldiers, while hearing his command, follow through without hesitation. More weapons begin appearing across the area. The second round of bombardment is set. A huge beam of light, shaped like a blade, charges straight at the vampire. Though she tries to deflect it, Hyunwook charges in at full speed while shouting his final command, Mogle Release. A wave of blinding light floods the battlefield as the attack surges forward. The light continues to pulse wildly while shaking the area. Hyunwook is slammed into the earth and left unconscious, buried beneath rubble and dust. He lies motionless, unaware of what just happened or where he even is. The vampire, on the other hand, appears more energized than ever, clearly thrilled with how things turned out. But nearby, the soldiers begin searching for their platoon leader while calling out his name. They urge him to respond while reminding each other how far he led them, all the way to the target zone. They encourage him while shouting that everything's in place as he planned. At the command center, one of the officers receives a transmission confirming that the target has reached the marked area. The commander quickly instructs the units to hold a steady wind speed of 0.2 meters per second within a 20-kilometer radius. Mages begin casting wind spells, and before long, a strong gust fills the battlefield. Another soldier yells that the preparations are complete. They keep calling for Hyunwook while hoping he'll answer. Just then, far beneath the dust and rubble, Hyunwook opens his eyes. A slight smile forms on his face. He knows the plan worked. He checks in while declaring that it's Sergeant Hyunwook and he's back in the game. The vampire remains clueless, unaware that everything is about to turn against her. Grinning, Hyunwook warns her silently that it's going to hurt. He launches his final attack. Waves of steel and wind fuse together and surge at the vampire in one massive strike. She's pierced by the light-forged blade and overwhelmed by the wave of force. He shouts again while daring her to try dodging this. His final command echoes across the battlefield. Come, Steel Rain. And then, the sky opens. A storm of 1,000 swords rains down while crashing toward Beelzebul while shaking the ground and sky alike. The Steel Rain has begun. The surroundings are left in ruins from the sheer force of the attack. However, once the dust settles, Hyunwook notices Beelzebul still standing unharmed, and shock spreads across his face. The platoon commander demands a situation report. One of the soldiers yells that Beelzebul's thought form remains fully active. It consumed all their weapons. Beelzebul turns to Hyunwook now. Hyunwook, not backing down, retorts with determination. He remarks that he has already studied Beelzebul's feeding behavior and that his greed will cost him. Then, he charges forward and unleashes Metal Smash directly onto Beelzebul's abdomen. He tells him this is what happens when metal is consumed without proper burning. Beelzebul falls to the ground, and Hyunwook declares the fall of the cursed soul wave. He hurls another arrow toward him, but to everyone's shock, Beelzebul devours that as well. Suddenly, Beelzebul counterattacks. Hyunwook, caught off guard, fails to avoid the strike. The impact is devastating while tearing through the area. Witnessing the destruction, the platoon commander issues a command to abort the mission and orders all units to retreat immediately. The attack's magnitude stuns everyone. Kim Min-hee notifies the commander that there's no sign of Hyunwook. Meanwhile, Yoona and Choi Youngjun prepare to enter the field. Yoona insists they move in. They need Hyunwook alive for what's ahead. Just then, Hyunwook rises again, activating his skill Mogle. He commands it to release, then charges at Beelzebul once more. Regaining control of the battlefield, he instructs all units to hold their ground. Turning to platoon leader, he directs her to warp as close to the thought form as possible. Min-hee, startled, questions the order, but Hyunwook insists that they cannot fall back now. If they do, nothing will stop Beelzebul, and the entire city along with its people will become his meal. Flashes of Beelzebul's earlier attack cross Hyunwook's mind. With urgency, he urges them to act fast. The platoon leader nods in agreement while assuring him the weapons are in place and encourages Hyunwook to make it count. With renewed resolve, Hyunwook vows to finish the mission. He once again calls upon steel rain and steel pours from above, yet Beelzebul absorbs every arrow once more. Meanwhile, the soldiers' drones approach the target. Min-hee confirms the drones have reached the closest possible range, though their noise will soon give them away. While still engaged in battle, Hyunwook responds that it's fine. He tells everyone to hold steady. He'll warp in and dive toward the creature himself. That, he believes, is the only way to destroy it completely. His plan is to enter its body and detonate it from within using Tsar Bomba. However, just as he prepares to strike, Beelzebul uses a teleport and lands a deadly blow. His attack pierces through Hyunwook's chest. As the rest of the unit engage in a fierce battle against the monstrous Beelzebul, chaos unfolds across the field. Now Beelzebul is standing while Hyunwook is laying unconscious and injured on the ground. Suddenly, a soldier yells while requesting a report from Lee Min-hee. Another immediately responds while shouting that Lee Hyunwook has collapsed after Beelzebul pierced through his chest. The shocking news spreads like wildfire while leaving everyone stunned. Without wasting a moment, the platoon commander instructs all AMT units to retreat. He vows to buy them time and stay behind. Meanwhile, Hyunwook lies on the ground, blood pouring from the gaping wound in his chest. Despite the intensity of the moment, the commander calls upon his tamed beasts and sends them charging toward Beelzebul. However, the Beelzebul effortlessly demolishes each one while proving his overwhelming strength. As the troops begin to withdraw, a soldier urgently urges everyone to board the transport and not look back. At that moment, Beelzebul identifies his next target and flies in pursuit. But before he can reach them, the commander leaps into the air while intercepting him mid-flight. They both crash to the ground, and from Beelzebul's sliding strike, the commander suffers an injury to his arm. Despite the pain, he acknowledges Beelzebul's power and reminds himself that he alone may not be able to stop him. Still, even with his mana running low and his body on the verge of collapse, he refuses to let the monster advance any further. With determination, he summons his remaining tamed beasts and commands them to attack. A fierce clash unfolds, and a massive explosion tears through the battlefield while shaking everything nearby. Beelzebul is also ready to attack him. Elsewhere, a soldier kneels beside an unconscious Kim Se-hee while pleading with her to awaken. Regaining partial awareness, she anxiously asks about Hyunwook while worrying they hadn't confirmed his death. The soldier responds with a heavy tone while claiming that Hyunwook's heart had been destroyed, and not even an S-rank healer could revive him now. However, Hyunwook is not entirely gone. Still lying motionless, he suffers silently through immense pain. In the distance, the platoon commander continues to endure Beelzebul's wrath. Wounded and on one knee, he watches as the monster hovers overhead and prepares another strike. Just as he braces for the worst, Yoonha appears with her shield raised while blocking the incoming attack. Her sudden appearance stuns the commander, who questions her actions, but she insists that soldiers are still in the process of evacuating and she won't leave. Above them, Beelzebul ascends once more and starts charging a powerful area attack. Realizing the danger, Choi Youngjun and Junmo also join the fight. To see that Beelzebul is ready to crush everyone, Youngjun grabs his superior and urges him to escape. Panic spreads as Yoona and the commander sense the incoming blast. A sudden, thunderous explosion follows while engulfing them in a blinding flash. From afar, Kim Se-hee and the soldier beside her witness the devastation, fear gripping their expressions. Meanwhile, the impact of the blast sends a ripple through Hyunwook's body. His eyes suddenly flicker open. Everyone is also thrown away. Meanwhile, Hyunwook is gaining conscious and fighting through agony. He opens his system panel and desperately attempts to substitute one of his internal organs with an item to survive. Time and again his attempts fail while triggering system errors and repeated warnings. The system insists that he is violating its rules and commands him to stop. Yet Hyunwook refuses to quit. He keeps trying, pushing past pain, rules, and reason. Finally, after relentless effort, he succeeds. His damaged heart is restored. A brilliant streak of mana erupts into the sky, visible to everyone on the battlefield. The light marks his return. Then, in a burst of strength, Hyunwook rises to his feet fully healed, body reinforced, and ready for battle. Against all odds, he has defied the system itself. Standing tall with unwavering eyes, he prepares for the next phase of the fight while declaring his presence as Sergeant of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, Steel Company, Lee Hyunwook.